Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Today, really by popular request, so many people keep asking me about this, what I think is an absolutely ridiculous farce of this Mh370 video hoax. For those unaware, these videos were originally posted by an account called Regicide Anon, which whose YouTube channel contained a multitude of completely provably fake UFO videos. But somehow, as is often the case, we call it UFO hoaxer whack-a-mole. These things get debunked, and then enough time goes by that somebody picks up a completely and totally dead, proven hoax and runs with it, usually connecting new dots. We saw this with this alien interview hoax. And other hoaxes. Dr. Jonathan Reed, that was another one that was completely and totally debunked. The guy goes away for a while and then he just comes back, still pretending to be a fake doctor, or pretending to be a real doctor, but it turns out he's not a real doctor. His education is fake. That whole hoax was busted at the time it came out. And that's what usually happens here. Somebody does a hoax, it gets busted as likely or most likely or completely busted as fake. But along comes some opportunistic person who decides that he can still promote and make money from this hoax. And now let's be very clear. A lot of money has been made by this Ashton Forbes and all of the people that he's doing these podcasts with. I was listening to a space in which somebody who hosted Ashton multiple times, and by the way, I listened in on some of them, never asked him any real or critical hard questions, talked about getting 1 million downloads on their audio podcast. Just so everybody's aware, that's a huge amount of money, that alone. But then we've got huge podcasts like Timcast and others, jumping in to get their little piece of the hoax pie money. And, I was completely disappointed with some of the people that I saw even platform this, because what you have to remember, I think it was Lou from Lou Reviews who said this, and he's absolutely right, is that the videos were originally posted on an anonymous YouTube account that was filled with fake UFO videos. Even Ashton admits that account has a bunch of fake UFO videos. So, to most reasonable or rational people, the discussion should end right there. These were posted by an anonymous YouTube account, which is filled with other completely and totally provably fake CGI UFO videos. But somehow, I guess to his credit, this guy picks up this completely dead, proven hoax and gains a huge following, mostly by connecting the dots. And I think that, we'll get into some things like standards of evidence and expert witnesses. You can't have expert witnesses in virtual effects come forward and say, these videos are fake and here's why. And then a guy like Ashton, who has no training, no experience, no proven track record in that field of expertise, just says, no, we debunked their debunk. No, you didn't. You're not even qualified to debunk their debunk. It's absolutely ridiculous. And already I'm getting attacked by nameless, faceless, brand new Twitter accounts. And isn't that always funny that when you bust some of these fraud hoaxes, you get attacked on Twitter by nameless, faceless Twitter accounts, all hurling personal insults? Like an account that has 6 followers that is a brand new Twitter account just told me, throwing insults at me. And I believe that Ashton has been using fake sock accounts. That's my personal belief, and I'm entitled to it. And here's why. Right around the time that he started pushing this hoax, a brand new nameless, faceless Twitter account I'd never interacted with before came to me and said, hey, what do you think of Ashton Forbes and these Mh370 videos? And I said, they're completely fake now, just as they were in 2014 when they were debunked originally. And then again, I'd never interacted with that account, let alone interacted with Ashton, never had any interaction with him. Immediately after I said the videos were fake, Ashton Forbes blocked me. Now, I believe he's since unblocked me, but this shows that this is not an honest effort here. This is a purposeful attempt to deceive. There's no reason why you should be blocking people that say the videos are fake if your evidence is good. But I believe that this person cannot withstand real debate, real scrutiny, which is why I believe he was going around checking what podcasters are going to help me get publicity that are going to believe this. And anybody that said it was fake, he wouldn't go on their podcast. Isn't that's a little bit more than a coincidence to me. Of course, I can't prove that he's using sock puppet accounts, but many people are saying that because I just don't, I'm sorry, I don't believe that anybody cares this much about these fake UFO videos to go attacking people with brand new nameless, faceless accounts. A lot of people are telling me that he's got a bunch of sock accounts. I don't know that that's true, but we have seen that tactic used by other hoaxers and fraudsters like Lou Elizondo and others. If you dare speak out against a grift, they will send in the clowns to attack you. And I believe that's what's been happening here. It's interesting. And I just wanted to mention that what caused me to, I kind of changed my mind. I said, I'm not going to dedicate any time to this. This is stupid. But a few things have changed. Ashton miraculously says he's going to retire from the Mh370 hoax or grift or whatever you want to call it. Coincidentally, right at the time people start filing FOIAs to find out if he's telling the truth about some of the things that he said. And let me be clear that there's a lot of dishonesty involved with Ashton and the way that he has pushed this hoax. The first of which is what I've just described to you, going and checking if somebody's going to be receptive to the hoax before, you know, asking for a guest spot or whatever the case may be. And recently, people have said they're filing FOIA requests to find out if his statements about Arrow are true. And recently, a friend of the show, Real Area 503, at Real Area 503, did one Twitter thread that I think really, and we're going to get into this tonight, really destroys this entire thing in one thread. I mean, the amount of evidence that these videos are fake is absolutely overwhelming. And sorry, not sorry. If there are 3 or 4 20-year virtual effects veterans looking at these videos and saying these are fake and here's why, you don't get to just say no, they're not. You have to. There's standards of evidence, which means that Ashton has to put up 3 or 4 20-year plus veterans in virtual effects that refute people like the Carter crew. Then there was other arguments like, oh, they can't be recreated. It would take somebody 6 months. We've got 2 people that did recreations, one of which Ashton blocked and refused to interact with until recently when the pressure got too much. So there's all kinds of deceptive tactics being used to push this hoax. And standards of evidence get thrown out the window. Sorry, not sorry. If you've got on the record real people who say these are fake and here's why, you can't just pull anonymous Reddit posters who say they're from Marvel or Top Gun Maverick that the videos can't be fake. You can't do that. He didn't even check that those people are who they say they are. It's absolutely ridiculous that we're even here. But welcome to clown. This is the clown show. And then some of these other arguments, oh, the pixels don't match 100%. This guy's supposed to be an IT professional. He would know that when people manipulate things in an audio or video editor or in a 3D rendering program, they're going to stretch things. They're going to change things. Unless you have the hoaxer's exact settings on everything he used, exact filters and everything he used, it's never going to match 100%. But we've got the asset used to create the teleport effect or explosion effect. We've got the original person who took the still images that the background was faked from. And we've even got a person claiming that he made the videos. Both of those people were blocked by Ashton. That's not a coincidence that he's blocking people that can disprove him. So we're going to get into it all tonight. And joining me is a special guest tonight, Area 503. And we're going to get into this. We're going to bring him right in. Welcome, Manny. Good to see you.
Hey, what's up, Steven? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, it's fine. Let me just check your mic volume there. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Cool.
Okay, yeah. So do you want to go through this thread before we begin to get off in the weeds? This thread of yours, I think, perfectly shows why there's no honest effort here. You know, I saw this Twitter Spaces where everybody was jerking him off, telling him what great research. And I just want to ask you, Manny, do you use anonymous Reddit posters that you haven't verified even are who they say they are? Is that good research?
No, no, it's not. No, you got to look at everything, you know, and all the facts in a case, which it seems pretty clear that when you start digging into this, that's not what happened on Ashton's part. That he kind of, I think I said that in the tweet. I think I said that he cherry picks speculative
cherry
data.
picks. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so your thread starts off, it says, what does a CGI video that has been passed off as conclusive evidence of Mh370 being sucked into a portal have in common with 21 pilots and a music video with over 564 million views? and that we could get to the recreation. You go on, yesterday I found a recreation of the CGI Mh370 Orb video and posted it to Twitter because I wanted people on this platform to know of its existence. Today, in response, Ashton posted questioning technical elements of the recreation. And you know, we can get into his arguments, but they're really nonsensical. And everybody that's one of his supporters, I also noticed too, that they are completely and totally unwilling, in my view, to accept any evidence. This Ashton said that this couldn't be recreated. Then he said it could, but it would take huge resources in 6 months. This person made this recreation in 1 day. And I found another person that made a recreation in 1 day. So that alone shows that his research is worth shit, in my view. What do you think about this refutation of this? It's just excuses. It's not 100% exact. Therefore, the videos are still real. It's ridiculous. Why are we even still talking about this?
Right. I agree. The whole thing is just a comedy of clowns, man. It really is. There's, you know, the dismissal and the rationalization that Ashton is demonstrating right there is just par for the course. And when you really start digging into it, you see that that's kind of his MO from day one. Like every time somebody brings up a valid point, he just rationalizes it, calls it debunked, and then moves on as if it doesn't exist. It generally ends up blocking the person who brought up the statement. So it's just kind of,
just to be clear too. So, you know, people on Twitter are attacking me going, no, you can't just show the recreation. You have to provide the assets you used and prove that they were all available in 2014. That's a nonsense argument. But the person who did the recreation did provide every asset that he used to make it. So when we get back to Ashton's nonsensical refutation of this, he says the fake video is immediately apparent due to the stick-like figure of the plane. It looks almost exact in the recreation to the original. Why is that a stick figure, but the original video is not a stick figure? And look, that supports the claim the Top Gun Maverick post claimed about how hard it is to scale down accurate. Yeah, so he's citing a fake post on Reddit. And by the way, Ashton, I'm going to challenge him on this. You can't use anonymous Reddit posters who claim they are somebody. Show me the guy's name, his credentials on the record that he really did work on Top Gun Maverick. Or is this some rando post that you cherry picked out of Reddit that for all we know he posted? Yeah, right. We've got all these virtual effects experts that work for Marvel and Top Gun Maverick say the videos can't be fake, but they're anonymous Reddit posters. They're not, he didn't vet anything. He just accepted that because it fits his arguments somehow. The first orb in the video doesn't come in correctly. You know, it's all just, you're right, just anything. Lastly, the zap is incorrect and could not be recreated in After Effects because, for whatever reason, right? Well, I'm sure there was software in 2014 that could do this.
I just want to point out something here real quick, Stephen. There's a lot of questions that he raises about the VFX, but Ashton has admitted multiple times he has zero training in VFX. He doesn't understand things like plates or mats or chroma key or opacity settings or warp skew keyframes, none of that stuff. But he wants to make an argument. He sure comes across like he's an expert, all right. And the biggest point I want to make about this is that if Ashton had any questions about the
sounds like you're breaking up here. I don't know if it's just my side of things, but yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
It might be mine. No, I'm getting a little bit of pinging too. I need to either reboot my computer or
well, if you want to do that, I'll go through your thread, and then by the time you're done, you can jump right back in. You want to try
Okay, let me
that?
do that real quick. I'll be
Okay. All right. Yeah, sorry about that, friends, but I hear him cracking up, so I'm, you know, the audio files are going to kill me if that's is going to continue. Um, yeah, and of course, somebody said he needs more than a 56K connection. Yeah, and you guys hear it too. So hopefully, all right. So you know, even with the reference that the original hoaxer would not have, the videos have never been recreated. They've been recreated twice. So that's just a completely and totally factually inaccurate statement. As for the drone videos, no one has come even remotely close to recreating it. You know, it's like no, you know, it's like talking to a wall. There was a point at which he admitted that the videos were fake. And that's when the original person who made the background still images that the hoax was created from came forward. And by the way, that guy had plane tickets, receipts, and on the record statements from the asset store that he sold them to prove that those existed at the time this hoax was created. But let's get back to the rest of his thread. Area 503 goes on to say, it turns out that Ashton has known about the recreation for months and responded by blocking the creator of the video. If Ashton has questions about the recreation, why are they asked in his echo chamber where the creator is blocked? And this is Tony Adams, who made the recreation. By the way, we're going to show you that recreation, and that's one of three. Three people have recreated these videos, and it's so close that I can't believe that we still have to argue about this. But Ashton and his followers will say, no, it's not pixel for pixel accurate. And again, if Ashton is indeed an IT professional, he would know that it would never be pixel by pixel, you know, 100% a match because of settings, because of compression ratios, video codecs, because of filters that may have been applied at various times during the creation of it. It will never be exact. But this guy said these couldn't be recreated. And everybody that recreated it did it in about a day. So, you know, his argument that it would take 6 months and this and that, it all falls apart. So Ashton knew about the recreation and he blocked the person who did the recreation. Tony Adams says, this morning, Ashton Forbes made a post about my recreation. He got a bunch of stuff wrong, including my name, but I'm blocked, so I can't respond. This is his modus operandi. And in my experience, you know, it is that and start hurling personal attacks. I love when he attacks the appearance of like the virtual effects artists who say it's fake. That's not relevant. That's called, I can't argue with this person, so I'm just going to attack their appearance because I'm pissed off that my grift is coming crashing down. Area 503 says, furthermore, it also turns out that the creator of the original CGI video also approached Ashton several times and told him the video was fake, only to also be blocked by Ashton. So this is the echo chamber. If his evidence that these videos were real was so good, he wouldn't need to be blocking people that prove that his evidence is shit, in my opinion. And just for those that are clear, this person, the Joe Lancaster, he did an AMA on Reddit and answered like 100 questions about how the videos were created. But of course, you got to come up with some excuse for why that guy's deep state or one of the men in black trying to cover it up or some bullshit. So they said he can't provide the files. I don't know about you, but I don't have any files that from projects I did from 10 years ago, and most people wouldn't. But he was able to answer all the questions about how the videos were created to the satisfaction of most reasonable, rational people. What does Ashton do? Block the guy so that his followers can't see that the hoaxer has been identified, right? Area 503, that's right, folks. The creator of the original Mh370 abduction video came forward months ago as well, and if Ashton had not blocked him, he could have asked any technical questions about the creation of that video as well in his recent AMA on Reddit. The original Mh370 videos were made for a film project as a supplemental virtual effects element to play in the background of a scene. Since Mh370 was not in the news at the time, the creator fashioned his work loosely on that event and added in the UFO aspect. The videos are 100% fake. And here's the music video that Joe Lancaster was responsible for creating the virtual effects for both videos. And this is one of the music videos. So again, that's an on-the-record, real virtual effects expert who says the videos are faked, and I faked them, and here's how I faked them. Excuses from the Ashton camp. Area 503 says, this is why I never wanted to get involved in this Mh370 conspiracy theory, because the videos have been debunked multiple times, and the architect of this story chooses to block, ignore, counter facts while cherry-picking speculative data to fill his narrative. Yeah, in other words, speculative data. Somebody that's a virtual effects expert with 20 plus years in virtual effects comes out and says, these videos are fake and here's why. And Ashton just says, no, they're not. I have my fake Reddit posters who say that the videos are real and here's why. You know, it's ridiculous. What Ashton has to do is he has to understand the standards of evidence. If you've got 4, or I believe we could get 10 virtual effects artists look at these videos and say, these are fake and here's why, then he needs to get 10 on the record, real virtual effects artists, not fake Reddit posters, not people he hasn't even vetted are who they say they are, and he has to bring them forward to refute the claims of the 20 plus year virtual effects experts that have looked at this. We've got 3 or 4 on Quarter Clue alone that have looked at this and said, these videos are fake and here's why. You can't just say, I debunked the debunks. That's called research by proclamation. He has to equal the evidence. So if Quarter Crew has 3 20 plus year virtual effects artists that say the videos are fake and here's why, then Ashton needs 3 or 4 20 plus year virtual effects on the record, real virtual effects artists that will say those guys are wrong and here's why. He doesn't do that. He cherry picks and brings garbage data forward to refute real experts. It's garbage peddling 101. Previous debunks that were ignored. 1, the Pyromania portal effect was found. Yes, it was used in a video game, among other things, and somebody found the exact effect from the portal effect. But it doesn't match pixel for pixel 100%. It's so close, it's ridiculous. And for him to continue to refute it shows that he's not being honest in his research effort. He's just looking for an excuse to excuse away real evidence. That's real evidence, right? And some of these people demanding shit on Twitter, I love. Somebody demanded earlier that I recreate it using, certain assets and share the, no, the burden of proof is on the person making the fantastic claims. How about Ashton proves that a goddamn airplane, a fucking 747, teleported out of the goddamn sky? How about he proves that? Nobody has to. And by the way, there's Brandolini's law. Look it up. Brandolini's law states that the amount of evidence required to refute bullshit is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it. Look at those virtual effects artists from Quarter Crew. They had to spend an hour or 2 looking at the video, trying different things, figuring out how you could fake it, and explaining it. Then we get to Ashton, and he just says, nope, we debunked their debunk. Do you understand? Brandolini's law. The amount of effort required to refute the BS is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it. Ashton could just say anything. Oh, look, there's a Reddit poster that says he was the virtual effects lead on Top Gun Maverick. Did you ever prove that, Ashton? Or are you just taking the word of some anonymous Reddit poster you haven't even vetted is who they say they are? You can look up Top Gun Maverick, go find out who the virtual effects is, call them, get them on the record, ask them if they're that Reddit poster. Did you do that? And people say, you should do that, Stephen. No, I'm not making the claim. And by the way, Ashton has made that claim on multiple podcasts that the head of virtual effects for Top Gun Maverick said the videos cannot be fake. Great. Then get the guy on the record. Why don't you have him on your show? Right? But he never does that. So going on podcasts using fake evidence is bullshit. Why are we still talking about this? It's ridiculous. Oh, we're not through. The photographer of the clouds, Jonas, came forward. Surprise AF. Ashton blocked the creator of the clouds. So in other words, somebody took those cloud pictures and prove that they took those cloud pictures and prove that he sold them to textures.com or whatever website somebody downloaded them from. And then the original photographer of the clouds proved that it was his photos and how you could splice those photos together to make the fake background of these videos. What does Ashton do? Say that it's not true and block them, right? And give more excuses for why that's not valid evidence. It's welcome to Dumb Excuses 101. Hoaxer excuses. Oh, the photographer who took the picture of the clouds that were used to fake this hoax came forward and proved that he took the pictures and put them on a Textures website back then? Oh, no, we have to come up with some excuses. Oh, they're not available on Wayback at certain times or dates. So that guy's not telling the truth. Bullshit. This photographer is, again, a real on-the-record source, right? And he showed his receipts and an on-the-record statement from the website that was selling the video, selling those assets that were used to create the fake videos. And by the way, anybody can get those assets, right? Anybody. And see, they have a sense of humor. They put a UFO over the assets. These are the assets used to create the fake background. And they 100% match the background. Is that a coincidence, Ashton? Like what? Like, I just don't get it. And here we could see a GIF file. The lighter one is the actual picture that this person took and showed receipts and proof that he took those pictures of those clouds. And the other is the video using those assets to create a fake background. But we're still going to argue that those pictures couldn't have been used to create this fake video. And I love the other thing. Oh, no. Everybody that's looked at these videos has said that they're static. They don't move, right? Real 20-year plus veterans of virtual effects look at them. And by the way, I looked at them before Quarter Crew and said that background is a composite that's made from still images. And I'm no virtual effects expert, but I have video editing experience. I've done some After Effects and animation work. I can look at them and say that the video is fake, that the video is using fake still images. Oh, no, we proved that the clouds are moving. Ashton is not a virtual effects expert. Show me a virtual effects expert that is on par with the experience level of Quarter Crew that agrees with Ashton. He can't. He won't, right? It's just research by proclamation. Oh, no, we proved the clouds are moving. No, you didn't. You can zoom in on them. You can do anything you want to do. And Quarter Crew proved that if these video were taken from the satellite, there'd be huge movement in these clouds. And the clouds would be moving. And the scene would be moving. It's not, because it's CGI. It's a fake. I think we have Manny back here. Let me get back to his thread. Okay, calibdownload.rar, a RAR file where somebody recognized Ashton's desire to be proved right and sent him a RAR file full of garbage that allegedly held confirming evidence. Ashton naively donated $3,000 for this file, but removed the live streams of that fiasco to save face. Yeah, that's suspicious as well, right? Area 503 goes on to say, and that is just the debunks of the videos. That doesn't even touch on the physical evidence countering Ashton's conspiracy theories, such as the wreckage of the plane being found. Well, there's a great number of pieces of the wreckage. They have to refute all the physical evidence as well. A flight simulator found in the pilot's residence where he was practicing the doomed flight, etc., etc. Do I expect any of these facts to convince Ashton he is wrong and admit the videos are fake? Absolutely not. I suspect Ashton will not be happy until his bias is confirmed and he is cheered by the people for exposing a massive conspiracy. Unfortunately for Ashton, all the other evidence he has aggregated of other people's work also hinges on the videos being real, which they are not, or are based on speculation and must be discounted. Yeah, so that's pretty much the thread that really knocks this to shit. I don't know if Manny is back. Are you back, Manny?
Yeah, is my audio any better?
Not really. I don't know if your internet is a potato all of a sudden. What happened?
PC, I've been putting it through the ringer on this, trying to get these film deliverables done. I think I might have burned up the CPU. I got to replace my hardware.
Oh, great. That's bad timing for us here. I was hoping to hear more from you. Do you want to call my cell phone? I'll give you my cell phone number and we'll just put you on speaker here and we'll try to continue the conversation that way. Either way, I'm going to get
phone.
Either way, I'm going to get shit from these audiophile people, but that'll be a little better. Let me send you my cell phone. I'll be right back to you. 1 second, okay? Me.
Yeah, it is just a bunch of excuses. I mean, and this is something that I remember saying a couple of weeks back when somebody asked me, they asked me about this and they said, could you recreate that? And I said, yeah, I could recreate that. I don't know all of the techniques that were used, but by that point, the cloud texture from Jonas was already out there. The portal mania or the pyromania portal effect was already out there. You know, so when you have all those elements, you're only a wireframe model away from, you know, making the video. But I also remember saying, I'm not going to take the time to do that because I forecasted exactly what these guys were going to say. I said, if it's not pixel perfect, they're going to claim it's not real. It doesn't matter if you get 98% of it right. And that's because people like Ashton don't know anything about VFX. They don't understand the billions of different variables that go into creating something like that, like warp skew effects and particle generators and smoke and clouds and opacity settings and different plates with noise on them and things like that. He just doesn't get it. And even worse, instead of just asking the creator of the recreation to explain those answers, or I guess he did, but when the creator started to answer those questions for him, he just got mad and blocked him. He just blocked him. So he could have had all of his questions answered, and he did. He just didn't like the answers that he was given because they didn't fit his narrative. And that's the MO that you're going to see time and time again, is that he just asks a few questions, comes up with enough of a reason to rationalize, or as he calls it, debunk these debunks, and then he moves on as if it's still a fact. But all through this, there's been just stacks and stacks of people who have called him out or tried to confront him or tried to educate him, and he doesn't want to hear it. He blocks them and he moves on. He blocks them and he moves on. You know, it's just it's kind of sad. I mean, but it's also kind of funny. I mean, it really is. It's just kind of a joke. I mean, why? Like you said at the beginning of the stream before I started rubber banding and had to ping pong out. You know, like the whole thing's just kind of a waste of time. It's silly. It's ridiculous, and nobody should be believing what this guy's peddling because it's all speculative garbage from the top to the bottom.
Yeah, and one of the other things I love that he says he found the leaker of the videos, right? He says he found the leaker of the videos, but he didn't interview that person. He didn't confirm that person leaked them. But oh no, I'm 99% sure this is the guy that leaked the videos, and here's why. And then you got to connect a whole bunch of dots that don't make any sense. And, you know, this person was arrested for leaking classified material, but there was no mention.
Yeah, that was just a speculative shit show, man. Like, I laughed so hard when he said that. When he said I think C. Thomas Lynn, whoever it was, he said that guy was the guy who leaked him. And his answer was, when Chris talked to him about it and asked him about it, his answer was, well, what else could it have been but Mh370? That's his answer. And Chris explained it to him. And he got attacked for it, man. And it was straw man arguments, ad hominem attacks. I mean, there's no evidence whatsoever that Lynn leaked the Mh370 videos. And in fact, there's a mountain of evidence that shows that he didn't. Like the fact that we know the guy who fucking made him in the first place. You know what I mean? Like the guy was here. He almost came on the show today.
Yeah, and by the way, I'm going to interview the person. I'm going to do what Ashton should have done, and I'm going to interview the person who claims he made the video. As soon, anytime that he's available to do it, I'm going to reach out to him. He reached back out to Manny and said, "Oh, I can't make the show tonight," but he was going to do it tonight. He just has something that, you know, he had a pre-existing commitment here and heard about it last minute. But he's going to come on our show and we'll talk to him about it. And the you know, one of these other issues is all the false statements that Ashton has made. Oh, it would take 6 months to recreate it. Then how come everybody's recreating it in a day that gives it a try? And I get it's not 100% exact, but like how much effort do we have to go through to prove you wrong? You said it would take 6 months and tremendous resources. Meanwhile, anybody with the PC and a little bit of software that tried it took a day and did it, or at least did it to most people's satisfaction. We're looking at on screen now. These are hardly distinguishable. They're so close.
Yeah. So the recreation that was done by the user named Tony Adams, I have a lot of respect for Tony, and I hope he's listening and hears this. I have mad respect for Tony because Tony is a guy who does videos and stuff, but he's not a VFX guy. And he looked at this as a challenge because he saw that the assets were there, like the Pyromania portal and the clouds and stuff. And he looked at this as a challenge, as a way to teach himself some new tricks in After Effects. And I have mad respect for that.
Yeah, so it's not even an expert. It's somebody that's just learning, and they could do it. Meanwhile, Ashton is telling people it would take 6 months and a whole studio full of, you know, experts and all these resources. And no, there's hobbyists that are doing it in a day.
Oh my God, dude, that is so fucking funny because the guy who made it, Tony, he said that, yeah, it took him a few days to work on, but most of that was learning how to do new things. Now that he knows how to do those, he feels like he could have done the recreation in less than an hour.
Yeah,
so
and he said that he could do it better with more time, but he didn't. He only put so much time into it. So of course you could do better if you put a couple more days into it. You can make it more exact, you know. But it's so close now. And for Ashton to say these can't be recreated, and then they are multiple times, and he just comes up with new, you're right, he just comes up with new excuses and rolls on to the next part of the grift, I guess.
Yeah, 100%. That's his MO. And it's not just with the videos, it's with everything else. Every time you bring up something like, you know, the wreckage, he's got 1,000,001 excuses for that, and then he just rolls onto it. They're excuses, they're rationalizations, and then he calls them debunks. You know, it's absolutely, it's comical. It really is comical. I don't know any other way to say it, but you know, I try to get offended by it, but I just can't, man, because it's such a fucking shit show. It's such a shit show. The guy doesn't even realize, like, he's so self-unaware that he doesn't even understand that he looks like a fucking fool in front of everybody with his stupid arguments and his ad hominem attacks. But as long as his 5 little Twitter followers and he gets his few little people to watch his live stream, he doesn't care. That's all he cares about. So, you know, great, man. I'm glad he's got his little echo chamber, but it's an echo chamber of idiots.
Yeah, and an estimate of the situation just shared something on Twitter. 2 frames, 49 frames apart, contrast adjusted as well as clarity. I'm sharing it on my screen now if you want to monitor what we're sharing on the screen so you know what we're talking about. What are the odds that we see an orb line up at exactly the same spot relative to the plane at a frame difference that is multiple of 24 frames per second with exactly the same noise profile around the plane? We see this again in another set of frames, and you guessed it, 49 frames apart. And why is there a false color filter added onto the footage after the fact? Happy to be wrong here, but it looks like this is a virtual effects job, and we'll share what he found. In other words, you know, is it mathematically perfect? These orbs are going around mathematically perfect?
Yes, it is, and I can explain to you why, which is something that the original creator of the video explained. And this is why I laugh so hard when Ashton, and people are like, oh, he didn't make it. I'm like, well, he knew the answer to this. He was the creator because there was an error during render where 1 frame from the noise got dropped off of the render. So he
and in 2014, when you rendered an animation, it was very common that you had a few frames would drop, right? That's how I remember it.
Right, so he had 1 frame that was dropped, and instead of re-rendering the whole thing, he just went back 2 seconds and grabbed a frame and slapped it in there. 100%. And that shows that not only is it CGI, but that Joe is the guy who made it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so ridiculous. This clown show where people are just like, oh my God, it's not frame perfect. There's it's just so fucking, it's so sad and pathetic and funny to some degree to just watch this guy die on this hill that's been debunked time after time after time. And he just does not want to accept the reality that it's fake.
I think that he is in denial. Like, you know, there was a point, and it's in my Discord, where I said no amount of evidence will ever be enough for him for him to back down and say I was wrong. You know, at some point you have to go. You know, and I've heard him say the vast majority of the preponderance of the evidence say the videos are real. What vast majority of the evidence? The evidence in fantasy land where you're from? Because all the evidence from available experts say the videos are fake, and here's why. And by the way, we have another recreation that somebody made that looks exact as well. And this one I'm going to share
on board. For Ashton, these videos are 100% real. And he's wrong. But before I tell you why I think he's wrong, I wanted to see what I would do if I was going to hoax a video like this. I wanted to make one for myself.
And just to be clear, this guy did this in a day as well, and he's no huge expert.
And also because Ashton directly challenged me. Okay, he didn't, but
yeah, it's really kind of
you
sad.
see,
Like you
whilst
said,
being interviewed on another YouTuber's live stream.
Like hold on, we're playing the video right now of the recreation. Just hold on for a second.
Ashton kept saying the videos would be extremely hard or impossible to fake.
So this is extremely difficult if they had faked this.
He said that he had even consulted with visual effects artists that had worked on Top Gun Maverick and Marvel movies.
Marvel VFX lead also claimed it would take at least 6 months.
But as a motion graphics designer and someone who has dabbled a bit with VFX in his career, I was sure that I could do something that was similar or pretty good in much less time. But first, let's do a quick refresher on what this whole thing is about.
All right, we're going to skip the background because we all know the background of the story. We'll get to the part where he does his editing. Oh, 1 second. I didn't let me get past the commercial here, and we'll go back to it. I apologize. 1 moment. All right, here we go. Let me put that back on the screen. So, and by the way, I found some more people who recreated it. And every one of the recreations is, it's not going to be pixel perfect, but they're pretty close.
This is my ingredient.
Now there's a commercial for the guy. He's got a built-in commercial. Okay, hold on.
Bank in the way that it does in the original video, a 3D model was really the only way to go. Once I had the model into my 3D program, I animated it along a simple path, turning and banking in roughly the same way as it does in the video. Next, I made some aliens. Other advanced technologies are available. I animated these flying in and then circling the plane. And I'm only about 20 minutes in, and I have the basics of my video done already.
Matty, he just said he's only 20 minutes into recreating the video, and he's already got the basics of the video down. He's got the 3D model of the plane. He's got the orbs. He's got the flight path in 20 minutes. So Ashton has made provably false statements claiming that it would take 6 months and all these resources. And again, this guy didn't call him out. Those virtual effects artists that he's saying are from Marvel or from Top Gun Maverick, he never proved are actually who they say they are. Those aren't on the record sources. Those are bullshit sources, right?
Yeah, that's not confirmed at all. And if they're going to step up and try to refute Corridor Crew, who's got like 40 some odd years of experience between the 3 or 4 of them, then they should at least put their name behind that. That's some chicken ass shit to use a random guy who's like, I'm a Marvel dude on Twitter or Reddit or Twitter, wherever you found him. I don't know where you found him, and it really doesn't matter. We've proven that the video, yes, can be recreated.
But he's still using the Marvel head talking points and Top Gun Maverick talking points from random randos on Reddit. He hasn't even proved they are who they say they are. How can you put that in your arguments? It's like me, can I just post randomly on Reddit? The videos are fake and I made them, and then you accept it? No. You need some evidence to go with that of who the person is and whatever. Let me finish playing this recreation.
Now I'm heading over into Adobe After Effects, the tool I'm going to use to composite the plane and the clouds and to add all the effects to make it look like it was filmed on a potato. So I have a plane and I have some UFOs, and now I need some clouds. I went online, but I was struggling to find a good high-res image from the right angle. So then I figured that I could get a bunch of individual clouds and put them into a particle generator and make them that way. Bingo. Next is
So this guy used a particle generator to make some random clouds and make the still image background, but it looks pretty close to the original.
And I knew this one would be easy.
Oh, but it's not frame perfect, which means it doesn't count because it's.
Oh yeah, that's the excuse. Oh no, the clouds are different. The clouds are different. And this guy used the exact particle, the portal image thing that was used in the original
video. And a bunch
video.
of stock footage that I had already used on other projects.
Right. There's, like I said, there's a billion different variables that you can do when you're animating a portal effect like that, to where you can.
Yeah, you can turn it, bend it, pull it. push it.
Absolutely. Stretch, skew it, frame by frame even.
Yeah.
You know, and you can get down into like billions and billions of permutations of what the original settings were. And I even wagered that the original creator, Joe, if he was given just the assets that he made, would have a hard time recreating that frame by frame because of all of those different variables
yeah.
that were in a 10-year-old, you know, animation that he did for just, you know, for a student art film, I think it was. Yeah, he's not going to remember exactly what he had for opacity settings and bit rates and you know, how he tracked the different maps to each other. He probably would remember the broad strokes of creating the animation. But come on, that guy's a professional VFX artist. You know, how many hundreds, if not thousands of projects has he done in 10 years? And people want to try to nitpick and be like, "Oh, he's not the guy who made it. He can't show me exactly how he made it. He doesn't have the source files." He can't show the
original files. Yeah. Let me continue this recreation video for a few minutes here.
Touch would be to add all the nasty compression like we see in the original video.
He wouldn't have the source files. I mean, why would he?
Yeah, exactly.
It all blend together and make it harder for debunkers to find fault. Voila. Instant potato. All in all, I'm not unhappy with the result. It's not perfect and it's not exactly the same as the original, but that was never really the goal. The goal was to see how much I could do with very limited amount of time to see whether a hoax would even be possible. I only spent about an hour and a half on it. And that's
so this guy did his recreation, Manny, in an hour and a half. He did it in 90 minutes, and Ashton said it would take 6 months. And his fake virtual effects people said it would take 6 months. You know,
a fair bit quicker than the Marvel VFX artist's estimation
exactly.
of 6
But it took this guy 90 minutes and when he never did it before. And again,
yeah, he did it 1,460 times quicker than Ashton said it could be done. You know, it's just at some point you go, you know, what more do you need before you say that Ashton's not being honest here? And then we can go to the the static images. First satellite video fully debunked. The source for the clouds was found. So, you know, they found the exact source of the clouds that were used to create the background in the hoax. We've got the original person who took the pictures with receipts from his flight and an on-the-record statement from the textures.com website saying, yes, he sold us those assets and we sold it as an asset pack. And I'll share the tab with the, it's the same assets. Those clouds are the same as the person who took the picture showed. And again, oh, it doesn't match up exactly. But again, when you're creating a composite, you're going to stretch, skew, resize. So it's never going to match 100% exactly. That's a bullshit argument. Oh, you guys have to do it 100% pixel by pixel or the videos aren't debunked. It just shows that they're being dishonest in their efforts here.
100% they're being dishonest, Stephen. And this right here is kind of exemplary of everything that goes on here. Every time that there's been a debunk, you know, like when the Jonas clouds came out, I thought, okay, good, game over. Now everyone knows. Look, the cloud texture's out there. There's zero probability that that's an actual satellite image because there's no probability, none, that the satellite would have the same exact images from a picture taken from a plane. So that shows right here that these were stock images. This is CGI and it's fake. And yet you see the mental gymnastics that a clown like Ashton goes through to discount it, you know, and talks shit. He did a whole stream about how he's talking shit about Jonas and how he's suspect. And there's all these different little.
Yeah, well, you just got to muddy the waters, right, Manny? Just muddy the waters enough for the people to still believe it. Just put enough doubt that guy's not on the record. By the way, you know, that guy hasn't been caught lying. Ashton's been caught lying, in my view, or at least being dishonest, using fake Reddit posters as the evidence. And somebody put up a great message in the live chat. He's on his stream saying he hasn't made any money, but he's made $5,000 already, and his super chats prove it. They've been totaled up. So he made at least 5,000 in super chats, plus the ad 100%. Revenue, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of monetized views. His channel is monetized. Add it up, $6 per 1,000 monetized views, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of thousands of monetized views, plus $5,000 in super chats. He's probably made $10,000 or $20,000 from this. Show
to be
your
fair, he
YouTube
also lost
statistics. Prove you haven't
$3,000
made
for-
any money. Of course he has made money. And so have all of his friends that have platformed him. You know, there's some podcasts that had him on 5 times because they love the view count, right? So they're all making money to sit there and do the circle jerk and not show any of the evidence we're showing tonight.
Yeah, they definitely are making money. And Ashton's made a lot of money off the super chats as well, just like you said. I know that during the Caleb RAR download fiasco, I was watching one show where within 10 minutes he had gotten almost $300 in super chats. You know, so like I don't know what his total numbers are, and I don't really care. But for him to say that he's not making money off this is a little disingenuous. In fact, you know, you could call it a lie. I mean, sure, he's definitely making money off it. But honestly, I don't think he's in it for the money. I think he's in it for the ego.
Oh, Ashton says he hasn't asked to come on the show, hasn't been asked to come on this show to defend himself. Well, considering Lou's connection problems, I'd be happy to do that with him and Lou another time, because if I bring Ashton on, you know, with the situation we have right now, they can't really converse back and forth right now. Or, you know, I don't know, if we let Manny go and I'll bring him on, I'd be happy to send him an invitation. But I'm not going to sit here and listen to bullshit for 2 hours. Either he brings evidence or I'm hanging up on him. I'm not going to sit here and listen to fake excuses and bullshit arguments for 2 hours. I have no obligation to do that. He's been dishonest about this thing from the very beginning.
Yeah, you know, maybe I can try to connect through the browser on my phone so you can bring us both in. If Ashton wants to come on, bring him on, man. Bring him on.
Yeah, you want to try that? Let's give it a
bullshit.
try. I got a few more things to share, so you've got 5 minutes to set it up or get it ready, or maybe you have a spare. I don't know if you have a laptop besides your desktop or something that you could try, but that connection was terrible. I don't know why. It's always been good before when you've come on.
Yeah, I'm having hardware issues, like I said. Let me try to get on my phone and see if I can get in, and then you can bring in Ashton. I'd love to hear what he has to say about this.
All right, let's give that a try. Yeah, I think you just need headphones, and then your phone mic should suffice. You should be able to connect through StreamYard through your phone.
Yeah, definitely. Let me try it.
All right, great. Bye-bye. All right, I apologize again for the problems. We're going to try to get Manny back here. I'm just playing this recreation yet again. And there's some other things that I could certainly share. I will say this, not every podcast just did the circle jerk. And I think Danny Jones, despite whatever I think about him for other guests, you know, and platforming certain people, he at least tried to, you know, hold Ashton's feet to the fire.
That's real. It's not fake. So putting received date 4 days after the plane went down, that makes sense because they want to convince people that it was right after.
So the narrative that you're building right now is that Regicide Anon is somehow in on it, that they are somehow involved in producing it. Right?
That's the speculation. Yes.
So that's the problem now, is that you have to begin, if you want to think these videos are fake, you have to begin with Regicide Anon somehow being involved in it. And now this is immediately going to be contrary to the previous assertion that perhaps the military had to be involved in it. And this is part of the reason why we've ruled that narrative out, is that you can't have both be true unless you think Regicide Anon is part of the military industrial complex. But what we just saw from the previous image, he has stuff that says debunked. He's not doing what you just claimed.
And he also has videos of ghosts of boys who drowned.
Right. So this isn't exactly the most credible. This doesn't scream to me a person who's trying to convince people that stuff is real. This also doesn't scream to me this is a person who's CGI and stuff themselves. This is just somebody who's being given videos that they are posting on the internet. Right.
What does that mean? Do you know what that?
But there's no way to know that because this is all speculation on the part of Ashton.
Videos subidos means? What does that mean in Spanish?
I don't know where we're looking.
See where it says under videos, it says videos subidos, and
let's get to the one.
If you're doing that, then you're
butt comments, right? Oh, 2 buttholes look alike. Doesn't mean they're the same.
Instinctively matching left to right, right? In an original work, you're being creative. You're creating your own thing, right? In that situation, you're not going to take a visual effect, and then you're not going to be able to modify it to what we see in our videos because you don't have the frame of reference to modify it like that. You can only do that after the fact.
Okay, well, if I'm trying to make a video of a plane disappearing inside of an explosion,
You would use an explosion, yes.
I would use an explosion effect. I wouldn't make the that would be the most obvious thing I would do.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So why did they not use an explosion effect?
They did use an explosion effect, but Ashton is unwilling to accept that they did, citing stupid arguments. Oh, it doesn't match 100%, doesn't match pixel by pixel. But we've got an explanation for that in the other videos. People stretch things, people move things. Let's go back over to this video.
You have damning evidence as well?
I have damning testimony. What? I found the stock footage. You did? Yeah, rather, we didn't. Some people on Reddit did. This is a stock footage clip from the 90s.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's the clip from the video, and here is the stock footage.
The Corridor crew debunked the whole thing with one trip to Reddit. But I couldn't just take their word for it. I had to check it for myself. I tracked down the Reddit post, found the link to the stock footage,
and by the way, this guy is very honest in that he will say it doesn't match 100%. And I agree, it doesn't match 100% because people stretch things, move things, resize things, skew things.
Hit download.
It's so close, though, that the odds of it being anything else is astronomical.
Heart was pounding. It felt like I was solving some kind of huge, world-changing mystery, even though I definitely wasn't. Boom. I got it into Adobe After Effects and started scaling, rotating, repositioning, all the time hearing Ashton's words in my head.
This is like saying that my butthole is your butthole because they're similar.
Oh, the butthole argument.
And there it was. Ashton was right. The clips didn't exactly line up. The shape in purple is the original footage, and the shape in green is the overlaid stock footage. They were close, but it still wasn't right. And then it struck me. Visual effects is not a strict process. Artists are always stretching and warping images to fit their purposes. What if the hoaxer had just distorted the stock footage during the creative process?
It could also be that he added some sort of filter to it, some sort of overlay, changed the size, the position. Any change to the original footage would mean that it won't 100% pixel by pixel match. And, you know, Ashton's pixel by pixel argument falls apart. From anybody that knows anything about creating virtual effects knows that people change things. They skew them, they resize to fit whatever, you know, rescale, rotate. Any little change or filter would mean it would not fit 100% pixel by pixel.
So I stretched it just a little bit. And bingo, virtually a perfect fit. And with the random nature of explosions, I find it incredibly hard to fathom the odds of these two shapes lining up so closely. But what about all of Ashton's really quite compelling evidence? You know, the weather conditions, the satellite data, the Boeing 777 turning circle. Could a hoaxer have just got really lucky?
Yeah, I believe that a hoaxer could get lucky. And let's go back to this one where he's citing fake virtual effects artists.
So here's the thing. Let's pull it up and see. I have the superimposed one right here.
Oh, there's
So let's look at this together.
Okay.
So I see this is an explosion.
Are you there now, Manny? He bounced back out. Just live show
Explosion effect.
Mm-hmm.
This is not what our video is. And so if you were faking it, you would use the explosion effect. You would have this plane blowing up. Our video is going to show an endothermic event, a cold one that's absorbing energy.
Because it's black, right?
Yeah, because it's cold in the thermal. And you can see that here we can...
And here's the nonsensical arguments for why it doesn't match while it's being shown to pretty much 99% match.
Already tell that this, what we're looking at here is not the same.
There's a tool that you can use in Adobe Premiere or in Adobe Photoshop where you can invert the colors and change not only the illuminance, but you can change the balance of the colors, the vibrance of the colors, and you can basically invert something that's black to white, or you can change something. You can even change the color from purple to pink.
Now tell me a story as why you're doing that. Given the fact that we know this is an original work, why are you not just using it like we see on the screen right now?
I don't know.
Because virtual effects artists always add things like filters or change the scale or resize it. I don't know. When I use an effect, I almost never use it completely and totally stock. Are you there now, Manny?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, that's much better. At least we've got a decent connection. Sorry about no video, friends, but at least he's got a decent connection. So let me get the invitation link, and I'll see if I can't send it to Ashton. We certainly wouldn't mind hearing his his explanation for all of these things.
Yeah, well, you do that, Stephen. Let me just say something here too. Like, Ashton wants to argue about the VFX in both the recreation and the original hoaxed video, the original CGI one. And if he had questions, he should have asked the people who made them instead of blocking them and ignoring them and then calling them losers on his live stream and sticking his morally devoid fans to go fucking attack him like a clown. Like, come on, man, it's ridiculous. He wants me to explain why somebody else did something, and he could have just asked that guy, or he did, and he didn't like the answer he was given, so he blocked him and ran away, so he could just run with his story, man. It's absolutely childish. It's fucking comedy when you step back from it for a second and you look, you're just like, oh my god, this is such a fucking joke. And this pencil neck Minecraft playing dweeb is gonna fucking solve a conspiracy theory. Like, I just find it so fucking funny, man. So funny. So bring him on, man. I hope he comes on. I really hope he does.
Well, his DMs are not open, so I'm sending him DM me for invitation to join our live stream. I have the link ready. So yeah, that argument falls apart too. I mean, you know, he's free to come and try to defend this kind of stuff, but you know.
Yeah, and we'll hear the same arguments we've heard before, you know, Stephen. It'll be the same old shit. It doesn't match pixel perfect. He doesn't have the original source files. You know, it was this C. Edward Lane or whoever the guy's name is who got it, because what else could it have been? He's the one who leaked them. I mean, it's a whole house of cards that's built upon these videos being real. And newsflash, the fucking videos are fake. They're fucking fake, man. The creator has come out and said how they were made. That's the joke of the whole thing, is that every single one of his arguments, everything that he's built, just crumbles when you realize that the videos are fucking fake, man.
Yeah, and I just want to show
he's wasted so much time on this.
I want to show an example of this nameless, faceless, brand new Twitter account. All you have is on ad hominem and illogical arguments. You Matrix wannabe looking MFer. How much are sunglasses in the Matrix? Well, you know, I'm half blind, so now you're attacking somebody's disability. Maybe you should put some of that money towards an education, you effing half-wit. Like, this is what happens when you show people the truth. You bunch of delusional idiots that want to believe an idiot that's pushing long debunked videos. They were debunked in 2014 when they first came out, almost instantly. But here we are 10 years later, and people still want to argue that they're not fake. We have the still images used to fake the background. We have the explosion effect from a virtual effects pack that matches 99%, but it's not 100, so the videos still aren't debunked according to these people. It's like no amount of evidence is enough. It's Brandolini's law. How much do we have to do to prove that the videos are fake? How about Ashton proves they're real for a change?
Yeah, it's already been proved that they're fake. You know, I mean, we talked to Joe, the creator. He did a exhaustive AMA on Reddit where he answered any and all questions that people would have had. Hundreds of questions, tons and tons of questions. And he had an answer for everything that only the creator would have, including some stuff only the creator should have known, like the answer to the question posed by Estimate of the Situation about those two frames. He explained that in detail about why that happened. And I don't mean it took him an hour. I don't mean it took him days to come up with answers or that he cherry-picked answers. He answered every fucking question on there. Every question. And if Ashton wanted some answers, he should have been there. He should have been there to talk to Joe and ask questions. The problem is he just didn't like the answers that Joe was giving, which is why he blocked Joe when Joe first came to him and said, hey, I'm the one who made those. ask me anything you want. From what I understand, Joe,
I will never block somebody who's asking me valid questions or showing me evidence counter to what I've presented on my show. But when people come at me and start attacking my disability and cursing at me, yeah, especially when they're a nameless, faceless, brand new account, and I think I know for a fact, I believe that Ashton's using fake accounts. He gets emotional and pissed off when people start, trying to pull him back to reality from this nonsense, mission that he's been on. And no matter what he does, he's never going to prove those videos are real. He's never going to prove it. There's just too much.
Yeah, you can't, because they're not real. They're fake. There's no if anymore. The creator's been found. And this is part of the thing that really rubs me raw. And I didn't even get a chance to explain this. But, when all this Mh370 stuff came down and it got hot again, a year or two ago on Reddit, which is, I think, where Ashton glommed onto it, I didn't even buy into it because I had already looked at this stuff and I was over it. I'm like, this is all garbage. I'm not into it. It's bad taste to bring this up to the victims of the family. It's just bad taste. And so I stayed out of it. Now, last Friday, I was in that space with Ashton, and I had said something along the lines of, we'll never be able to prove or disprove that this is fake or real unless the original creator comes forward. And Ashton was in that space, and he knew damn well that the original creator had come out months before that, and tried to contact him. And he had blocked him and ignored him and discounted his opinion and found reasons to not listen to him. And he didn't mention any of that. He didn't say, oh, well, we know who the creator is. It's this guy named Joe. Hell no, he didn't. He sat there with his mouth shut like a fucking gimp and let people just think that the original creator has never been found. The original creator's out there. His name is Joe Lancaster. He almost came on the stream today with us to talk about this because we'll actually talk to him. And
we'll try to get him on. Yeah, we'll talk to him and hear his evidence. But it appears to me that they're just going to excuse that away too. Like, oh well, he can't produce the files, therefore we can't believe him.
Of course they are, Stephen. 100%, man. There's no amount of evidence that is going to convince Ashton Forbes that his hill that he chose to die on and his only claim to 10 minutes of shame is going to be going away because it's all predicated on a couple of fake videos, which, by the way, folks, and I'm not sure if you know this, there was actually 3 videos that Joe made, not 2. 2 of which got leaked out, but the third wasn't leaked out. It was a cell phone footage of the same event from inside the plane. And he said that the reason he believed that it didn't get leaked out was because it looked like crap and it was easy to tell it was CGI. So there's a third video out there that this guy's made about this. It's absolutely ridiculous. The fact that somebody can take a couple of debunked videos on the internet and turn them into a conspiracy theory that, I guess a lot of people still believe is frightening to me. What's next? If Ashton Forbes can do this, holy crap, man. And I know he couldn't do it alone. He had to have gotten platformed by some big name YouTubers and big name podcasters.
Well, they all made money.
Onto a couple other people's clout.
They all made money.
Right. Yeah. Because their UFO stuff and their conspiracy theory stuff is the biggest, performing videos they've done. It's scary, man. It's scary. It really is. I hope people really do wake up and say, God, I need to be a little bit more skeptical about some of this stuff and question some of it. And when people are trying to call it out time after time again and have made good points like finding the clouds or finding the portal video or recreating the video or actually finding the guy who made it, maybe you should pay a little bit better attention, people. And I know a lot of people did and just discounted it, but a lot of people still believe this crap, and it's ridiculous, man. It's just it's a comedy of fools, man. A bunch of clowns who don't care about investigating any claims or counterpoints and only care about making clicks and views and making money. And then on the other side, you got a guy like Ashton who's in it, I believe, for his ego. Just to stroke his woefully deficient ego and give him his little shot in the limelight. Well, hoorah, man. You got it. You got it, boy.
I just wanted to apologize because I see the bunch of super chats and everybody knows we read them all, but we'll read them a little bit later in the show. I had too many things going on and, problems to juggle here. But I wanted to share the Corridor Crew video for the benefit of people who haven't seen it because it's like 6 minutes long. But, and the issue that I have with Ashton, a big issue that I have with him is that he doesn't understand standards of evidence. If we were in a court of law and I brought in 3 or 4 virtual effects experts with, you know, a proven track record and experience level and education level in virtual effects, and those 3 or 4 experts all said these videos are fake and here's why, the court would not accept Ashton just saying, but some anonymous Reddit posters said that they're from Marvel or from Top Gun Maverick, and they said the debunks are debunked. Like they wouldn't accept that. There's standards of evidence. You need the same level of show me your 4 virtual effects artists that say that these guys are wrong and explain why they're wrong. He can and he won't.
Yeah, he won't, Stephen. It's textbook confirmation bias is what it is. He will only listen to evidence that supports his claim, and he will find any excuse, no matter how ridiculous, to discount anything that doesn't fit his narrative, man. Like, and it's just, it's almost, I laugh about it, but it's kind of sad. Exactly. It's funny, but it's also sad.
It is kind of sad.
Yeah.
And, you know, at some point when you observe that this person will not accept any level of evidence that the videos are fake, at some point you have to admit he's not going to accept any proof that the videos are fake. He's just going to explain away, muddy the waters, deny, try to punch holes in the debunks if you can. They're not pixel perfect. It's not 100% a match, you know, but let's do the corridor. They debunked this pretty good.
Talking about them again. People claiming they have undeniable proof that they're real. Let's start by watching the clips.
Oh. Okay, that's a white thing. The whole frame gets brighter.
So one of our base requirements is multiple witnesses, multiple camera angles. This one comes with a second clip.
It's just like, what is this plane doing? They're taking like evasive maneuvers? Who's filming this? Like, what's going on? Like, it's also, why is it so shaky? Because it's like, should be on a nice smooth gimbal. But...
There you have it.
It's a weird one.
It is a weird one.
Wouldn't that be cool if that was real? Well, actually, no, that'd be terrible because, you know, there's a lot of people on that plane. Although, I guess they're not dying. They're going to a new dimension.
Yeah, they might be living it up.
The YouTube channel, since this was uploaded, does not exist. No original footage, just YouTube videos.
It's not good.
When your original footage is a YouTube video, yeah, that's a step. Guys, is this real or is this VFX?
I'm getting VFX-y vibes right now.
The first angle is something you could do very simply. The second one is way weirder.
So people have said that because these came out so quickly after the airline disappeared, that it'd be impossible to do these visual effects. How fast could you guys do these shots?
2 months.
Real fast.
Yeah.
As little as an hour.
As
long as 4 to 5. You know.
Yeah, and there you go. That also is a real virtual effects artist who's refuting Ashton's claim that it would take 6 months and he couldn't have faked these. It would take too long to fake them. There was 2 months between the original plane disappearing and the fake videos appearing on the internet. It's plenty of time to make these fake videos, in my opinion, and in the opinion of real virtual effects experts.
I love the fact that he said an hour there.
Okay.
Yeah, he said an hour. Well, that other guy said he did the majority of the work to recreate them in 20 minutes. So again, Ashton is talking out of his ass when he says it would take 6 months. He said that on how many podcasts has he said it would take 6 months? You couldn't do these in that short amount of time, in 2 months' time. You couldn't do it. Meanwhile, real virtual effects artists who know what they're doing and talking about are saying an hour. The other guy, he did the vast majority of the work to do the recreation in 20 minutes.
Okay. After analyzing this footage, it became clear to me that this is visual effects. The thing that stands out most to me is we go back to that first clip. Let's look at the background. Are we a satellite? Assume we're a satellite. Do you notice anything weird about the background?
Oh, that the clouds are not evolving in any way, shape, or form.
Nothing's evolving.
Yeah, clouds don't stay that still for 30 seconds at a time. And I don't know, I've been over the background. There's no movement to my eye, but I'm not an expert. But these experts say there's no movement of the clouds. Ashton refutes that with bullshit, fake excuses and evidence.
It's a still frame.
It's a still frame. Thank you, Ren. Hey guys, how fast do satellites go?
17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah. Would you jump to footage of the International Space Station?
Oh,
Look, the fact of the matter is, that's satellite footage. The satellite needs to be moving. It can't be static. There would be parallax between the clouds and the ground. That's a big one. But you know what? That doesn't rule out that thermal shot, right? What's up with that thermal shot? Thermal cameras, like they don't have grain. It's not underexposed footage. And if there's any sort of noise pattern, notice it's a fixed noise pattern. It's the idea of like your image is under almost like a dirty lens.
how do you make it look like it's thermal? Well, there's a filter in After Effects called Colorama. What Colorama does is it goes, all right, let's take black to white, and instead of do black to white, we're going to fill it in with different colors along the way, a rainbow, a spectrum. And then, you know, that looks like thermal footage. It's just not accurate. However, in this case, we see the engines are hot. So maybe you go in, touch up the engines, give them a little, track some like heat points on.
So they were able to recreate the fake thermal in seconds with a filter. I think that's
it's
pretty
not
good evidence. This doesn't take 6 months to do it, you know?
No, it doesn't. These are some pretty basic VFX techniques and tools that they're talking about here. We're not talking about the the end scene from Avengers Endgame. You know, we're not talking about Marvel level stuff here. This is stuff that pretty much that I could do, and I'm by no means a VFX expert.
Me too.
But I do know After Effects. You know, and I could do this stuff.
One weird thing I'm noticing with the thermals is on that shockwave in the second clip. Like, how cold is that shockwave?
Wait, because
Like, is that like a zero? And so I'm confused why it's so dark when, like, we clearly see the engines are
Oh, he's got an explanation for that. It's some kind of thermal
like
effect.
hot points. We're getting the yellows, the reds.
because if it's a super dark hole, why is it so bright there? And then in the other one, it's like a pitch black abyss.
The crazy thing about thermals is they see through mist and smoke and all that kind of stuff. If we look at this clip from Veritasium, we can't see them because photons can't pierce the fog. But that deep infrared, that long wavelength infrared goes right through it. The fog is invisible to infrared. So
That's another one. So some of the clouds might be invisible. The contrails would be invisible to the thermal, and they're not in the video. They're clearly visible. So there's another data point that points that this is virtual effects. This is not a real thermal video.
So those plain contrails shouldn't even be showing up on thermal.
The underlying footage is CGI. It's a 3D render.
On top of a still frame of clouds.
On top of a still frame of clouds, and the reason it is the particle effect, the trail from the plane. Those are sprites overlaid on top of each other, giving us this additive stacked opacity, which creates that buildup in the highlight that we see there. If we were to do a volumetric smoke simulation of a similar trail like that, you would see that it doesn't overlap and it has more consistent values across the whole arc, not just where it's, occluding itself. It's a CGI render.
Setting this up in 3D is almost trivially simple. You lay a path, you set an object to follow the path, you get a little triple helix for the other objects.
And by the way, Manny, these guys concur with the people who made the recreations. So we've got an awful lot of people agreeing on how this could easily be faked, but Ashton has excuses for all three of them are wrong. All three different, we've got Tony Adams, we've got the other person who did the recreation, and Quarter Crew. He's saying they're all wrong. All of these experts in virtual effects are wrong. But he has no
but the guy who's admittedly, thank you, that's what I was going to say. The guy who's never touched After Effects in his life is right. He's the moral or the ultimate authority on what VFX are, not the people who do this shit for a living. And that's why it's, again, just such a joke, man. It's just, it's so bad. It's so bad.
Well, let's finish this up here.
Put a particle emitter for the contrails.
I'd be curious to see when this came out versus when the Sprite Trail tutorial on Video Copilot came out. I think it was roughly around this time.
But the biggest nail in the coffin, this made this whole discussion.
Oh no,
it's not really as fun.
Do you have damning evidence as well?
I have damning testimony.
What? If you tell me that this is the shockwave.
Do we have this shockwave on our server?
We do now, actually.
Wait, what?
So the actual asset used to fake the video, they found it. But hey, it's not pixel perfect. It's not pixel perfect. Yeah. It's not a 100% match, so they're wrong.
I found the stock footage.
You did? You found it!
Yeah, rather we didn't. Some people on Reddit did. This is a stock footage clip from the 90s.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's the clip from the video, and here is the stock footage.
It's perfect!
It's perfect!
Cinderella, baby.
Cinderella, man.
That's it.
Slipped right on.
Wow. And ISA, dude, an identified stock asset.
Some people have said, you know, pixels don't match perfectly. And you know what? Of course they don't match perfectly. I don't have the exact settings that the artist used, but if you look at it, it's the exact same.
I can't. Yeah, like I literally can't wear these glasses anymore. Like, there's like nothing. It's just so debunked.
This is visual effects. It's really well done visual effects. So I had the joy of being a guest on a podcast, the Danny Jones podcast. They had a UFO believer who believes that this footage is real come on the podcast, and they asked me to break down if it was visual effects or not. And I presented this. Danny sent me the reaction of the UFOologist.
So as a statement of fact, those do not match.
Dude, it is exact.
This is like saying that my butthole is your butthole because they're
Oh,
similar.
the butthole
right? It's not.
argument.
We don't have the same butthole because of that.
So if you want to see our in-depth full response to this UFO believer, well, we have that on our website, corridordigital.com. We're not trying to get into a super deep back and forth here on the YouTube channel. But yeah, it's over there if you want to go check it out. And of course, you can watch the actual moment over on Danny Jones's podcast. There's a link in the description below. Go check it out.
Well, guys, I've heard your complaints. I know you're tired of looking at.
Okay, so that they debunked a bunch of other stuff. So, you know, I just think, like, how much more do you need, Manny, before you say the videos are fake? You know,
I don't need any. I'm saying they're fake right now. I'm saying that they're fake. I'll stand behind it. I could take my evidence in front of a jury of my peers and prove my case, and I feel very confident that I would win. Especially when the defense to it would be, trust me, bro, what else could it be? It's got to be real. It's Edward Lind. It's got to be real because aliens zap shit. Like, come on, man. It's just a joke at this point, and it's a going back to what you said at the beginning of the episode here of the podcast. It's a waste of time. It's a waste of time. There's not. You're never going to convince.
Somebody said even Tim Pool ate him alive too. I haven't watched that whole thing. I started watching it. I just didn't get through it all. But, you know, the fact that, so, you know, I could be wrong. Maybe some people did hold his feet to the fire besides Danny Jones. Danny Jones is the only one that I saw that really said, you know, look, here's these virtual effects experts, and they all say it's fake. They all unanimously agree. So all four of them are wrong from Corridor Crew, plus the two people that did the recreations, they're wrong too. You know, at some point you have to say, you know, again, Ashton's not a virtual effects expert. So when you have all these virtual effects experts saying these are fake and here's why, he's got to come up with better than no, they're not, you know?
Yeah, the neener poo-poo defense doesn't work here. Sorry. These videos are debunked. It's game over. They're fake. They're hoaxed. And that's even not even taking into account the fact that the guy who made them come out and said, yes, they're fake. You know, like, we've got to look at all the evidence here. And when you add it all up, yes, they're fake. They're bogus. They're garbage. I mean, he did a good work. I'm not trying to talk any kind of smack on the work that Joe did. He did really good work for what he had to do in the time that he was given to do it and the assets that he was creating. He was never creating a full screen element that was supposed to be a primary shot in a picture. These were background elements. Yes, they were going to be playing on a computer screen in the background, real small, as a kind of homage or a kind of Easter egg or something like that. And, you know, they were never designed. They should never have gone to the public, to be honest with you.
I was going to say, just to be clear, you know, for people that are going to try to slag us, his DMs are not opened. And I tweeted at him, DM me for an invitation to join the live stream. I have the link ready. And that was 20 minutes ago. So, you know, he can join if he would like to, but, you know, I don't think, you know, he has avoided critical people like the plague because he kind of melts, you know, under scrutiny. He melts. He knows he can't address the specific virtual effects claims, says Kreishley TV, because he has no knowledge of them. This is why he's not engaging directly with any virtual effects experts aside from insulting and blocking them. Yeah, and why block the guy who found the assets that were used to create the hoax? And why block a guy who claims that he created the hoax? If you're you know, really honest in your research effort, you would want to go through that with those people. He has blocked them so that his followers can't see their evidence. He doesn't want to let his followers see the evidence.
100% he doesn't want him to see that the guy who made the videos come out. 100% he wants to keep his little echo chamber just like it is so that he can continue to ask these stupid freaking questions like, why isn't it pixel perfect? And have people go, yeah, it's not pixel perfect. Yeah, like, come on, man. Even I said it, Corridor Crew said it, other people have said it, man. It's game over, Ashton. Game over. It's done. These things are done. They're CGI. There's just there's no coming back from this. And like I said in the tweet too, every little bit of evidence that he's got, including that there's hypersonic tech out there and portal tech and UFOs, it's all based on these videos, which means it's all garbage. It's all garbage. This whole conspiracy theory.
We found the guy who leaked them, but he's wrong because somebody else claimed that he both created and leaked them, or somebody that he knew got them. And
right, but the guy that he claims leaked them is a huge speculative jump that has no basis in reality whatsoever. The guy who he claims leaked them was charged with something else. It wasn't even fucking videos, I don't think. It might have been photographs or information about our nuclear capabilities or information about our spy satellites. There's no indication whatsoever that the man that he claims leaked these videos had anything to do with them. None. His whole answer when Chris held him to task on it in the Spaces on Friday was, what else could it be but Mh370? And I'm thinking, fuck, it could be unicorns from Narnia. It could be fucking doors from Middle Earth. I mean, it could be anything. If you're going to go with why pick Mh370 then? If you're just going to pick some fanciful fucking argument out of thin air and go with it, why not? Why not doors and unicorns? I mean, it's just as much evidence to show that it was that as it was Ashton's story about UFOs or man-made black tech. Give me a fucking break, man. That's why this whole thing is so comedic. It's such a joke, man, because you literally could take unicorns and dwarves and put them in Ashton's arguments and they'd all be the same. It would make no difference whatsoever because there's just as much evidence. Absolutely. None.
And we have in our live chat, we have Crashly TV, who also did a recreation, and Ashton didn't want to talk to him. So how many people doing recreations that look almost exactly the same does Ashton not want to talk to? And we'll share a little bit of that video. He's using the Zap virtual effects with After Effects to show how it was the asset, It's just so stupid. Like, how many people have to tell him he's wrong? And he's still gonna, it's like no, I can't hear you, like that doesn't work anymore, Ashton. This is why he's retiring, because I think the heat's getting too much for him. He can't explain these things away with fake evidence anymore. And at some point, you have to say, I get it. People love conspiracy theories, but when you have all these data points pointing that the videos are fake, and all of these experts. And people able to do the recreation when he said it couldn't be done in 2 months' time, people did it in a few hours that are experts at virtual effects. And he's no expert. It'd be like me going to a podiatrist because I have cancer. You don't go to a podiatrist if you have cancer. If you want to know about virtual effects, you go to a virtual effects expert. You don't go to somebody that has no training in that field and trust their judgment. Like, trust me, bro, the videos are real. Well, we've got all these virtual effects experts that say they're fake, and here's why. Why are we still talking about this? And then all this comes from, it's all fruit from the poison seed. It all comes from a channel that posted fake UFO videos. So it's all fruit from a poison seed. The tree is poison too. Anything coming from the fruit of this poison seed is also poisonous. He's stacking all kinds of shit on top of this, trying to, I don't know, push a square peg through a round hole. It just doesn't make sense,
Yeah, he's picked a hill to die on, and good for him, man. Unfortunately, it's going to be a long, horrific, and comedic death because everyone now is just laughing at this fucking fool, man. Anyone who's got any kind of common sense is laughing at him.
Well, hey, just to be clear, I don't really want to personally insult him. The evidence is enough. You don't even need to get into the laughing at him for, people. And I will say that people have attacked him, but maybe deservedly so. If you're going to make fantastical claims on the internet, you better have fantastic evidence, not a bunch of bullshit that you cobbled together that doesn't make any sense, And what is the end game here? Okay, so before it was aliens teleported the plane away. Now people are saying, no, he's saying it was the government. So the government has teleportation technology, and they teleported an entire plane somewhere, but not an entire plane, because parts of the wreckage were found at different places, right? So so I guess when they teleported it, pieces of the plane fell off during the teleporting process. And you're right. You have to ignore all this physical evidence. And by the way,
so what happened? Do you know
progress. I think they're going to find the vast majority of the plane. I think they're going to find it eventually in the next year or so.
If the government teleported that plane, Stephen, if the government hypothetically teleported that plane, where are the people that were on board? Where are the freaking people?
I'm sure there are people.
I mean, are we going full, into? I think they would, unless their families are some kind of actors or something. Is that what he's claiming? I mean, I've never heard him say that, but I don't even know, man. Like his theories don't seem to make much sense to me, because they just don't pan out. They don't pass muster. You walk him past the sensational front, basic arguments that he has, and what's his explanation for where the victims of the crash went? I mean, I just don't get it. I don't get it, and it's very distasteful, and that's why I stayed out of it for so long. But after this spaces with him on Friday, where he started attacking people, he attacked Chris, he attacked me, he attacked anyone who was questioning, and then he had the balls to cut me off when I was trying to explain that the preponderance of evidence shows that these videos are fake, and he had the balls to cut me off and say, actually, the preponderance of evidence shows that they're real. And I was like, oh, motherfucker, you just screwed up. Now I got to dig into this and destroy your story. And that's what I did. I found the evidence that was out there. And it's not that I had done any great, amazing research. The people on that airliner abduction 2014 Reddit subreddit, they had already done this evidence this research, and they'd already debunked him months ago. And he just ignored them, belittled them, and then went to his little echo chamber and continued to spread his narrative. And that's why I had to tell the story the way that I did in that tweet. I wanted people to know that the evidence was out there. I didn't collect it. I didn't research it. It was all right there. People had already done it. Ashton had bullied him into silence.
And this is all the evidence that he doesn't want to talk about. So it's good that it's all there in one thread, and people who are curious can see the evidence that these videos are fake. And again, it's fruit from a poisoned tree. It all starts with bullshit. So it doesn't matter to me how much bullshit you pile on top of it. Prove the videos are real or step off. And then there's also the issue of exploiting all those dead people and their families. And I've heard the argument from some of these people, well, nobody from the families have complained. But I'll ask Ashton, if I ever get a chance to, if somebody from one of those families complains, will you stop doing what you're doing? I don't believe he would. Do you? The argument is nobody complained. Their argument is nobody from the families complained or said that.
Well, I really hope that that's the case. I really hope that his little region of messed up influence on the internet is so small that it hasn't reached the victims' families in this case. I really hope that's the case, because I would hate to think that this nitwit is traumatizing people who are already traumatized just so he can stroke his ego. That's pathetic. That's just downright pathetic. And so I hope that's the case. And he better hope so too, because he might find himself on the business end of a defamation lawsuit if he keeps it up. I mean, like, I don't know what he's claiming, but they might come after him. I mean, there's been historical precedents of such thing happening.
Manny, this is exactly like Alex Jones claiming that those school shootings were staged or false flag events.
I didn't want to bring that up.
It's just as damaging to the victims of these families as what Ashton is doing. And this is my opinion. I'm entitled to it. It's just as damaging as what Alex Jones did. And look what happened to him for pushing false conspiracy theories and hurting. He's re-victimizing all these people. Now they're all part of some grand conspiracy, and they got teleported to some base for some unknown god. Why would they even do that? It just makes none of this makes any sense. It's so stupid, childish.
It doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. Anyone who's got some common sense should see right through it. You know, all the evidence is there. There's no reason to entertain this guy anymore or platform him. You know, Joe Rogan, Matt Staggs, if you guys are listening, you guys dodged a really big bullet there by not bringing this clown on your show and giving him access to your viewers. And I'm glad, I'm glad, because his reach would have been even bigger. You look at what happened when Johnny Carson had Uri Geller on his show in order to debunk him. And if he hadn't have done that, nobody today would even know who Uri Geller is. Nobody today would care. He would not be a celebrity. And unfortunately, that's what happens when people get brought into the limelight. Even if it's just to dump all over them, like Julie, or not Julia Dorsey. Who's the other one you said earlier? I forget his name. Danny Grant. No, what's his last name? Who was Danny Jones that was on the podcast with him. So he kind of dumped all over him. And, like that right there, even that.
I thought he was very
gave Ashton a bump.
I thought he was very respectful about it, though. He wasn't like nasty. He was just trying to I think Danny kind of like knew the videos were fake, and he wanted to get in his head like, okay, he let him talk for hours and show his evidence before he started hitting him with all the debunks and reasons why these things could be fake. I think he was fair.
Yeah, he was, and you'll notice that the reaction was the same out of Ashton. It was just the quick rationalization to excuse his belief, and then dismissing the contradictory evidence out of hand. He didn't want to hear anything about it. He's got an answer for everything, but unfortunately for Ashton, most of his answers are just complete bullshit. They don't pass muster. They don't hold up.
Perfect example is using fake Reddit posters who claim they're the head of Marvel Effects. Why would you even do that unless you verified they are who they say they are, and get the name, their resume, and get an on the record, call them up and say, can I use this as an on the record comment from you as an expert in Hollywood level virtual effects? He didn't do that. He just ran with using fake evidence. That's fake evidence. It's not real. Unless he can prove it,
right.
I'm going to challenge him. Come on, Ashton. Stop using fake talking points unless you prove those people are who they say they are. As recently as yesterday, he's still using the virtual effects head for Marvel Top Gun, and he never verified that was the Marvel effect. He never verified that person was who they said they were. He's still using that as evidence. That shows you he's not being honest. Either verify that person is really the virtual effects head for Top Gun Maverick or the virtual effects head for Marvel, or stop saying that, because you're being dishonest. You're lying to people using fake Reddit posters. And for all we know, I've said it before, I don't have proof of this, but for all we know, that's Ashton on Reddit saying those things and then screen capture. Oh, see, the head of Marvel Effects said that those videos can't be fake. No, we need the name, their identity, their resume. We got to have them on a show saying, yes, I agree with Ashton. These videos can't be faked. I challenge you, Ashton, go find the head, whoever the head of Top Gun Maverick virtual effects was. Get him on your show and get him to verify that's him on Reddit. Get the head of Marvel virtual effects. Get him on your show and get him to agree that was him posting on Reddit. If not, your fake evidence falls apart, and you should stop using fake evidence to prove your fake points. That's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah, I'd love to see him do that, Stephen. I'd love to see him get those people on the show, and I'd love to see him show them the Corridor Crew video, and also take them to the AMA that Joe did on Reddit and show them that, and then say, what do you think? What do you guys think? Ask him. If those are really the people that he claims that they are, show them all of the evidence and then ask them. And accept what they have to say. But we all know that he won't accept what they have to say. He won't accept anything that is counter to his narrative, man. It's, like I said earlier, textbook confirmation bias, and that's it. That's it. There's no amount of evidence.
Here I'm showing the original picture of the clouds that we know who took the picture, and he has proof he took the pictures, and the background in the fake videos. But still, we're going to argue that these videos are real somehow, even though the backgrounds of them were taken by somebody from an airplane, and he proved it, that he took those pictures from an airplane. And they match almost exactly. Not pixel perfect. They're not pixel perfect, Manny. The videos are still real unless you get it pixel perfect. And by the way, again, I keep harping on this point. He has zero experience with virtual effects, but he's going to refute all these experts. He's going to refute the guy who took the original goddamn pictures. He has a receipt from his plane ticket showing
you can't
that he
use
was on
the word
plane to take these, you know?
when you're discussing this with Ashton, you can't use the word expert or else it triggers him, and he goes into this appeal to false authority and CNN brain and things like that. It's really fucking weird. It's weird. It's cringy, and when you step back from it, it's fucking laughable. It's laughable, man. The whole thing is, and I'm glad that we're talking about this today. Let's get it out. Let's get the information out. But I'm not going to be talking about this anymore. I'm just not. I don't want to. It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of your time. It's a waste of your viewers' time and everybody watching this to have to go over this video and this evidence that's been debunked time after time again, just because some clown named Ashton doesn't want to accept the reality and the facts that are presented to him. It's a waste of everybody's time, and everyone should just shut the door on him, man. You don't have to cater to him just because he wants to argue all day long, and I'm not going to. I don't ever want to talk about this after today, to be honest with you. It's just so distasteful.
I have a feeling that people are going to force me to. Lou Reviews is on Twitter saying, and this is very telling, Ashton is getting his entire theory torn to shreds with facts, and now he won't show up. We invited him, just so everybody's clear. You just got to DM me. My DMs are open, and then I will send him the invitation link. If I knew his email, I would try to send it there. I mean, if he wants to join, we'd be happy to hear from him. But I have a feeling
he was here at the start of the show in the chat. Why didn't he stick around?
Manny, actually, I don't think it would be fair for him to come with both of us, because I don't think he could handle either of us. Either of us could tear him to shreds. The two of us together, he'd be left in a puddle of his own piss. Like he can't. That's my opinion.
Well, bring him on and I'll step out, or you could take a breather and go, step back and I'll deal with it. I don't even care, man.
Revival. This is great. The 2,400 visual effects shots found in Top Gun Maverick, which were the responsibility of Ryan Tudhope and the artists at Method Studios, MPC, Lola Effects, and Blind. Well, I'm going to call them tomorrow, and I'm going to ask him if he agrees with Ashton, and that's him posting on Reddit. And if not, we'll all know that Ashton has been using fake evidence this entire time. Because if Archaic Revival can find out who was responsible, who really was the head of virtual effects for Top Gun Maverick, why couldn't Ashton and pick up the phone, get the guy on the phone, and get him to verify he's the Reddit poster? He can't, he won't.
I'm sure he'll have some kind of excuse, like it was somebody who worked under that guy, or it was somebody else. It was another guy. It was something else. And this is what he does: is he's deceptively vague, so that when you call him out on some of the facts, then he tries to make you look like a fool. He's like, oh, that's not what I said. It was this. Like the Joe Rogan tweets thing, where he posted a couple of the DMs to Joe Rogan, but the blue check mark was missing on one of them for some strange reason.
I think he baited everybody. I think he did that. That's my opinion. Why would he rip the blue check mark out of some of the screenshots? He did that so that people would say, he's lying. Those screenshots are fake. And then he posted the reality. And by the way, I have heard from somebody who spoke with Joe Rogan, just to be clear. And yes, Joe Rogan did reach out to him and say, that's interesting, but and asked him to come on, but then thought better of it and said, no, I don't want you to come on. But see, that those guys took that as a victory lap. I think he baited everybody to think those screenshots were fake on purpose. Why else would he edit out the blue check mark in some of them? Somebody edited it out. And then number two, the fact that Rogan asked him to come on, but then said, no, forget it. That's not a win for him. Rogan has platformed Bob Lazar, a convicted pimp fake scientist. So that means Ashton is worse than a convicted pimp fake scientist. Ashton is faker than Bob Lazar. Ashton is faker than Jeremy Corbell. He's faker than George Knapp. The fact that even Rogan, who's been platforming wackadoos for a couple of years now, said this guy's too wackadoo even for me, that's not a win. I just don't think it's a win for him. But he took it as, see, Rogan did invite me. Yeah, but then he said no, because he knows these things are fake. As anybody that's at least a little bit rational about this whole situation would agree. The videos are fake. And anything you pile on top of it doesn't matter. Go back to the seed, the start of the story. It's all fake. It's just like a lot of UFO stories. If you go back to the original story, it doesn't matter how much shit these people pile on top of things. The story's still fake,
Yep, it's all based on fake videos, you know. I mean, it's just we just got to kind of move past that now and say that people still want to believe it are going to believe it no matter what evidence you put in front of them. And so good, honest people who have integrity, who are trying to talk about facts and make real arguments, need to quit wasting their time on this fool and his conspiracy theory that is a bunch of bullshit. Just be done with it. Be done with this clown and be done with it. You know, the only thing that's going to get you is ad hominem attacks. He's going to call you a loser, say that you need mental help because you don't believe aliens zapped the plane. You need mental help. Like that's the best right there, man. Like it's crazy. It's crazy.
It's not aliens anymore. It's high tech government technology.
Oh, yeah. So because our black ops didn't zap a plane, which again doesn't explain where all the people on the plane went, does it? Like, come on.
And there's other fantastic claims from him, like he cracked the secret of anti-gravity somehow as well. You know?
Oh yeah, I love how he was able to do in 2 months with a bunch of shitty evidence what Hal Puthoff's been trying to do for a decade. Like he's cracked anti-gravity. Woo-hoo! Good job, Ashton. File that patent tomorrow, you clown. Go right ahead and file that patent. Do it. Can't wait to see you just fall flat on your face again, you knucklehead.
Yeah, he
Jesus,
wanted to get,
man.
Vincent says he wanted to get on more podcasts, so he had to change the alien part of the story because it was a little too far-fetched, right? Change it from aliens to top secret. And I'm sure that he said aliens at some point, or somebody did. I don't know, you know? And
yeah,
this you know, I get that people are angry at him and people are taking shots at him, but most of me feel sad for him because I said it before. The only other time that we talked about this, when the whole thing came crashing down the last time, but it's like ping pong, you know, it just keeps coming back, you know. What I said is that nobody ever paid attention to Ashton, and all of a sudden, all these people are listening to him, so it becomes like a drug. He can't let this go. He can't admit he was wrong. He can't let it go. He's never made any corrections to his fake evidence. He's never acknowledged he used fake evidence to push this. That shows he's not being honest. And all the blocking. Oh, you have evidence the videos are fake? Block, block, block. Oh, you're the guy who actually made the hoax videos and you have evidence and proof? Block, block, block. Oh, you did a recreation? Yep. Block, block, block. You know, can't let his followers see the evidence.
No, he's got to keep that echo chamber intact so he can manipulate these people and keep. I don't know what he's doing. Inflate his ego, fill his wallet. I don't know what he's doing, man. Like the Caleb download RAR is a really good example of why he's so hot to just be proved right. And I actually watched a couple of those live streams live, and I wish I had recorded him because he's taken them offline now because they make him look like a freaking fool in front of everybody.
Well, somebody captured them. They're still out there. Somebody captured those.
Oh, God, love it. If you've got copies of those, please send me copies.
There was that other girl he told. Remember that girl, too? He told that girl that she was ugly and nobody loves her and she should kill herself or something. Like one of the critics.
Oh, yeah. He said deplorable things to people that are critical of him, man.
Dude, you know, because you don't believe
it's like his number one thing is to go right to ad hominem attacks and just,
Well, you know.
Yeah, he said some really horrible things. Just go to his Twitter feed right now if you want to and search his Twitter feed for the word mental and look at how many times he tells people that they're mental or they need mental help or that they're, they need to get off the internet and take a break and all that. And I'm thinking, damn, Ashton, physician, heal thyself, brother. Heal thyself, man. Go take a walk away from this thing for a month and touch some grass and go pet a kitty cat or something, dude. Like, he's either gone off the deep edge and he's starting to drink his own Kool-Aid, or he knows that he's a con man and he's just lying at this point. I don't know, and I really don't care. I really don't. He can...
Yeah, he does.
He can go right back to whatever rock he crawled out from under. What's that?
Yeah, he continually tells people to go get mental help when they don't believe that a plane teleported out of the sky.
Absolutely,
it's so ridiculous.
It is ridiculous, and that's his number one thing to do. He's done it in spaces. He's done it on his live stream. Like when Tony, the guy who made the recreation that we looked at, the one that I posted, not the satellite, not the infrared one, but the satellite one. When Tony had confronted him and said, or not even confronted him, but approached him and said, "Hey, look, man, look, I made a recreation. Here it is." Ashton went on a live stream and showed Tony's Twitter account and his Reddit account. And was like, this guy, Tony Adams, is a is a liar. He's a liar. You know, he's a loser. He's a, you know, and all of his little,
something, right? Yeah, get back to baseball.
Yeah, he just
leave this to the expert.
And this guy,
you know,
dude, Tony's not even a UFO guy, for fuck's sakes. Leave him out of it, Ashton, you fucking degenerate. Don't stick your fucking fans on somebody because they don't agree with you, man. Like, it's so
I got
fucking
it today. Yeah,
that's pathetic, man. It's pathetic. The lengths that this loser will go to in order to fucking get his to keep his little echo chamber and to keep his bias confirmed, man. It's just pathetic. It's sad. It's sad. I'm over laughing about it. And now I just pity the fool, man. Like Mr. T, I pity this fool. Like, it's so bad. It's cringeworthy at this point.
Yeah, I agree with you. And don't you think that this whole situation from beginning to end says something about conspiracy land? Like how big this guy got a huge following out of nonsense. And by the way, let's talk about the money aspect for a moment too, because Ashton's lying and said he didn't make any money. Somebody added up $5,000 in super chats, which isn't a lot if he's been doing this for a full on year, but it's money. You can't lie and say I'm not making money while you're collecting $5,000 in super chats, plus all the monetized views for hundreds of thousands of views, plus all your friends on all the podcasts that you're on, they're all making money.
Well,
somebody mentioned millions of downloads, you know, for millions of downloads is a lot of money for an audio podcast.
To be fair, Stephen, he did allegedly donate $3,000 to the person who sent him that garbage RAR file. So he's lost a little bit of money too, but that's due to his own hubris, and it's due to his own desire to want to be proved right. When he finally did get that RAR file opened, for a good 10 minutes, he was screaming on his live stream about how right he was, and this was a win.
Wrong. Yeah, he's going to prove everybody
Yep, all the debunkers can eat shit. We're done. We're losers. All the debunkers are losers. He's a winner. He's confirmed right. Oh my God, the men in black are going to come kill me, he said. I need to get this to Congress tomorrow. Congress, I'm going to testify in front of Congress. Like, this guy's ego. Holy crap, man. There's not enough room in the room for him and his ego. Like, he can only deal with Ashton or his ego at one time. That's it. There's not enough space in any given room.
There's also the issue of suddenly when people start filing FOIA requests to verify some of his claims, he suddenly wants to retire. You know, that's a little problematic for me. You know, like, oh, we're finally going to get verifiable proof that you've been lying about certain things, and now you're going to run away. And that's the other thing. Oh, what was it like last week? Oh, I'm retiring it. You know, I'm retired, but he's still going on podcasts and he's still attacking critics and debunkers and whatever, you know. If you're retiring, then you shut up and you move on. He doesn't even have the ability to shut up and move on. And what's he going to come back with? I've cracked the secrets of anti-gravity or some other fake nonsense. I don't think he's done. I think he's going to, if he does pivot away from this, which I don't even believe he will, I think he's going to keep at it. But if he does pivot away from this, he's probably coming back with some other nonsense. What do you think?
Oh yeah, he's moving on to another conspiracy theory. Is what he's doing, and he's going to try to champion that one, and that's that our black budget technology, that the U.S. government's got some kind of secret warp drive under lock and key. So he's basically going after the T to the Elizondo folks, like, and all the stuff that they've been saying, you know, from now on, or he's basically joining up with them. He's just saying, yeah, look, you know, Lockheed's had this information for 60 years or 50 years and backwards engineered it, and they've got it under lock and key, and it exists. You know, and good for him. Let him go down that rabbit hole with all those other schmucks that have tried. Go for it. Go for it. You know, at least there's not a.
Ashton proved he doesn't care about his detractors by appearing here to insult you earlier. Well, he's had the link for 30. Well, he's had the invitation for 30 or 40 minutes. You know, like, I don't think it's a coincidence.
I find it real curious that the guy says that he insulted and didn't have anything credible to say to back up the arguments. Really? Really?
Yeah.
So he showed up and said, "Oh, you're a bunch of dickwads," and that proves that he's right. Of course, he doesn't care about his detractors. He blocks them and he ignores them and he discounts their opinions, dude. What is this guy talking about? What is he even talking about? Give me a break, man. Ashton can't hold a fucking argument with somebody who has got a critical thought without going into straw man arguments, deflection, putting words in their mouth, ad hominem attacks. Like, it's just a hot mess, man. It's a hot mess of a dumpster fire. And that's why I'm stepping back from it. Like I said, today, I didn't even want to get into it. But again, after the guy said what he said and acted the way that he acted on Friday in the spaces, I felt like I needed to do a little research. And when I found out that the original creator had already come out and tried to approach Ashton and was blocked, when I found out that the guy who'd done the recreation had been blocked, when I found out that Jonas, who had filmed the clouds, had been blocked, when I found out that anyone who asked about the Portal VFX from Pyromania was blocked, I saw a pattern there of Ashton and his echo chamber, and I wanted to expose that and cast some light on it. And I think I did that with this tweet thread, and I think it's pretty open and shut. You know, I mean, if people want to continue to go support Ashton and his, you know, charging up the hill towards his windmill, go on, have fun with that. But critically thinking people, I think, are going to look at the facts here and see that this guy is no good. He's no good. His story's no good. It's all bunk. It's all bunk, and he's just playing for his own ego and his own personal enrichment, whatever that is, cash or ego, or both.
This is all your fault that I'm even doing this, because I wasn't aware. I agree with you very strongly that this pattern of blocking people who have evidence to show that the videos are fake, I think he's doing that because he doesn't want his followers on his Twitter threads to see those people and see their evidence. You know, if he had real arguments against that, he wouldn't need to block people. And people could say whatever they want about me. I generally don't block people if they're just asking questions or showing, you know, if somebody's getting abusive, I will, or, you know, these nameless, faceless accounts. I love those, you know. I don't know where we go from here, but I agree with you that this is a waste of time. It's a waste of time because these people will not accept any level of evidence that the videos are fake. It's like, how much more do you need? It's fucking to the point of ridiculousness now, you know?
It is. It is. We've gone into the comedy part of it, and I'm glad we're back there, because that's really where it needs to be. People just need to look at this guy every time he pops up and laugh. Just laugh at him, man. He's a joke. He's a clown. He's going to block anyone that doesn't agree with him. And, you know, just tell his little story in his little echo chamber. Good for him, man. Let him have it. I'm glad he found, again, like I said earlier, a little hill to die on. But at this point, we're just kind of beating a dead horse about it. You know, there's no evidence. No mountain of evidence is going to convince
him. He's live streaming right now. True debunkers meltdown, right? Break the minds. The Mh370.
Well, that's his MO too. That's kind of his MO too, Stephen, is to go on his live stream and have a one-sided diatribe to his echo chamber. Yeah, he could come over here and answer and face some hard questions. Come over here, Ashton, you pussy. Come on, man. You're going to go on your live stream and stream snipe and talk in an echo chamber? How fucking weak is that, man? Totally fucking weak.
It is weak.
Sorry, it's just pathetic.
He's not addressing us. He seems to be addressing other things. You know, I don't know. I'm looking at it now, and it looks like he's playing other people's videos. Proof of reactions inside a thunderstorm generator, vortex fusion. What does that have to do with all the evidence that the videos are fake? You know, it's just like Jeremy Corbell. Debunkers beware, but I can't debate you. Beware, but I can't debate you. You know, I don't even know what he's talking about.
All right.
The original stage was incredible. A lot of very cool substances that literally prove that there is a chemical transmutation taking place.
And the fact that she's looking into the same stuff I'm looking into.
This has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Nothing to do with what we're talking about. But debunkers beware. Debunkers are melting down. Debunkers invited you to defend yourself. You are a bitch, Ashton. You know?
Oh, I'm sure there was a 10-minute.
I love it.
I'm sure there was a little 10-minute spree at the beginning where he's calling us all losers and things like that. You know, like that's his MO, to run away to his little echo chamber and to show people on the screen and call them out by name. It's really sad. It's really sad, man. You know, but let him have his little echo chamber.
Yeah,
you know?
We'll listen in the beginning. You're absolutely right. And by the way, this is transformative work. We're educating the public and critiquing the video that we are sharing. So this is fair use. Mh370 videos, 1,000% true. Proof he's great at math too.
Guys, stream. Mh370 videos 1000% true. Debunkers meltdown. Chat. I always love how
What a clown.
you love how the debunkers always make these extraordinary claims, right, on their posts just for attention and stuff like that. Obviously, I'm making fun of them with my post, right? Like you notice, like my responses are much more measured than theirs are. So we're gonna have a little bit of fun.
What an arrogant
I was
prick.
gonna stream tonight, but there was an honorary stream by.
I like Minecraft.
I don't even know what his name is. But I don't know. He's one of these like Redditor debunkers doing a whole stream about me, and I thought it was going to be funny if I restreamed it, right? But it turned out to just be like really sad, right? It turned out to just be like super sad, honestly.
Oh, we're so
It's pretty
sad.
pathetic.
With our
Like,
facts and
they
our
were just
evidence.
making up a bunch of bullshit lies and stuff like that, and like trying to pretend like they were.
Oh,
real.
bullshit lies. Prove that, Ashton. Show up and call them lies.
There, so
What a
Yeah.
joke,
it was
man.
even entertaining. But I'll address the points because I
What a
think that's
cry
what we
bully.
do for
He's a
sure.
cry bully.
We're going to take a look at some of the debunkers meltdowns tonight. We're going to have a little bit of fun with it. And yeah, that's all we're going to do tonight, I think. After that, I'm going to take a break and then I'm going to read a bunch of science on my own. And then we'll do some other stuff.
Oh, good. Good for you, dude. That's the smartest thing you said all day.
Let's see.
I love it.
Let's start with the narratives out there, chat. Yeah, why are these guys so mad? That's the thing, though, right? So the debunkers are so angry.
Yeah, we're so angry because you're pushing bullshit with zero evidence. And look at the following you've amassed. Some of us have to do real research and have actual real facts and evidence. We're so angry, Manny.
By the way, cheers.
What's he drinking?
Yeah,
Like
have another cocktail.
Girly appletini or something?
See, this guy's just a clown, man. It's so funny.
Ramped up. Like I announced my retirement, and then it's like they're desperately trying to convince themselves the videos are fake, right?
I don't need to convince myself to you, Manny. I'm pretty sure the videos are fake. And all the
The
experts
videos are 100% fake, man. It game
and
over.
all of the experts agree with
Yeah.
us. He's got fake Reddit
Yeah.
posters, though. So, you know.
They're not even like trying to convince other people. It's like they're trying to convince themselves. It's so weird. Like that area guy as well.
Oh, that area guy. Now he's talking about you, Manny.
On Twitter,
Yeah,
like,
but not talking about me.
A function is. He's literally promoting somebody who pretended to make the video and claiming that guy's telling the truth when there's like literally no evidence, and there's a ton of evidence that he was a liar. Even after the guy said,
Wow.
the files,
Denial. Denial.
That's a pretty hard cope there, Manny.
The Redditors and
Yeah.
the debunkers are literally the thing that they imagine other people are. I don't know if they don't realize they're just projecting their own insecurities, right?
I'm very secure that we have real facts and evidence and real experts on our side. I don't know about you, Manny. Are you insecure? Are you
Not at all, man. This guy,
Okay.
Not at all.
Just checking. Just checking.
Not at all.
I wanted to make sure you were not insecure in your, in your evidence-based belief system, backed up by facts and multiple experts in the fields that apply.
What am I insecure about? That a plane crashed and this guy's capitalizing on it? I mean,
yeah.
How many this is ridiculous, Steven. Seriously, man. I don't even want to watch any more of this, man, because this is just always what he does. And it's just, if he's too much of a coward to come over here and say this stuff, then that should tell everybody that he loses. Game over. Game over. He's just going to do what he always does and go on his own little echo chamber and talk shit about people behind their back. I don't want to entertain this guy with another minute of my time, man. Let's get back to talking about something else. We can talk about him all you want, but I don't want to watch his stream, man. I really don't.
I do want to mention something. I do want to mention something else, because once in a while somebody today threw at me like, "Oh, Ashton's got 10 times your followers" or something like that, so your points are invalid. Like, it's not about follower count. It's about who's right and who has the facts and evidence on their side and who has a bunch of bullshit propping up a house of cards made of each of the cards in the house of cards is made of a lie. It's so stupid. But just to make a point, somebody's attacking me because he has 10 times. We have more live viewers than he does right now. So,
Yeah. He got numbers because he went on some very, very big podcasts with his garbage story that's been debunked. I mean, come on. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out that if you go on a big podcast, you're going to get a few followers. You go look at anybody who's on Joe Rogan, and they average anywhere from 50 to 100,000 Twitter followers just by showing up on his show. It doesn't matter if he calls you.
Let me address this.
I mean, it's ridiculous.
Is that the best he could do? Crypto Alchemist, he could call me grandma's boy. Like, I haven't heard that 100 times. The best he could do is attack my appearance. That means I've already won. He can't attack our evidence because his evidence is fucking fake, okay? And he's not an expert. He can't refute the experts with bullshit, right? So go ahead, attack my appearance. Attack my eye, my disability. You know, call me One-Eyed Willie. Call me grandma's boy. I love it when that happens because I know I've already won. They have no argument left when they start attacking your appearance. You know?
Yep. And that's
by the way,
textbook
just to be clear,
there.
I've never attacked his appearance, and there's plenty there to go to, you know. But I won't.
Oh, I have. I called him a pencil neck dweeb, and I'll call him to his face a pencil neck dweeb. He is.
Get personal though, man. The evidence speaks for itself. Let the evidence speak.
I know, Stephen, and you know that I don't like to go there, man. But when people like him come out and try to bully people and talk shit like that to everyone else, including like Tony, who's not even a UFO person, for him to go and do that, he's got some comeuppance, man. And if he can't fucking take it, then he shouldn't be dishing it out. He shouldn't be dishing it out. If he's got thin skin and he's going to cry about someone calling him a Minecraft dweeb, then he shouldn't be calling people liars and losers on his fucking stream like he's just doing.
Telling people they're ugly and nobody loves them. Like, I loved that what he did to that one woman, and all she did was say that the videos were fake. And again, with the personal attacks, you know, he couldn't refute what she was saying in her video, calling the videos fake. So he just made a video saying that she was fat and ugly and nobody loves her. Like, come on, man.
What a douchebag, man. What a douchebag. Like, he's a clown, man. Like, it's so pathetic, dude. It's just so pathetic, dude. Like, I'm over it. I'm glad we got to talk about the facts, man. And I would love to talk about them some more. I'm sure there's something we missed, but
I appreciate you doing this because I didn't really want to do it, but I figured if Manny will do it and he's already got the outline, you know, we could go through this stuff and try to educate people. And this is how these fake stories work. First of all, they're built on a house of cards where each of the cards in that house of cards is a lie or a half truth or a misstatement or a fake evidence, you know, and then everybody makes tons of money. I love how so many people rushed in to get him on their show, and you come on my show 5 times telling the same bullshit. Like, come on. It is about money at the end of the day. Everybody's generating money out of it, so don't just play along. Don't show your audience the evidence that the videos are fake from the very start. That's called the lie by omission. That's how these things work because they won't tell the audience the whole story, you know?
Yeah, and that's been illustrated, more times than we even need to mention, is that he's just cherry picking, speculative data that fits his narrative, and anything that doesn't fit his narrative gets quickly dismissed. He calls it people Reddit debunkers or evil Reddit people, or you have CNN brain. He's got all these different little terms that are just, oh God, they're so cringeworthy, man. All of them. He does it to people on his live stream. He does it to people on Twitter. He does it to people in spaces, and it's just, it's abhorrent. It's sad.
Oh, just to be clear, just be clear, because I have a feeling that people are gonna start more shit. If you're willing to debate him here, I'll do that, but I don't think he's going to want to do that. And if he's going to come here and debate somebody, it really shouldn't be 2-on-1. So I would just keep time and not interject my own thoughts and feelings. I give my word on that, but I don't think he wants to face a real skeptic or critic, because he can't just bowl over somebody like you that's so well informed. And his hoax works because he has a low information zone audience. They don't have all the stuff that we've showed you tonight, or he's muddied the waters to try to make all the stuff that we showed you tonight completely irrelevant and the conspiracy still real. No, it's not. It's all fruit from a poison tree.
Yeah, it is, which is a great legal doctrine, which people should look up if they're not familiar with. Look up fruit from the poisonous tree. And, just to paraphrase, it means that any evidence that's derived from another piece of evidence that's obtained illegally, or in this case, that's based on false evidence, is fruit from the poisonous tree and goes out with that evidence. So, and that's what we're saying here, is that all of Ashton's evidence that he has that's not subjective or speculative is all based on these videos being real. There's no evidence that there was any sort of advanced propulsion. There's no evidence that there was sort of black budget projects that were being done, used out there, portals.
Let's stop for a
tic-tac,
minute. Wait,
nothing.
Manny, let me stop you for a minute. There's no evidence whatsoever that the plane depicted in the video, whether it's real, fake, or not, is the Mh370 plane. There's no evidence.
That was one of the first points I made.
Fins. Yeah, you're not getting
right. You don't see a tail number. You don't even. No, there's no evidence that even if that were a real piece of footage.
No one ever proved that video was Malaysian Airlines Flight 370. No one ever proved it.
No, but it had to be, because the guy who uploaded it to YouTube put the GPS coordinates for Diego Garcia in the YouTube comments, allegedly, even though they're not there anymore. It's a joke, man. Everything, it's a whole house of cards. It's come crashing down, and now what you're seeing is a whole lot of cope going on to maintain the illusion that there's some big conspiracy theory when there isn't. There's not a big conspiracy theory. There's no evidence that anything other than Mh370 crashed, and it was a tragic event. Over 300 people, I think, lost their lives there. And it's really sad and pathetic that somebody like this is going to rise to fame by creating a conspiracy theory around it. And not even creating one, by glomming onto somebody else's conspiracy theory based upon a video that a guy made for background. Like he didn't even make it up. Yeah, it's sad, it's tragic, but it shows the world we live in. And I hope people are wisened up by this, and I hope the facts get out. And don't bother going after Ashton and trying to change his mind. Nothing will change that guy's mind. Nothing other than his own confirmation bias.
Yeah, it's clear nothing is going to change his mind. Nothing will change his
mind.
And
any arguments he makes are disingenuous, and you shouldn't be baited into arguing with him either, because that's all he wants, is to argue, and make these silly-ass points that he's made over and over and over again. And it just needs to be flushed down like a bad turd. Put it down the toilet, be done with it. We're done with it.
Toilet. Yeah, I agree with you. But I gotta read these. I'm going to let you go and try to wrap up. I got to read these super chats and stuff, and I don't want you just, there's just a good number of them here. So I appreciate you doing this, though. I'm sorry for the technical problems. And by the way, just to be clear to the audience, I may have to private this video, download it, clip something out, and re-upload it. So if this video is not there after we close broadcast, that's why it'll be there back as quickly as I can get it there. I hate to do a download and re-upload, but sometimes I don't have a choice, so you lose all the momentum of the live stream. But
yeah, and let me just say, I'm kind of sorry to everyone for wasting your time by bringing this up again, but I felt it needed to be addressed. I don't have a whole lot of time. I'm busy as hell working on getting these projects going with Bob Kvyat. We've got that Mandela Effect movie that's coming out here real quick, that's in the delivery stages. And, I don't want to take my time away from good, productive work to do this stuff, but sometimes it needs to be done. And, I'm just sorry to everyone for kind of having to drudge this up again, but apparently it needed to be done, because I don't think people on Twitter knew that, or even on YouTube or even anywhere off of that subreddit knew that the original person who made the video had come out, that Ashton had blocked all these people who tried to, show him that these videos were faked and that they were CGI. And I don't think people understood the level of the echo chamber that this guy's created on his little platform. So I think it needed to be told, and I don't regret spending the time on it, but there's definitely better ways I could have been spending my time. So, take that into account.
That's exactly how I feel about it. I feel like it's just like, really, do I have to do this? But my audience all but demanded, when some people saw your thread, they were like, Stephen, you got to talk about this. And I go, okay, we'll try to. But every time I'm forced to talk about this, I feel like that's enough. It's Brandolini's law. The amount of time and resources and energy required to refute bullshit is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it. And I don't want to keep putting more time and energy. It's like, if any reasonable or rational person sees all this evidence we showed tonight, if they still don't believe those videos are fake, we can't help you. Go back to delusional fantasy land where airplanes teleport out of existence to another dimension. You know, whatever. We've done what we could do. We've saved who we could, right?
Yep. We've done the legwork. We've done the research, and mainly found, like, I didn't do a whole lot of research. I just found other research that people had done, and I just tried to tell the story.
Yeah, to acknowledge it wasn't all your research, but it was easy to compile it all together and show like a pretty convincing case that this person's not being honest selling this hoax.
100%. So there's a lot of people out there that tried and were either bullied into silence by Ashton and his crew, or
well, yeah, but people should know
me and
you are not, both of us, neither of us are people that are bullied into silence. So good luck with that one, bro. Man. Yeah, good luck with that one, bro. Right?
I think somebody learned a hard lesson about that one tonight. So be good, people. Have fun out there. Check out the movie I've been working on with Bob when it comes out, and I'll be around if anyone's got questions. Hit me up on DMs on Twitter. I'm always active on Twitter. Not doing much on my YouTube channel nowadays. Haven't for a while. And probably won't get into it.
Somebody got my filmmaker job, you prick. So no time for YouTube.
Whatever, man. I love you, Steven, man.
Steve,
love you, bro.
Fuck Steve and fuck YouTube. I got that filmmaker job that Steve Cambion should have got, but that's okay. No, I'm happy for you. And you guys are welcome back when you get those out. We'll talk about them. And thanks for doing this.
Love to, man. Love to.
All right, you have a good.
All right, good night, everybody. Have a good night. Take care. Thanks for having me on, Steven.
Yeah, there's Manny, Area 503. Sorry about all of the technical problems, but it's nice to know that one way or the other, you just roll with the punches. We had a lot of technical problems at the start of the broadcast, which I apologize for. So I want to take a moment to recognize all you kind and generous benefactors. For those unaware, we generally read every super chat, but sometimes we wait towards the end of the show. So we want to thank High Speed Chase, who's been a member for 1 month, and says Ashton Forbes is a Wookiee spanker. You heard it here. And High Speed Chase, thanks for 2 things, being a member and a $2 super chat, says let the super chat begin. Another one says thank you, Stephen. And High Speed Chase gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships, which is a great reason why you should hit that subscribe button. For those unaware, people buy gift memberships all the time here. And the way that YouTube does it is just randomly distribute the gift memberships to subscribers who are not yet members. So you could get some extra goodies just by hitting that subscribe button. You could win a free True Seekers membership. We give a couple of extra goodies. Thank you, High Speed Chase. Also, High Speed Chase, kind and generous $2, said art and paranormal is amazing. High Speed Chase with another kind of generous $2. Ashton Forbes is more ridiculous than Beavis. We have welcome to the show, the kind of generous 99 pound, or what is it, 99 pence super sticker. Thank you for your kindness. High Speed Chase with a $5 one. Ashton Forbes obviously does not care about the family members of Flight Mh370. Yeah, I don't think he does, because if he did, he wouldn't be profiting from the tragic death of 239 people. And I'm pretty sure that if you called every family of those 239 people, at least some of those people would object to what Ashton is doing, spreading false conspiracy theories based on completely and totally fake CGI videos and horseshit, crazy, nonsensical theories, you know. And the fact that he doesn't recognize that maybe he is re-victimizing those people, to me, it's exactly like the Alex Jones situation where he created false conspiracy theories out of a tragedy. That has a detrimental effect. That is not a good thing to do to people, you know, in my opinion. Local 556 with a kind of generous $10 says, that imaginary gnome account is absolutely Ashton's all. The account made in September of last year and only tweets vitriol to critics of Ashton. It's him. Same vernacular, same insults. Thank you for letting me know. So now we have additional proof that Ashton Forbes is using alt or sock puppet accounts to attack his critics. I wonder who we learned that from. Maybe Lou Elizondo, right? So instead of a faceless bureaucrat, we have an imaginary gnome account. Yeah, and it's interesting. I wanted to see then if we could, I think I blocked that person already, though, Local 556. It's just interesting that other people are recognizing that there's these accounts and all they do is attack Ashton's critics. That's not suspicious at all, right? I think it is suspicious, you know. And yeah, I think I blocked that account, so I'm trying to find the, you know, I'll try to find the link to where that person was talking. I think it should still be in there. But yeah, it's amazing that they have to use fake accounts. Like, just come at me with your real name and face. Don't be a bitch, you know? Like, you know, I don't get it. I just don't get it. And people are free to form their own opinions, but at some point you go, you know, and there was 2 accounts that were tweeting at me, but the one was really nasty and I blocked it. I don't know. I'll find it later. Not important. Let's continue with the super chats. Thank you for your kindness. Local 556, friend of the show. High Speed Chase with a kind and generous $20 says a bunch of clowns that are selfish, greedy, and don't have souls in some cases. Says High Speed Chase with a kind and generous $20. Then we have Mike A. Hey, sorry to interrupt. I found your channel recently. What do you guys think of the Grush guy? I think that he is being used and manipulated and deceived by a group of the same people that have been making these very same claims for years. In fact, there's ample and supportive evidence of that. Go to our main channel, click on that little magnifying glass. You have to do it on a desktop, and just put in the word Dave Grush. You'll find that we have done numerous videos covering Dave Grush since the beginning of the Dave Grush story. We'll likely continue to cover it for as long as people want me to. And I hope that explains to you. I am of the opinion that Dave Grush believes what he's saying. But if we take a moment to realize that Dave Grush have been making these claims for an awful long time now, and just in a few short months, it'll be 2 years since he filed his original complaint. But he's been making these claims about aliens and everything for 260 days now, and so far has provided 0 evidence of any of his claims. I've never heard of a whistleblower who waited 260 days to show evidence of the original claims he made, which can only lead us to the conclusion that Dave Grush has no evidence of his claims. He's got stories people told him and nothing more. High Speed Chase with a kind of generous $5 says Ashton Forbes is worse than a grifter, in my opinion. We'll see what happens. JIC Mac with a kind of generous $2 Canadian says plans to cover Diana Pasolka's new approved grift. Yeah, I got the book. I have to read it, and then I'd be willing to do a show on her book and her claims. So far, not very impressed, but we want to take a moment to thank all of you kind and generous benefactors, you Patreon supporters, you super chatters from tonight and every night. We thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thanks to all of you for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, so yeah, and I apologize for all the technical problems. I also apologize because you may not be able to watch this right away. I may download it and cut something out that from the technical issues that we were having, and then just re-upload it. Hopefully, I'd prefer to not have to do that, but I have to review it. But anyway, we've done our due diligence. We want to thank all you super chatters and Patreon supporters, YouTube channel members, Twitch subscribers, and PayPal pledgers. I didn't check in with that. Let's check in real quickly. I think we just so people are aware, you can also send us some support through PayPal. Just be sure that you add a note and give us your chat room user ID and any message that you would like us to read out live on air, and we do that. We read every single super chat. We thank every PayPal pledger as well. And then, okay, we have somebody with the initial CH. They know who they are. Didn't add a note with a kind and generous $10 PayPal pledge. So we thank you for that kindness, generosity, and support. And one more here. We have initials MB. They know who they are with a kind and generous $2.50 PayPal pledge. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We have Maria with a kind and generous $40 PayPal pledge. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Thanks to all of you PayPal pledgers helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, so we have done our due diligence. sometimes we have a bunch of technical problems, and I hate that, but I apologize. It is a live show. We just roll with the punches here. Try not to, have those problems, but these things happen. So we want to thank our guest tonight, Manny, from @Area503 on Twitter. We thank all of you for joining us. And, I really want to thank all of the virtual effects experts as well. By the way, everything we share tonight is in the description of the video. We always share our sources. We've got real sources. Ashton can share a fake Reddit poster saying shit. That's not evidence. I really want to thank all those people who have stepped up to the plate to try to dispel this false narrative, this fake story. It's a fake story. That's it. Full stop. It should have been a full stop at the videos came from a YouTube channel that had nothing but fake UFO videos on it, provably fake UFO videos. But it didn't. It's like the zombie fake conspiracy theory that just won't die. Isn't it interesting? No matter how much evidence, this thing won't die. But he said he's retiring, so I guess it's going to die now, and he'll move on to something else, or will he double down and not give up on this fake conspiracy since he built his whole following on it? Will he create a new fake conspiracy? Who knows? This whole situation does make me sad that you can go on the hugest podcasts in the world, some of them, and all you have to do is, find some fake videos that have already been debunked and pile a bunch of bullshit on top. It makes me sad, but that's the media landscape we're in. We live in an attention-based economy. And if you can generate attention, even if that attention you generate is all based on lies, half-truths, misstatements, fake evidence, fake videos, you will be very successful. Sometimes I just think I like pine for a world that is no more, when people did real investigative journalism and people really did great research for a story that they were going to present to their audience. Those things are largely gone, and Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I am here broadcasting live from the Apocalypse Cabin. And today I'm beat. I am beat up and hammered because I have been mixing cement by hand all day. And the entire front wall of this structure has been cemented in again, or we had some problems with the front wall because of the construction taking place right around the time that things were freezing. And so there was a lot of cracking. Here in the middle of winter, last week it was something like 18 at night. And this week, yesterday was something like that. Tonight, a little breezier, balmy 40 or 35 out there. But the front wall's re-cemented, and I apologize for my appearance. And look, I am so beat up from today, but I had to do this tonight because, listen, I try to stay out. And by the way, I'm going to keep my comments very, very brief. We've already got people waiting in the wings to join tonight's panel. I just hope we're all going to talk about this and get it past. Like, can we just get past this nonsense, this Mh370 nonsense? For those unaware, there were some videos posted right after the Mh370 airplane disappeared, or very soon after, and they were very quickly debunked at the time as complete and total CGI fakes. But as is always with the UFO community, somebody will pick up a long proven hoax and run with it again. And we get this guy Ashton, who I'm sorry. And by the way, I try to stay out of all of this because I knew that the videos were fake from the first go round. People don't understand history, and so people get sucked into this not knowing that multiple people proved them to be fake a long, long time ago. But here we go again, and somebody's going to pick up that, shitball and run with it. And we get this guy Ashton, who I think is a grifter. He's not an honest researcher. He's a grifter. And the reason I know that, and I'm going to share this for the first time publicly, this motherfucker sent a fake sock puppet account to ask me about him and what I think of those videos. I never interacted with him. I never communicated with him. I don't know him, never spoke to him, never DM'd, PM'd, anything. So along comes a fake sock puppet, a brand new, nameless, faceless Twitter account. Stephen, what do you think of this Mh370 and this guy Ashton? And I said, the videos are fake, and that guy's wrong about everything, because his entire crazy, stupid conspiracy theory, which is essentially that UFOs and aliens teleported a whole fucking 747 someplace. Why? Oh, we don't know, but they did. And it gets stupider and stupider. I try to stay out of it. Somebody messaged me, brand new, nameless, faceless Twitter account. What do you think? I think the videos are fake, and that guy's completely and totally wrong. Again, I never interacted with this Ashton. Immediately, right after that, Ashton blocked me after I believe he sent a sock puppet account. And this is what he does. He runs around with sock puppet accounts to find the friendly idiot people that are going to listen to him and not just say, you're a fucking idiot if you believe those videos are real. And then he goes on those shows, and many of these shows are all too happy to host him and pretend that this isn't all fake as shit. The whole story revolves around fake videos. If the videos are fake, they're fake. And the whole rest of everything else doesn't matter, because you're basing your whole theory on completely and totally CGI created fake videos. Now, let's get to that very quickly. I said originally, when people started asking me about this, the clouds do not move. They are a static image. They are a still image composited together. And then someone overlaid a CGI plane and whatever else to create a hoax. The clouds don't move. Ashton can say whatever he wants. The clouds do not move. I have sent those videos of the clouds not moving, close-ups, right around the edges of the clouds. You clearly see no movement at all. But he's still going to argue. And by the way, I do have a background in computer science. I don't have a background in virtual effects, though I've done special effects and other things. I think I'm qualified to decide if somebody's using a still image as a background of a video. And we can clearly show with close-ups that the edges of the clouds don't move. Any movement that this idiot thinks he sees is actually a codec compression artifact. You see some snow around these clouds. That's a codec compression, leftover from the video being compressed in whatever codec it was originally compressed in. There's no movement in these clouds. I said this ages ago. I sent people videos showing this, including some of the people that were hosting this person. Do you know how many people showed him my proof and evidence that those clouds don't move, that hosted him, that I sent that video to? None of them. None of them did. And again, getting back to this, this only works in a total fucking echo chamber of idiocism. This only works if Ashton gets to fucking get a pass on every time he's wrong, and he's been wrong about everything. Do you know, on one podcast, he said that a plane of this type would explode with the force of an atomic bomb. That's a completely and totally nonsensical statement, completely and totally fake. Ask any physicist if a plane like that would explode with the force of atomic bomb. No, they wouldn't. Orders of magnitude more force are in an atomic bomb. Even if the plane is fully loaded with jet fuel and completely explodes, it's nowhere near atomic bomb level of energy. He says things wrong. He's wrong about the videos from the very beginning. And up until today, he's never conceded a single fucking point. People showed him, look, there's a goddamn asset that somebody pulled in and it matches it exactly. Oh, no, it's not exact. But we've seen evidence. People pull things digitally. When you get into the digital realm, of course, it's not going to be exact, but it's so close that to deny that is shows that this person's not an honest or true researcher. He's just pushing this false conspiracy theory, and he doesn't care about all the evidence that this shit is, those videos are fake as shit. And by the way, there has been at least 5, maybe 6 or 7 or 8 experts in virtual effects and CGI, all of which looked at the video and said, these videos are fake, and here's why. And one of the proofs is what I found, that the clouds do not move. They're still images. So somebody constructed this. This is an illusion of what Ashton pretended it to be for how long now? Oh, these are satellite images. No, they're not. Prove it. You can't. You won't. These are glued together CGI fakes over still images. And the fact that this guy can just blow off all of these experts, some of which have decades of experience in CGI and virtual effects, all looking at this and saying, these videos are fake, and here's why. Oh, no, make excuses, muddy the waters, keep the grift going. Well, it appeared today that the entire grift came crashing down because the person who took the pictures, or claimed to have taken the pictures that were used to fake these videos, at least one of them, came forward and gave his testimony. I took these pictures. They were put on an asset website before the videos were created or uploaded. Of course, now there's more muddying of the waters and controversy, and people are claiming that he faked this all. The fact also that this Ashton guy can just explain away every proof that he's shown that these videos are fake. Until now, I think this one, he was forced to. If you've got the guy who took the pictures and he said, I took those pictures, I licensed them to this site, somebody must have got them from there and put them together and composited this fake video. It's ridiculous that he could explain that away, but he tried to. But then he caved, I think, over the overwhelming evidence that these videos were created with still images, which, by the way, is exactly what I said at the beginning of all of this shit. And to all of you dumb dickheads that took the time to argue with me and waste my time on this shit, fuck you right in your fucking eyes, you dumb dickhead. I said from the beginning of this, those are still images. That's not a real that's not a real background. That's not a real video because none of the clouds move. I sent that. I have the timestamps. I can show the proof that I sent that to multiple people months ago. But people still want to argue with me. And I'm sorry, I'm not sorry that I don't have time to argue about nonsense. These videos are nonsense. This whole conspiracy theory is fucking nonsense. I don't want to waste time on this. So pardon me if I don't want to do more for you. Oh no, Stephen, you need to recreate the videos to show they're fake. Fuck you right in your eyes. I don't have to do anything but pay taxes and die. These videos were fucking fake from the beginning. They're still fake. They will always be fake. And this Ashton is not a real researcher. And I know that because he's carefully crafting an illusion here. He can't withstand real questions, real debate. And here's another great point. All those CGI experts, all those virtual effects experts, all who chimed in and said, these videos are fake and here's why. Ashton's refutal to that? Oh no, there's a guy on Reddit that says he's the head of Marvel Virtual Effects and the videos can't be fake. There's a guy on Reddit who says that he was the lead virtual effects designer for Top Gun Maverick, and he said the videos can't be fake. Great, Ashton. Did you get on the record interviews with those people? Can I have their names so I can interview them and find out that those are real people on Reddit? Of course not, because this is all built on bullshit. And those Redditor posters are not who they claim to be, or he would get on the record real comments from them and an interview. Those are just some asshole saying, I'm a virtual effects designer for Marvel. These videos can't be fake. That's his refutal. Fake anonymous Reddit posters. Another reason, you know, he's not a real researcher. He's not really looking for the truth. He's looking to push a bullshit narrative. And it just gets better and better. I predicted he would never. And then, by the way, people are arguing with me in my very own Discord, you know, and I think those are sock accounts. And we know that one of them is a sock account because I challenged them. You're going to have to get on a call with me or identify yourself if you're going to keep coming here and pushing this nonsense. Suddenly, crickets, silence from that account that's been in my Discord for days, right? And arguing ridiculous bullshit, muddying the waters points, right? Oh, things don't match exactly. Oh, you don't know for sure, Stephen. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. I don't know. Maybe it's looking at so many third phase of moon fakes that did it, but like I can spot when somebody uses a static image. I always say static. I don't know why I do that. Still image as a background in a fake video because all the hoaxers do it. And you'll start to notice things like, oh, the clouds don't move. Oh, the trees don't move at all. None of the leaves on the trees move. These things become easier and easier to spot the more you see these fake videos. So the minute I saw these, I knew that the clouds weren't moving. This is a fake. This is a hoax. This is garbage. And I don't want to waste time on garbage, fake conspiracy theories. Now, good for this guy. Got on, Alex Jones and all. Build a huge following on bullshit. And what are you going to do with a whole following you built on fakeness and lies and fake videos and false theories and ridiculous nonsense that all turns out to be completely and totally fake under scrutiny? And I just want to say, I apologize to the people waiting in the wings. We're going to get you in here very soon. I'm trying to keep it very, very brief, but I got to jam this all in. I got to get this shit off my chest. Another thing I have to get off my chest is the total disgust and disappointment I have with some people that hosted this dumb dickhead. Ashton. He's a dumb dickhead that's using deceptive tactics. By the way, he mutes or blocks anybody that says those videos are fake. He's hiding people who are replying to his videos because he knows he's pushing garbage. His whole thing is so weak, so fucking flimsy that it can withstand 0 real questions, 0 actual debate. And I got to say, I'm disappointed with a lot of these people that hosted this nonsense and didn't ask, why didn't anybody else catch that he's using fake anonymous Reddit posters? Oh, the concrete guy actually might have. Everybody else just let him use fake anonymous Reddit posters. Those are his prover maneuvers. It's absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe that this shit keeps going. And by the way, he owes a huge apology to Mick West and anybody else along the course of this nonsense, because anybody that showed conclusive evidence or proof that these videos were fake was suddenly a CIA plant and a disinformation agent, and they're running a psyop. You know what? Go fuck yourself, Ashton. That's ludicrous. And shouldn't you now have to go back and apologize to all those people that you spread false and defamatory fucking rumors about? Oh, they're CIA. Why? Because they said those videos are fake? They are fake. And even he admitted it today. The videos are fake. So what about all those people that you attacked, harassed, slandered, that stood up to your fucking nonsensical bullshit, rambling conspiracy theory, connect all these dots that don't matter garbage? Are you going to apologize to those people? I think you should, because after all, they were right and you were wrong. And you're going to remain wrong. And I cannot tell you, I have watched this from the sidelines. By the way, I said I wanted to completely stay out of this one. I have watched this one from the sidelines, just shaking my head. Everybody stepping up to get their couple of bucks out of this fake nonsense. And there are victims here. All the victims of that tragedy and their families. Oh, Stephen, but none of the family members complained about Ashton yet. It doesn't mean it's right. Hundreds of people died in that tragedy. And for any asshole to step up and, even entertain this ridiculous, nonsensical fantasy of teleportation and UFOs and aliens involved in this is despicable fucking scumbag. There's families involved here. There's people who were killed. People lost their husbands, their fathers, their mothers, their children, their uncles, their aunts, their cousins, their friends. And you're going to step up and go, oh, we can make some money off these fake ass videos and this asshole pushing this nonsense conspiracy theory, right? Sign me up. And then, of course, people like me who said the videos were fake were left out of this whole fucking UFO circle jerk of nonsense that is this whole echo chamber. And let's be clear, it's an echo chamber. He has to hide comments and block everybody. Do you know why? Because he knows that he's an intellectual weakling and a coward. And this garbage conspiracy theory of his falls apart under scrutiny and critical thinking and somebody that has actual discernment skills. And sorry, not sorry, I'll accept the expert word of people with decades of experience in CGI and virtual effects over some asshole on the internet that's trying to cash in on this nonsense. All right. I think I covered it. I had some bullet points. I do not have notes. So pardon me if that stream of consciousness was a bit not sensical enough. We're going to bring in our panel. And welcome one and all. We've got Bryson's Folly. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
Good to see you.
Yeah, I've been following Ashton for about the last 4 months now, probably since August. I watched the Alex Jones interview yesterday or a couple days ago, and watched the Jimmy Corsetti interview today, where he kind of he didn't apologize outright, but let's be honest. I mean, he was still trying to say like, well, what happened to the plane? Like, it's not so much about like what happened. It's all these questions that he was asking. The how, who, what, when, where, why. But
Yeah, and
no,
he
you're
still was
100%
giving
on.
himself an out still. Well, maybe somebody took the images from the video and this is fake, and that's what people are saying now. Like, really? Like, how much evidence do you need? I honestly, you and I have been talking in the Discord. I predicted he would never cave, no matter what, even if the original hoaxer comes out and shows how he did it, and here's the files, and here's the dates, and I thought he would still say, "Oh, CIA conspiracy, they're trying to cover it up." Like, I was surprised that he actually caved, but I think he kind of had to. But he's still giving himself outs, like, I don't know where this goes next.
Where it goes next, I mean, that just depends on how far the grifter hole is going to go. I mean, how much more engagements can he make on Twitter? I mean, I'll still follow the guy and listen to him just to see what he's saying, but you're 100% right. I mean, it's over. The whole grift is over.
Yeah, I think so. We're going to get some more panel members in here. We've got a host of people that have been calling bullshit on this since the beginning. Let's get Complizared in here. Welcome. My friend from Germany, Complizared. I don't know if he can hear us.
Greetings and salutations.
Welcome, my friend from Germany.
Greetings and salutations, my friends.
Long-time show supporter, Complizared. It's so nice.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and it's so nice to connect a face to the name. I'm glad you're here. What do you think of all this, Complizared? Long-time show supporter.
This is... Greetings from Frankfurt am Main, mein Freund.
Ja, ich spreche Deutsch nicht vergeht's, mein Freund.
They stopped my stream because of a commercial break, so you are monetized, my friend. Let me skip the ad, and I'm back.
Yeah. What do you think of all this Mh370, Complizared?
Yeah, well, ever since I heard you say greetings and salutations,
I think we've got a bit of a delay or something, Complizared. Can you hear my question?
I always wanted to say it to you back. And now, well, first rule...
You did, yeah.
First rule is to disagree, first rule is to agree to disagree. But I got some new points for all of us, because I think it's so lame listening.
Okay.
Now I got it. I had to stick the, whatever you call it, the clip into my smartphone, not into the PC. Now you can hear me better?
Yeah. And I hope you can hear me. Yeah, so we wanted to know what do you know?
Well, I have different thoughts on that,
about
because agree to disagree. The first thing is you don't need the regarding of Ashton, but I'm so sick of listening to Ashton and David Grush rewind, remote chewing, everybody talking about it. I find seems more interesting. Today was such a great day. Like look at the alien scientist when he came out with the aero gels. Crazy. What the fuck, into the future? Sorry to cuss, didn't mean it. But the other thing is the just the claims, just the case without the videos. Ashton does a good of research. I think they all make sense. There is something hidden from the government. But no matter if it's the hot zone, Diego Garcia, or if it's something else, something went disrespectful, missing links my way, kind of with the Mh370.
Yeah, but don't you think that sometimes a tragedy is just a tragedy? Sometimes planes just crash.
No. Well, I got a theory on that, because I think it's time not to recall all the bad habits of bad people that tell bad stories, but combine new themes that are interesting. Like, Why is nobody talking about like with Dr. Andrew Gallimore, who is like exploring the DMT realms with studies, and connect him with Conor Lehigh, who is like an AI kind of guy. I don't know, nerd guy with white hair, but I like him very much. But he and Eliza Yudkowsky talk about ET, AI aliens all the time whenever they make examples. You know, everything just happens right now all together. And I wonder, there are deeper themes that are interesting. Who are the Greys? Who are the shadow people? Are the headmen the same as the shadow people? Why are you don't put no more resources and power into questions like this? This is what would be interesting to me, not like a new kind of new style freshness. Like, this is why I said to alien scientists, they could call that alien spaceship whenever they build it the Mentos, then make a commercial deal with Mentos, you know, fuck the Tic Tac, excuse me, stuff like that, you know.
All right. Well, we're going to bring in another panel member. We've got UFO Shane, who's been calling bullshit on this thing since the very, very beginning. But UFO Shane may have stepped away from his PC or whatever. We have great panel members here. They join the panel and then they go to take a shit, right? Like that's basically like the fucking quality. UFO Shane, you asshole. Why did you join my panel and then he went to take a shit or something? Like, come on. Hello. All right. We're going to bring in our next person who's the DIA asset. They're sobering up in the back there. We've got Spooky. Welcome.
Long time no see.
Yeah.
I have many things to say. I think UFO Shane is comparing buttholes with Ashton right now.
Yes, exactly.
So I think we've figured out that 239 people dying is not the limit that will stop people from grifting. So it's kind of unbelievable to think that we're here. Just another day in ufology, people.
Yeah, and you could dig up dead people too. Right. Like I still renew my talking points on that to anybody that's pushing these Mexican fake aliens. Is it okay if I dig up your grandma and then I rip her apart and put her back together as an alien? I'm going to mute Complizert until he figures out his audio issues. Like, is it okay if I dig up your dead grandma and rip her dead bones apart and plaster it back together with a llama skull on top and pretend it's an alien to make some cash? Because if you're not okay with somebody doing that to your dead grandma, you should not be okay with somebody doing it to anybody. But everybody's jumping in line to get some money from this fake ass Mexican aliens, just like this Mh370. Let's get some money from this.
Don't forget, it's okay as long as Gaia.com comes in and makes programs and gets their cut. Then everybody's fine with it, right?
Yeah, because then they hire some of these people for the live events too. They own parts of that. So it's like a a grift and a grift.
It is definitely a bit of a pyramid of grift. So Disclosure Fest is a good example. You got the top of the pyramid is the event, and then you got all the grifts underneath. It's an umbrella, but
yeah. And in Disclosure Fest, there was literally people who are running what can only be described as total new age scams right now.
Yep.
And they were in and invited to be speakers. Like, nothing says credibility like, are you running a new age scam right now? Come on in and be one of our speakers. They had multiple people running what can only be described as new age scams. All invited, all welcome. It shows you that, there's no ethics. There's no ethics in this. This is shady as fuck.
Hey, it's okay. As long as I say I'm with Jimmy Church, I can do whatever I want. It's fine.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. So what did you think of this photographer coming forward and saying, "Yeah, I took those pictures." I
thought it was very interesting. The thing that really sealed it for me was, I didn't think it was real at all, but the fact that the sensor smudge was on the video from the raw image, that sealed it for me. Like, that's obviously taken with that camera because it's got the sensor smudge. Like, but now they're saying that the EXIF data or the API data on the texture website where it was sold was changed at some point. But
yeah, by the way, I want
that website rebranded from CG textures to
exactly.
textures.
I want to chime in here because as an IT professional at one point, there could be 100 explanations for why those files got the data changed. You could have copied that whole server to another server. The dates change. You could have rebranded. You could have gone through the source code and made changes. Everything, the dates can change on all the files, depending on the settings of the web builder. So these nonsensical arguments, I'm sorry, that guy seems incredibly genuine. You're right about the censor smudge data. We've got the goddamn guy who took the pictures that were used to create this fake hoax saying, I took the fucking pictures, and people still want to argue about this. That's what's frustrating.
Really ironic. So he says the lead visual effects person at Marvel said to him on Reddit, and he got roasted for that and confronted with it, and he had no answer. But the actual answer came from someone who had done VFX from Netflix, which is really ironic to me.
Yeah, and the use of fake anonymous Reddit posters shows that he is not genuine, because look, if you really do think that that's the person, then contact them, get them on the record, and let's know that that's actually the person that is the head of Marvel Effects or whatever. He didn't do that. And there's two reasons he didn't do that. One is he knew that person was fake. Maybe he is the poster. For all we know, he's the one posting this shit as these fake people. He's already, to my understanding, he's using fake sock puppet accounts. Because how did he block me when we've never interacted right after a brand new nameless, faceless sock account? Well, what do you think of Ashton? That's him running around to show hosts, trying to find people that will entertain his bullshit and cutting off anybody that is skeptical of him. It's disingenuous at best, dishonest. It's ridiculous. There's no other reason he would have just randomly blocked me.
No, I can't see any other reason. Like the timing seems too suspect to me.
No, I think that was literally him. Let's see if UFO Shane sobered up yet.
Hey, what's up, man?
There you go. Listen, man, don't join my panel show and then go take a shit for a half hour.
I kept getting booted.
What are you doing? We have
I wanted to say though, I have to go to work in the morning, so I can't stay on too long. But Ashton, and I had Ashton admit this on my show like 3 or 4 days ago. I was one of the very first shows he ever went on, and I called it bullshit then. And then Ashton came into my show a couple days ago, and I had all of a sudden 450 people in there. And I was getting DMs saying, how could you get Ashton up here, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, well, so I could do this. And I literally told him to his face 6 times that I don't believe any of the videos. I don't believe any of the videos. It's a grift. Yeah. All this. And the dude sent me $50 on my I Buy Coffee fund. So praise the cash.
He did not know in advance that you were going to call him on his bullshit, or I believe he wouldn't have done it. He thought that you were going to be friendlier.
Yeah, I was cordial with it. I was just like, look, like these videos aren't real. I was like, I'll agree that the government maybe has like technologies you don't understand, but I don't think they teleported a plane full of people to Diego Garcia because of a lithium fire and scientists on board. Like it's, and then the clouds, we've talked about the clouds several times, all that kind of stuff. And then I've been in spaces with Think Tank, who was doing, the videos, and his whole argument was that the clouds weren't static and were still images, but that's ironically what brought the whole thing down.
Yeah. So. And just so that everybody understands, on the record, I can show Twitter message that I sent weeks or a month ago with the video. I sent them to you, Shane. I sent them. I included you. I sent around a bunch of videos that show there's zero movement of any of the clouds in that one video, which is the one that the photographer came forward and said, I took those still images. And so, I maybe I shouldn't be angry, but I'm angry that so many idiots were arguing with me. You know, like I was right. Are you going to apologize now for wasting my time and sending me 3-page emails arguing with me? You know, and I think there's a lot of sock puppetry going on with pushing this whole narrative for some reason. It's weird.
Well, yeah, that's obvious, but that's Alien Addict. I don't like that channel at all, but a friend of mine loves them, and they had Ashton on there, and I mean, Ashton knows who I am, obviously, and I've been on Alien Scientist several times, and they brought me in as a surprise guest at the end of the show when Ashton was on there. And I said, hey, man, I think the videos are shit. And I think this is a grift. I said the same thing every time. And
hold on, Copley's there. I muted you earlier because you were making all kinds of noise. So you're unmuted now.
Alien Addict, Alien Addict, Alien Addict.
Yeah, Jeremy's a good friend of mine. He's a good dude.
He's an awesome dude, man. Did you check his channel today about the aerogels, man? He makes.
I haven't watched it yet. I'm going to.
And
but someone told me earlier. They said, we need to just figure out the truth. You need to not be so heavy-handed all the time, UFO Shane. And I was like, no, it was obviously fake.
I agree. One other question.
Oh, I apologize. Hold on. We've just ended the sausage party. Thanks
Hell yeah, brother.
And Lizzie Borden. I didn't know. You were in the second row, so I apologize for not bringing you in. I didn't know that you were there until just now. I just checked. So
That's okay.
Welcome, Lizzie. Lizzie, what do you think of this?
Hello.
What do you think of all of this stuff?
Well, why don't you tell me what to think about it? I said I was going to do like Jesse Ventura and like Hulk Hogan impersonations. I don't know. It's just the same old shit, different story, I guess.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Well, what's going to happen now, though, is it's going to be a different thing. He's going to go on. Now he's saying he wants to be an electrical engineer. He's going to pick up something else. No one's going to apologize for anything. He was actually super cool to me in the last show. Like maybe he saw this coming. I'm not sure what was going on, but I've always just been myself around him. Like I said, that's one of the first shows he's ever on, but I've always said the same thing. They're not real. A bunch of people are gonna I said this on my show. I said, you can build your fan base on like the sand, and I'm not religious really, but there's a good parable from the Bible. You build your house on the sand or the rocks, right? And when you build your fan base on the sand, like David Wilcock, right, you have this huge fan base. You blow up for a short period of time. Or like David pulled it off for years. He's a master, And then when it all crumbles, you just have like crazy fanatics there, and no substance, no anything, no wisdom, no intelligence, just people just sucking you off. And then you start leeching off those people. Yeah. Blind followers. And that's what I said. You don't ever want to do that. And people are like, oh, you're jealous of his numbers. And I said, no, I'm very happy with what I've built because I've always been me, even whenever I'm crazy. So,
yeah, I know something about that. And it is interesting, though, to see, like, I can't lie. Like, part of me looks at some of the Grift Squad and gets pissed off because they come out of nowhere and suddenly they've got 10 times the following I've built in 3 years in 3 months. Do you know what I mean? So part of me, goes, wow, like, I got to respect them for that, for building a following. But if your whole following is built on lies, does it really matter? Like, do you get credit for that?
You'll make money for a short while.
Listen, UFO Shane, you grew up like I did. So, like, in my neighborhood, there was a lot of dudes that had a lot of money, but they were fucking criminals. Like, they were fucking thieving, drug dealing, robbing. They were all criminals. So I didn't respect those guys. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, well, great, you got a brand new nice car, but you're a thief. Like, you're a slime ball and you're risking prison every day of your life. Like, I don't respect somebody that builds a following based on complete and total bullshit.
Well, and if you look at those people now, Steven, they don't have the cars, or they still have that car from then. They haven't bought a new one. It doesn't go anywhere.
Oh, yeah, and it was always like, little Jimmy got popped and he would go away for a few years,
Yeah, and then some crackhead steals and sells his car.
They got to wear some pretty sparkly bracelets for a short amount of time, though. I bet.
Yeah.
Like I honest to God, you know, we're in the ufology, man, and I used to be just like these guys. I remember watching Linda Moulton Howe or Jimmy Church, and man, that story on his freaking grift con, you know, because he does, you know, he'll literally be doing a convention. Fuck Jimmy Church. Like, first of all, fuck you, Jimmy Church, you dickhead.
Oh, and by the way, just
allegedly,
that was Spooky's story, and I just stole it. But
yeah,
Spooky
I know,
did give it to
I
me,
know.
so.
But still, I mean, it doesn't matter. He'll do a convention and then he'll promote another convention a week later because he's gotten in this role where he can MC all these conventions. And look what happened to Jimmy. Like, you know, he used to have that huge show. I was a big fan of it. Everybody was. And then what happened? People just got fed up with it. Now he's just sitting there with horrible numbers, having to rely on Christina Gomez. And
do you
it's
know
just,
that I don't know if it's true, but somebody told me in the comments, you could see the comments from the video we did on that. They went to that and they asked him about me, and he didn't know who I was. Do you know?
yeah,
how
he
many
knows who you
times-
are.
Do you know how many
him.
fucking times that dumb dickhead has said he doesn't know who I am?
He
knows
said that to you on the
exactly.
phone.
Say
and
my
then you,
name.
And then you said,
Jimmy
you know who I
Church,
am.
bitch. Yeah, yeah.
You're like,
He
call
always
me
says-
daddy.
I have I'm not kidding you. I have like 10 clips of guests going on his show and saying something about me, and he acts like he doesn't know who I am every time. 10 or, you know, come on. He knows exactly who I am. I'm the guy busting your grift. You know, he
He's
brought
trying to
us
get
some of the
into-
worst grifters. He co-signed some of the worst grifters ever. Emery Smith, Corey Good, David Wilcock. He was right there to make the money, and then when it
Billy
all falls
Carson.
apart,
Daniel
yeah,
Brinkley.
Daniel Brinkley. When it all
We
falls
could go
apart,
on for an hour here.
he just shuffles off and gets some new grifters in that people aren't intimately sure are fucking grifters. And then, you know, keep it rolling.
Yeah, he's doing the whole I'm traveling the world thing now. Like, he went to Egypt, now he's gone to Peru, and he's like, I went off the beaten path with my fade to black coffee. I was off to the side looking for the real stuff. And it's like, okay, like,
Well, he said
no, you can come to my tour group and pay $3,000. You know, like, these guys, man. It's like whenever I was gonna have Chris Lato, I was gonna, like, back when I was a true believer, we were gonna meet up with Chris Lato, and then I got the bill, and it was $27,000. And he wanted me to build this guy 360 system. He wanted me to fly him in from Puerto Rico. He wanted me to pay for his room and board and all of his food. You know, it's never ending with these guys.
I think it's
like, I have 27 grand.
Jimmy told this
Latinos are,
person.
are expensive. You know, we're high maintenance creatures.
Jimmy
so
told this
play with
stupid.
that.
Jimmy told this stupid lie to this person. He's like, well, when you get to the level that I'm at, you ignore people like Stephen Cambion. Like, what level is he at? Like, unless he has a big grifter guest, look at his fucking YouTube views. Like, when he's by himself, look at his views. What level are you at? You're gonna act like a dumb dickhead to me, Jimmy Church? Are you really that arrogant that you think you're at some high level above me? For what? Selling grifters for years? Selling scammers? Literally, people promoted scams on his show.
Oh, dude,
and
he's him and Billy Carson. I know, and they're selling like the worst. Like, I was watching YouTube Shorts, and Billy Carson popped on there before when my premium gave out, before I could buy, like, a couple days where I didn't buy it. And Billy Carson popped on there selling like magic blankets that heal me and give me better dreams. And then Jimmy Church popped on there selling contacts. And then we all went on his Twitter and we're like, "What the fuck is this, Jimmy?" And yeah, but the thing is, though, is he's doing these conventions where they, you know, they give themselves awards. They give Linda an award. They give Billy Carson the Samaritan of the fucking Year award, even though he's allegedly stolen from children, and he's allegedly given away cars he's never given away, you know, allegedly. So it's a joke, man. But this grifting shit, it's never going to end. And then you just can't. Sometimes you just have to sit back and just watch it go, and you just have to be like amazed by it. But it's not gonna. It might hit crazy points, but you know, Kim.com just lost $150,000, so he probably won't back this shit again.
Steven, I'm sharing my screen. There's an update on that $150,000.
Oh, okay. Let's.
Oh God.
See if we can't.
So, the guy who released the photos is not getting the money because, strictly speaking, he's not the one who hoaxed the video. So now they're admitting that it's a hoax, I guess. But the person who did the picture doesn't get the money.
Bullshit.
Yeah, we were right, Steven. We were right.
I said in the Discord days ago, they will never fucking
we both
pay
said it in the
the
Discord.
They will never pay.
I
this
literally
money.
said you could dredge up the plane.
Yeah.
Yep.
You could pull that plane out of the ocean, and the corpses could still be there somehow, even though the salt would eat them, and they still wouldn't give you the money.
It's crazy, but unsurprising at the same time. It's probably also because this new EXIF data angle that they're trying is like giving them an out in there, right? So they're like, "Oh, we don't have to give the money. Oh, don't worry."
Like I said, sometimes you have to sit back and watch in amazement and just laugh. It is what it is.
Yep.
Yeah, it's just so grifty, you know. And remember, just a few days ago in my Discord, people were arguing with me about the reward. And I said they will never pay the fucking reward. We've got the guy who took the fucking pictures that were used to create the hoax, proving it's a complete and total hoax, various data points that all prove that this was an artificially created CGI fake video, and they won't pay. Exactly what I said. They'll make some excuses. They'll, rig it so that they don't have to ever pay the money. They're not, but that was being used as a prover maneuver. Oh, there's $150,000 prize if you can prove it's a hoax, so it must be real. No, it's bullshit, and those people will never pay. And here we are, they're weaseling out of paying.
Yep.
From somebody that proved it conclusively was a hoax.
We have a question in the chat.
Oh, sure.
On what show did Ashton essentially concede that the videos were hoaxed and faked, and when was it?
It's in our Discord. It's a Rumble video.
Jimmy Corsetti. He did it
Jimmy
earlier
Corsetti.
today.
Okay. Well, there's your answer.
It wasn't even really on Jimmy Corsetti. It was on Twitter, and it's a whole post on Twitter. It's massive. That's where you can read it. I actually reposted it, but I deactivate my Twitter during the work week because of just all this drama. And another reason I deactivate during the work week is because I was getting constantly attacked by Mh370 people, like all the time, because I just don't give a shit.
I got my fair share of that. And I really try to stay on the sidelines. Like, I don't want to waste time and energy arguing with idiots, because here's something I can tell you. I did try to engage and answer people who are asking me all kinds of questions. They try to fucking wrap you up like, here, I'll give you a gotcha. Well, why is there $150,000 prize and nobody can prove it's a hoax, Steven? You've got 5 or 7 virtual effects CGI artists, all with decades of experience, saying these videos are fake. That should be sufficient. We don't need anything more. But they still want to argue with you and, come up with, nonsensical, muddying the waters. Let's just keep pushing this thing. You don't know for sure. You can't prove 100%. It doesn't match 100%. Nonsense. If you've got 5 to 7 CGI and virtual effects artists, all with decades of experience looking at it and saying essentially a lot of the same things I've been saying, the clouds don't move. It's a still image with a compost over it. At some point you just have to acknowledge that you're wrong. I was amazed that he even acknowledged that he was
100 years combined, if not more.
Yeah. But hey, let's take the word of anonymous Reddit posters that we don't even know if they are who they say they are, and we haven't checked it. They said
just ignore those little flies.
By the way, those 5 to 7 people are on the record real effects artists. You can check their background, you can check their experience, their knowledge base.
YouTube channel.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they make graded R versions of like Home Alone and like
Captain America.
Yes, like there's
those guys are
awesome.
Those guys are good. So for somebody to suggest that we can just dismiss those experts in favor of fake Reddit posters that we don't know who they are, it shows you that this has just all been a fake narrative pushed by fake people. But a lot of people made a lot of money off of this nonsense. So good for them.
Well, I was thinking the other day that this is a great example of the random theory on Reddit to alt-right big talking head pipeline. Like, we've seen the whole process go from like a video from long ago debunked, gets picked back up through the mill, and now he's on Alex Jones, and he's got Stephen Greer. Although I don't think that will happen now, but it's crazy.
I hope it does.
Like
Making the frogs gay.
the pipeline from inane internet post to taking the alternative space by storm is pretty quicker than I thought.
Yeah, and the tremendous following he built on bullshit and fake evidence. And I'm sorry, if you're using anonymous Reddit posters, that's your evidence. That's fake. That's bullshit. And you know, I sometimes just get sad because I go, Jesus Christ! It's like George Carlin said. Think about all the stupid people in the world, and now realize that they're even fucking stupider than you thought. You know, like how did this work? This whole grift even work out? Like, it's amazing.
I think he got lucky. Like, I think if it had been anyone else at any other time, I don't think it would have worked.
Yeah, you might be right.
No, because he had the wherewithal to sit there with a straight face and just take it and take it
day after day,
and keep like his story straight. I think it lent credibility where there shouldn't have been any.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
People seriously wrote you 3-page letters defending the.
Can you guys hear my mic? Yes or no?
Insane.
Don't mind.
Yeah, they did. People.
Steven, can you hear me?
Yes, alien scientists. You could check in my Discord.
I got to go real quick, and I agree with what you're saying. But I do want to say, I know there's people in the chat that probably still believe this stuff, and I used to be right there with you. I used to be a true believer on everything, and I
You're breaking up.
Oh yeah, me too. 100%. And that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying.
Cliffhanger.
I'm getting confused.
To find out more, pay $333 at UFO Shane.
All right,
no, pay $1,000 to the Paradigm Research Institute.
You have
insider information, right?
If Shane's got to go, he should have a good night. Thank you for coming and expressing your disbelief in bullshittery.
Oh my God, bro! He's gonna drop me.
Okay, all right. Have a good night, Shane. Thanks for being here. Yeah, so alien scientists. Yeah, people have been arguing with me, and at some point, I just disengaged. I'm like, these people will not accept any level of evidence or proof that those videos are fake. And at that point, you just realize, like, they're just going to keep sending me messages and arguing with me forever.
Point.
Yeah,
like,
there's no point in arguing with them.
They're energy vampires, so it's like it's draining. It really is. And you're
and
above
I got shit to do. I don't have time to argue with you.
You have a life. You have kids. What do they have? Do they have a career? Do they have like, do they own their places? Do they have anything like that? So just ignore them. Just be like, just swat them away. Like, they're just annoying little
I equate
flies.
this plane thing, like, people that believe it, they're the same kind of people that would believe in, like, Corey Good. It's just that.
Yeah.
Just not thinking straight.
Yeah, it's that level of idiocy, I think, and I'm glad though that I shut down there was literally I truly believe that there was literally sock puppets in our own Discord defending Ashton, and finally I had enough of it. Like, look, you need to get on a fucking call with me so I can verify your identity, or stop pushing this nonsense here. We don't want this here. And poof, they were gone. Like, this is not a coincidence. And it's funny. Like, I swear that a lot of these people, and some of them government trained, know about psyops and how to run perception management campaigns. And I hate to get too conspiratorial, but we've seen this happen in the UFO community over and over and over again. There's a reason there's hundreds of fake brand new sock puppet accounts defending Dave Grush on Twitter. There's a reason there's an army of fake brand new sock accounts defending Ashton on Twitter. And part of me wants to get to what that is. Why would this, if it is more than just grifting, I want to know, like, why would they be pushing this out on social media, these false narratives, this disinformation, fake information? disinfo bots. Yeah.
I mean, do they want to believe? I mean, I'm just like everybody. I want to believe. I want there to be something out there. I want there to be paranormal. I want there to be all of it true. I want it. But when you get down to the nitty gritty, when you get down to the finer details, it's not there. And all it took was a few months where someone finally said, like, hey, like,
yeah, those are my pictures. I took those.
Yeah. Template.com. Just somebody like bringing it out, like saying this for sure.
And by the way, it's exactly what I've said. Somebody took still images and they created this fake. And this is exactly what a hoaxer would do. Third Phase of Moon and others that have done similar hoaxes made the same way. They've done the same thing, like take a still image from the internet, make it your background, fly a UFO over it. But you can always detect these things because little things like the leaves never move on the trees, or the light's wrong, the shadows aren't cast right from the light source. You can always detect these things. And I don't know, I saw right through this from the beginning, and like even the first go round ages ago, and didn't want to waste time on it. But the fact that he was able to pick up this shit ball and run with it so far, all the way to Alex Jones, it's amazing.
I love Alex Jones, but I mean,
he's entertaining at least.
On Corsetti today, he was talking about the satellites where we have, live videos supposedly that the United States government can see any point in the entire Earth on live video and have that and have it recording to where you can go back to 2014 and supposedly see these planes in Indonesia. I mean, the amount of space that it would take to save continuous video of the entire Earth would be petaflops.
Well, that's what he's claiming. Yeah, that's what he's claiming. And you are exactly correct. And I have a background in computer science, and I can tell you, in order to archive all that, it would be ridiculous. There's no data center on Earth that could hold even a few months of that, probably. It's just too much data.
My security cameras only do 30 seconds because in doing more than that, I mean, it would be the amount of data, like it's just not feasible. It's not impossible, but it's just not feasible that there's actually a data center on Earth that the United States government has that's able to record every single point on the planet with these satellites. I mean, his idea that the Donald Trump photo from 2018, 2019 showing Iran and, missile sites, and that by itself proves that there are satellites that supposedly took this data and, put it out on a YouTube video in 2014, like right after it happened. It's inconceivable.
I agree. We have journalist Art Levine joining us, I believe. We've had him sober up in the back this whole time. He's been.
I had to give him,
welcome,
a double shot
Art
of
Levine.
espresso before.
Welcome, Art Levine. I try to sit this one out, Art, because I didn't want to waste time on it. But it's all.
No, I don't blame you. I'm also in a situation where I'm waiting for a phone call from a friend, so I may have to ring off. So sure. A lot of your discussions, because you as usual are doing the best aggregation of this stuff. But for those who are new to the ins and outs, what is the Twitter account exact name where Ashton has been shown to essentially concede, or some Twitter post that you guys mentioned? What is the exact account where people can read how he has essentially conceded that it's fraudulent? Because a lot of that, what you're just saying, isn't now, even today, isn't now common knowledge. So it'd be helpful if you could reference the URL where he admitted it.
I'll get the links to both the video where he essentially concedes it and any Twitter posts available.
Okay,
somebody
that'll
put
be
those in our Discord, please, and I will share them post this broadcast.
Okay, great. The other question I have for you is, in terms of sheer hoaxery and stupidity, this seems like it has better quality hoaxing than the Mexican alien mummies.
Sure, I think so.
But the public fell for all of it hard and defended it, to the end. What's going on, and to what degree do you think this is kind of a forerunner to a level of evidence-free conspiracy thinking equivalent to QAnon believers who believe that, you know, there's a pedophile cult led by Tom Hanks and Hillary Clinton. How far, how dangerous, how far and how dangerous is this? And I want your views, and I can give you my views.
Yeah, I think this ranks up there pretty high. It ranks up there pretty high in the level of which people are willing to just cast aside, you know, recognized industry experts. When you've got so many recognized industry experts saying these videos are fake and here's why, and you're still going to put your blinders and your, you know, bury your head in the sand and go, no, they're not fake because some anonymous person on Reddit said they're not, that claims he's the head of Marvel Virtual Effects. Come on. This is a level of like stupidity. That's why I wanted to sit this one out. I didn't even want to get into this because it's just
I have to give. I've used this before, but everyone, this is a reasonable paraphrase of the great H.L. Mencken, who said, "No one ever went broke underestimating the intelligence of the American public." And and that is sort of what we have here. And I'm since I don't know the details as well as you guys do on this specific and other cases, the one thing that gives me, I'm trying to, because I've read a lot on broader conspiracy thinking, and in my articles for Washington Spectator, including Spaceship of Fools, I looked at how this is a unique conspiracy and mindset, in that both the left and the right and across the board and impressive mainstream outlets with power and clout like Fox News and New York Times are all on board to supporting this hoaxing and
because it's views. Thinking. It's views. They need views. They're desperate for views. All of these media outlets, especially the media, the legacy media, are desperate to hold on to some kind of a viewership. So,
and when News Nation
numbers,
and when News Nation comes along, it's a great inspiration for the others who are not pushing back. And the only thing that I would, in my own perception, there's a really good book by two scholars about conspiracy thinking, and it defines conspiracism versus traditional conspiracy thinking, like around 9/11 or Q. The new conspiracism is no evidence, no theories, simple statements of bogus claims that then are echoed and repeated. Now, my view is
one of my favorite examples of that is I've been encountering a whole lot lately, and that is these false talking points. For example, related to Grush. Now, everybody's running around, and I'll give you one very great example. Everybody is running around and saying that UFOs are higher than nuclear level secrets. Right. Everybody keeps repeating that. Oh, well, UFOs are classified higher than nuclear secrets. And what is the source of that claim? Wilbert Smith, a disgraced wackadoo from Canada, who said that in a document at one point, that he met with somebody in the United States and they said that UFOs are higher than nuclear secrets. But the same guy claimed to be in telepathic communication with aliens from Saturn. So when you peel back the layer of deception on these talking points, it's laughable. Like, really? That's your proof that UFOs are higher than nuclear clearance?
Well, this is
some wackadoo said it once. That's not proof.
By the way, I periodically quote your wackadoo prover maneuver as a way to understand a lot of the supporting claims. But relevant to this, and I'm basically trying to figure out, like, my view is that this movement isn't quite as dangerous as it could be, but if they keep buying, falling, defending, and often incorporating violent rhetoric about cover-ups incentivized by people like Corbell and Coulthard, then this could be dangerous in a way it isn't. But my but relevant to what you just said, even though it's sort of off point, but it's relevant to them sticking by the claim no matter what, which is the insistence, and it's just maddening for me. Is I
Me
get
too.
this.
I can't do
no,
it.
no,
I can't
it's,
interact with people like that.
Yeah,
they
but
just won't accept anything. And you'll see on my Twitter, sometimes there's like 22 replies to one person who keeps on pushing and pushing and pushing. Well, I post this meme every day. 185 days of Grush. Still no evidence. They all lose their fucking minds. There's evidence. He gave it to them. He gave the evidence to them. You're lying. Yeah.
What the point I made in my second article, which is UFO UFO tales falling apart after hearing, where I drilled into Grush and his declining credibility, was, I have the direct, clear-cut statement from Susan Goff of the Pentagon saying totally unequivocally he has none of his topics that he's hinted at or discussed, not one, is either classified or sensitive in any way, and essentially making there is no need to hide any details is the thrust of her statement. And whenever you bring that up, they go, the reflexive response is the DOD is lying, and David Grush and Coulthard know better what will happen if he actually went public with even one verifiable detail. I mean, here's DOD saying none of it's sensitive, none of it's classified. You can talk about whatever you want, home free.
Yeah, but that's the excuse. Oh, it's classified. He can't divulge it publicly.
Yeah, and then when you point to the statement,
Dopser says it's not classified. Susan Goff of the Pentagon, it's not classified. But they'll still argue with you.
No, and then,
or they'll say things like, Art, they say things like, well, you don't understand how the government works.
Right. Yeah, I'm a journalist contributing out of the Washington Monthly, been covering politics for decades. Yeah, I have no idea.
You don't know, Art. Yeah.
Right. But I love the fact that there's circular reasoning, and that's why this. There was some exchange I had today with both Jeff Knox and Mick West that I think is kind of important. When Mick was talking about, attempting to reach out to people, just the point that they say is, they have the circular reasoning, DOD is lying, but the other central hallmark of true zealots and conspiracy believers, which often overlap, is their beliefs can't be falsified. There's nothing that you can do. However, when I raised that today, Mick West and Jeff Knox, who all of you know and obviously respect, Mick said, yeah, there are hardheads who will never be persuaded, but it's his own experience, given the quality of the work he does, that people who are on the fence or have doubts about the UFO grifter narrative can be persuaded, and let's hope he's right.
Yeah, I'm here for those same people. There are some people that just want to come here and argue with me. I can't help you. If you can ignore all clear-cut facts and evidence, I can't help you. If you can explain away clear-cut facts and evidence, I can't help you. It's like the Elizondo grift. What more do we need? He lied to the New York Times and said he ran a $22 million funded UFO program, only in the land of make-believe. So from the beginning, he's a liar, and he's out for something, and he got what he was out for: book deals, TV show deals, documentary deals, speaking fee engagements. That's what he was out for, lying about his background.
Right. So my one shred of hope to leave you with, that I have to, I appreciate so much for you allowing me on, is at least at this point, even if the evidence is faked, ambiguous, or fuzzy, at least they're pointing to what they think is evidence. Okay. And that's better than QAnon, which is you just make up anything, and then then you have people with guns shooting up pizza parlors.
Yeah.
It's better for now. For now. Anyway, keep up the great work, all of you. It's really wonderful. Thank
All
you.
right, thanks, Art. Thanks for being here. We'll throw you out
Take
of here.
care. Stay warm.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. So then there were 4.
I have an interesting graphic shared if you want to share that.
Sure.
It was created by researcher Berlinghoff Rasmussen, and I think it's probably one of the most accurate graphics on ufology I've ever seen.
Yeah, I saw
study it
this
for a minute.
before, and mine went like pretty close to that. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you want to read that for me? Because I could barely see it.
Okay, well, you can split the ufologist journey up into 3 segments of skepticism, analysis, and belief, and each one has its own internal echo chamber cycle. So you can be stuck in analysis, which is just research and review, which is kind of the best place to be. You can be stuck in a skepticism loop, which is
I
where
think I'm a
they
little
say Mick
stuck.
West is and John Greenwald is. And then you've got the true believers, which are looped around by grifters, and then they get stuck in that loop. And whenever I get kind of in a headspace where I don't understand what the hell is going on, I refer back to this and go, that's
It
where
makes
we are.
sense. Yeah, it helps you make sense of it.
Just
Yeah.
really makes sense. So shout out to Berlinghoff Rasmussen for this excellent resource.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I started out at the bottom there in the belief part of it.
Same.
And I guess after a while you start going, no, I need to look into this more. So you get to the analysis part of it. But after so many cases and so many people turn out to be complete and total scams, liars, grifters, profiteers, it's natural at some point, I think, and that's probably where I'm at, that I got stuck in the skepticism mode because I'm questioning everything and every person. I can't just accept anything. And at the bottom, when you're in that belief system, you just accept what people say.
Right.
Then you get to the analysis part and you start analyzing. What are they saying? Does this make logical sense? Can we prove or disprove this statement?
It's
But
the most
eventually,
balanced place to be. It really is.
yeah, I try to be. I'm going to try to get back to the analysis mode because my default is just like this is fake as shit. Because so much of this is fake as shit, you can't help it.
You're an agnostic. You'll believe it
you
if you're shown actual proof, but you're never shown actual proof.
That's the problem.
Let me get a link to the image. In fact, I'll post it in the Discord. That'll be the easiest way to do it.
Yeah. Yeah, so you should join our Discord. Art and Paranormal is in our live chat, holding down a live chat. We want to welcome all of you, whether you're chatting on the Rumble chat, the Twitch chat, the pill.net chat, the YouTube chat, the Facebook live feed, or the Twitter feed. Welcome one and all.
I have a question for you. Did you, I think you did, Stephen, but did either of you two see Stephen Greenstreet talking about Daniel Sheehan working for the Church of Scientology in the late 70s?
Yeah, and then he became a Jesuit priest or something like that.
He was going to. And you know what's interesting? Do you know who also was going to become a Jesuit priest and spent time at the seminary? Me. Yeah.
Yeah.
St. Charles Borromeo Seminary in Philadelphia. I spent time there.
And you're like, I'm going to get...
For those that don't know, here's what they do. They get
like,
you as
I
an
gotta get
altar
laid,
boy.
dude.
No, they get you as an altar boy, right? And they tell you that God's calling you and needs your help. But really,
and then they tell you
But
this
here's
in
the
like
deal.
a closed room
Really,
behind.
they just need slaves to like clean the church and do everything for them. So they get all these young boys to do it, which is creepy because you're a young boy hanging out with some priest all the time. A lot of times, like when people don't know this, but when you're Catholic, right? And they get you to be the altar boy, you got to go work at the church every day. And you got to do all these things. And then you got to serve the masses and help the priests. You hold the wine and the hosts and you set everything up and you clean the altar and you all this stuff. But it doesn't end there. They're not, they get all that free child slave labor. And then when you move to high school, then they come back to you and start telling you that God is calling you to serve. You've already served so much. Yeah, God is calling you,
and that you have to get down on your knees and serve them.
Well, we're gonna. Hey, you know what? You know what's funny is nothing weird like that ever happened to me. But there was several priests when I was an altar boy that later got busted for exactly that. But my dad was like, he gripped one of them up and told him, like, my son's an altar boy. You put your hands on him and I'll kill you. But
That's
some
awesome.
other kids at the same time did get, you know, the kitty touchers going at them. And anyway, so then they come back to you when you're in high school and convince you that you're supposed to be a priest, and they start sending you to the seminary to hang out with them. And, you know, then you're supposed to go to the seminary and become a priest. And I literally had to all but escape from a seminary because I just said, no, not going to do this.
Well,
It's
the reason
kind
I
of
brought that
crazy.
up is I did a little bit more digging into what that court case was. And it turns out it was a case where the Church of Scientology had been caught breaking into government offices, kind of like Watergate. And then they were raided by the FBI, and like 40,000 pages of documents were taken.
Yes.
To
So the FBI took back the documents that
Right.
they had broken into government offices and stole it.
And guess who the lawyer who successfully
Danny
argued in court to
Sheehan.
return those stolen documents to the Church of Scientology was Daniel Sheehan. Which is like, what?
Yeah, and we have to do a show on
It's a
it. Spooky, and actually Spooky, a few people sent me the same links that you did, because there is a surprisingly crazy number of Scientologists directly involved in UFO grifts. Verifiably, we've got Hal Puthoff and his wife. We've got Richard Dolan's wife. We've got Danny
She was a
Sheehan.
member of Rantha, right?
Yeah, and she was also trained as a remote viewer, and she's a Scientologist.
I didn't know about the Scientologist.
Yes,
I've met Bracy.
Well,
she seemed perfectly pleasant, but that's news to me.
yeah. Well, you know, and they're free to correct me if she's not, but I have too many people sending me messages. She was spending time in Clearwater after the divorce, doing her Scientology thing. So
well, now, okay.
So, and that's just a few. We've got more. There's a lot more. You know, Christopher Mellon's brother was a Scientologist. There's a whole lot of Scientology
You could back up
connections in
there because
UFOs.
we don't know that he was a fully fledged member. We know that he took courses in 1997, and then he got married to Tamara Mellon in 2000.
And
they
I
divorced
asked,
in 2005.
I
then
asked
she married
John
Tom
William,
Cruise's agent.
I've asked John William Warner. He didn't reply to me, but I'm going to ask him again because that's John William Warner's cousin. And if he was indeed a Scientologist, I just want to know that what I'm saying is
That's
correct.
the best person.
And by the way, he's in the member roles. That's his name.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well,
his name.
He's under the role for having taken a communication course, which it could have been like Scientology adjacent and kind of connected, but not actually to do with it. So I'm erring on the side of caution from saying
he could have just taken a course and not actually been a full-fledged Scientologist.
It's just interesting that his widow married Tom Cruise's agents, Cruise's agent, which is like, okay.
And the whole thing is kind of weird. There's a lot of Scientology connections. Well, and if you think about it, they believe in aliens. They believe in the Xenu, and you know they believe
it's a fantasy religion.
And they also believe that they get superpowers the higher up the bridge they go.
Right.
So,
is that like when Lou Elizondo used his mind powers?
Yeah, remote viewing, mind powers, telekinesis. All of that shit is kind of promised to you in Scientology, so it makes sense that many of them would be in this.
I had to get
people
stuck
accept
with
those things as real.
I had to get stuck with the Jehovah's Witness cult. I was raised in. I couldn't have had any.
I was raised in that
magical. Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Well, you couldn't have birth. I always felt bad. There was kids in my neighborhood that were Jehovah's Witnesses, and they weren't allowed to celebrate holidays or their birthday. And my mother got in so much trouble once because I think I was 8 or 9 and having a birthday party, and she invited all of the kids in the neighborhood, and she just put invitations on the whole block, both sides of the street. And so a whole bunch of kids that were Jehovah's Witnesses came to the party, and then their parents got mad because they don't celebrate holidays, and they were mad at my mother. But they came and they ate cake and they had a good time. I don't know what the problem is. But yeah,
nice.
Jehovah's Witness is weird, right? That's a weird one.
Yeah, my birthday is coming up. It's December 22nd. So,
well, happy birthday!
Really
Almost.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, I really got
weeks.
the double you know.
You were born on the solstice.
Yeah.
Yeah, winter solstice.
Oh, well done.
So and that's where it's like
I always liked the winter
I'm a
solstice,
pagan
especially
witch,
here.
so I'm a pagan witch, so it actually worked out. And yeah, the wintertime, I'm from Minnesota originally, so the wintertime was
You must be a
definitely
dark
nice.
pagan witch because you were born on the darkest day of the year. That's weird. That's a little weird.
Or that means that I am the
You're the beginning of a new cycle.
light cycle. Yeah. Yep.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I guess it's all open to interpretation. I think I'm gonna have to load this wood stove soon. I have to check, but I think it's.
I saw you loading it before the show. You were like,
No,
with it and going,
you know,
"Fuck!"
yeah. Here, I'm gonna do something here. Let me solo this. So for those that don't know, I got a new wood burner over there, and it has a glass front. It's beautiful. I love it. And one of the reasons I love it is because the old one, I had to tend the fire every hour to keep this place warm, and this one, it's every like 3 or 4 hours. You just throw a couple logs in there and it burns away, and it's keeping this whole place warm. Love it. And it's about ready. I can feel it. And by the way, right here is my favorite chair. It sits right in front of the wood stove. Sometimes it's a little too warm right there, though. But my next favorite chair is right here where I work on the show and things while I'm at the cabin and pre-production and some of my music and whatever. Yeah.
What's your third favorite chair?
I don't really
The toilet?
My wife got these. No, my wife got these. She got these egg folding chairs. They're like round, you know? They're like round and on a frame, and you unfold them. They're super comfortable.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have one over there I could bring, but show you. But yeah, that I can put anywhere too on the half filled porch. But today I got a lot of concrete. Like there was a huge draft coming from this whole front wall where the door is, because that was rushed to get it done by winter. And so a lot of it cracked and settled, and there was just big gaps and like just cold air blasting through the front wall. So today I fixed that.
Right
and
on.
for those who haven't heard before, these walls that I am sitting in are 2 foot thick. These are 2 foot thick walls. So the logs go 2 feet. So it really holds heat very well. This is like perfect for an Alaskan cabin, or we're here in the mountains. It's super cold. Sometimes it gets -20 here. And when that's the case, you want plenty of insulation, you know, to keep the cabin warm.
Yeah, unlike David Wilcox's
his bullshit
cabin.
Fake cabin mansion.
I just realized me and Bree have both been there. We have actually both been to Hurricane Hill. Pretty cool.
You
got to go out there, Stephen.
You're not supposed to say that.
Say what?
Who's been where? You're not supposed to say that. Didn't you see? I posted the pictures in the Discord, and I just put redacted super secret dildo helper, and now you fucked it up. You just fucked up the whole reveal.
I'm a terrible DIA asset. I'm sorry. I'm going to be recalled by my line manager and returned to the farm.
I don't know nothing. I don't know what you're talking about. I ain't no snitch.
I don't know nothing.
I ain't no snitch.
I wish I'd taken a shovel when I went there. You were unlucky that the gates were closed though, because they were open when we went.
I know. Like, it definitely. I think. Yeah, I was like, oh my gosh, he's probably super paranoid now and has like,
especially after we knocked on his door.
cameras. I just imagine him being like sniffling and then like just like
or here
looking at his like security cameras just kind of like all the time.
Well,
like
when we pulled up out the front of the log cabin, he was in the window like eagle-eyeing us and like looked directly at me, and I looked at him just like
Bryson's folly.
Oh shit, I'm here. Like this is, you know.
No, I bet that must have been awesome though.
It was
priceless.
It was an experience. After that we were like, because we were gonna go to Corey's house like afterwards. We were like, nope, not doing that. Because in our heads we were like, we were freaking out.
You never know who's going to join, and we have Ryder Lee from Raised by Giants.
No way!
Welcome, Ryder
We were
Lee.
just talking about a wonderful
What's
experience.
up? What's
So
going on?
Ryder accompanied me on this adventure to a certain person's house. And it's funny that you turned up. Hi.
This journey, I don't know what we're talking about, but I assume that it has to do with David Wilcock.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that was
I have a
funny
hilarious
story.
photo of you in the back of the car, like. Bleh.
What part of the story are you in right now, Spooky?
Well, we just kind of finished, but like, give your perspective, because like, I've never actually heard like from your perspective. So.
Yeah, basically they did grifter knock knock zoom zoom and asked for an interview. We have to explain this because you didn't really explain it. So somebody's making a documentary film whose name will remain nameless, and DIA asset over here and Ryder Lee are also in the car, and they figure let's knock on the fucking door and ask this guy for an interview. If we're going to make it. And by the way, if you're going to make a documentary slagging a grifter, I think it's perfectly acceptable to knock on their door and ask them some questions for an interview.
It was pretty bold.
So that's
Steve.
what they did. They knocked on David Wilcock's door and asked him for an interview, and he freaked the fuck out. Go, Ryder Lee. Tell what.
Yeah, he did, and we considered actually going to Good's house as well, but kind of backed off of that.
Yeah.
But yeah, we thought maybe Wilcock was going to call the police or something, so then we just decided to kind of wrap it up. But we did go to Gaia though as well, which was a really interesting scenario.
That was very interesting.
Yeah, really weird.
They were totally covering for Kirsten as well. So you guys, I remember I had the cans on in the car, and you guys were asking. Is Kirsten Medvedich here? And they're like, no, she's not in today.
Yeah, it was a bunch of sidelining, and a lot of them were saying that they didn't even work there while they were wearing Gaia badges.
Right.
Like, what? You don't work here, but you got a Gaia badge around your neck?
Well, they could be subcontractors. Did you know I worked someplace where almost everybody in this entire building wasn't a direct employee of the company? The company was filled with subcontractors. We were everybody was working for like an employment agency, from IT to accounting to everywhere. And it was a bank, which was, to me, was weird. It was like, why does this bank not hire direct employees? And instead they pay, like, for people that don't know, if you're hired as a subcontractor at a company, they're paying 3 times what they would pay you if you work directly for them, but they like the lack of liability. Like, they can axe you at a moment's notice. They just call the employment company and say, fuck this guy, he's not working out. They don't have to deal with your medical or benefits or vacation or any of that shit.
Surely it would cost more to like train the rotating roster.
Yeah, but there's a lot of companies that do that for whatever reason. I worked at this super shady bank once. It was totally shady. They were in the mortgage scam business. Remember when everybody was scamming those people, we'll just put $150,000 for income so you could get this huge mortgage. Right. The whole mortgage scam thing, it was that kind of a place. I only worked there for a short time. As soon as I realized what I was working for scammers, I was like, I got to get out of here.
Well, aren't most of those people like hired to like go in and do the replacement for like big lots or something like that, like dollar store and stuff? They'll come in and just like do like their little section. I've ran into that several times where I'm going around a store and asking people for help, and it looks like they're working there, and I ask them, I'm like, hey, where's the soap or whatever I need, and then they're like, oh, I don't even work here. I'm like, what?
No, I'm just stocking the shelves. Yeah. There's a lot of that. So those Gaia people could have been telling the truth, but that's interesting that you guys knocked on David Wilcock's door and asked for an interview, and then didn't he freak out? Wait, didn't he freak out and say no house calls? No house calls.
Yeah. I would take house calls.
I was going to say the cop, like he's in Nederland, Colorado, and the cop. Allegedly, but I've allegedly to get to Black Rock, but it's the cop station is in a little like strip mall, like it's that type of small like country town that it's like it. Yeah, I love it, but
yeah, they
it's
got the
very
post
pretty.
office.
I understand why he lives there. It's very pretty out there.
But yeah, whenever we rolled up on there, I was like, I didn't expect a lot. And when you see his house, like, holy shit, his house is nice. He's not living in the middle of nowhere like he claims. Amazon can get to his off-grid cabin there. So
it's not off-grid. He's got grid power. He's got everything. He's got
It's a
fucking
solar powered
internet.
gate.
Yeah.
Well, that's
He's
the
got
thing. The gate was open. We just rolled right up.
Rolled right
to-
up. Which was the
to
most
some-
nerve-wracking 90 seconds of my life, I think.
And I gotta give it to the person that we're not going to name. He had some balls doing that.
That's balls. Yeah.
It took balls.
Very
I'll
ballsy.
give him that.
That's good gonzo journalism. I would have filmed the whole fucking thing and put it in a
I
documentary.
mean, what made it funnier was 3 or 4 days later, David
Oh,
does a
yes.
live stream talking about negative greetings and psychopaths. Now, this person had texted David earlier in the day saying, "You better not be lying about me tonight." And he's like, "Oh, I'm too smart. I would never do that." Then he does that stream, and I remember sitting in Seattle Airport watching it on my phone, like.
And now he's claiming
What is
that
my
he's
life
getting,
right now? Like,
now he's claiming that he's got stalkers and people are shooting guns outside his house and all of this nonsense.
Dude,
He's a
there's-
liar.
Colorado, a lot of people in his area have guns because there's wildlife.
Yeah.
And the amendments. So like it's delusions of grandeur where it's like he's like gang stalking.
He's
type,
so
like,
important.
vibe.
Yeah, he's not important enough
he's
to have
like-
real stalkers. He's full of shit.
And I was also surprised.
Like I don't know that girl, like him, like when he.
By
was
the way,
getting
I
water
gotta
that one time, like-
I have to say something. Here at Truth Seekers, we don't support or condone or encourage anyone trespassing on private property or anything like that. So you know, us talking about this is not an endorsement, and I certainly would strongly caution anybody not to do anything that might be considered illegal or unethical or immoral. But in this case, you're making a documentary film. You can knock on the guy's door. If he tells you to leave, you got to. And he did tell you to leave, and you did, right?
I was about to say that it should be noted that as soon as he asked us to leave his property, we did. So it wasn't like we were like, "No, you got to talk to us, David. We're here." Like, no.
And by the way, all you did is
Very,
go up a private driveway and knock on his door.
Well, he said that there was all these signs saying no access when there wasn't, because I went back and looked at the footage.
There's no
sign.
There's no signs there that say private property or no access or don't knock on my door or anything like that. So you had no way of knowing until you tried. And I would encourage any filmmaker, if you're making a film and somebody's involved, I think it's perfectly acceptable. And I took a lot of heat for saying this. I think it's perfectly acceptable to knock on their door and ask them questions or ask them for an interview. How, you know, if you're going to, especially if you're going to slag them in a documentary, give them an opportunity to defend themselves. And that opportunity was given to David Wilcock, and he declined because he's an intellectual weakling and a coward, and he knows he sells bullshit. He can't withstand real questions. So he hurried these people out of there because he didn't want to answer real questions about all of his grifts and scams over the years, in my opinion.
Yeah, whenever this person got back into the vehicle and we drove away after he told us that he didn't accept in-house calls or whatever it was that he said, I was stunned for a minute because no one said anything and I couldn't hear what was going on. Spooky was the only one that had headphones, so I didn't understand what was going on, and no one said anything for like a minute or two as we were driving down the driveway, and I was like, what happened? What went on? I couldn't hear what happened. And I was like, was he even home? Because there wasn't any cars in the driveway. I didn't even think that he was there. I thought we were just, this person was just walking up and knocking on an empty house's door. So it was interesting. And then I had some footage of it, but it got deleted because I needed to make more space on my phone. But
that's a crime. But no, I remember driving away and the shocked silence afterwards, and then turning to that person and going, "Well, that happened." It was
it's quite an adventure.
It was quite an adventure, and
another thing, that I think that I have to mention just for legal reasons is that there's a lot of rumors going around that I sent someone to bury dildos on his private property. And of course, that would be illegal. And I just want to make sure that everybody understands that no, I did not direct anybody, ask anybody to bury dildos on his private property. But the big reveal is going to come soon. I have the video half made. It's kind of a letdown when you see where I actually buried the dildos. Very close to his home, but not on private property. We didn't break any laws, to the best of my knowledge, but we're still going to protect the identity of the person who actually buried the dildos, just in case. And come on, Earth's greatest prophet couldn't find dildos buried right near his house for 3 years now. Even though he's talking to angels and aliens.
All he reminds me is like he's trying to be like a David Spade like impersonator. Is just all I see with his big old head.
I can't unsee that now. Oh god.
Yeah.
You mean David Blaine, or did you mean to say David Spade?
Or David Spade. Yeah.
Hey, to bring this back around to Mh370, Ashton has done a full statement, which is what that little quote I had was pulled from. I can share it now if we want to read it.
Yeah, let's do that.
Yes. This is very interesting. I just found out about this today, that he finally came out and said
Okay, it's sharing. There we go.
But he's not 100% conceding that he's not 100% conceding.
So I've spoken with Kim.com and respected his advice. After having reviewed the raw images myself, I am prepared to make the following statement. How virtuous. Let's all give him a round of applause for making a statement. The cloud images seem to be too close of a match to be coincidence. As a rational and logical person, I do not have a way to explain them matching to such a high degree. After talking with Jonas, I don't believe him to have any malintent. I can no longer claim that the videos are authentic due to this evidence, which that's him conceding right now. Kim has agreed to make a payment to Jonas for supplying the assets, but that may have been used to fabricate the satellite video. Okay, so he will be getting some money.
No. I think that this statement came before the weasel out.
No, it was in response to Kim.com.
Okay.
It was in response to the thing. Since no hoaxer has come forward, no one's going to get the 150K. The case remains unsolved. The body of evidence uncovered from investigating the videos is extensive, and the fire scenario still presents the best evidence-based story to date.
Best evidence. No evidence.
No evidence.
Speculation. 100% speculation.
Evidence of absence is not absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. We will continue to seek the truth of what happened in plane. We will learn the secrets of advanced science unknown to the public. We will render the old system obsolete. Now that's some booing on speak if I ever heard any. I will continue to stream and do every appearance that is requested of me. So Stephen Greer is still on. I'm always happy to talk.
Wait. Hold on. He just said he will do every appearance. Every appearance. Say it again. Read exactly.
I will continue to stream and do every appearance that is requested of me. I'm assuming you've requested it multiple times.
Stop. No, I have not requested him, but I'm hereby going to request him for next week. If you're going to come in here to the fucking lion's den, then you got some balls, Ashton. But if you don't, then you're a fucking liar with this statement. I am hereby requesting your appearance here on my show. And I am going to invite all those CGI experts. Everybody that said the videos are fake. I'm going to invite Mick West. Let's get over this nonsense. And I'll do it right here next week.
I can try to
do it right here. Book him. Do it. Right after this broadcast ends. Any night next week, Monday through Friday at 9 p.m. Eastern. He can have any night he wants.
All right. Gauntlet's thrown down, Ashton. Your move.
And by the way, a lot of people don't know this, but I have so far, I think it's like a 12-minute video destroying Ashton that I haven't broadcast. Because I just been collecting little bits of stupid shit he said, stuff that's fake, stuff that's nonsensical, his fake sources from Reddit, everything. let him come here and we'll go through what I have. If he's got the balls to do it, I don't think he will, but he'll go to friendly shows. You know, he'll check out the show host and then block the show host. He's never communicated with me. He blocked me after a sock brand new account came and said, "What do you think of this?" And I said, "It's all fake." He blocked me. I never communicated with him.
That means he's so intimidated by you if he has to block you right away for just that. Think about it, though.
I'll give him some credit if he actually comes here. But according to that statement, he said he's going to do every appearance requested. I'm requesting an appearance, Ashton. Come to the Lion's Den, and we'll see how your theory holds up under real scrutiny.
I mean,
read the rest of this, though, first, Spooky.
He ain't got the huevos.
I'm always happy to talk about the case and discuss hard truths. This community is special. Thank you to all the amazing people I've met on this journey as a normal person put into an extraordinary situation. I couldn't be more grateful and look forward to the next chapter, Ashton, with some kind of hokey graphic there. Where his name, although the way it's sharing, I think it's because my screen is HDR, so it's sharing a bit weird on the colors, but on for you guys, it looks like you can't see the name, but you can.
That looks like, is that Tom Brady? It looks like a Tom Brady.
No, it looks like the guy from Jackass, the main guy.
Oh,
Johnny Knoxville?
Knoxville.
It looks like Knoxville.
Yeah,
looks like Johnny
a little
Knoxville.
bit. I mean,
I can see
that's,
that.
you know, I mean, that's giving him a compliment.
Well, at least he finally fucking conceded that the videos are fake.
Yeah.
But they weaseled out of
we can
paying.
end it now.
They weaseled out of paying. Oh no, we set criteria. You didn't meet the criteria we set, so we don't have to pay. Even though we were wrong, they were wrong about everything, but they don't have to pay.
What's funny is like the video was uploaded in what, like 2016, I think, was it? Or 2015? Well, no, it was 2014. It was just after the plane crash. So the person that ran that account and uploaded that video might not even be alive anymore. Like, it's been a decade. So expecting someone to come out of the woodwork that we don't even know is alive and collect some money to prove a debunk.
I said in the Discord that even if the real hoaxer comes forward and has overwhelming evidence that they created it, they won't pay. They'll weasel out of it somehow. You know, we've got the guy that took the fucking photographs that this hoax is built on, and we won't pay him. So they're not going to pay.
Well, no, Kim.com's going to give him some money, I guess. Like, I don't know how much, but he said he's going to give him something. Maybe, probably see. Because Kim.com said he was going to give him the money, but then obviously other people have gone, no. But then he's like, well, I've said I'm going to give him money now, so I have to.
All right.
Which, kudos to Kim.com for actually having a spine. But
I gotta load this wood stove and get another drink. So I nominate Thin Lizzy because she's better looking than all of you clowns to host while I'm gone. I'll be right back.
Okay.
I'm offended.
Go ahead, Thin Lizzy. Ask Ryder Lee what he thinks of all of this.
So,
well,
what do you think of all this?
Well, I've been seeing that it's fake from the very beginning, and I've encouraged people to not bring him on, Ashton Forbes, on their show, because a bunch of people have reached out to me and been like, yeah, bringing this Ashton Forbes guy on it's the biggest disclosure ever. It's real. And I'm like, no, bro, it's not real, dude. And so it just kind of proves my point there. But the balls of this guy to say that it's debunked, that it's fake, but I'm going to continue to do all of these interviews and presenting it as if it's real. I mean, is he going to say in these interviews, oh, hey, by the way, this whole thing is going to be debunked? I guarantee you he's not. He's going to still present it as if it's real. You know,
Yep.
So like what kind of person does that tell you that he is?
It's very bipolar of a kind of thinking, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. It doesn't make sense because it's just such a wild swing from one to the other. It's hard. You get whiplash just from observing it back and forth.
Like what kind of psychopath? What kind of psychopath gets caught up in some bullshit and gets proven that what he's been talking about is a lie and fake, and then continues perpetuating it
Jimmy
like
Church.
it's real? Well, I mean, there's been several people like that, but
Yeah.
like as
There's many of them.
yeah, like, but why? Why would you continue to do that? Especially when you just put out this tweet saying, "Oh yeah, this just in. It turns out that it is fake," when everyone has been telling him this entire time that it's fake, that it's
Well, I
not
guess
real.
he had to reach that conclusion by himself because apparently he can't trust the word of experts.
In that photo,
At least he got there, I guess.
The
but
game footage didn't do that for him because a few of the
Apparently not.
pixels were off. But the photograph of the clouds that are a verbatim copy of the actual footage is what got him there. It's weird.
I think honestly, I think it was Kim.com going, "We can't continue this anymore, Ashton," because he puts out his tweet and then it takes a few hours for Ashton to come out. So there's obviously been some kind of discussions taking place in those few hours. And I can imagine it being Ashton going, "No, we can still do this. We can still do this." Obviously, I don't know. I'm speculating, but
What
that's
I've
why I
learned
imagine.
is when something seems too good to be true, it normally is too good to be true. It's normally
Wait,
not
you
real.
David doesn't have bubble cars?
I mean,
you ruined my day now.
He's wrapped up all
There's
of his
no
money into
hover
it.
cars and no hoverboards. Neither of them.
I mean, how many of those scams have we went through? We've went through so many of those.
Not too
Billy
many.
Carson has one that he's
Doesn't he
working
have a space
on.
agency?
Yes, you got David Wilcock doing his thing. You got the whole TTSA scam as well.
I mean,
you know,
I never fell for any of these things, but I am very intuitive, so I guess that might help. But I'm also, kind of like I question things and I'm skeptical but open-minded. But some people are they're like sheep and they have to be told like they want disclosure because they can't, think for themselves. So it's very.
So I made a list of points that you have to hit in order to be a UFO huckster, whistleblower, insider, right? And number one on that list is claim to have top secret information that nobody else has, right? Then claim that you got that information from someone high up in the military, the CIA, or a top secret briefing, but you can never tell anyone their name. That's important. Always wrap Roswell into your stories. Claim that the government knows about everything and are responsible for a 7 decades long cover-up of UFOs and extraterrestrials. Talk about free energy and how long we could have been having free energy because the government cover-up, people can't have access to it. Use dead people as your source of information. Claim that people have
Hey, that's mine!
Well, this is a list. This is a list of 10 things, Steve.
I know, I'm just busting your balls.
Okay, so...
But I've talked about that over and over and over again. There's so many of these people, they always cite dead people. They always do it. That you're right. They always cite dead people.
Because they
I've been
can't
saying this
talk
for years.
back.
Yeah.
They can't refute. They cannot
They
refute.
can't sue them either.
They can't
Hey,
say, I
hey,
never
Ryder.
said that shit. Yeah.
Someone in the chat is asking who Ryder is, so I thought maybe we could give Ryder an opportunity to say who he is and what he does.
And yeah, Ryder needs the help, right? Plug
People
away.
in the chat are like, I don't know who Ryder is, but I like him. And I'm
Yes,
like, well,
he's been a
Ryder,
guest
say
here
who
like
you are.
twice, right? Like,
yeah, I've been on the show a couple of times. You can
unless
find me-
he's got some skeletons in his closet that I don't know about, and I'm an asshole again for hosting a guest. He's been here a few times.
You can check all my stuff, Steve. I've never said anything.
I don't know, man. Latinas are the best freaking like.
Easy to say something objectionable.
No, you need to listen to all of my content, Steve, to bring me on your show.
Some
You need to listen
asshole
to
is
every
probably
single
finding
thing.
MySpace posts of mine from 20 years ago and try to slag me for that,
MySpace.
you know? Yeah.
Listen to all
So-
my YouTube content, all of my podcast content, all of my Rockfin content, and all the shows that I've been on other people's shows.
Oh
That's what you
yeah.
gotta do.
what's your
So
podcast
Ryder
called,
Lee is another show host. And it's rare that I agree with another show host on so many things, but Ryder and I agree on a lot of things. I'm sure we disagree on a lot of things too, though. But Ryder is Raised by Giants. Just search Raised by Giants on YouTube. And if you like what we do here, you'll probably like what he's doing over there. Go over there and subscribe, show him some support. It's a rough game. We're doing the slow, steady slog to 10K. Ryder, is that a fallacy? Everybody says it gets easier after you hit the 10K. Everybody says it gets easier.
I mean, I'm hoping I'm at like 7,400, something like that.
Whoa, I didn't know you caught up to us that much, you prick.
Yeah, I'm slowly.
You know I'm going to have to disown you as soon as you surpass my numbers, because that's how. Listen, for those that don't know this, if you're friendly with another YouTube show host, as soon as he surpasses your number, you're supposed to stab him in the fucking back. You're supposed to. It's happened to me like 20 times now, right? As soon as they get past your numbers, you got to stab them in the fucking back, and you're not friends anymore. Fuck that prick. So fuck you, Ryder Lee, if you get bigger than me. Fuck you.
I have a
right in your
question,
eye.
Ryder.
Oh, but I
Were
will
your-
say this. Ryder's one of those guys that grinds like hell. He really does work hard on his content. And that's why I like and
Hey,
respect
just
him, because
his
I do
parents
that.
had gigantism, leave him alone. He's a good guy.
He was raised by giants.
Yeah, I really am. I am really tall. Me and Steve might be.
Are you?
I'm probably taller than you two, Steve.
Tell people a
I'm
little
guessing
bit.
6'6" or 6'7".
Tell people a little bit about your show and what you're doing over there, but don't too many of you go and help him. You know.
Yeah, Raised by Giants on YouTube, Raised by Giants on any and all podcast platforms, Rockfin, Rumble, Odyssey, and all that. And I basically just talk about things that I think are interesting, mostly about UFOs and extraterrestrials and all the nonsense that comes along with that. Something that I'm 6'4", by the way. How tall are you, Steven?
I'm 6'4".
Oh shit, we're tied, bro.
Well, actually, no. You know what? I think I'm more like 6'3" or maybe even 6'2". I've been shrinking as I've been getting older. Isn't that weird? Like I went to the doctor and he was like 6'2". I'm like, no, check it again. I've been 6'4". Like, and he's like, oh, maybe 6'3". So maybe 6'3".
Yeah, sometimes people
you have in my boots, so I'm.
You know what though? I've always loved. I've always loved being this big.
Able to be your height. I'll be even.
I was a shrimp. I was
10
a
years.
total shrimp. You know that kid in high school that looked like he was 11 years old? You know, he didn't look like he was ready for high school. That was me. And then suddenly over one summer, I got huge. And I've always liked being this big because being on stage, it's easier to project confidence and everything when you're huge like this, you know? And everybody's shorter than you, so you are clearly the leading man. Like in a band, right? And the guitar player's shorter than you, and everybody's shorter than you. It's easier to project like that frontman
That you're
vibe
better
when
than everyone?
Well, no, but I'm bigger. Yeah, it made it easier, so I embraced it. I used to even wear big ass boots and everything, you know.
That's
Get even
where it's like,
bigger.
I'm
Get even
5'7".
bigger.
I'm 5'7", but I'll still wear like 3+. You know, if whatever the shoe, you know, I don't care.
That's interesting. I didn't know.
I can
Ryder
reach
Lee
things.
Ryder Lee is a big son of a bitch like me, right? But I've always been real thin until the pandemic, and then I got fat eating too much of my wife's macaroni and cheese and all kinds of like comfort meals for like a year and a half straight because you're stuck at home. Nothing else you could do but eat delicious food. I got fat, but that carnivore diet's worked out for me. I lost 22 pounds.
Oh, you're on the carnivore?
Yeah, I've been on it for 6
Did you take
months
that
now.
from Joe Rogan, Steven?
I don't know who. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I heard about it on Joe Rogan, but it makes a lot of sense. Like people are curing their own diabetes from just doing that diet. And interestingly, I'm going to go back to my doctor and do lab work, and I can't wait to see what the lab work looks like 6 months on this diet versus I used to eat. One thing I'll say is I haven't eaten anything processed, nothing, for 6 months. No frozen foods, very little. You know, once in a while I have a cheat meal. That might be a frozen pizza, but that's like once every 2 or 3 weeks, you know. But mostly I'm just eating meat. That's it. Tonight I had chicken wings, a whole big tray of chicken wings, you know?
Yeah, Joe just showed someone on his podcast the other day that I think she's like 86 years old, and she looks like she's 40 years old, and she's been doing the carnivore diet like since she was 16.
I don't know. And by the way, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a nutritionist. I'm not offering medical advice or nutrition advice. Consult your medical professional. But what I will say is that I feel better right now than I have in 10 years. When I was eating garbage and junk food, and I just didn't feel very good, and I wasn't able to work as like, I feel like more energy. I can work longer. I don't, you know, and I basically cut out most sugar. I still drink some sugary drinks. I'm drinking Snapple right now, but generally I feel better now than I did 10 years ago, which is weird. You know, I got higher energy. I sleep better. I lost I had this huge spare tire, man. I caught a side view of myself, and that's when I decided it was time. You know, you ever walk by a window and you catch a side view, and I was like, holy shit, I look like Santa Claus or my dad or something. Like, this isn't good.
No, are you working out on top of that, though? Are you working out?
No, my only workouts is that I ride a mountain bike, but I don't do it every day. 2 or 3 times a week, I ride my mountain bike for an hour in some of the trails, either near the cabin. I have a mountain bike here and a mountain bike at home, or at home there's some parks and stuff. So maybe 3 times a week I ride a mountain bike for an hour. That's basically my only exercise. Other than that, I'm sitting in front of a computer grinding, and I know you know something about that, right, Lee?
Absolutely. I'm about to be blind in like 10 years from all the times that I stare at a screen. My vision's getting super blurry. It's hard for me to drive at night, actually. I need to rock some glasses like you. I would if you wouldn't think that I was copying you. That's what everyone would say. They would be like, "No."
You know what I love? I love for those unaware. I'm just going to repeat it one time again. I have something called third nerve palsy or eye paralysis, and it's from a brain aneurysm, which rendered one of my eyes like blind. So I'm literally half blind. That's why I wear the glasses. And I love it, though, when people slag me for wearing glasses. Like, why are you wearing glasses inside, you asshole? You know, like sometimes people come at me and they don't know. And I always say the same thing. Like, isn't there some kids in wheelchairs you could go make fun of? You're making fun of a half blind man for wearing fucking glasses. Well, and by the way, the glasses are medical. Like, they actually help me to be able to see better. And I can't drive without these.
Purpose, function.
I can't drive without these because the glare and my lack of depth perception. I have a lack of depth perception because I don't have true stereo vision anymore, you know, so they really do help. And I just think it's funny when people slag me, you know, for wearing the glasses. Like, would you, you know, like, if you saw a dude with a cane, with a walking cane, wearing glasses, would you slag him? Like, it's the same thing.
I always thought that.
And also,
to like help your eyes see, like when you're like, looking at a screen.
It's cosmetic too. It's cosmetic too, because you see, like, my eye will be wonky looking at the wrong thing. And I don't want to think about that during live shows or broadcasts. Like, is my eye wonky? Sometimes it's pretty good. Sometimes it kind of straightens out. But a lot of times it's all wonky. And that's you ever talk to somebody with a lazy eye? It's very distracting. You know, you're like, what the fuck is this guy looking at? Like, it's weird. I rocked a patch for a while, but
That's
I didn't.
Pretty badass.
I didn't like that. I just, because everybody seemed to be looking at me, wondering what happened to my eye. Do you know what I mean? Like, I could see people staring, going, oh, I wonder if he got stabbed in the eye or shot in the eye or what happened to his, you know. So I got rid of the patch and just do the glasses.
You could claim that you were at a ET base in Dulce, New Mexico, and you got attacked by an extraterrestrial.
Yeah,
and that's why
but I I have various glasses, and some of them are just for the cosmetic reason. Like I don't want my eye looking all weird, wonky while I'm trying to talk to somebody else or do a show or whatever. And then I have other glasses that are actually medical, like there's prisms in them to help fix my nightmare. One eye not working right. Like there's a reason for the glasses. And I was really upset about it at first when it happened, because it's a disfigurement. Like you got this weird wonky eye. But I eventually, like I had to do shows after this happened, and I just found the glasses after the patch. I found the glasses, and I just said, that's just what I'm going to do. I'm just going to put on the glasses. I don't think about it. I'm not self-conscious about what the hell my wonky eye is doing, and I can just focus on what I'm doing and not worry about it. So yes, it's a bit of a mask, and if somebody has a problem with that, sorry, I'm just trying to compensate for
you don't owe them anything.
Yeah.
Be like talk to the freaking
oh man,
over there.
I didn't even notice this, but we got a whole bunch of super chats. So we want to thank UFO Shane for being a member for 3 months. UFO Shane for a kind and generous $5. Don't want to say I told people so, but well, yeah, he said I told you so. And then we've got the Sammy Jenkins experience with kind of generous $10 Australian, who says buttholes. And that's another one. Come on, Stephen. Everyone knows that just like dispersal patterns, all clouds look the same. Yes, thank you. And another one. Oh no, wait. Next one. Hold on. We got a few more to get through here. I'm not here. This isn't happening. I'm still buckled up. Are we there yet? I really need to pick $5 Canadian. I wish she wouldn't do that. She's doing enough being the moderator here. But thank you, Arden. Potato pancake with a kind and generous $2 Canadian. We've got I'm not here. This isn't happening with £9.99. Never forget, there are some folks who think Adam and Eve's kids banged each other enough to create humanity. Evidence has nothing to do with the topic anymore. It's a cult. Can't say I disagree with you. And a kind of generous $2 super sticker from Anthony Peterson. We thank all of our kind of generous benefactors, all of you super chatters, you PayPal donators, Patreon supporters.
One more, Steve.
Was there?
Yeah, just a second ago.
Well, a new one then. Oh yeah, Deb from SAC, longtime show supporter with a kind of generous $10. I think you're cute, Steven. Fuck those haters. Yeah, fuck them. Fuck them. Praise the cash, bitches. Yeah. We're praising the cash. And I apologize. I was so engrossed in having these conversations that I missed that we even got super chats. But I'm thankful for all of you, and thanks for listen. It's always awesome to be appreciated. Thanks for appreciating me. We appreciate all of you. Praise the cash, bitches.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
I agree with that person talking about the cult thing, though, because Steve, you need to bring me back on your show again sometime in the future, because I want to run down every single one of these freaking UFO cults that has popularized all this stuff. And I've done a big deep dive into all this on my channel. I've done 13.
Well, I got next week. Next week. Monday through Friday, except if Ashton wants one of those nights. You get second dibs. Next week I'd like to do, and by the way, I have been slacking on guests lately. As a show host, sometimes it's just easier to do the show yourself because you can get it done and not depend on people or worry. I don't worry about you or some other people. If they say they're going to be there, they're going to be there. But the new guests always give me agita. Like I always worry. Like, because sometimes they have tech problems and they can't connect, or sometimes they no show. New guests are the worst. So I'm going to concentrate on more return guests, and you're certainly on the list next week.
Sure,
You should
let's
come
do
and
it.
do that.
But it's so interesting in looking back and doing all the research on these UFO cults, because it's literally where the entire ideology and the theology and the theosophy from the community has come from. It starts way back in the 1930s with the cult of I Am with Guy and Edna Ballard. It's where all of the New Age thoughts and theories and theosophy comes from, was that cult there. And then it runs up to 1953 with the Seekers UFO cult, with Dorothy Martin, and then the Unarius Academy called, and then the Van Tassel Ashtar Galactic Command called in 1953.
You're right. It's all connected.
Everything
It's
you just said is
one
correct,
thread.
but apart from the start date. Now, I'm 12,000 words into a manuscript of the history of the New Age movement right now, and it starts roughly around just after the end of the Civil War.
Well, with the occult writers
in the wake of mass conflict on Earth, there's a bunch of people with trauma, right? And
Yeah.
these spiritualist
And these
movements, they
they move in.
after
Yeah.
every single
They move
conflict.
in. All the mediums come. Oh, you lost your son in the
There was the
Civil
Fox
War?
sisters. There was
I'm
Arthur Conan
not
Doyle.
bad. Hey, not all mediums are bad.
She's not a bad witch. Yeah, but Spooky's right. After the Civil War, all these grifters came in because there were so many people grieving the loss of family members. Some of which
were the big ones.
Some of which may have murdered each other because of the way the battle lines were drawn. They may have murdered family members. So these grifters rolled in. Oh, I can communicate with your dead son that you lost in the Civil War. And then, of course, Madame Blavatsky comes along, and I think all roads lead back to Madame Blavatsky. Study Madame Blavatsky. All of the stuff
she
that
Polish?
all the grifters, Russian, I believe, I think, all the grifters rip off Madame Blavatsky's talking points and bullshittery, and it's all back to Madame Blavatsky and the secret societies and
Rudolf Steiner.
Rudolf Steiner,
Edgar Casey, all of them.
Yeah, it's
Theosophical spiritualism.
It's really all connected.
It really is. It's been a recurring thing. Like, these concepts got rolled into Scientology, and now Scientology is rolled into Hollywood. It's like it has affected way more than just the spiritualist movement area.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. It's
Yeah,
definitely
the roots
branched
have
out in like
gone
socio-political ways, like outside of its initial like catchment of people.
Well,
they've comments from the live chat while we're talking. I'm all caught up. I was way behind. Paul Shields says, I love these panel discussions. Thanks for being a member, Paul Shields. And we want to thank every member and Patreon supporter. Tomorrow night, I'm doing a stream just for Patreon supporters and YouTube channel members. And I'll post details of that sometime tomorrow. I got most of what I wanted to accomplish here at the cabin this weekend. I got done today for a reason, because I wanted to get that out of the way so that I can dedicate some time while I'm here to the show. My wife lovingly took a day off so I could get here Thursday night and get a little bit of. I got a lot of stuff outside to do.
Very nice of you to give her.
I didn't realize that we had so little firewood. We burn a lot of firewood over the summer, and I like the woodshed was all junk thrown on top of the firewood pile, like just stuff to get out of the weather, lawn chairs. And after I moved all that and cleaned out the woodshed, I was like, oh my God, I don't have as much firewood as I thought. So I got to make some more. That'll be tomorrow and next weekend, and then I should be good for the winter. Got to fill that firewood shed.
Yeah, we're moving for January 1st, and we just looked at a place that had a wood fireplace in it, like a one-bedroom apartment. So that's awesome. Yeah, so that's where I was like, oh my gosh, I've just, it's so nice just to, be around.
It's nice to have it. I have one. I have one at my house, and we don't use it enough. My wife kind of doesn't like it. She says, "Oh, it makes the whole house smell like a campfire." I don't agree.
That's That's why
But
I want to have one. And then
I don't know.
throw
And
one
there's
of my
nothing
Palo
better.
Santo
There's
sticks in there.
nothing better than sitting by a wood fire. There's
Oh,
nothing.
and that's the
Look,
thing. I
this
love it
is
when my
this
air
is
kit like
awesome.
smells like campfire for like the next day or two. It's like
Yeah,
I
this
like
thing is
that.
awesome to have. I love this, and I love when I first built this room. I wanted a glass front wood stove. I even considered building a real fireplace in here, but there was just not enough stone around here. I knew I wouldn't be able. So I built a stone hearth and put the wood stove on it. And eventually I got the wood stove with the glass front. And it's so nice to just sit here, and it's nice ambiance. And you have this blast of warmth coming at you. It goes through your bones. Wood heat is awesome.
Mm-hmm.
We have one here in the house that I'm in, but it's old, and I'm afraid if we turn it on, it's just gonna freaking burn the house down.
Well, I can get with you off air and show you how to check to make sure it's safe. Most of them, even if it's an old install, you just clean the chimney out real good, and you'll be good to go. Burning.
Yeah, it's not like a
wood.
standard. It's not like a standard fireplace, though. It's like a pipe. It's like that goes down from a little wood stove burner at the bottom, and then it goes up through the second floor and then to the top, and it's just like I can see it right here. I'm on the second floor, and it's just like a pipe going up from the ground to the.
Yeah, that's
ceiling.
just a chimney. You just got to get a
Yeah.
big ass. You just got to get something to clean out that whole chimney, and then you're probably free to use that.
Yeah. It
I
was
would check
definitely
it
cut
out.
down on electric during the winter because holy crap, electric's so expensive during the winter.
Yeah, there are people near my cabin. I can't tell you. I must have had like 6 different neighbors come here to see my setup because they see me burning wood, and they're paying $1,200 a month for 4 months.
You got solar panels hooked up
for
at the cabin?
electric. Yeah, I do have a solar panel backup, but it's only a 300-watt backup system. We have power failures here a lot. We have on-grid power, but we have power failures here, I don't know, 6 or 7 times a year for like a week at a time. Like a pole in the woods will fall over, and it'll take them a week to get the electric hooked back up. So I have a solar power backup system, and it's just good for laptop lights and this desktop. I have 12-volt lights, and the solar panel system is in the sunroom right on the wall. So it collects all the power in a battery bank and an inverter. And so if there is a power failure, we've got lights and a laptop. You just can't run like the microwave or electric heaters or anything too huge high wattage.
Did you make your cabin channel that you were telling me about a couple of months ago?
Yes, I did, but I ended up punting it to the spring because a lot of the channel was going to be about building this new cabin, and I got rained out for like 9 weekends in a row. September, October, and part of November. It just rained every weekend, so I didn't get to film there at the new cabin. But I kind of retooled it. I'm going to be doing a lot of videos about this cabin and at this cabin.
Yeah, just take everything apart in the cabin that you already have together, and then put it back together. And then
yeah, basically, yeah. Well, no, but I could do videos and talk about it and show pictures. I took a lot of pictures during the whole construction, but then it's kind of a thing. Like I have to explain this whole cabin, which is kind of a nightmare because it started one way and then it went a different way, and then we've got 2 additions here. We've got this porch that we're building, a stone patio I built. So yeah, that's going to be launched probably in April 1st. I think that's a good date. I started it, but then I got totally derailed by the fact that I got rained out, and all the content I planned to produce was about building a cabin. And then we got rained out for 8 or 9 weekends in a row. Like it just rained every weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. I couldn't believe it. And every week I would come up here going, it can't rain all weekend. I'll get over there one day. And then it would, So I kind of punted.
Rain all the time.
Yeah, it can here, apparently. So, but that's one of those things, like I can't control nature. Like I thought about it later, and I could have got around that. I could have hung a whole bunch of tarps and still did that somehow. But it would have been a nightmare to hang that many tarps and expensive to try to still work over there. And it was pouring rains a lot of those weekends. So I kind of punted it. And this winter, I'm gonna do a bunch of videos here at this cabin and explain this whole cabin. And then the channel will be better for it, because in the spring, I will have I'll launch the channel, explain the main cabin, and then we'll start showing everybody the backwoods cabin that I'm also building. So it'll work out. It just, everything takes longer than you think, you know?
Yeah.
I'm just looking at old photos, and I found a photo of Ryder outside of Guy.com.
That's incriminating evidence, Spooky. Get that off the screen.
Don't share that shit.
Oh no, then
That's just a doppelganger.
I won't show this excellent photo then. This excellent photo of you in the back of a car.
There we go. That's me. That's what's up. That's a good photo. You didn't see that, Spooky?
I'll send it to you. It's like 6K, like crazy high res.
Super high definition.
Right.
Yeah, you know what? Actually, Ryder, you reminded me. I'm going to start. I just learned about timed tweets. Isn't that weird? Like, I knew about them kind of. Well, I kind of just rediscovered that. So I'm going to do a timed tweet every day promoting the cabin channel until I launch it in April. And maybe by then I could get monetized before I start, because it's going to suck working that hard on a non-monetized channel.
Yeah, and building up those subscribers is the hardest thing. But timed tweets on Twitter is like a godsend. Like, it's incredible on your desktop. Like, I tell people that like all the time. I think, Steve, you were the person that actually told me about it. I didn't even know about it because I never used the desktop version of X. Now
I use it to promote everything here. The audio podcast, the videos, everything. I use it all the time now.
But you can just blast them off like 4 or 5 a day.
Yeah, and you don't have to be there to do it. You can time them. So it's very helpful to promote. And for all the shit I talk about UFO Twitter helped me build this audience. So I'm thankful even to the assholes that just want to argue with me. I still built an audience blasting every single show with that hashtag, and a few others. Like, I use Jimmy Church's hashtag because he yelled at people to not he bitched.
Don't use that
people
hashtag. That's my hashtag.
Don't use that hashtag on that guy's show. So then I'm such a bitter, angry man that I said, fuck that guy. I will put that hashtag on every fucking thing I tweet about my show from now until eternity, because he was an asshole to viewers that were, and by the way, they were just trying to compare my interview with Anjali to his and saying like what a terrible job he did and what a good job I did. They were slagging him, and they wanted his viewers to see. And he got pissed off and said, don't use that hashtag for that guy that he claims he doesn't know who he claims he doesn't know who I am. But he copyright claimed me and complained about people using that hashtag on my show. So he knows who I am. So I use it. I use that hashtag all the time.
It's like a Streisand effect.
Yeah, I use it every time. Just go, and actually sometimes it's very effective. Like I have a tweet, and I'm gonna have to paraphrase. I don't have Twitter on this laptop, and Twitter's got 2-factor fucking authentication. I got to put a code in or something. But I tweeted about the fake Mexican aliens, and I said, here's my original report on this years ago. This stupid, ridiculous hoax that Jimmy Church and Christina Gomez and others are profiting and promoting. And I use that hashtag. His viewers should know that he's pushing fake shit.
How could you, Stephen? You're getting in the way of the grift.
I know.
Like, I'm offended.
I'm fucking the whole grift up.
Well, it used to be back in the day on YouTube, if you had another channel and you had someone in the title, your video would pop up in their recommended video after someone watched their video. And that was a really good way for people to find your content.
Yeah, that doesn't work anymore.
You could just put their name in the title of your video, and then on their channel, they could have like freaking 150,000 subscribers, be a huge channel. But if you put their name in the title of your video, it would be up on the sidebar. And that's how people
Yeah, it doesn't
found
work
a lot of other people.
Yeah,
but they changed
it doesn't
all
work
that.
anymore. They
Yeah.
changed all that. Yeah. God forbid they make it easy for you to gain a following.
They'll only make it easy if they can earn a buck.
Lizzie's got the loudest keyboard ever.
Well,
I'm gonna mute her until she's done typing shit. Very professional.
She's taking notes on everything we're saying.
That's our guest booker. She's gonna book Ashton for next week because he said he'd do any appearance requested of him.
He said he did say he will do any and every.
We're gonna test that theory, Thin Lizzie. You send him an email. Oh, I'm trying to unmute her. There we go. We're gonna test that theory. Is it gonna do any appearance requested of him?
Yeah, we'll see if we get any responses or if it's going to get lost in the junk mail. Or spam.
Yeah.
Hey, Stephen, I'm wondering where my free meal is. You advertised a free meal on this show, and
I didn't advertise shit. And you had free meals when you came to my house. Wasn't my wife nice? She got them, dude. She got them like a fucking snack tray.
We had like a whole table of food.
A charcuterie board. She brought you guys out a charcuterie.
We had a
board?
whole table. We had a whole table of food. Then I took this. Then I took this asshole out for cheesesteaks because he never had a cheesesteak. Like, what kind
That
of
was
man?
a good cheesesteak.
Now I'm getting
Like,
hungry.
we were like the only. I think it was like one other table in this place. It's like 11 o'clock at night, and we're just chowing down on cheesesteaks. Like,
Yeah.
what other opportunity are we ever gonna get to go and do that?
That was awesome.
That was
I love that. I love that place, but like I can't go there because of this carnivore diet because I'm going to want French fries. So
that French fries.
And besides,
surprised me.
eating a cheesesteak with no fucking roll is shitty. Same for a hamburger.
Yeah.
I can't like some people I know in this carnivore diet. They just make the hamburger, put the cheese on it, and they just eat it with a fork. I can't do that. I need the bun.
That fries really surprised me. Like,
I got to figure out
like a
meat
stir
buns.
fry, and it was like fries for 6 people. And just something like, oh no.
Yeah, we got this place. This place that we went that I took Spooky to. When you get a large fry, it's like a bucket of French fries. It's like
It
a
was
bucket.
obscene
It's like a
amount of fries.
fucking
I
bucket of
want
French
that.
fries.
I am gonna be like Chris Farley and be like, lay off me. I'm starving. Like that sounds so freaking good.
Well, that's what they do at Five Guys too. They normally
I
just
love-
dump the rest
I
of the
love
fries in
Five
the bag when you order fries from
Yeah,
Five
you
Guys.
get that big Five Guys. I liked. I used to work someplace near Five Guys, and me and some of the guys from work would go there. But what I didn't like is it was like $11 for lunch, but it was awesome. It was worth $11.
There's a picture of the cheesesteak.
But then you go back to your sad ass cubicle and fall asleep for the whole fucking afternoon. Like you can't eat that big and then go back to work. You know. Yeah, Five Guys is good, but everything's getting so expensive, and I'm so cheap that I cook almost everything at home. And I will say that for the most part, I got pizza nailed. I got tacos nailed at home. Like I would rather. There you go.
I might have to teach you some Mexican cooking. I don't know about that, bro.
I got Chinese
I can
food
probably
down.
help you.
I got a wok. I learned how to make all the sauces from Chinese takeout places. Like most of the time, I prefer to just cook it at home, and then I know what I'm getting and quality ingredients. It's going to be good. And we do
Sounding
those
like a
sort of-
proper new ager, Steve.
We do those sort of theme nights, like Chinese food night, and let's make a bunch of Chinese food. I make a mean lo mein and a mean fried rice, and it's good for leftovers.
Do you make a nice one too?
A nice one? What does that mean?
You said it was mean.
Yeah, I make a nice one too.
I just made some pozole last week. It's like a green chili hominy Mexican Mexican soup.
I don't know what that
That
is.
sounds pretty
But
good.
Like
my wife gets some kind of Mexican soup that I like. It's like
it's like
taco
for
tortilla soup or something.
like it's green chilies. Like I put them in the broiler, roast them. Like it's all like a process of like things. So
That sounds
Green
good.
chili is so good.
Someone in the
definitely
chat
eat
is
that.
asking a question over
it's
and
like
over.
it was like
and they
all
want an
day
answer.
cooking, and it was so good.
The question is, why hasn't anyone collected the 150 grand? It's a lot of money.
Because they won't give it to them. They make
I think there's that.
excuses. They make excuses for why they won't pay. Basically, they said, if anybody can prove it's a hoax, we'll pay 150 grand. Somebody proved it was a hoax. They weaseled the fuck out of paying. That's why. Because it was a plot device to keep the grift going. They were never going to pay. That's my opinion. Everybody else, chime in.
Well, it seems like that he's using a different angle with it. He's like, well, he originally said, well, if you can prove that it's a hoax, we'll give you this money. But now he's saying that it has to be the person that hoaxed it. So you just can't prove that it was a hoax to get the money, but it's got to.
Yeah,
be
but I guarantee if the fucking guy that hoaxed it comes forward, they'll do another sort of weasel.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like we can't 100% for sure declare that he is the hoaxer, so we can't pay the. They're gonna
Wait, there's some backwards logic here. They're not going to give the money to prove the person that proves it is a hoax. They're going to give the money to the person who made the hoax. Why are they rewarding making hoaxes and not debunking them? This makes no sense.
Exactly. Exactly. That's a very good point. Very good point.
People these days.
Yeah, I think that this grift is coming crashing down.
Yeah, I think it's over.
Predictions for the future. I predict that Ashton will jump onto a new grift real soon. What does everybody think? Is he going to keep going with this hoax? I think he's going to keep going with this one for a little while he finds a new grift.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's what I think.
He's doing the proven maneuver. He's got a shuffle away.
Cosmic Con Shuffle.
Right?
It's the Cosmic Con Shuffle.
I love that song.
You get caught pushing. You get caught pushing. For those unaware, the Cosmic Con Shuffle. You get caught pushing and promoting and profiting from a completely and totally fake story, and then you get caught, and everybody knows that you were pushing and promoting a completely and totally fake story. So, what you do is you do the Cosmic Con Shuffle, and you shuffle off for a little while. You go away 2-3 months at least, sometimes 6 months. And then you come back with a new completely and totally fake story that you're pushing. And you hope that everybody forgets, but don't let anybody forget this Ashton dumbass asshole. Well, I shouldn't be calling him that. I apologize. We're going to try
The
to get
internet
him to
doesn't
come
forget. I think that's the key thing we should all remember here is the internet.
This
does not
guy
forget.
is literally saying, it doesn't match. Buttholes are all different. Buttholes. That's his argument.
Just another day in
Everyone's
so
butthole
ridiculous.
is different though.
I don't know. I haven't really spent time studying buttholes too much. Even on women. Like I've never been a rear entry man. I'm a big fan of the
like the
vajayjay.
band Butthole Surfers.
I like the vajayjay. I stay away from the butt. That's an exit. So
poop comes from
I
that.
never studied buttholes too much. I've been focused on other things. But his arguments are nonsensical and ridiculous and stupid and childish.
It is pretty childish, but at the same time, the fact that he's able to sit there with a straight face really like takes it to another level because it is really childish and it is really like obviously fake, pretty immature to keep pushing it, but then he does it anyway. Like that's what's like kind of captivated me with it. Even though I know it's fake, it's more like the study of the person, like sitting there with a straight face, even when confronted with, oh, did you actually verify that this guy on Reddit was real? Oh, no, I didn't. Straight face. No excuses, no like, oh, but I should have. It's just, no, I didn't. What you gonna do? And this is childish.
And then to continue to say and continue to promote it and continue to go on other people's shows after it's been proven to not
Give Alex
be
Jones his
real.
paycheck. Give Stephen
Yeah.
Greer his paycheck. Like, everybody's going to get paid before this goes away.
Yeah, I never studied buttholes too much. I
Everybody's in line, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was huge. I mean, people that brought him on his on their channel is kind of like Ishmael Perez.
They all got a big bump.
If you bring
Oh,
on
dude,
Ishmael
that-
Perez on your show, you're going to get thousands and thousands and thousands of views. Your subscriber count is going to jump up, and that's exactly what happened with this guy when people brought him on. their
Wait, say
show.
that again. Lizzie, book Ishmael Perez. Book him. Book him. Book Ishmael Perez.
Ishmael Perez.
I'll hide the
Out
video
loud
that
for
we
him.
made. Listen, I'm going to hide the videos that we made about him being completely full of shit. Book him. Book him. Book him. Book him, honey.
I'll work.
Book 'em,
I'll work
please.
my witchcraft and just
Yo,
with
if you
mind-
tell
with
him
my
you're
Jedi powers,
listen,
he
if
won't
you
know
tell him that
anything.
you're a witch, he'll think that he's safe. Tell him
Tell
you're a
him-
witch and you book the guests here. Book him, and we'll destroy him.
Tell him
Book
that you're a
him.
member of the Galactic Federation and that Michael Sala sent you, and he'll do it
Yes.
right away.
Book him. If Ryder
I
Lee is
got,
right,
download
we could
say
bump
I got
right
a
up to
download
10K. Book him.
I got a download to.
We're gonna bump our way. We're gonna bump our way back to the 10K. Bump to 10K. Like book him.
I mean, it's true. I've looked at a lot of the people's channels that had him on, and they have very limited amount of views. They don't get very many views, but
So,
boom, he
wait a
pops
minute.
on there, and they're
So,
boom,
Ryder,
they skyrocket right up.
Is it okay to take the bump ethically and morally if I'm gonna fucking jam him?
I mean,
when
I think
he's
that's
here?
more. That's more
Yeah.
ethical.
Yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah.
Let's do
I
it.
mean,
Book
if
'em,
someone
Lizzie.
deserves
Book
it,
'em.
then
I'll
then
hide
yeah,
those
maybe
videos right now. I'm gonna go hide them right now. We'll hide every Ishmael Perez video we made. I think we made 2. We'll hide them.
I think it was 2. I remember making 2 thumbnails.
I'm gonna hide them right now. We're gonna hide them. I'll private those bitches right now. Book them. We're gonna bump to 10K. I'm sick of working hard, but it's morally and ethically okay to take the bump if we destroy him while he's here. We're gonna do it.
But
Your
that's
move.
That's kind of the process that happened with him, and then also with Ashton Forbes too. Like people that weren't getting that great of view counts, they brought him on their show, and then all of a sudden, their views are just like going through the roof. So their subscriber count goes. It's weird. It's a weird phenomenon, and I don't know what it is. I don't know if these people are putting their links inside of a view generator and then getting more views from bots and view subscribers onto their channel that way, because some people do that. I don't know if that's the case, but it's really interesting when you look at these select people that
All right,
just
Lizzie, it's
skyrocket.
done. It's done. He won't know that we already busted him as a fraud. He won't know unless he sees this video. Shit. Do I want to private this? No, he doesn't have time. He's not going to watch a 3-hour stream, and
No,
he's right at the end. Yeah, he's
I
not going
doubt
to.
it.
All right, I privated that shit. Book him. We're getting the bump. We're praise the cash, bitches. We're gonna bump our way to 10K. We're gonna get it. We're gonna get there. And this grifter's gonna help us. And
Steven, you've come so far. You're on the finish line. Why are you doing this?
No, for 50% of the interview, I'm just gonna listen to whatever the fuck he says, whatever nonsensical wackadoo shit he says, and then I'm gonna take it to him. I'm gonna destroy him in the second half of the interview.
You're gonna
So we'll do
use
1
me as a
hour.
honeypot and be like,
Yeah,
this is,
honeypot
she's
that
so
dude,
nice.
bitch.
She is
You
so
gotta help
nice.
our show.
And then for the first part, I'll be like, nice, and then you're gonna come in and be like, what?
Yeah. Well, gotcha him.
It'll be like the Anjali interview.
Yo,
Shake
and
it,
I
mate.
want to know which of those hot bitches he hangs out with that he's banging. Is he banging them both? Because if he is, fucking good for him. He's always hanging out with two hot girls.
Can't.
Two
I
of
can't-
them. They're super
I can't
hot.
bash
And
poly people.
Yeah.
I can't bash poly people, but
Yeah, he's got two. He's got two. I think he's got 2 girlfriends. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure
God
he was
bless him.
with those 2 women that Contact in the Desert.
I will
He
say,
was,
yeah.
and I don't
a
know
lot
if
of
you
women
remember-
Tell me what a good-looking guy he is. So I guess he can pull. He can listen. If you're that good-looking, I guess you can pull that off. Like, look, I'm going to have you as a girlfriend and her. Were you going to get along, or are you going to fight about it? Like, this is what I want. And I guess and by the way, this is all rumors and speculation. For all I know, one is his girlfriend and one's her friend. I don't know. But people have told me, multiple people have told me that he's banging both of those broads.
If you remember, Spooky, at the Contact in the Desert, you were sitting outside, and Ishmael was outside as well, and he was around the picnic table area.
remember.
And I asked you, I'm not throwing you under the bus, I'm just saying you wouldn't do it. I asked you, I said, take your GoPro, let's just walk up to Ishmael Perez, and then I'm just going to talk to him about
Oh, yeah. No, I'm still mad about this. Both of you assholes messaged me. Ishmael Perez is here. And I'm like, go talk to him. Send me the video.
I was
and
going
both
to.
of you pussied out. Both of you are pussies.
I couldn't
both
do
of
it
you.
with no one filming me. I asked
You
Spooky
and
to do
Spooky
it.
are
I was
both
intimidated
pussies.
by the
No.
10 out of 10 sleek look. Like, it was intimidating.
He does look like a fucking plastic superhero,
He
doesn't
does.
he?
He
He's
looks
the
like a
only
Ken
super
doll.
soldier. He's the only fake super soldier that actually looks like one. He does look, he's all chiseled and yeah.
Oh, speaking of super soldiers, so Emery Smith, last week he got wasted and live streamed for about an hour wearing a giant mask and doing all this weird shit. I managed to save it all before it was deleted, and I should send it to you because it's actually the wackiest shit you've
Send
ever
it to
seen
me.
anything
I'm
to.
going to go through it next week.
so
We'll
funny.
put it on the show next week.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right on. It's about an hour's worth. But yeah, that guy is on another level. Like right now, he's literally selling nanoparticles.
From the secret space program?
Yeah, that super soldiers took, and it's like he explained the process of like crystals
Oh, yeah.
and vibrating at certain frequencies of electricity and liquid, and it's suspended. And I'm like,
Spooky, you got to
fuck up,
send that. You better send that to me, or I'm going to be angry with you because you're the only
think I
one I
did.
know that
I think I
has
did send
it.
it to you. Oh, not the video. It was like a
Google. No,
I-
Google Drive the video for me.
Yeah, I'll Google Drive the
Drive-
video to you. I have a
Thank you.
screenshot of the post about nanoparticles. I was like,
So
what
we've
the
got
fuck am I
Lizzie
reading?
booking Ashton and Lizzie booking Ismael Perez. Book Tony Rodriguez too while you're at it.
I mean, that's a pretty good approach, Steve.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
what
we'll
I
have to
would do it.
definitely.
No, listen, and you know what? People
Message
can slag me for interviewing them, but I don't think they will when they hear the whole interview. Do you know what I mean? We got to have more engagement with some of these people, and we have to take it directly to them. And if we request interviews and people say no, we'll just report on that, and then we'll say what we're going to say without them being present to defend themselves. I think that's fair and moral and ethical, and you know we're giving
It's
you
hostile,
an opportunity.
Stephen.
Giving them,
It's hostile.
giving them an
Yeah.
option. And if they don't want to,
Well, it's,
well,
it's the
then
same with going to David's house to get a comment on the story. Like, you approach them for comment, and then it's up to them. But your reporting is done, like it's ready to go, and then you ask for comment. But
Tony definitely probably won't do it because I actually, one of my friends that was trying to
He knows.
coordinate a roundtable discussion with me, Shane the Ruiner, Tony Rodriguez, and Randy Kramer. They both denied coming on the show because I was on the show, and so I don't think Tony would.
Yeah,
do
they're
it.
cowards. These people are cowards. They live in an
I
echo
keep
chamber.
telling you, I'm a Trojan horse. I am a crystal hippie bitch, but
God love
Trademark.
crystal hippie bitches. Trademark. Yes, it's mine.
no, it's mine. Actually, that technically is yours, but it's describing my show. So, like, is it mine?
Oh, what about Cosmic Con? You know how many people stole that shit from me? There's people making whole fucking documentaries with my term Cosmic Con. That's some bullshit.
I've been liking On the Trail of the Cosmic Con Man recently. That's been my
Cosmic
little
Con,
subtitle.
Cosmic Con, man. That's my intellectual
No,
property.
it's a riff on the
I'm
Trail
gonna
of the
have to sue
Assassins by
you
Jim
and
Garrison.
everybody else. Yes.
I'm sure Ryder can appreciate that as a fellow JFK historian.
Well, I didn't realize it, but we're approaching 3 hours, and I wanted to do this in 2, and I still have to. I have to do some stupid shit tonight, like sharpen chainsaws and things. before I can go to bed. So
sounds fun.
yeah. But I'm gonna make
I
some
like
firewood
axes.
tomorrow. I got axes and hatchets galore here, honey. You'd love it.
Hatches too. Yeah.
I want to get 2 battle axes and hang them on the door too.
Make sure they're very securely in place or dull.
Especially with kids around, yes. Yeah. But I think we're going to wrap things up here. I think we did our due diligence. We kind of went through this whole thing. I was going to play the video of the person that took the pictures. We didn't do that, but I'll add
I think we needed to.
Yeah,
Put the link in, but I don't think we need to.
I'll add some links. Yeah, but I want to thank everybody for coming, and I want to thank everybody for helping me. This has been a form of therapy. I wanted to stay on the sidelines of this thing, and people have been goading me to get in. This whole story is nonsense. I don't want to waste time on nonsense, but the whole thing crashing down, and I think Spooky's right. It's fascinating watching this guy just do anything he could to keep the grift going and denying all the evidence and the experts. And Ryder Lee's right. Like it follows certain patterns that, these people do. So we're going to bounce on out of here.
All right.
I'm going to throw you all out. Yeah, final words. Go ahead. The 3 of you.
I want to go last because I have a cool thing to say before I leave.
All right, Ryder Lee, you're up. Final words.
Final words, just be skeptical, dig deep into stuff, and just figure out what you believe is going on. And, don't take what people are saying just at face value. Like it's all entertainment and people are getting mad and pissed off about mythology. I say that all the time on my show. That, people are just getting butthurt about a bunch of stories, right? Stop getting butthurt about a bunch of stories, because that's all that there is. It's just stories after stories after stories that didn't have any proof or evidence with the original time that it came around, and it's just a regurgitation of that from way before. But thank you guys for having me on. Really appreciate you guys. If you want to check out my show Raised by Giants on YouTube and everywhere else.
Hey, I didn't say you could have another plug, you asshole. You already had a plug. It's one plug per show. You dickhead.
Oh, so we can't plug his JFK movie?
Yeah, I'm just busting balls. I'm just busting balls. I'm upset because I'm like, man, this motherfucker's getting close. I shouldn't help him so much. Fuck him, right?
Damn,
you're so mean.
The knives are gonna come out as soon as he passes me. Fuck Ryder Lee.
You watch. He's gonna get Ishmael on his show now. I get that.
But the funny thing is, and DIA Asset is aware of this, there are some show hosts that went total grift zone, right? That used to be friendly here, and they went into the fucking dark side of grift. And I have said nothing. I say no. I'm not gonna say nothing. They're even putting a fucking disclaimer for entertainment purposes only, because they know it's bullshit.
Yeah.
What they're selling. Ryder Lee's trying to not sell bullshit. We should support him.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate you. Yeah, get a hold of me if whenever you want to have me on. I'm open.
Yeah, next week. We'll do it next week.
Cool. Sounds
nail
good.
it down. All right.
You
You have a
great
good
night.
evening. Thanks for joining us. I cut him off. Oops. Sorry. Thin Lizzy, you're the next contestant on. Get the fuck out of here. Yes.
Yeah.
Can you not play with your pussy live on the stream? It's not good.
I have a compulsion. Don't judge me.
I'm gonna get fucking some hate mail for that comment. It's a funny joke. Come on. It was a cat. It was a cat, not a.
Yeah, no, he's climbing around. He wants to be on camera. But what I was going to tell you is, I think I found a potential guest. He does a podcast with Will Sasso, who is a comedian.
I know Will Sasso.
Called Dudesy. And so it is a podcast that is supposedly created by AI. And then Chad is a guy that he takes requests that from people that want to go on podcasts. So he is someone that goes on and on about aliens. And so he is into AI, he is into aliens, and
Yeah,
he
book
goes
him.
on, he takes requests. So I was like, this
All right,
is
I'm
gonna be
sold.
perfect.
Book
I'm
them. So
good.
you've got 4 or 5 targets now. We got
Good.
Ismael Perez, Ashton, Tony Rodriguez, and this guy. Book them.
Yeah.
Next
I'll
week's
line them
open.
up and knock them down.
And I would appreciate that because I hate all those messages back and forth and trying to book a guest and nail them down and tell them about the show. And you do a good job of that. Thank you for doing that for us. We appreciate you. And thanks for all your help and assistance.
Yeah, no worries. I'll see you
All
guys
right.
later.
All right. You have a good night. All right. And then there were 2.
And then there were 2.
Yeah, I'm gonna bounce on out of here. It's been a long day. I've been fucking mixing cement. My back is sore, and I need to rest.
You gotta sharpen those chainsaws, haven't you?
I gotta sharpen the chainsaws and the one of my axes because tomorrow I'm going to be splitting firewood. The splitter's down. I only have an electric shit splitter, and it doesn't work in the cold. It doesn't work when it gets cold out.
That's kind of antithetical.
It stops working. Yeah, exactly. So you better split your wood in the summer or the early spring, or you're fucked and have to do it by hand. I don't have a choice. I'm just going to do it by hand tomorrow.
That's better than nothing, right?
But I got plenty of shit that fell around here, so I'm just going to go around the woods and gather all the fallen trees, and we've got fuel for the whole winter, so we'll be good.
That's good.
Oh, but thank you also for making the thumbnail because I didn't feel like doing it, and
it's always fun.
And sending me all these links, letting me know that this whole thing has come crashing down in a spectacular fashion.
Right. Well, that's what I was going to say in my final thing. I was just going to sum it up. It's over, everybody. The show's over. There's no more grift. Please exit through the grift shop. Just another day in ufology. Go.
All right. You have a good night. Thank you.
Good night.
Stevie. All right, friends. So we've gotten to the end of another fun panel show. And this one was a fun one. To be very honest with you, sometimes we get, because we just open the door and anybody can come in, sometimes we get a lot of high, crazy people or weird people. And it's not enjoyable when it's like some, I don't know, sometimes these go off the rails. This was one of the better ones, and I'm glad to have been a part of it. And I want to thank all of our wonderful panel members and all of the live audience, and thank our supporters. I'm going to check in once again, but it looks like we got more super chats. So I guess the secret to getting super chats is to not pay attention to them, because we got 3 more while I wasn't paying attention. UFO John Doe, longtime show supporter and MVP of Super Chats. We love you, John Doe. Thanks for sending us some love. UFO John Doe with a kind of generous $4.99 says, "Fuck 'em, Steven. Glasses are a solid look. Appreciate all you do. Keep kicking the doors down." I will. And thank you for your kindness, generosity, and long-term show support. UFO John Doe is always throwing a couple bucks in our hat, so everybody give him a thanks when you see him in the live chat. Montauk Jerkoff with a kind of generous $1.99. Medium, I'm an extra large. Yes, I see that. I feel that. Thank you. Montauk Jerkoff, also a longtime show supporter. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. We have Anthony Peterson with a kind of generous $2. Steve, I still want to believe. Cue the X-Files theme. So do I, Anthony Peterson, and thank you for being a longtime show supporter, who is another guy always throwing a couple of bucks in our hat. Here, a literal couple of bucks, but we appreciate that. We appreciate all the support of you YouTube channel members, Patreon supporters, super chatters, super sticker people, super thanks people. Did you know that? You can still throw a couple of bucks in our hat after the broadcast is ended if you're watching a replay. Just hit the thanks button. And we appreciate all of you super thanks people. YouTube channel members, Patreon supporters. We love you, Twitch subscribers. Did you know that you can give me a little bit of Jeff Bezos money every month? If you have an Amazon Prime membership, you can become a subscriber on our Twitch channel for free. And we appreciate all of you doing that. You gold pill people sending their strange form of currency called gold pills at me every month. I empty the pill.net account into the the till here. We appreciate all of you PayPal pledgers. Thanks to all of you for your kindness, generosity, and support. It is much, much appreciated. And so I believe we have done our due diligence. I try to stay out of this one. I really did. But of course, I felt the need to come on here and just kind of clear the air. And now, no offense, but all you dumb dickheads that have been arguing with me for months that I'm wrong, maybe I'm not wrong. And maybe next time that I say that this video is a hoax generated with a still image, you will believe me. But probably not. Even if you have a track record of being factually correct and accurate for literally, I think we're up to 8 years between my previous audio podcast, The Midnight Hour, and this show. We're up to 8 years of factually accurate reporting. Still, people, think, oh, you're wrong, Stephen, or you could be wrong, or you haven't proved this, or you haven't proved that. And they make demands of me. And that kind of bothers me because, we cover what we want to cover here. And in this case, this story is so stupid and so fake that I did not want to waste time on a completely fake story. Amazing to me that while I sat on the sidelines, but I did send people the proof that all these videos were fake ages ago. Amazing to me that this Ashton was able to, keep leveling up the grift. And I don't know, maybe I learned something from this. Maybe I should have jumped in earlier and said, this is fake and here's why. I did so privately, including to people who were hosting him. No one called him on his bullshit. Almost no one. Up until, I suppose, the Concrete podcast. So kudos to that guy. I got a little more respect for him. Also because he hosted Alien Scientists saying Bob Lazar is bullshit. That guy's a little more credible to me. And I have to be honest in saying that a lot of people with huge podcasts, I tend to just not want to, form an opinion. Because in my experience, most people with huge shows and podcasts don't do the work. A lot of the smaller shows and podcasts that hosted this asshole, they just let him use completely and totally fake evidence and fake talking points and let him say stupid, nonsensical things like a 747 would explode with the force of an atomic bomb. And I was disappointed that so many people just let this guy talk. Nobody really called him on these fake Reddit posters that he was using for evidence. Nobody really, I don't know. It just seemed like nobody really cared enough to actually dig into the story and the fake history of these videos and really do a good job saying, like, what are you doing here pushing this completely fake conspiracy theory based on fake videos? I will reserve my right, though, to sort of stand on the sidelines if I decide that the story is not worth my time. We've given one show and one night to chronicling how the whole grift came crashing down, and most of me thinks that's good enough. Like, I'm not obligated to, refute bullshit. And remember that old saying, and it's entirely true, that the amount of energy required to refute bullshit is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it. This man, Ashton, created a whole world of bullshit piled on top of more bullshit, piled on top of more bullshit, and refused to accept almost any amount of evidence that these videos were fake for months now. I'm glad to see that at least he's finally conceded. After all, we have the guy who took the pictures that were used to fake the background in one of these videos on the record coming forward and saying, this video is fake and here's why. At least he's finally conceded, but it looks like he's backpedaling and not really conceding. He's still leaving the door open. We'll see where the story goes. Maybe we'll do an update, but I'd rather not, because this whole conspiracy theory was based on fake videos that were proven fake when they first came out. And this guy took this ball of shit and repackaged it to a whole new audience of stupid people. A lot of stupid people who accepted his fake evidence, his fake theories, his connecting a lot of disconnected dots that didn't really connect, but will, round hole square peg, we'll just push it through to get this theory to work and to fit so that everybody, and I will say, everybody made money. Congratulations. You all made money from a lie. You all should give that money to charity or apologize for hosting complete and total horse shit. But it is what it is. So we've done our due diligence. I'm glad that we've successfully completed another panel. Nobody got naked or nobody got drunk and fell or, collapsed from drug intoxication, as in some of our previous panels. We had a pretty good panel tonight, and I'm thankful for that. I'm also thankful for being here at one of my favorite places in the universe, this cabin that I built in the mountains of Pennsylvania. I'll be here until Sunday, and I'll be returning soon to live shows on Monday night at 9 p.m. Eastern. But until that time, tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern, we've got a 5-hour deep dive replay, and it's one of my favorite sagas of bullshittery, and that is the Emery Smith former fiance. She came forward and just destroyed him as a grifter, scammer, liar, hoaxer. Oh, it is wonderful. And we've packaged 3 previous Truth Seekers episodes together in that to cover that whole saga. And that's tomorrow night at 9 p.m. I'll be in the live chat just talking to chatters, answering questions, interacting with the live audience. And then Sunday, we've got a replay of an excellent interview with Victor Colliero, who revealed some incredible things, proving Bob Lazar is a complete and total fraud. And then Monday night, I'll be back live. So this week, 4 live shows, and we're doing the 3 replays, but I'll be in the live chat for all 3 of those. I want to thank each and every one of you for the support. And do the great YouTube thing and say, like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos on your social media. It really does help. And I do see you people retweeting or sharing my Facebook posts or posting our show videos or whatever. My thanks to some of the Facebook groups that allow me to post. Many of them delete my posts instantly, especially the True Believer Facebook posts, which pisses me off because, come on. If you can't withstand any debate on your belief system, then you're full of shit. But it is what it is. Some people with Facebook groups allow me to post our shows. A lot of people don't. My thanks to those that do. We want to thank our panel members, our kind and generous supporters, and all of you there in the live chat for your kindness, generosity, and coming here. We've done our due diligence. And what can I say, friends? That's all I got for you. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all of you.
Sometimes what we need is a soulful song that can bring us all together, heal our hearts. But in times like these, we might need a song like this. I still want to learn to play piano. I could be practicing every day. I keep saying I'd love to start running. I'd be in shape if I had my way. But there were always aliens to think about, Illuminati and the puppet state. Chemtrails poisoning the populace. No use trying, it's much too late. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, truth I never will admit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. I spend my days hiding in the basement, isolated as I can get. I sink down deep into my wormhole, the dark side of the internet. I might have liked to drive across America, camping out in the old RV. I'm too scared of Q and on and on and on. They'll hack my brain with the new 5G. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, the truth I never will admit. Gives me an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. Fist clenched, strangling my iPad, apocalyptically entertained. I'm sweat drenched, paranoid, it's this bad, pure adrenaline in my veins. At least I finally see I have no choices. 'Cause everyone's controlled by the deep state. Long as we believe in unseen forces, we never even try to change our fate. Big crock conspiracy, wacko shit. Deadlock, the truth I never will admit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. It's only an excuse to quit. Conspiracy, wacko shit. Yeah. I feel better. I hope you do.
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. Tonight, I thought we would take a look at something that happened over the weekend. I realize I'm a little bit behind, but I think it's spectacular. For those unaware, Ashton Forbes is a person who built a huge following, a huge online media presence on completely and totally fake videos, which he claims are related to the disappearance of flight Mh370. However, he's presented no evidence that the aircraft depicted in these fake hoaxed videos is actually Mh370. I mean, that would be one of the first problems. So far, there has been about 10 or so VFX experts who have all looked at these videos and offered their expert opinions that these videos are fake, and here's why. They are created from still images in a rendered, created 3D like environment. They use stock assets from stock asset sites for some of the special effects depicted in them and more. And this is truly a case where we have to apply Brandolini's law, which is something I've talked about here many, many times. And Brandolini's law states that the energy required to dispel BS is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it. And I'm just shocked and amazed by what I've witnessed with this Mh370 hoax, in that there are, you know, I kind of lost count. I mean, I think there's like 25 people who are really trying to educate people that these videos are fake, and here's why these videos are fake. And the amount of talent of some of these people is truly remarkable. You know, and I just sit back and I think of Brandolini's law, because, you know, this Ashton Forbes has used literal fake evidence, like anonymous Reddit posters who claim that they worked on Top Gun Maverick say the videos are real. He didn't get an on the record statement from that person. Nobody else is allowed to confirm that person said it, but trust me, bro, it's evidence. No, it's not. So Ashton Forbes built an entire sort of cult of personality, and that's not a pun, around himself based on these completely and totally debunked fake videos. And then, you know, he has threatened, intimidated, threatened to destroy people's lives. I guess he sees that the super chats may go away if people finally catch on to the fact that they're fake. And like I said, I'm just shocked and amazed, because I've sort of stood, you know, I've jumped in a few times, but I've sort of stood on the sidelines just in shock and utter amazement at the demands that people are making of people that debunk the videos. You know, we've got the guy who took the pictures of the clouds, the still images. We've got that guy with a plane ticket and a passport proving he was in that area where the pictures were taken. And these people still want to argue that that the videos are real. It's shocking, and I think a real study into, you know, cult-like behavior in the conspiracy land community, and also, you know, cognitive bias. It's just amazing. But what happened over the weekend was kind of spectacular. We put together a special compilation of free energy educational material to educate people that almost everybody that claims they've created a free energy device is a scammer. Out for financial gain or whatever, but we highlighted many of these characters that claim to invent free energy. They always need money. They're always this close to getting a working prototype. They just need a few more $1,000s to get over the hump. It's an age-old story. It's a modern-day version of snake oil salesman. You know, that old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. So free energy goes against all the laws of physics. You cannot, you know, energy can neither be created or destroyed. It can only change forms. And I'm very familiar with this. I can only relate it to my own experience in life. I have a cabin. And at that cabin, we do have on-grid power, but it's so shoddy that sometimes it just rains or it's windy and the power goes out for 5 hours. So we have a solar backup. That's a case of free energy, essentially. But that doesn't violate the laws of physics. Again, energy can neither be created or destroyed. It can only change forms. So in the case of the solar panels, we're changing the radiant energy of the sun into electrical energy. Or also a good example at the wood stove, we turn firewood into heat energy. But this is simply a matter of things changing form. This complies with the laws of physics. Free energy always involves some quasi pseudoscientific explanation. Oh, like we're pulling energy out of the vacuum or the ether or the 0 point. Explain to me exactly how that happens. Usually nobody can. So spectacularly, this Mh370 hoax promoter is now a twice proven hoax promoter because he's started to promote a free energy scam in which people were supposed to give him, I think it was something like $50,000 to get a free energy device. But you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement. And over the weekend, he showed screenshots which were quickly identified by some online sleuths as being from a 14-year-old video of a fake free energy device. So, hate to say I told you so, but I did. I said that this would be proven to be some sort of scam, and he'll never produce a working device or proof that he has a working device. And famously, I challenged him, show me an electrical engineer, a physicist, and an electronics technician that will all look at your device and certify that it is a free energy device, creating more energy than is being inputted. He won't do that. So tonight, I thought, I could run you through some of this stuff, but there's a few people more than me. Like I said, I've been kind of staying on the sidelines of this one because I just think it's just so stupid. This Ashton Forbes is kind of like flat Earth to me. Oh, and by the way, I just want to mention to all those people that platformed him with the first hoax, do you feel any differently now that he's a twice proven hoax promoter? So one of the people on Twitter that I've been following is T. Powell at TJP of Texas, who has systematically, along with at Kreishley and a few other people, literally systematically destroyed these hoax videos. And every person promoting these hoax videos, has been attacking these people. Like I said, Ashton himself threatening to destroy people who say the videos are fake. But Mr. Powell has been busy. Every little detail of the videos he's been investigating and showing people these videos are fake, and here's why. And I'm sure he witnessed and is a little more aware of this free energy situation. So I wanted to bring him here to have a conversation. We haven't had a guest in a while, too. People have been asking me for guests. I'm sure he's going to be a great one. Please welcome TJP or Mr. T. Powell. Welcome, Mr. Powell.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thanks for having me on. I'm looking forward to having a good discussion here.
Oh, yeah. I want to ask you some things that I don't know about you because I've been following you for quite some time, but I haven't really, sent you the 20 questions. So I've got some here. When did you first see these Mh370 videos, and what did you first think about them, and what got you so interested? Because you have been spending a great deal of time on this, right?
Yeah, absolutely. More than I care to admit. So I first saw the videos, I think it was October 2023. And when I first saw them, they were striking. They were striking. I saw them and I told myself, no, there's no way this is real. But it was so convincing. It really was. Just the first.
Really? You thought that? My first thought, listen, my background, I looked at so many Third Phase of Moon hoaxed videos that were created in a similar way that the first thing I thought was it's a still image and animation on top instantly when I looked at it. But
looking at them in isolation, I would agree. The first time I saw it, I guess my disadvantage is I saw the synchronized version where it's both videos.
Oh,
side
yeah.
by side.
Yeah, the
And
prover maneuver. Like, look,
Yeah,
why would they synchronize so well if they weren't
Right.
real?
And
Yeah.
you're going back and forth between the two, so it makes it difficult to pick out the discrepancies in one at a time. And so I saw that, and that just in isolation in that view for a moment, I'll like 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I saw it and I was like, man. So I think I watched it once, and then I went and had something to eat or something, and came back and watched it again. And then I sent it to a group of friends of mine, and I said, look at this fake, or check out this fake video. And at the time, I hadn't really decided 100% that they were fake. Like I didn't believe they could be real, but I hadn't decided why they would be fake. And so I sent that kind of tongue in cheek just to see what they would say. And one of the responses that I got back was kind of interesting. One of the responses that somebody said was they quoted a phrase, cavorting beasties, which is a term that I'm gonna get the wrong name here, and it's horrible that I forgot the name. This is actually what the scientists quoted the first time they saw bacteria under a microscope, and they realized that bacteria were a real thing.
Oh wow!
And so that was their response, and I was like, "Wait a minute, does this person believe that these are real?" Because at that point, I had already decided, that was like they didn't respond the next day, and I had already decided, no, they're not real. And so it was interesting because that kind of confirmed what I thought, and that a lot of people will see these and immediately think they're real. And so I saw that. I decided they weren't real. The other discussion turned into some banter about who could possibly believe these, and then they kind of went away. And I was browsing Reddit, and a post came.
Oh,
back
these
up.
blew up on Reddit. These really
Yeah,
blew up on Reddit.
right
And
about that time.
I don't know. I avoid Reddit because I'm not. Did you know this? Like, I'm not allowed to post any of my shows on any of the Reddits that deal with UFOs. They just
I had no idea.
Yeah, they all instantly delete any of my posts, and anybody who posts my posts, they delete the posts.
Wow.
It's mostly like it's like a believer that are UFOs. It's very culty believer based, so they don't want to see anything contrary.
Which is funny because they've basically banned the Mh370.
Yeah,
subject,
it's
right?
weird. Like
So
they're so culty selective. Like Mh370 fake, aliens real. Get out of here if you It's weird.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So
yeah, but Reddit was one of the places though that I think there was some games being played, because Ashton would do things like, look, a Redditor poster said that they're the head of Marvel VFX and the videos can't be fake. Or look, a Redditor poster said that he's the head of, what was it, Top Gun Maverick, and that the videos can't be faked. And he actually put that as evidence in some of his write-ups, which I saw that early on and just started laughing. I just was like, you're using an anonymous Reddit poster who said they're this person? And that's your rebuttal?
Anonymous experts, like that's for all the talking
that's
about
a red flag,
TJP.
That's a red flag that this might be a fake video and the person pushing it might have. That showed me right away, for all of his talk about what a great researcher he is, he's not being honest. You got to accept all the evidence. You can't, and you can't use anonymous experts to refute real on the record experts like Quarter Crew early on, or some of these other VFX experts.
Right.
So for all we know, he posts, I'm not accusing him, but we don't know that he didn't post that just to have a rebuttal to the early VFX experts who were looking at this and calling fake, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the thought crosses your mind when you see similar patterns of speech coming out of multiple different accounts. Maybe there is some, sock puppetry going on. Who knows?
Well, he has been caught using at least one sock puppet account. He was responding with the wrong account, giving out Ashton's email address. So we know.
Is that the Ashley Burnett's one?
Yes.
Yeah.
We know for a fact he's using fake burner accounts for whatever reason. That's suspicious.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's some weird details there.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to side rail you too. So onto your history of this. So after initially seeing it, you really dug in and started really, really picking these videos apart.
Yeah, well,
what prompted that?
Punjabi Batman was the one that got me, believe it or not, he's the one that got me roped back into it. So he made a post that the orb was punching through a cloud and was showing evidence of it. And I looked at it and I was like, no, this isn't right. And I went and found what best reference I could find, the clearest version of the satellite hoax video. And that was the first time I really had to dig into the nitty gritty of the background of these videos, just going back to try to find the source video. And so that's when I discovered, there's no stereoscopic version. The original version is actually a monoscopic version, and here it is. And then I started doing, screenshots and installed a It's a free. I don't know. I might have paid like $15 for something. Hit Film Express. It's like a video editing software, so you can cut videos together. So I installed that so that I could cut the footage around and clip sections and play it at slower speed, and started looking into it. And
you're interested when you're like, oh, I'm going to need some software to deal with this. Let me get some. I gotta get to the bottom of this rabbit hole. Let's install some software to help with our efforts here.
And that was the start of it. That was the start of the downhill slope.
I love it.
Down the
You
road.
sound a lot like me. I've done things like that. I once called in a favor to get voice print analysis software while I was investigating what I thought was a hoax. Right?
Nice.
It turned out the software doesn't work like shit though. So I just
I
wasted
read
effort.
something about that. There was a guy who was like, there's a documentary about it. I think there's a guy who was like the one that pioneered some kind of voice print analysis software, and this documentary came out saying like basically no, you can't, like it doesn't work unless you have an extremely high fidelity recording of the person's voice, and so on and so forth.
It's just not reliable. It's kind of like polygraphs. Like if the results go the way you already think or want it to, I guess you could use it as evidence. I just didn't find it credible after. At first I thought it was dead on, but then the person that I was trying to match, I ran more tests and I matched it to 5 other people, 100% match or 99% match. So I went, oh, wait a minute, this software's crap. Yeah.
And then you have these really gifted voice experts that can like clone, with their own, sound, they can clone another person's voice or to sound so convincing that even the software would believe it.
Yeah. I love some people in their Trump impersonations. I think that is hysterical. They're so dead on, some of them. Yeah. So after you install the software, what is your first steps that start making you really realize, yeah, these videos are definitely fake?
So I tried to I was looking at this this whole post by Punjabi Batman, and I tried to post some of what I found to Ashton Forbes on his page, and I thought there was going to be like an organic engagement with him. I had no idea who he was at that point.
You didn't know what you were in for, did you?
No.
You didn't know what you were in for. So but you had like good faith. You were like, oh, this guy thinks these videos are real. He's talking a lot about them. Let me show him what I found, right? Like you had enough to know that you went at this with like good faith, not like nasty to him, right? Out of the chute, right? Yeah.
And at that point I thought, well, maybe there is some real part of the satellite video or some real part of the drone video, or maybe there is still like some evidence of some cover up here. The zap doesn't look real and the orbs aren't real, but maybe some other parts of it could be. And so I'm gonna put this in here about this orb definitely not going through the cloud, because I think that this is not a legitimate claim about something that's depicted in the video, and not getting distracted is important. I thought it was important. So I go to post this, and I'm getting called out for being the disinformation, and just all these accusations are made against what I'm saying, and I'm just making some very plain statements about it. And then immediately I'm told to apologize for what I've done and leave, and I don't know, it was weird. I was like, man, like this doesn't make sense. What's going on? Like, why would somebody respond this way? And like, this is my first time interacting with Ashton, but also kind of my first time interacting with any kind of conspiracy like this. Like, I've not seen this type of pushback, where people
So like in my case, I knew right away what kind, like, not that, I'm not tooting my own horn, but this isn't my first go round with some people like this. So as soon as Ashton came on my radar, I knew right away that he was disingenuous. He wasn't being honest with his research, using fake experts and stuff. And I knew that he was one of those people, like he is, that's just going to deny, and keep the grift going. Because I've seen that so many times. It's kind of like a pattern. But you were kind of shocked at the way they reacted, right? Like they came out of the gate like you were the devil, because you said you dared to show them evidence, right?
Right. Just for presenting what I thought to be, and I wasn't trying to make the statement authoritatively. I was just trying to say, hey, look, this effect doesn't appear to be present in in this version, and this is the real version. And I didn't know there were all these discrepancies about it being stereoscopic and all this stuff. I had no idea how any of that other stuff fit in. And you know, at that point, there was a lot of work that had been done by others to point to issues with the video. You know, this was in October, November. Actually, this was like December 4th. So this was like 3 days before the Jonas's cloud photos were found and presented. And so by that time, you know, the Pyromania VFX thing was like a slam dunk, even though it was still being refuted. And then there were all these other discrepancies about a frame that matched and all these other little details that just showed that they were fake videos. And so it was pretty well certain at that point, but I wasn't aware of all those different things. I was only aware of a few things, you know, and this was one of the things where I was like, this isn't something that contributes to the video being real. And so, yeah, went in and tried to present it and just shut down. And that just got me thinking, like, I kind of just stopped and stared for a minute. And I was like, what is going on here? And I went back into like observe mode until those photos dropped. When those photos came out, you know, that was like the real aha moment. I was like, man, like this is undeniable. This is completely undeniable.
Yeah,
So
I remember when and for those unaware, first the zap effect, and I'll play the videos here. I'll try to find a copy of them so people know what we're talking about. But there's a section of the video where the plane appears to teleport or be zapped out of the you know, out of the frame, and you know, people claim that aliens zapped this out or whatever. So people matched that to a stock effect, but people were still arguing, oh no, it doesn't match pixel by pixel or this and that. But eventually the person who took the pictures that created the clouds in the fake video came forward. And that was the point to me that was like, they can't argue with this anymore, right? But they did. They still do. It's crazy.
Still going. They're still going. Like I'm gonna drop a link here for you if you want to pull it up. It's got a little video clip.
Great,
in it
thank you.
Where I took out the Pyromania VFX frames and overlaid them to the drone frames.
Yes, I will share this. Absolutely. Let me get it up on my screen here. Thank you.
This is one of the deals that is just like it matches so well, but nevertheless, it's just denied as being a real thing. It's just, you know, it's hard to understand why, but it's just completely denied.
Well, one of the things that's shocking to me is that Ashton has no experience in computer science or virtual effects or VFX or CGI or even video editing. And yet he, in the face of somebody that's a 20-year expert in those fields, he just says the debunk has been debunked. It's like he does everything by proclamation. And I don't understand why the people following him don't put those two things together. Like, wait, we've got an on the record real VFX expert. And then we've got Ashton with no experience in these fields whatsoever, just saying that guy's wrong. Right? Does that bother you at all? Because it drives me a little crazy when I see this stuff.
And I think the scary thing about it is that there are some people that will hear those authoritative statements and they will take other authoritative statements that, you know, they find to be true or in agreement with what they're saying, and they kind of conflate the trustworthiness of those statements and then trust those statements as well. And so you have people who now they're developing a new like fact basis, reality basis in their mind of what's real and what's possible, and they're doing it based on these authoritative statements that are made in the, you know, this very convincing way. It's based on someone's personality.
It's a little wacky. It's like it's very similar to the UFO thing. Like people create this false reality that they live in where this stuff's all real, and then when you show them evidence that it's not, or you point out the you know, the problems, like they just deny. So here you're matching the stock Pyromania effect that anybody can buy for what, like $8 or something like that.
Yeah.
And put in any video you want.
Yep.
And you're matching it. But Ashton's argument is it doesn't match pixel by pixel, which is a stupid argument that only a person with no graphics experience, VFX experience would say, because, you know, people always change things. They always tweak things to fit the video they're making, right?
And there's so much that matches here perfectly that it's beyond question. Like, yeah, people make the argument it's not pixel perfect, but this is actually this VFX item is actually a fire that was burning on the ground. Like, I can let me see if I can share you another link that's showing it. So you can see
Yeah,
on
so
the floor,
it has to be modified in order to fit it into this context. It has to be
it's
modified.
got to be modified, and not only that, you can see markings on the floor. You can see markings and stuff that was drawn on the floor in the background of the photo. And those markings end up into the VFX or into the
MH370 videos. Yeah,
and
they're there.
You can identify those perfectly. So you can say, yeah, it doesn't match perfectly, but those features are in there exactly. You can't get those features in there unless you copied it from here.
Oh, that is so ridiculous. So ridiculous. But don't you ever, like, I see that you appear to be like very tenacious, and I want to compliment you on that. Because
I appreciate it. Maybe
as
too
I
much.
said, I kind of jump in once in a while, but mostly I'm like, I'm sitting this one out. This one's too stupid. And even like when this was raging, everybody's like, you got to do a show on this. You got to do a show. I'm like, the videos are fake. What's there to talk about? Like, this is stupid.
I agree with you there. Like, it's.
And here you are recreating the cloud background in the video from the stock images. And we have the photographer who took the stock images who also concurs, saying, yes, the background in this MH370 video was made by using the images that I took. Here's my plane ticket where I took the video, the pictures. He even released the raw images, I think, right? And people still arguing over that. They're arguing over that. Oh, you could fake the metadata, or you could fake this or fake that, or it doesn't match exactly 100%.
Yeah,
It matches. If it matches 90%, that's it. It's over. But wow,
It's too good. It's like it's a match. It's beyond any question.
Yeah, and I haven't done it yet, but I could. I mean, based on Ashton's CPM rate, we could say that he's made, I don't know, tens of thousands of dollars out of this hoax so far. So
yeah.
Don't you think there's certainly got to be a monetary part of why he won't give this up? At one point, when these still images came out, he did give it up, but then he jumped back in and said, oh no, the videos are real, and I think that might be just money talking.
Something happened there, yeah, because there was a statement that came out, plainly stating that the cloud, something to the effect of the cloud photos matched so much that you could no longer claim the videos are real, and that was posted for maybe a period of hours before he retracted that. So yeah,
there's something else and one of the things that really kind of bugs me is it's not just Ashton. It's like he seems to have this core group of cult members that are also equally as, I don't know, cognitively biased or adamant that the videos can't be faked. And it's
peculiar. Yeah.
It's like, it's so cult-like that, it's like, it reminds me of that. Do you Star Trek guy, that Picard?
I know.
Star Trek The Next Generation, where the alien was trying to get him to say there was more lights than there was,
Oh, yeah.
There are 4 lights. That's what I think of when I think of these people. They just don't, it doesn't register with them. And I'm blown away by the amount of energy that people like you and Kreishley, and it's like you guys are arguing with these people every day. And that's the point at which I check out. I just say, like, I'm not going to do this with you people. You people are nutty. Like, the still images match, and then they make stupid arguments like nobody's been able to recreate the videos. There's been several people that recreated these videos, like shot for shot, that look, to me, 90% or 95% exact to the original videos. So that's not a good argument. And here you are, you've recreated the entire background of the MH370 video with the still images from the person who took the still images. So, and they make stupid arguments like you can't recreate that background in 3D with those still images. And here you are doing it,
Yeah, and there's the arguments about the volumetric lighting and the cloud movement and everything, and it's been shown that heat wave effects and a few other effects, and you can emulate that as well. So there's nothing that can't be reproduced as far as the cloud background goes from a 2D image.
And here you are showing this pyromania effects in multiple frames, like 99% matches the stock asset, but they still want to argue that that's not the stock asset in the video. Isn't that frustrating to you that you've done all this and there's still some of these people will just, it seems like they'll never concede. They'll never listen. They just are locked into their belief.
Oh, definitely. I mean, to me at this point, the way it works, you've got a steady inflow of rational people who will see the content that's floating through at the time, and they will, if they have just enough information to show doubt where they can do some research on their own, then they will do that bit of research and they'll conclude the videos are fake and they'll move on. But if all of that information is gone because all of the people who don't believe in the videos have completely stopped looking at it and focusing on it, then that creates exactly the kind of echo chamber that can perpetuate this kind of thing for for long enough.
I think it's dangerous.
Yeah. And it can be dangerous because there's a subset of people who they may deeply fall into believing something like this. And the other part of the story is that the government is suppressing this to keep this from people, and that it's being done probably for some kind of nefarious reason. And so there's reason to distrust and be angry with the government, maybe. And I'm not a person. Government is not the solution per se. But the government is for the people. It's something that the people are meant to manage and control, not the other way around.
Sure. I mean, I certainly don't trust the government, but when people make like sweeping conspiracy theories like this, I say, well, you're going to need evidence of that to convince me,
Absolutely. And this is, where
like the perfect example is Snowden, There were rumors that the government was mass surveilling us, but there was no evidence. But once Snowden came out with his document dump, then that's what they did. And here's all the evidence of it. And 100% that's a conspiracy that was real. They were mass surveilling every phone call, every text, every conversation, and storing it all. And somebody proved that. But when you get into this, and then some of the things from this hoax don't even make any sense to me. Like, what is Ashton saying? That why would they teleport a plane with 200 people on it out of the sky and then film it and let somebody leak it onto YouTube? And by the way, for those unaware, the video was originally leaked on a YouTube channel that was filled up with hoax fake UFO videos. Like, that might be a red flag, right? I would think, but not to these people. It's bizarre.
Yeah, and nevertheless, it's got the traction that it has, and the video is here now. It got maybe 100,000 views, couple 100,000 views maybe back then. Now, gosh, I mean, this thing has got probably over 1 billion interactions.
And are you showing how they faked the thermal images here?
What this is showing, so somebody put together a model using the Video Copilot Jetstrike asset package, which is a group of models of the jetliner and of the drone, and they match the profile of the drone that was used in the video. And what this is showing is that the vantage point used for the drone video is really set up for a dramatic view. It's not a real vantage point that you would have from any kind of MQ-1 series drone. The hard points for the MQ-1 series drone are on the wings. You can see how far out they are. And this camera is closer to the body. And that's just not a location that any camera would be located. For one, it would be probably in the strike path of the landing gear as it's going down. Two, there's just no hard point there.
Ashton and his supporters have claimed that it was an MQ-1 drone that took some of this footage that's in the fake videos. That's what they're claiming. But this sort of shows that it couldn't have been an MQ-1 drone.
Absolutely.
So that's interesting. And then also, one of the things that's fascinating to me is that there's zero evidence that the airplane depicted in the video is in fact Mh370. But I mean, it's just amazing to me that that hasn't really been brought to the forefront more in conversations about this. And I always think that the burden of proof should be on the claimant, but it seems that Ashton is playing the opposite game. We're like, prove they're not real, right? And yet we have all these people proving they're not real, and then he just denies what they find, you know, whether it's Chrysler with the rectical thing or you with some of this stuff or the still images. It's just bananas to me that people are still arguing those videos can't be faked. Meanwhile, they've been recreated shot for shot and shown to be I don't get it.
It's wild. It almost, like, looking back on it, it almost makes me think that the best thing to do would have been to see it, recognize it's fake, and then just completely ignore it and not interact at all, because interacting almost gives it, you know, credibility. But then, you know, nevertheless, it still is able to reach sort of a critical mass. And so, you know, not putting good information out there seemed just too detrimental.
Oh, you have this other thing that you shared with me. We're going to share that. This is it. Clearly shows that Pyromania HD version of 24 frames per second and in 1080 was uploaded in 2009 and available.
What did you say?
Funny.
I said your hair looks
And by the way, you were the first person to point out, this is the movie Anchorman. You were the first person to point out that same exact stock effect, right, used in the Mh370 fake videos was used in the Anchorman movie. And
I think somebody else pointed it out.
Oh, somebody else? Oh,
yeah,
you're the first person
but this
that I
was
saw post
definitely
it.
the compilation.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah.
And that proves that it was available before the Mh370 hoax videos were first uploaded to YouTube.
Absolutely.
It's pretty great. Pretty great. And a great find. Look. Same stock effect, right? No, but I don't know. I'm sure that Ashton would say the CIA planted it in that movie to later discredit the leaked videos or something, right?
Oh, they're wild with what they plan.
Yeah, and one of the other issues that drives me nuts with Ashton is claiming that he found the leaker of the videos. Yet he hasn't spoken to the alleged leaker of the videos. He hasn't gotten on the record comment from him. He hasn't provided any proof or evidence that that person he found was indeed the person who allegedly leaked the videos. And it's just some guy who got caught for leaking classified information around the time of Mh370. And then the timeline doesn't even match. But he still says, I found the leaker. This person leaked the videos. And
Yeah,
it's just bizarre. It's like the videos are fake. Why would a real person leak fake videos to a YouTube channel that's filled with UFO hoax videos? None of this makes any sense. It makes me sad because it makes me kind of go, geez, I'm dedicating hours and hours of my life to like stupid people every week. Like that's what I'm doing with my life here. Like if you still believe that these things are real, then you're too dumb to argue with, in my opinion, right? And God bless you and everybody else, because you know what it is? I blow up. I got temper issues. I got anger issues. So like I can't.
To an extent, right?
Yeah, but I can't do what you and Chrysler are doing so well and so diplomatically, because for those unaware, like Chrysler and TJP and others will go into spaces and like politely argue with these stupid people for like 4 hours, and then the next day they do it again over a different issue, like the luminance of the clouds or the color shift in the thermal images, or all these specific little tiny details that everybody wants to argue with. I don't have the patience for that. I would just start yelling at them, you know? I just, you dumb motherfucker, like I can't, how fucking stupid are you? Like I couldn't do it. So I'm thankful for people with a little more patience and diplomacy like you and Chrysler, because I'm actually blown away at how nice that you and Chrysler and a few other people have been to these people. It's like you guys have all gone above and beyond, and it shouldn't be your responsibility to prove them fake. It should be Ashton's responsibility to prove these videos real, but that's not what we get here in wacko conspiracy land, right?
Yeah, absolutely. It's there's just this I don't know, the way it's stated, it's like a foregone conclusion that all the evidence that's presented is real. And I don't know, if you don't, it gets to a point, it's repeated so many times that if you don't contradict it, that people believe it. And so that I think that's where we are right now. I appreciate the kudos on talking about me being kind. I try to. I definitely don't always meet that goal, but I try to.
Yeah, and I was going to ask you about that. I know that things were really venomous between Ashton and anybody that said the videos weren't real. And then there was a space a little while ago with Kreisly and you and him, I think, where everybody agreed that they would stop like personally attacking or taking things so personal or being nasty. Has that like happened, or did it went right back to just totally nasty, didn't it?
There was
on his
maybe a
part,
momentary, yeah.
There was a
probably
momentary lapse in venomousness, right? And then it went right back.
Yeah, and then there were still a few, dox threats and things that came out that weren't so kind. So yeah, mostly
Yes.
about community notes. It seems like there's a high sensitivity to community notes.
Well, especially if those community notes say this is a scam. And for those unaware, Ashton was posting about his free energy device, and the Twitter community notes were brutal, right? TJP, they said like, this is
absolutely.
a scam. Don't give this person any money. This is a scam. And then Ashton threatened to dox the person who added the community notes and destroy his life, right?
Right, and that person, turns out, they didn't actually file the community note or anything. They just happened to, make a statement about it that they picked up, not even directly to Ashton or anything. I think it was in a Discord. And so they like screenshot that Discord, and they were like, "Oh yeah, we gotta find this guy because he's the one that's doing it." Like it was like supposed to be this big gotcha or something, and turns out he didn't do anything. But they go on the warpath regularly, it seems.
Have you do you have any idea more than me? I think it's got to be more than 4 or 5 people. How many people has Ashton threatened to destroy so far, or sue, or dox, or
All started with Mick West. As far as I can tell, he was the first one that he just really went after.
Then we got Carter Crew. That's 3 or 4 guys.
Yeah, Corridor Crew. Who was the other? Oh, there was another guy. Dom Burgess made a nice debunk video. He wasn't very happy about that one. But yeah, basically anybody who comes out and talks against him, it seems like maybe that's tapering off now, but at the time, yeah, it would get bad. It would get pretty bad.
Well, I guess I'm kind of struggling if I have any more questions about. The only question I still have about Mh370 is like, what is their general? They're just generally ignoring all these experts, like all of them, and they're just saying they're all wrong and rolling on with the hoax.
I mean, yeah, it seems like the narrative has maybe been forced to change a little bit. There are a number of claims that used to be made that, maybe aren't made as often or made much at all now. And, that could change. They could kind of resurface again. But now I think there's at least some documents that use the same language that are used to make the claims to rebut the claims. And I think that was kind of always one of the challenges before, is that it's taken a lot of time to put it together. Several people have worked on different things to this effect to basically directly rebut the claims verbatim that are being made to suggest that somehow the videos are real. And so that's something that someone can go read it and say, okay, I see the claim and I see the evidence that contradicts the claim, and that's something that was missing. So hopefully that will help with that now.
But this is, again, we're back to Brandolini's law, where it takes the amount of energy required to dispel bullshit is orders of magnitude more than it takes to create it, right?
Oh yeah, it's wild. I mean,
like that's what amazes me, is that I see, like I said, I've kind of stayed in the sidelines because I just know I can't do this. I can't engage with these people or whatever. I just get so pissed, and I think it bothers me so much because on my show here, I really care about standards of evidence. And when I examine this, I just say, like, we've got like 10 VFX on the record experts all concurring saying these videos are fake and here's why. And yeah, each of them have a little different take on it, but generally they all agree these are stock assets. These are still images used to create the background. Somebody took still images of clouds to create the background. So when I look at it from a perspective of standards of evidence, I get so angry because, you know, like you've got 10 VFX, you know, like recognized experts in CGI and VFX, and they're all saying these videos are fake and here's why. And then we've got Ashton with fake anonymous Reddit posts as his rebuttal to those on the record experts. That, like, from a perspective of standards of evidence, don't you think that his side is way off?
No, there's something to be desired there for sure. Yeah, I mean, and
there's orders of magnitude more evidence that the videos are fake, and more experts chiming in saying that they're fake. Like, my challenge to Ashton is always like, well, go find 10 VFX experts, independent VFX experts, that will refute the first 10 that said they're fake. And he can't do that. So he just comes up with these fake Reddit posts or whatever excuses he can, I guess. I don't get it.
And what's also wild is that he presents himself as the expert on Mh370, where all of the real world experts that have been searching for Mh370 have blocked him. There's no way they'll talk to him. It's just like it would impact their credibility so negatively that they don't even engage in discussions with him. So the real experts on it, he's in an echo chamber, and the people that could directly—
it's an echo chamber of his own making. Like, are you blocked? I'm blocked.
I was. I may be again in the future. I don't know. I hope not.
I gotta admit, though, the memes are awesome. There are so many funny memes about this whole situation, and people are having a good time sort of laughing about some of this stuff anyway. Like, I think you have to laugh after a while.
Yeah.
Okay, so we've kind of covered the Mh370 thing, and the next thing is that, of course, Ashton starts promoting a free energy company where he's going to sell $50,000 free energy devices to people. But it's shady right from the get-go because you got to sign an NDA in order to get a device, which I'm assuming would preclude you from telling people it doesn't work, right? And a lot of shady stuff going on with that. So over the weekend, for those unaware, Ashton Forbes gets caught. He finally shows a picture of the device, and it's a still image from, what was it, 14 years ago, a video of a hoax. I have some stuff I can share here. So he shares a still images of a 14-year-old free energy hoax video from YouTube. He calls it the over unity magnet motor.
Right, and so this device turns out is called I believe it's a Haddam magnetic cogging device, and so the theory about it has been put forth by this fellow Leon Raoul Haddam, and he's a French guy. He tried to patent it in 2001, submitted a patent, and it was eventually rejected, and so he withdrew the application, I think, in 2006. He passed away at, I don't know, maybe 4 or 5 years ago, and now his son, Frank Haddam, owns all the technology and still runs his website and stuff. But the device has been, reattempted. People have tried to build it. And so this particular video was done by this guy, Mindfear. And my understanding is he's going to actually be possibly making a new video here soon on this device. I think he still claims that the device works and it's real. But the claims, just the physics behind the claims are completely broken. It's essentially a claim that when the magnets are rotating, their repulsion effect, I think, stays the same, but their attraction effect diminishes or something to that effect. And so the magnets end up causing the system to gain energy. Well, there's meters on it, but if you think about it, you don't even need meters on it. You should be able to just put two of these rotors together and roll them. And as soon as you started spinning, they should self-accelerate because they're adding momentum to the system, adding energy and this momentum to the system. Well, that doesn't happen, and no one's got any examples of that ever happening. And so you can immediately, disprove the function of this device.
Well, that's interesting. I wasn't aware of that. So Ashton is basically claiming he's going to sell people a device from a person who took the technology from somebody else who actually owns the technology. Isn't that a problem? He's going to sell a device for $50,000 that he doesn't own the technology. He's not the inventor of, and neither is the person he's getting it from. That's a little shady right off the bat.
Not the inventor. Apparently, this is not per Ashton. This is not the actual device. This is some other guy that's affiliated, according to Ashton. But then the guy Mindfear claims he has no affiliation with Ashton, and so there's a lot of confusion there, and we'll see what comes out of that. But the device itself doesn't work, and yeah, Ashton put it forth as initially he was saying that this was the device. When
of course he starts. Yeah, and for those unaware, spectacularly, people in his live chat instantly found that this still image he was showing was from a 14-year-old video, and he said no, it couldn't be. Then he had to admit it was.
Yeah, there's a great clip on that. Let me share this link that I'm about to give you. Has got a little video clip about 1 minute and 50 seconds long. It's just a recount of that. I don't know if you want to play that one. I think you might be muted.
I'm sorry, I'm finding the video. Yeah, I got it. Hold on here. Let me close some things down. I'm easily confused, so I got too much too much on my screen here. Oh, I got it here. Here we go. Yeah, so this is the moment that Ashton's live chat is telling him this is a still image from a 14-year-old video. At first he says no, it couldn't be, and then he has to admit that it definitely is, right?
Absolutely.
Oh, geez, you can't make this stuff up. It's so stupid.
And even though I'm showing this, I'm not gonna I still can't answer any questions about how the device operates, but you can glean some information off this picture, no doubt. So here you go, chat.
Clearly, this is a still from the 14-year-old video.
You can see the
so this is the still, and he's put his logo over Unity over it.
You can see the middle one is 183
He did say that he regretted that, and I can understand.
Talk to the entity as well about this here. This is a still image. We're not going to have video yet. This is just a little teaser taste. A lot of people were like, oh, they're not going to show the image, blah, blah, blah. They're not going to show the device. Well, we're showing part of the device right there. This is not the demo model, just to be clear. This is an older model that was from over a year ago. I told you guys that
over a year ago
produced these devices.
No, it's from 14 years
over
ago.
30 of them. I was able to
He
get
just
an image
lied right there
of the meters from an older device. So I don't know. Is Baker's Tut joking? I think he's probably joking. I hope you're joking, man. If people are gonna think that they're going to, are people really gonna try to push disinformation and claim that we took an old picture from somewhere else? It wouldn't surprise me if debunkers are that dishonest. Honestly, no.
Yeah, the debunkers are the honest ones.
I guarantee you that. Well, you guys are right. This does look like it comes from 14 years ago. So I'm gonna have to get clarification on this. I stand corrected. Pretty neat, chat. Yeah, real life disclosure happening in real time by your 4Orbies buddy, Ashton Forbes. Pretty exciting. So I want to make sure that this isn't a situation where I'm being, misled related to this here. Yeah, I mean, I'm always going to have to assume that it's possible that I could be misled, but
I could be misled. Don't you think that maybe he should have seen the device operate in person before he started claiming that he was going to sell a working free energy device for $50,000?
I would. I definitely would.
Knowing what I know about free energy, I certainly would do my due diligence. But the fact, don't you think that this should change people's opinion of his opinion of Mh370? If he was this easily fooled by a 14-year-old hoax video on YouTube into thinking that he could just suddenly be selling free energy devices next month, because that's the way he approached it. Like, oh yeah, well, we're going to be mass manufacturing these devices soon, and the early adopters will be able to get one, and this and that. And meanwhile, it appears, at least from my understanding, and I watched this whole video, that he hasn't seen any of these videos, or excuse me, he hasn't seen any of these devices in person yet. And he's already on the internet trying to sell them for $50,000. Shouldn't that inform people that this guy is not somebody that actually does things the right way? So maybe he's wrong on the Mh370 thing as well, don't you think? I mean, I would think.
I hope people will evaluate based on what they see here as well, and they'll just like consider the situation a little deeper, but not just this one, just like free energy in general. Ashton, I don't know. I want to think that Ashton has like genuine intention to want to help people. I really want to think that's the case. If he was out there telling people that all of their problems are a result of poor diet and exercise, I mean, even if it wasn't always true, I would not say a word. There's no good that's coming out of this. That's the issue. There's no good that can come out of this because this device doesn't work.
Lots of monetized views and super chats, though.
Yeah, good result for him, maybe making money. And I find it hard to think that someone would just be out to scam someone. So I don't know if he's getting scammed, or I don't know the whole situation there.
Yeah, I don't know. My personal take is that he wants to believe these things so desperately that he doesn't do his due diligence before jumping in and just believing these things. Like, oh yeah, those Mh370 videos show hidden technology that the government's hiding, and one of those long rumored hidden technologies that the government is hiding from us is free energy. But I got to tell you, TJP, like I can't impress upon my audience or you or anybody enough. Like, I grew up building all kinds of weird stuff, robots and radios, transmitters. I ran a pirate radio station when I was a kid that I built a transmitter myself. And right when the early internet hit and AOL groups and stuff, I got into free energy and I started building everything I could find plans for. And it was always one big letdown. I bought plans on eBay, and it was always the same scam. You buy these plans for like $50, and to like a teenager, that's a good chunk of money, So,
yeah.
And then I'd build it. I'd follow the instructions exactly as you're supposed to. And I had a good understanding of electronics. I could build radios, transmitters, computers, robots, and they would never work. It would always not work. And then the person that sold you the plans would blame you. They would say like, well, you didn't follow the specifications exactly 100%. So that's why you're not getting the correct results. Or, anyway, I spent a long time too building crystal power cells, which I thought for a while may have some promise. And I was determined that I could create like even just a 12 volt, 2 amp free energy device. And they always fizzle out. They don't really do what they're supposed to do or work as promised. But one of the things that I can tell people, TJP, is that these things are tantalizing sometimes. Like they almost work, right? So that keeps you interested to go, well, maybe I got the formulation wrong when I built this crystal battery, because I would build these crystal batteries, and Hutchinson and Bedini and a few other people had videos on YouTube of how to build them. And I would build these things, and you had to hook something called a joule thief. It's a little electronic circuit that sort of collects the energy. And then, anyway, I'd build this crystal power cell, and it would power an LED for like 6 months in my basement by itself. And then I would go, this is amazing. This is going to work forever. And some people got them to go for years, powering one little LED. And it makes you think, all we have to do is scale this up. We just have to scale this up. If it can power one LED for a year, a regular battery can't do that. It'll die in a week. This thing's working for years, some people say. All we have to do is scale this up. And it keeps you interested enough that you keep pouring more time, more energy, but it seems like it never works long term. So I can understand why people get involved in this. It's tantalizing. And who hasn't played with magnets and figured there's got to be a way to extract energy out of this push force that magnets have, right?
No, yeah. I mean, I think everyone has kind of looked at magnets in wonder and thought, man, there's got to be something greater that we can do with this. And until I went through school as an engineer and did a little research on it, at the end of the day, the issue with the magnet is that it doesn't do work. It's a field, and it exerts its field, and that's it. It's not actually doing the magnetic forces of a magnet don't do any work. And so
yeah, but a lot of people think you could somehow put them on wheels or figure out how to get them to do some sort of work, right?
Yeah, it's like when you're a kid and somebody says, "Hey, grab your feet and lift them up, lift yourself up by your feet, and you'll float." And as a kid, you can't immediately rationalize why that's not going to work. So, you try it, and it doesn't work.
Yeah. So I haven't kept up because I've been busy this week, and I figured that you are a little more up on this. So after the spectacular revelation that he's sharing a still from a 14-year-old video, again, I'm blocked. So what does he do next? He says that's not the real device. He starts making excuses and backpedaling now with this spectacular free energy grift failure.
Yeah, so I mean, that story kind of remains to be written. It's maybe stalled out for a minute. I haven't heard a new real solid update yet. It seems like something is still coming. It seems like the claim is still that it's this style of device, and that somebody else is making the device, and that somehow it still takes power from the ether. But I haven't seen any update on. Supposedly, I think in a couple weeks there's supposed to be a demonstration with the actual device, or maybe it's a couple weeks or a month, or I don't know.
Maybe he found a 7-year-old or a video or a 3-year-old video of a working device that he's going to share.
We'll have to see. We'll have to see what shows up. I would be careful though, that there's nothing here that's going to work. Whatever is sold is not going to work. And claiming to sell a device like this, I think that's so thoroughly disproven is dangerous. Somebody could, it might be problematic. So
well, not only that, like I don't know, TJP. I grew up with some pretty scary people in Philadelphia, and like he might take $50,000 from the wrong kind of person for this. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I would be afraid to do that myself.
That could lead to some real problem. You take $50K off of somebody that doesn't have $50K to lose,
A very good friend of mine is in the used car business, or I would say they were in the used car business. They were in it for a long time.
Oh, that's a fun business.
And they were in the under 10K market, and for a while they were in the under 5K like value car market, and that is a dangerous business. Doing this is probably more dangerous.
Yeah.
And when people talk about the free energy people that have gone missing and stuff, if I had to guess why, it's for perpetuating fraud, for getting people's money and then not doing anything with it. That brings an interest, like talking about the cast, the cast of this particular deal. I don't know how much I want to get into this. So.
Oh no, you mentioned it. You're in it now, buddy. Now you got to spill the beans for my audience. They're going to want to hear this.
So the whole low energy nuclear reaction thing, Popular Mechanics had a really good article. It was a while back. It's 2016 by David Hambling, and he calls out what is this guy's name? Rossi, Andrea Rossi, with his ECAT deal. And so ECAT is something that this guy is still trying to bring to market, but basically they settled out of court. It was like $100 million lawsuit for defraud. They were defrauding this guy, and the guy, he didn't win the lawsuit. They settled out of court, but they settled in the favor of this other guy they were trying to defraud. And so the guy recovered all his money, but they're still trying to sell this ECAT. You can go search ECAT right now, and they're like taking pre-orders for a device. I think it's like $25 per 10 watts or something is what they're taking these pre-orders for, and that's out there right now. People are trying to sell that, and then you see there's a weird group of people. Like you can go to the ECAT World website, and this is from an April 3rd, 2024 article. This is the top line of it. Thanks to Bob Grenier for the following post and video link to an online discussion. And the headline is Cosmic Summit Live Plasmoidian Edition with Randall Carlson, Malcolm Bindle, Bob Grenier, and more. And this whole group, they're
shady.
They're shady, and they're constantly pushing. Like they're all involved in some kind of free energy, cold fusion, low energy nuclear reaction thing. Like it's all connected, and it's always the same people, and it never works.
It's shady. Yeah. Yeah, and isn't that Randall Carlson? I think wasn't it like Joe Rogan did an episode on this, but then he pulled it before it aired because he realized it was a scam. Allegedly,
possibly. Yeah,
allegedly.
I
Yeah.
hadn't watched that in much detail.
Yeah,
but Bob
They did
Greenyer,
a 3.5 or 4 hour podcast on this device with Randall Carlson, and then they never aired it. So there had to be something that caused Rogan and his producer Jamie to say, we don't want to put this out because it's some form of scam. And I think Randall Carlson was running from some other energy or oil scam from another country or something. So yeah, it's
that
bizarre.
Maybe Malcolm Bindle. I think he did.
Oh, Malcolm Bindle, yeah,
in Tasmania or something, or
yeah.
I can't remember.
But all these guys pushing these, it's enough to say that all of these guys pushing these free energy, save the world devices are shady in some form or fashion.
Oh, absolutely. So Bob Greenyer was one that was promoting Andrea Rossi's idea. And he just seems to be connected to all these things. So he's always talking about plasmoids. He's got tons of videos about plasmoids, and what's his name? Malcolm Bindle has got he was promoting the thunderstorm generator and saying plasmoid this and that and all the other. And that thing is just a total joke. That they're, by the looks of it, they're routing the exhaust from a generator into a tube full of water and Scotch-Brite pads, Scotch-Brite scrubbers, and then over from there, there's another tube that goes into a little container that's got a UV light in it, and there's some magic or something that's supposed to happen in it. I don't know, but as best I can tell, what they're actually doing, they're measuring an exhaust, or they're measuring air at one point that doesn't actually have exhaust to say that it's cleaner. And then to try to cut down on the smell of the exhaust coming out, they're doing something that actually does work. So scrubbers and industrial exhaust systems, they force the exhaust through water, and as the exhaust bubbles go through the water, they aerate some and turn into smaller bubbles, and the water is able to pull out particulate and things from the exhaust. And then when the exhaust comes out the other side, it's a little bit cleaner and it doesn't smell funny like hydrocarbons. And so they're using that to mask the smell of the hydrocarbons from this generator, and then claiming this device is doing some magic or whatever.
And it's clean energy then. Yeah, it's clean. Right. It's not polluting. And if anybody needed any more proof that Ashton Forbes is a scammer, I mean, some of the people that he's appearing with, I don't know if you're familiar with this person, Jordan Sather. Jordan Sather was one of the leading Q-tard pushers for years. And he's banned from YouTube for medical disinformation and Q-tard nonsense, I think. And he was also a big supporter and proponent of Corey Goode, the secret space clown with the blue chicken aliens and the Ashtar inner Earth people and 20 and back time traveling and all that shit. That's Jordan Sather hosting Jordan talking about bringing free energy to the world. And I just wanted to mention, I'm not tooting my own horn here, but we did like a 12-hour deep dive of free energy promoters and pushers, all of which turned out to be pretty much scammers. And I'm a little bit at a loss. Like, do you think he didn't educate himself into the history of free energy claimants at all before jumping right into this? Because it seems like that way to me. Like, it seems like he has no historical knowledge of these kind of devices at all. Or am I wrong in my assessment?
Judgment? That's kind of what it seems like to me. That's why I don't know what the scenario is, if he's getting scammed or something else. I don't know. I don't know how he could have got into that without checking. Like, if he received that image, I can't imagine that you're starting a company and you're trying to do something with it, and somebody sends you an image and you don't reverse image search it. And then there's so many similarities between what he's been saying about this and the files hoax that I don't know if it's like the same person that put him up to this or something. And he yeah, but he stated even that he implicitly trusts the person that's telling him this. Well, that's a huge mistake. You know, if you implicitly, like, I don't know if you can implicitly trust anyone, especially not if they're trying to tell you that they've got, you know, cold fusion or free energy, or that Orbs teleporting plane. I mean,
yeah, and you know, one of the I'm going to see if I can't find this lab in Philadelphia. One of the real convincers for me, yeah, I have it here. Let me share this. One of the real convincers for me was that there's a lab called Foxbat Energy Systems in Philadelphia. And calling it a lab is a stretch. It's a big, huge warehouse, and it's full. I'm talking hundreds of devices, hundreds, TJP, hundreds of devices purported to be free energy devices. And I talked to that guy, Jeff, who runs that organization. It's like a nonprofit. And you know, his heart's in the right place, but he has spent, that guy from Foxbat Energy has spent decades of his life. He was involved in the John Searle project. He's the guy who made the models that John Searle used to scam everybody with. And he was horrified because he makes the model that's just supposed to be a mock-up of the John Searle free energy device. And John Searle takes it off of him and immediately starts holding investor meetings and taking money from people. And this person at Foxbat Energy was like horrified because he knows that the device is a mock-up and it doesn't work. And further, he knows that John Searle is unable to recreate the device that he claimed he already invented or had working decades ago. And so, and additionally, that guy has in his lab like it's like I said, calling it a lab, it's like this big warehouse full of devices and parts, and it's like a mess. But my kind of mess, because I'm kind of an electronics nerd, you know, he's got like Tesla coils everywhere and Van de Graaff generators and all kinds of weird kooky stuff and lifters. But anyway, what really informed me is that guy spent decades of his life chasing free energy. And what he said to me is, it's always tantalizing, but you never get the results that people want. You get close, and that's what keeps people unable to pull away from it. Because every time you get so discouraged, you just want to say, it's all bullshit, forget it. You find another device that tantalizes you. And this guy at Foxbat Energy has built like all the devices that you can. And he was never able to get working free energy. So that killed it for me, because I said, all right, I'm out. I'm not going to be like, and God bless that guy. He was a great guy. Like, he really had, his heart was in the right place. Like, he really wanted to help poor people in India that don't have power. That was his kind of focus. And he does have some interesting working electronic devices and generators, solar things that really work. But it was just kind of sad for me to see that guy, he filled a warehouse full of devices that don't really work, but they kind of show some promise. They might work if you put more time. You know, I think that I would love to get Ashton to go visit that place with me in Philadelphia and let that guy talk to him about his decades of chasing these devices. And that guy has invested decades of his life and hundreds of thousands of dollars in parts and time and energy and machining tools to build things, and he can't get it to work. So, you know, when Ashton comes along with no experience in any electronics or computers or any related field or energy or electrical engineering, when he comes along and just is like, oh, I'm gonna sell these devices next month, I thought of that guy, Jeff from Foxbat Energy, and thought, if that guy couldn't do it in decades with all of the money and time that he invested, what are the chances that Ashton is going to do it? And that's why I predicted this is not going to work. This is going to end up being a scam. And I don't know, you said he's still trying to push this, but do you think he's going to have to admit it? Or is this going to be like the Mh370? He's just going to grift off of the possibilities of free energy forever here.
Gosh, I couldn't predict. What I would say is that investigating things that claim to be not specifically free energy, but that claim to be like novel ways of producing energy, you know, like low energy nuclear reactions, but in a general sense, not on some of the specific ones that have already been
Or
disproven.
I always thought tidal generators. They could put these generators, these devices out in the ocean, and
Yeah,
just
I
the
mean,
tides coming in and
that's
out.
a working concept,
Yeah.
Solar power is a working concept. Geothermal energy, these are working concepts. So there's all kinds of energy generation methods that are not mainstream, that are dependable, that probably should be used more. Like even nuclear. I feel like there should be more nuclear power. I feel like that's our best quote unquote green energy power production method that's available right now. I think there should be a lot more nuclear, and I think that we can carefully manage the byproducts that come from it, and we can find a
Yeah,
response
especially
to deal with them.
thorium. Like thorium should be invested.
Yeah, half life is lower, and so
Yeah,
there's
for those unaware, almost all governments all but abandoned thorium as a nuclear fuel to create nuclear energy because it doesn't have dual use as a weapons platform. It doesn't work for bombs. So thorium, look it up. It's more or less been abandoned, but there's still people pursuing that as a means of energy creation through nuclear means, and it'd be 10 times safer than anything using plutonium or some of these other, and produce less waste, I think. So you're right. There's valid means, there's valid like avenues of research that I fully would support, like nuclear or thorium or these tidal generators or solar or whatever. But these magic devices that are just going to give you free energy, it's that old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is, right?
Yeah, and if someone is claiming that they have new physics or whatever, and that they're going to sell you a device based on it, like that's kind of jumping the gun. If you're claiming new physics, you need to prove the new physics. You need to put it out there, have it peer reviewed, show the concepts, do some experimentation, um, prove that it's a real thing. And then once you prove the concepts and the theories, then you can say, okay, this is a device that we've built on it, that'll deliver this. And you're not going to do it with an NDA where no one gets to see it or talk about it.
Yeah, that's shady too. Like, here, sign this NDA, which to me would mean that you get an out if people feel scammed, because they're not allowed to say, I feel scammed, because they signed a non-disclosure agreement for whatever reason. And also he said you're not allowed to tinker with the device, whatever that means, right? And
yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess if you bought one, at that point you can tear it apart and do whatever you want with it. They're just not going to warranty it, which that would be fine. But to tear down a $50,000 device just to tell people about it, like that's a high bar. You're not going to have many people that are going to sign up to do that, given the scenario, given the background of it. So it kind of makes it a low likelihood that that's going to happen. But somebody's got to do it. Somebody's got to sacrifice 50 grand in order to get that message out. And
yeah,
that's bad enough, right?
Yeah, and one of the other things is I did a little bit of math, not a lot, but just enough to determine, I built a small solar backup system at my cabin. For $50,000, I could build a solar power system that would generate more electricity than he's promising for his free energy device. And regardless of what
with a
people
longer
think,
warranty.
with a
He's only
longer
talking
warranty,
about a 2-year warranty. You can get a 10-year warranty on a
and the
20K
batteries would last 10 years. So it doesn't make sense to me. Why would somebody give some guy who's been promoting fake UFO videos on the internet $50,000 for a device to produce this much power, when for the same $50,000 you can get proven technology in the form of solar panels, inverters, and long life lithium batteries that would generate more power and last you longer? It doesn't make any sense. It just didn't that occur to him? Why would somebody give me 50K when they could just get a 50K solar power system that is proven technology and they could have it delivered and installed tomorrow in their home? It doesn't make any sense.
I hope privately, well, no, I wouldn't say I hope it. I imagine that privately he's laughing about the people that were going along with what he was saying. I don't know what else to think. I just don't. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. I'm amazed that he hasn't had some sort of mea culpa moment, right? About this free energy device, at least. I don't think he'll ever give up the MH370, but you know, it would be so simple for him to say, hey, you know, I was in contact with this person. He was very convincing. And I know I just got sucked in and I'm sorry. And I no longer find him credible and just move on. But he's a double down, never admit he's wrong kind of a person. So I think that's what we're going to see, maybe.
Yeah,
Right.
and I think it's like a good magician, right? Even if your trick has been discovered, you never admit it. So, you know, I don't think it'll ever be admitted to.
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you, like, are you sort of done with this debunking MH370? Or are you just going to keep? You've been going gangbusters at this for so long.
I'm probably about done. I'll kind of watch the pulse for it for a little bit more. There's a couple more discussions. We were just talking to this guy Bobbio today, who he comes across as convinced that a couple of the photos are fake and that it, you know, calls into question the rest of them. And
I heard him in the spaces earlier. Yeah,
he is adamant. He's quite stubborn. But you know, we've showed him convincingly and certainly what's leading to the issue. And so I'm going to probably make a couple more videos and maybe have a few more discussions on that. And then, you know, yeah, I envision myself kind of checking out from the subject for you know, as long as possible. We'll see what it looks like.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of sad because during this run of this MH370, I saw show hosts that were skeptical about other people. Like, for example, one, I'm not going to name it, but one specific show host really went after Third Phase of Moon for hoaxing videos, hoaxing fake UFO videos. And I mean aggressively, you know, we're like, these guys are hoaxers, they're full of shit, like they're fake. I saw the same person that did that host Ashton because Ashton was bringing, and I think it's because Ashton was bringing so many views. Some of these lower view podcasts, you know, they would get 10 times their usual views by hosting Ashton. And that's made me sad to know that, like, something that's so completely and totally provably fake is getting so much attention and eyeballs on it. It's really weird. And to see formerly skeptical show hosts just welcome him and then defend him, you know, and I wonder what some of them think now, because to me, Ashton Forbes is now a twice proven hoax promoter. There's no doubt in my mind, but you know, do you think a lot of people were just cashing in on the attention that it was getting for monetary gain or whatever?
I think if that was, you know, someone's area of if that was their desire to grow their follower count and everything, it would be hard to resist. And yeah, I could definitely see that happening. You know, I hope that's not the case, but I could definitely see that happening.
Yeah, and I forgot to mention, but I think it was your video, this AI video of Ashton Forbes being debunked, this MH370 videos. That was your video, right? I think.
Possibly.
You've been making a lot
songs?
of them. Yeah, the songs.
Oh,
You've been
yeah.
making a lot of these AI
I made
songs.
I made a whole album. And I'm like completely proud of that. But it took me I probably spent like 6 hours doing it, so it really didn't take much time.
I was trying to find the one from the top of the thread because we shared that before. But I don't know what happened. I screen captured it. Oh, I got it. I screen captured it, and then there was some kind of hiccup with the screen capture, so it was all jittery. So I'm just going to share it from your Twitter to sort of close us out.
Sure.
I appreciate you being here. What an interesting. I bet you never thought you would spend months of your life arguing with people that think fake UFO videos are totally real to this level, right?
No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Yes, and people, I should tell people that they can follow you on Twitter at TJP of Texas. Mr. Powell does not have a podcast or anything that he's promoting, so you should go over and follow him on Twitter because he is just volunteering his time trying to pull people out of this fake rabbit hole that they've been pulled into, and I think that's an admirable pursuit, right?
No, I appreciate it.
All right, I thank you. I'm going to throw you out of here and wrap things up. I appreciate you taking the time to sort of help us navigate this wacky world of Ashton Forbes. Thank you.
Yeah,
You have a good
absolutely.
night.
Thanks for having me on. Take care.
All right, bye-bye. All right, friends, we have done our due diligence. So now we know that Ashton, and here's Ember to Ashes, another opportunity. He was openly admitting the videos were debunked nonsense until he saw an opportunity to farm engagement on him. Now he's an ardent Ashton defenders. Some of these guys are fake as S. Yes, I can't say that I disagree with you. Embers to Ashes on Twitter is another person that has been just destroying some of these fake talking points and all this fake stuff. I'll take a couple of comments and questions from the live chat before we bounce on out of here. Thrillseeker72, it's like rubbernecking. That's why a lot of people listen to Forbes. Us humans like a car crash. Yeah, I guess. Plan D is here and is always complimenting us, saying cool stuff only on True Seekers. Thank you, Plan D. Fake as Forbes works. Tidley says awesome stuff. Whack Off World with Ashton Forbes says trolly troll. And you know, one of the things, other things we didn't get into is all the threats, and you know, he's threatening to sue people. He's threatening to destroy people, dox people. Ashton Forbes is, I mean, it's really disturbing. It's very cult-like. Engagement farming comes in a lot of mediums, says Muppet Pimping. I can't say I disagree with you. And also says, I don't have any money right now, but praise the cash. Yeah, we had a light day of praising the cash, but that's okay. Win some and lose some. Christly TV is here, who is another person that has been systematically just destroying these videos, also been a guest here as we try to navigate this wacky world where people live in a fake reality, where fake CGI videos are some kind of government conspiracy. None of this really makes any sense. And, you know, as I previously said, there's some things that I just don't want to waste time on. Flat Earth is one of those things. Like when you don't know how many emails I get from Flat Earth people who demand that I let them be a guest so they can prove to me the Earth is flat. No, that's too stupid even for me. And I like weird and strange, stupid things, but this Mh370 is another one. Ashton is going to scam the wrong people and find out the hard way, says Admiral Rascals. Yeah. Jason Parker is here and says, I wouldn't want to be his neighbor when he goes postal. Yeah. You can see the extension cord on the table in this video, says Admiral Rascals. Yes. Do veganism, Steve? No, no. In fact, I'm on a carnivore diet, or I'm supposed to be. I keep cheating. Like Father's Day, I cheated because my wife got a cake, and you know, no. I am the last person that would want to promote veganism. But a lot of people don't know this. Long before my wife, I lived with a woman who happened to be vegan, and just out of convenience, because she cooked every day, I became vegan for like 8 months. I did not feel healthy for the entire 8 months. I was hungry, tired, lethargic, had no energy. I much prefer the carnivore diet. I don't care what anybody says. I'm dropping pounds. I'm feeling high energy. Yeah. Chuck Bam says, eat beans and rice. I was a starving artist. I lived on beans, rice, and ramen noodles and spaghetti. So yeah, I'm well acquainted with that. So we're going to bounce on out of here. I'm going to leave you guys with this wonderful music video that came from T. Powell. I tried to play it one night, and I apologize both to the audience and to myself because somehow I borked it. I tried to screen capture it and make it a bumper here, and it didn't work out so well. But he's sent me the YouTube video, so we're going to close out the show. We have done our due diligence, friends. I want to thank our amazing guest, TJP or T. Powell. Again, you can follow him on Twitter at TJP of Texas. all one word, at TJP of Texas. And he's posting some great stuff. Also follow Kreishley about this. And follow me on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. If you haven't already, be sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the notification bell. You'll know when we're doing a live broadcast like this and can come be a part of our live chat. You are most welcome. If you're listening in audio podcast land, we do love and appreciate you, but you're missing half the fun. Go on over to YouTube, put Truth Seekers, one word in the search bar. Look for me, the strange guy with sunglasses. Go to that channel, smash the subscribe button, hit the notification bell, and you too will know when we're doing a live show. I want to mention that many of you have commented that I did not put these 12-hour deep dives on the audio podcast side. And realizing that many of you, I wasn't aware of this, but did you know this, that if somebody's a commercial driver and they get in an accident, if they check that person's internet usage or phone and they were watching a video or listening to a video, they could get in trouble. But if they're listening to an audio podcast, it's not an issue. So partly as a public service and partly because some people just prefer the audio version. Maybe they're listening at work or whatever. We try to also put everything we do here on the audio podcast side. It's available on Spreaker and Apple and everywhere you get your podcasts. Just search for Truth Seekers, one word. But anyway, I haven't put those 12-hour deep dives on the audio podcast. I will be updating the audio podcast this week. So there'll be something like, I don't know, it's like 80 hours worth of deep dives, but I'm going to get them converted to MP3 and upload it there. I appreciate that so many reached out to me asking me, why aren't the deep dives on the audio podcast? I didn't even realize that I should do that. Or, I mean, I just, honestly, I was trying to save myself. It's a lot of work to do that. But if you guys want it, I will put them through the magic machine over there on Spreaker. So look for those in the next couple days. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern time. And I certainly hope that you will be here with us. So we're going to end tonight with Mr. T. Powell's excellent music video at the end of a kerosene-soaked hoax. Truth and facts at the end of a kerosene-soaked hoax. And I guess he has a YouTube channel. It's the 30K apostrophe ING. You can go over there and smash the subscribe button. I'm sure he's posting his AI videos over there. I will do the good show host thing, and I will put his YouTube video right in our live chat. But I have to go over to YouTube to do that, so bear with me one moment. You can go over there and check out all of his videos. We like to support our guests. I'm just going to put T. Powell YouTube. And we'll put it in the live chat. You could go over there and check out his other videos. I thank him for letting us play this one. I have to say, as a musician and songwriter all my life, these AI generated songs are getting scary to me, because this shit is, I would consider this a very good, well-produced pop song. And those aren't easy to produce as a human being. So the fact that some of these AIs are getting so good, and I've heard an awful lot of really, I guess, I've heard an awful lot of really catchy AI music lately, like impressively. This is one of them. This is, you know, the early ones I was listening to going, oh, real songwriters don't have anything to worry about. But as with everything computers, they're getting exponentially better with time. In any case, let's take a moment to enjoy T. Powell's music video here. So that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambion. Good night, and God bless all.
In the age of the internet, where truth's hard to find, Ashton Forbes made a claim that caught the world's eye. A video of Mh370 with orbs that did glow. But soon the experts came and said, hey, that's just not so. Oh, the Mh370 hoax, it's a temple of lies. Ashton Forbes said, hey, it's the truth. But his claims fell flat with VFX and stock images. He tried to fool the wise, but the truth came to light, and the hoax, it did die. The clouds in the footage, they matched a stock sight. No proof that the plane was Mh370, that's right. The video was crafted with care and with skill, but the truth, it was hidden behind a veil of ill will. Oh, the Mh370 hoax, it's a temporal rise. Ashton Forbes said, hey, it's the truth, but his claims fell flat with VFX and stock images. He tried to fool the wise, but the truth came to light, and the hoax, it did die. The world was fooled for a moment or two, but the truth, it prevailed, and the hoax, it withdrew. Ashton Forbes, he tried with all of his might, but the truth, it was stronger and shone through the night. Ashton Forbes said, hey, look at that cloud, but his claims were just a bunch of hot air. The clouds in this video, they matched a stock sight. No proof that they moved or evolved, that's right. Ashton Forbes said, hey, it's flying trick light, but his claims were just a visual light. The video was crafted with stock images and lies, no evidence of advanced lighting, that's no surprise. Ashton Forbes said, hey, it's satellite USA 2219, but his claims were just a cosmic mind. The video was a hoax, that much is clear. No evidence of satellite footage, that's the final frontier. I want everyone to remember, these videos are fake. For always and forever, believing they're real is a mistake. Lives were lost, people died, families were torn apart. These lies are spread for one's pride. Ashton Forbes said, hey, it's Section 1 drones, but his claims were just a military clone. The drones in the footage, they were just CGI. No evidence of drones operating over water, that's the truth, you see. Ashton Forbes said, hey, it's Edward Sealand, but his claims were just a treason to spin. The video was a hoax, that much is clear. No evidence of leaked videos, that's the final price. Mh370 hoax, it's a temporal rise. Ashton Forbes said, hey, it's the truth, but his claims fell flat with VFX and stock images. He tried to fool the wise, but the truth came to light, and the hoax, it did die. In the end, we must be wary of the tales that we hear, for the truth, it can be hidden behind your veil of fear. But with critical thinking and a careful eye, we can see through the deception, and the truth, it will fly.
There's a difference between having an open mind and being mentally disturbed. Ashton Forbes and his following have the brain of birds. A obvious fake video made by a man who's come clean. Ashton just blocks him and says he's being mean. Hey, why won't Joe Rogan listen and accept my piss poor evidence? I should block his ass too for not having an open mind. Don't get me started on Mick West for not investing his time on wormholes and missing airplanes. Can't he just tickle my schizophrenic mind?
Holy shit! Holy shit! MQ1C Gray Eagle!
And not so fast, Arthur Preston.
Did I get scammed?
Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. By popular request tonight, I will be speaking about everyone's favorite Alfred E. Newman-like hoax promoter, Ashton Forbes. For those unaware, Ashton Forbes, for quite some time now, has been promoting conspiracy theories around the tragic deaths of, 200 people on the Mh370 flight. And despite a multitude of CGI and VFX experts, video editors, and more who have all come forward and proven conclusively that the videos he bases his entire following and conspiracy theories on are completely and totally 100% provably fake, Ashton refuses to admit that to his followers. And really, it's no surprise to me because before promoting this Mh370 hoax, nobody ever heard of him. Nobody knew who he was. And, you know, I think there's a real problem with people promoting and platforming a proven hoax promoter. But let's be clear, Ashton Forbes is not just a proven hoax promoter once. He is a proven hoax promoter twice. Because after the Mh370 conspiracy started to fall apart, you know, when you get up to the fact that there's like 15 VFX and CGI experts all saying these videos are fake and here's why they're fake, and I'm an expert in this field, what does Ashton do? He posts anonymous Reddit posters who claim that they're from Marvel VFX or that they worked on Top Gun Maverick. They were the head of VFX and the videos can't be fake. He uses fake information to try to debunk the debunks. He is really just a piss poor person as well. He has threatened, intimidated, harassed, threatened to dox and take legal action against anybody who dared to say that his fake videos are fake. And, you know, I, for one, don't wish any legal troubles on anyone, but I want to put it out there that, you know, I'm gathering a PDF file of all of the debunks of these Mh370 videos. So should anybody face any legal consequences from this psychopath maniac incel, right? I should have that ready for you, and the judge and jury can have a great laugh at a clown who has been promoting completely and totally 100% provably fake videos for how long now, suing somebody for their opinion that, yes, those videos are fake. And of course, this gets into now we have the Vetted podcast guy, who I think his name is Patrick, who, by the way, you asked for this, Patrick, you dumbass. I didn't even know who the guy was. I don't watch garbage, clickbait, sensationalized garbage promoter channels, but many people do. So the Vetted guy got in between a disagreement or something I said about another garbage promoting podcast, That UFO Podcast. And, I know why he did that is because the grifters all stick together, and Patrick's hoping to get some points with the UFO Podcast grifter so that they'll help his grift. Like, send me some of your hoax promoter guests so I can make a couple of dollars too. And by the way, I just want to put on the record, I don't know if this is true, but I've had several people tell me this Vetted guy is free to correct anything that is factually inaccurate. I can only go on what I've been told. He is a full-time show host, and yet he doesn't have 5 minutes to research any of the hoax promoters that he promotes. That tells you everything you need to know. And, it's so funny. This Vetted guy is literally a repeat of Third Phase of Moon. Uses the same, the check mark or the arrow in every single video to try to get people to click on his clickbait. He uses the same stupid excuses. Well, I didn't research this. We're just putting this out there. And I've heard the excuses that some people make for him, like, well, he's a full-time show producer. He doesn't have time to research. No, if you're a full-time show producer, it's your job to actually do research, to actually investigate stories. But we're going to see tonight that this Vetted guy's only defense for promoting so many hoaxes, he promoted the Nazca mummies hoax and made money from that. He just forgot to tell his audience that hoax came from Jaime Maussan, who's been involved in, 60 different hoaxes, most famously the Roswell slide hoax, where he defrauded the public out of hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for a pay-per-view event. You forget to tell your audience that, but see, this is how the Vetted podcast works. He presents half of the story and he leaves out all the information that would make you go, oh, so this is all bullshit, right? This is all fake. He leaves out that part, and we'll get into that. And he uses the same exact excuses and tactics that Third Phase of Moon use. Well, we're putting it out there. We're first to put this out. We'll let the audience decide. All those excuses fall apart when you realize that this man is a full-time garbage peddler. That's his job. Now, imagine the hellish existence of this Vetted guy if he does not promote fake people, disinformation, misinformation, fake stories, and hoaxes every single day of his life. He can't eat. He can't pay his rent. He can't keep a roof over his head. He can't pay his car insurance, his medical expenses, his grocery bills. But I think the best thing to think about is imagine every day before you sit down to eat dinner, you have to stop for a minute, right? You have to say, wait a minute, I have to go promote a fake story. I have to go promote a disinformation and misinformation peddler so that I could get my couple of bucks so that I can afford to sit down and eat my dinner every day. What a hellish existence. And by the way, just a word of caution for the Vetted podcast host. I don't know, he seems to have just gotten into this, like it came out of nowhere from a year and it blows by everybody that's been doing this for 3 or 5 years. I've been doing this 3 years, blew right by me, but it's easy to see why. The man has no ethics. He's promoted the Nazca mummy hoaxes. He's promoted Jeremy Corbell's hoaxes. He's promoted the Jon Stewart alien interview hoax. And by the way, Vetted, you're dumb as rocks. I'm just going to put that out. It's my opinion. I'm entitled to it. You are dumb as rocks. First of all, for coming after me and attacking me, you don't know me and you don't know my history. We have a proven track record of accurate fact-based reporting. And you, sir, are a garbage peddling, grifting, scamming huckster. You scam everybody, including your audience. How does it feel to be sitting in the Vetted audience knowing that the guy running the show is literally scamming you by only giving you little parts of information, to get that disclosure boner going, right? And get the clickbait. Make sure everybody clicks on this. And we're going to show you several examples. He's recycling 20-year-old, 100% proven fake stories, like Dennis Glenn from Roswell. By the way, if you want to see real and good research into Roswell, this weekend we'll be rebroadcasting 24 hours of Roswell interviews and research that we did here. That's good research. And by the way, just to be clear, I don't care if somebody talks about certain subjects or even platforms certain people, but you have to do so, in my opinion, imagine this, you have to do it morally and ethically correct. If all you're going to do, vetted guy, by the way, why do you call your show Vetted? What? Show me something you vetted. You don't vet anything. And we're going to prove it tonight. We're going to prove that you're a garbage peddling shit huckster. That's what you do so that you can make money. You peddle garbage and shit onto the internet. You're the problem here. We don't need government disinformation agents because there are useful idiots like this vetted show host. The government doesn't need to disinform us or spread misinformation because vetted podcast is doing it for them. All right. So we're going to be exploring tonight the methods that people like Vetted use to sell fake information, false information, fake stories, disinformation, and misinformation to the public for profit. And let's be clear, this is his full-time job, spreading fake, false information. Now, I'm sure he might have spread some that isn't, but look at his catalog. Almost everything he promotes is proven hoaxes. He promoted Jeremy Corbell's jellyfish hoax. And, you know, he just forgot to tell his audience that Jeremy Corbell is a shit huckster too. Because the shit hucksters like Vetted and Jeremy Corbell, you know, he's got to lick the asshole of people like Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp. We don't have to do that here. We can tell you the truth, right? But in order for Vetted guy to eat, he has to do what he's got to do, promote those hoaxes every day of his life. And what a hellish existence. Mr. Vetted, every day you wake up in the morning, what do? Do you look in the mirror as you're brushing your teeth in the morning and say, you know, I got to sell more hoaxes today. I got to promote more disinformation, misinformation, fake information, and hoaxes so that I can eat today. What a hellish existence. And by the way, I don't wish any ill will on anybody, but you, Mr. Vetted guy, should look into the history of people like you. Go look at how Jimmy Church is doing. Go look at how Corey Good and David Wilcock and people like that promote fake information. Look at the effect it has on them. Look at Emery Smith. And again, I don't wish any ill will on this Vetted guy. We're going to try to educate him tonight. But what he should do is he should examine the history of people like him who promote hoaxes and fake shit. Many of them, do you have drug or alcohol problems, Vetted guy? If you don't now, you soon will. Because here's the deal. Lying to people every day of your life is corrosive to the soul. And it doesn't matter if you're just doing the lie by omission, by leaving out 75% of the story and the information about the fake stories you promote. It's still lying to your audience. That becomes corrosive to the soul. And we have seen there is a proven track record in history of people like you, Vetted guy, having their souls corroded because they have to lie to people every day. They have to promote fake garbage every day. And what happens often is that people like you develop severe drug and alcohol problems. Now, I don't wish that on you, but I'm just telling you that there are some dangers in what you were doing that you probably should be well aware of. But we're going to start tonight speaking about Ashton Forbes, who, by the way, he did a complete 180 on. And I know why. He figured out, oh, I can make money off of that guy. And that's what I think about Vetted guy in general. He's the guy that, like, he sees somebody making money. You know, I mean, I grew up on the mean streets of Philadelphia, and somebody would see, like, somebody's got, let's say, oh, I don't know, 85 cases of cigarettes in their basement that they're selling. And there's always bottom feeders. That's what Vetted is. He's a bottom feeder who feeds off of the top tier hoax promoters. And he runs in to get his little piece, kind of like the guy in the neighborhood that would go to the guy with the cigarettes. Hey, sell me a couple of cases of those cigarettes so I can make some money too. It's a bottom-feeding grift. It's amazing. But let's begin with the perils of pseudoscience and Ashton Forbes, who has misused the media, including podcasts, to mislead the public with completely false realities and completely fake conspiracy theories. And let's be clear, it's not just Ashton who is guilty here. It is everybody who has platformed him and not shown the verifiable scientific information that proves that everything Ashton promotes is fake. The rise of digital platforms, friends, has enabled the rapid dissemination of false information, or just information, both factual and fictitious. Among the purveyors of dubious content is Ashton Forbes, who is a prominent figure in the Mh370 conspiracy theory community. Tonight, we'll be critically examining Forbes' promotion of flight Mh370. However, we've covered this before, so I will be brief in my comments about that. Mostly, we're going to be focusing on his free energy scam this evening, including, yes, his recent ventures into the realm of purported free energy, or the term he prefers, over Unity devices. By analyzing his tactics, including the aggressive silencing of critics, skeptics, and debunkers, we'll be highlighting the broader dangers of Ashton propagating debunked and manipulative content in the age of digital misinformation. So, for those unaware, the mysterious disappearance of Malaysia flight Mh370 in 2014 has fueled numerous conspiracy theories, each attempting to explain the aircraft's fate. Among the most controversial figures in this domain is Ashton Forbes, whose fake videos purporting to show the final moments of Mh370 have been widely circulated despite being debunked as computer-generated imagery, or CGI. We'll explore some of the critical flaws in Forbes' narrative, his methods of quashing dissent or skepticism, and the recent escalation of his activities into the promotion of supposed free energy devices. So we'll begin just talking about those fake videos, which we have covered extensively here. Don't want to belabor the point, but we should cover that for those who missed my previous coverage of those completely and totally fake videos. Forbes' primary contribution to the Mh370 conspiracy is finding a series of videos, which, by the way, were found on a UFO hoax YouTube channel, that claim to reveal the plane's disappearance. These videos, which have been scrutinized by over 15 experts, exhibit clear signs of CGI manipulation. And despite the absolutely overwhelming evidence from aviation experts, digital forensic specialists, CGI experts, VFX experts, and investigative journalists debunking these videos, Forbes continues to assert their authenticity. His refusal to acknowledge factual evidence raises significant concerns about his intentional spread of misinformation. And let's be clear, he is intentionally spreading information he knows is proven false and fake. And why is he doing that? He is doing it for profit. Now let's get to his blocking and attacking critics. Forbes' strategy in maintaining his narrative involves the systematic silencing of critics. He frequently blocks individuals who present counter evidence and engages in personal attacks against debunkers and skeptics, up to and including threats of doxing and legal cases he intends to bring against people. He has frequently said that he will destroy people. This pattern of behavior not only undermines legitimate discourse, but it also fosters a hostile environment where misinformation can thrive unchallenged. His threats to, quote, destroy the debunkers. This, my friends, exemplifies a dangerous precedent where falsehoods are protected through intimidation rather than scrutinized through scientific research and reasonable debate. Now, let's get to his free energy scam. Because in addition to his Mh370 conspiracy theories, Forbes has recently ventured into the promotion of free energy or over Unity devices, which purportedly generate more energy than they consume. These claims are reminiscent of pseudoscientific scams that have been debunked repeatedly by physicists, scientists, electronics technicians, and engineers. The laws of thermodynamics, the very laws in which our world is governed by, the laws of physics, render such devices completely and totally impossible. Yet Forbes, who, let's be clear, has no education in science, has no credentials in science, and has no proof of his claim, Forbes capitalizes on the scientific illiteracy of his audience to sell these supposed or alleged breakthroughs. And let's be clear, in the history of people promoting free energy, not one person has ever shown a working device, including people who I know have spent decades pursuing these devices, building these devices, working on these devices. People are big on claims, short on proof. But somehow Ashton Forbes, who has no scientific training, no physics degree, no electronics degree, he's going to tell you that he cracked the code of free energy where everybody else failed. And there's also the problem of falsifiability. Ashton Forbes refuses to allow his beliefs and his statements and his claims to be falsifiable. He claims that they have a working free energy device. Did you know they get the Nobel Prize for figuring that out? And we'll get into some of the specific claims, but there's a real danger in pushing debunked theories. Ashton Forbes is pushing these completely and totally fake free energy claims, which leads to an erosion of trust in science and the media. The propagation of debunked theories by figures like Forbes erodes public trust in legitimate scientific and media institutions. When falsehoods are presented with the same gravity as verified facts, the public's ability to discern truth from fiction is compromised. So Ashton is doing some real danger here, whether he realizes it or not. And let's be clear, Ashton has zero evidence in zero experience in electronics. He's not even qualified to determine if a device actually works. But yet he's going to tell you that he has working devices and they've sold over 30 of them. Great. Can he show us the 30 working devices? Can I get interviews with the 30 people who are powering their homes from these devices? Of course not. He will not allow any scrutiny of his claims. Forbes' activities prey on individuals who may lack expertise to critically evaluate his claims. And Forbes, by presenting himself as a crusader for hidden truths, he exploits the fears and uncertainties of his audience. This manipulation not only misleads, but can also have tangible consequences, such as financial loss or misguided beliefs that lead to real-world actions. Ashton Forbes exemplifies the modern-day purveyor of pseudoscience. Ashton Forbes is a modern-day snake oil salesman. His reliance on fake videos, his aggressive silencing of critics and threatening of critics, and the promotion of scientifically impossible devices represent a clear and present danger to informed public discourse. It's imperative that scholars, journalists, podcast hosts, and the public at large remain vigilant against such figures, using critical thinking and evidence-based reasoning to debunk the falsehoods that Ashton promotes and uphold the integrity of real scientific truth. Also, I just want to put on the record here, there's an incredible paper that was written. Oh, we'll get back to this. Here I have it. R. White in 2021 published a paper called The Physics of Free Energy, Why Over-Unity Devices Are Impossible. And this is from the Journal of Applied Physics, which I believe is peer-reviewed. So when Ashton tells you he has a working free energy device, what he's also telling you is he's telling you that every scientist, every electronics engineer, every electrical engineer, and every physicist on Earth are completely wrong. And yet he is completely right. Yeah, I kind of find that hard to believe. I don't know about the rest of you, but it would appear that in order to believe Ashton's claims, you have to believe that every scientist on Earth is completely wrong about overunity. You have to believe that the Journal of Applied Physics is completely wrong, and they allowed somebody to publish a completely wrong article in their Journal of Applied Physics. This is where things get problematic. And then there is also the issue that the device that Mr. Forbes is actually promoting or claiming that he'll be selling is a very old device, which many people have tried to build, and no one has been able to prove it a working device. And I challenge Mr. Forbes, show us the device working. Don't show us a screenshot. By the way, Ashton Forbes, as his proof for his free energy device before taking, what was it, $50,000 orders, Ashton Forbes showed a 14-year-old video. A still image that he took from a 14-year-old video. A video in which the author of that video recently changed the description of his video to say, I have no affiliation with this guy, Ashton Forbes. And people have reached out to that person. He doesn't know why Ashton Forbes is using a still from his 14-year-old video, which, by the way, never proved that the device worked, to prove that he has a working free energy device. Ashton Forbes has made a multitude of grandiose statements, including that 30 people have bought the device from he and his partner. Or excuse me, his partners have sold 30 of these devices. So, great, Ashton, why don't you bring those people on your show and let them tell you all about the free energy that they've had for 14 years now? How many years have they been selling these 30 devices? Can we see the working device? Did you get? And by the way, Ashton can very quickly prove that what he's selling is not a scam. He can get an electrical engineer, a physicist, and I don't know, an electronics technician or a computer person, to electrical engineer, electronics technician, and a physicist. Let them look at the device, let them measure the device, and declare that it works. My prediction to you is Ashton Forbes will never do that, because free energy devices don't work. They're fictitious. And it's just great. So we have here a screenshot. This is where Ashton, he says, this image is not 14 years old. People caught him in his own live chat, sharing a still image from a video that was 14 years old on YouTube. And by the way, the person who built this device bought the plans on eBay. So Ashton is claiming that he's selling a device that anybody can buy the plans to on eBay and build themselves for a couple of bucks. But don't waste your money because the device doesn't work. Ashton is using something called the HATEM device, which was patented but never proved that it worked. People have been trying to reproduce it. Nobody's ever been able to reproduce it in working form. This is the device. The very device that Ashton is claiming he's going to be selling is the same device that people have been building for at least 15 years, and not one of them has been able to show it working. What should that tell you about this magic device that Ashton Forbes claims he's going to start selling for, what was it, $50,000, right? Okay. All right, and here is from the person who actually made the video. No, I am not affiliated with Mr. Forbes in any way, shape, or form. I've never met him or communicate with him or anyone else for many years regarding this device. This is not my invention. I replicated this device based on plans I bought on eBay from a man named Yannick Van Doom. This is Yannick's YouTube channel. By the way, this person who made the video of the device that doesn't work bought his plans from Yannick Van Doom. Do you know who Yannick Van Doom is, Ashton Forbes? Do you know Vetted Guy? Did you do any research? Yannick Van Doom is a free energy scammer who sells plans that don't work to stupid people. And the original device was created by a man named Hayden, who lives in France. Now, anybody can look up the Hayden free energy device. Everybody's free. Let's have a scavenger hunt. Go find me a working Hayden free energy device, because this is the exact device that Ashton Forbes claimed that he would be selling for $50,000. Go find me a working one, Ashton Forbes. You've claimed that that's what you're going to be selling. And this is the problem. And by the way, Vetted, why do I have to do this research for you? Why couldn't you do the research and find out that that video, the still image of the device that Ashton Forbes is showing people as proof he has a free energy device, came from a hobbyist who 14 years ago made a video. And by the way, the device didn't work when he made the device from plans he bought on eBay, from a person who scams people with fake free energy devices on eBay. Why didn't you tell your audience that, Vetted guy? Why didn't you tell your audience that this whole device is based on unproven technology that didn't work 14 years ago and doesn't work now? Why couldn't you do that, Vetted guy? You vet things, right? Apparently you didn't vet the free energy scam claims of your guest. Just like you don't vet the Nazca mummies stuff, right? Just like you don't vet Jeremy Corbell claims or Jon Stewart alien interview claims. No, Vetted is there to sell fake shit. That's what the Vetted guy does. He sells fake shit to stupid people. And I'm sorry, but if you're watching Vetted, you are a low information viewer. And he loves low information viewers who won't check into anything. Because, by the way, I'm not special, but if you check into Ashton's claims, you'll find the same thing I did. That Ashton is lying to everybody on a public live stream. Here's a still image of the device we're going to be selling. And I stole the still image from a video on YouTube that's 15 years old and doesn't work. It's beautiful. And then the Vetted guy shows up, bottom feeder that he is. Ashton, can I make a couple bucks off this shit too? Come on my show with this. I'll make a couple bucks too so I can keep eating, because I'm a loser who can't do any research. I'm dumb as rocks, and I have to sell hoaxes every day so I can eat every day. I feel sorry for that Vetted guy. I really do. He's got to sell Ashton Forbes nonsense with a straight face in order to eat every day. It is wonderful, friends. I have some more to share with you here. So, Ashton Forbes said, I already showed a video of a magnet motor over Unity device. No one could debunk it. What more do you need? I've shown more than enough already. I just debunked it, Ashton Forbes. You don't have a working device. You are a liar and a scammer. And you can prove you're not. Show us a working device. Show us a working device. And by the way, when you see who Ashton Forbes' partner is with this Ether company, he's going to be selling these fake free energy devices. Oh, it is a cavalcade of carnival bullshittery. His partner is a secret space program promoter, among other fake things, who claims he's a defense intelligence contractor. By the way, Ashton Forbes, do you know it's illegal for you as a principal owner of a company to make completely false claims while trying to sell a product? Do you know that? Do you have proof that your partner actually is a defense intelligence agency contractor? Can we see the contracts? And by the way, I don't know. I'm just asking questions. But based on the fact that every time Ashton Forbes opens his mouth, you can prove he's lying, I don't believe that his partner in this free energy device thing actually was a defense intelligence contractor. And by the way, just like Ashton Forbes, his partner in this free energy company has no physics degree, no science degree, no electrical engineering degree, no electronics technology degree. He has no formal education in science whatsoever. But we're supposed to believe that a guy like that somehow beat every educated scientist and was able to crack free energy. He says, both. I did a live stream where I played the video repeatedly. It's part of the reason I'm pulling back. Apparently, quite a few entities didn't realize the video was online. I push things as far as I want to for now. You mean you pushed a scam and a hoax as far as you want to? What you showed was somebody else's video. It wasn't a video of a device that's in your possession. And by the way, we're going to see on this vetted podcast, the vetted guy actually asks him, well, I guess you'll be one of the early adopters, like you could power your house from it. And Ashton makes excuses. Oh, well, no, my living situation really wouldn't allow me to use this to power my home. So what you're saying is you have a working free energy device, but you're just going to pay your electric bill every month, even though you have the means to get rid of that bill out of your life. Or is it that Ashton Forbes lives with his mommy and daddy and streams from the basement, and mommy and daddy won't let him hook up fake science devices to their power grid in the basement, right? It's so stupid. How could anybody believe this Ashton Forbes clown? We'll come back to that. Now, I'm going to share these on my Twitter. I get it. They're difficult to read. But these are threads that are talking about this HATEM device. And in every thread you find, I'm sorry, that's weird. In every thread that you find on this HATEM device, what you find out is that they don't work. Ask anybody that's into free energy. They don't work. And by the way, Ashton, I did a whole series on free energy and what a scam it is. And I've built many of the free energy devices from plans on eBay, just like the person you stole your video from. In fact, a long, long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, I had a YouTube channel that was like electronic stuff and free energy stuff. I deleted the channel because I didn't want to mislead people. Free energy is fake. But if you do a little research into this device that Ashton claims he's going to be selling, everybody says that everybody that built one from the plans, which by the way are now publicly available in public domain, that they don't work. The device doesn't work no matter who builds it. It doesn't work, Ashton. It doesn't work. Why are you lying to people and claiming you have a device without showing it? You have to show a still from a video that isn't even your partner's or yours, from a 14-year-old video. That's what you have to show to prove to people that you have a working free energy device. That is the piss poor evidence. Listen, and let's be clear. Claiming to have a working free energy or over unity device is a huge, monstrous claim. Kind of like technology that can teleport huge jumbo jets out of the sky is a huge claim. Ashton makes huge claims. And what's his evidence? Well, for Mh370, it's fake videos. What's his evidence that he has the capability of creating free energy devices? Well, I took a still image from a 14-year-old YouTube video that's not mine or my partner's or any of my associates. You know, that's our proof. Some guy posted a video 14 years ago of the device we're going to sell, but it didn't work. And we took a still image from that to show people that we have a device. It's so stupid and childish. And let's get to, before I forget, let's get to the vetted guy. Listen, there's only one excuse that the vetted guy could use for being so stupid to platform all this. Did you vet that Ashton Forbes was lying about having a free energy device? Did you vet that he has no evidence or proof that he has a working actual device? Did you do any research, Mr. Vetted, into the HATEM device and the numerous people who have built it and said it doesn't work? By the way, I've reached out to a few for interviews. We're going to interview people who have built a device and says it does not work. Now, we can find a multitude of people who built the device from the publicly available plans that Ashton claims he's going to be building or selling his device, the same device. We can find a multitude of people who have built it and said it does not work, vetted guy. But Ashton and you can't show me one person who built it and proved that it works. And I mean proof. I don't mean claims. Prove it works. Prove it works. Patent it. Prove it works. Get the United States Department of Weights and Measures to measure the device and certify that it is creating more energy than you are inputting. Prove it. You can't and you won't. And especially because this vetted guy is a full-time hoax promoter. His only defense is for what he does, this vetted guy. There's no defense for what this vetted guy does. He promotes hoaxes and scams. And do you know, Vedic Guy, that you could put yourself in legal jeopardy here helping Ashton promote this? If somebody buys that device and gets ripped off for $50,000, do you think that they might not include you in the people that they take legal action against for promoting this fake device that is essentially a 14, 15, 20-year-old device that never worked then and doesn't work now? But I love that the Dunce hoax promoter defense. This is the same pap trick. This vetted clown uses the same defense that Third Phase of Moon used. Number one, I am so dumb, I didn't know it was a hoax. These are his only available outs for promoting this hoax. And remember, listen, anybody could get fooled once. Fool me once, shame on me. Or fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Anybody can get fooled once, but all this Vedic guy does is promote hoaxes. All his videos are about proving fake shit, and we're going to show you some of that tonight. So the Vedic guy's only defense for promoting this hoax with Ashton is the dunce hoax promoter defense. Number one, I'm so dumb, I didn't know it was a hoax. And by the way, Vedic guy, you can either admit that you intentionally promoted a hoax to make money, because that's what I believe you did, or you can use this, your only defense, the dunce hoax promoter defense. Number two, I'm so lazy, I can't do 5 minutes of research before running with a completely and totally fake story. Number three, I'm so dumb, I cannot do any research at all. Because anybody who had done any research at all into Ashton's free energy claims would find that that device doesn't work. Vedic guy, it doesn't work. It's fake. And you helped him potentially find more victims that he is going to allegedly defraud for, $50,000 for this device that everybody that builds it says doesn't work, but Ashton's got one that works? Sure. Number four, I am so dumb and lazy, I promote hoaxes by accident, of course. Just like Third Phase of Moon, this Vedic guy pretends, hey, well, I didn't know. I wasn't fully informed. It's your job. This is your full-time job running your show. Are you this piss poor lazy or this dumb as rocks? 5 minutes of research can find out that this device is fake. 5 minutes of research can find out that Ashton stole a screenshot from a video of somebody that bought plans on eBay and built it and said it doesn't work. It doesn't work, vetted clown. Number five, I am so dishonest and unethical that I pretend I'm too dumb and lazy to do 5 minutes of research before promoting a hoax. This is the Vedic guy's only hope. There's only two choices here, Vedic guy. Either you intentionally promote hoaxes, disinformation, misinformation, and literal scams in order to put some money in your pocket, or number five, you are so dishonest and unethical that you're going to pretend that you're too dumb and lazy to do 5 minutes of research before promoting a hoax. Those are your two choices. Which is it, Vedic guy? Are you intentionally promoting fake shit to make money? Clickbait garbage peddler that you are? Or are you going to sit there and pretend that you're too dumb and too lazy to do 5 minutes of research when this is your full-time job? Do you care about your audience, or do you just want to shovel more shit down their throats, you asshole? Are you kidding me? This is your full-time job? And by the way, let's be clear. This is not my full-time job, and yet I had the time to do the research into Ashton's false claims, disinformation, misinformation, and fake devices with him stealing screenshots from videos that have nothing to do with him or the people he claims to be selling this device from. I don't do this full-time, Vedic guy, but I had the time, and you know why? Because I care. I care about my audience. I don't just do a stream shitting disinformation all over my audience every single day like you do. Why are you here? We don't need more takers. Did you think you're just going to waltz in here and sell fake shit to stupid people every day to make a living? No, I don't think so. And by the way, we'll get back to that. So, there's no excuse for this vetted guy not vetting the claims. Your show is called Vet It. Where's the vetting at? You got to change your show to Grift It. I think we're gonna start like a petition. I don't care if you do what you do if you change your show to Grift It, because then people will know before they click on your video that they're about to get grifted by a hoax promoting loser who can't do 5 minutes of research. I'm going to go and start a petition that we change your show to Grift It. You can't keep calling your show Vetted and do no vetting, no research, no investigation into the claims. But see, here's the game. This vetted clown wants to just show up and get paid for doing zero work. That's what he wants. He is a lazy slob, just like Third Phase of Moon and every other hoax promoter. And we can tell that he doesn't care about his audience, because if he did, he wouldn't be shoveling misinformation down their throats every day. He doesn't have time. Come on. This is your full-time job. Make the time, you clown, garbage peddler, hoax promoter. We're going to take a moment to recognize some kind and generous people. Rotary Motion with a kind and generous £2. Vetted Space Cadet Grifter. Ashton is off his meds. Well, we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we also thank Taxenstein, who became a YouTube channel member. For those unaware, if you become a YouTube channel member during a live broadcast, we give you a big shout out. And we also would like to thank Rotary Motion for a kind and generous £2 super chat. For those unaware, we're a viewer-supported show. And unlike this clown who is making all this money off of clickbait and selling fake shit, how much money did you make? Oh, we'll look into that. I'm going to explain to you why the vetted guy sells fake shit. We're going to go through some of his videos, and we're going to do a little math and show you how much money he's making selling this fake nonsense. And by the way, vetted guy, is this what are your parents proud of you? Whoa, our son, he's doing great on YouTube. Do they know that what you do is sell fake shit to stupid people? They must be real proud of you, right? Do you go to your mom every day? Call mom? Yeah, I'm selling a new fake free energy device with this Ashton guy who sold fake videos, hoax videos for a year. Yeah, I'm going to make lots of money, Mom, selling my fake nonsense. All of us must choose which path we're going to take. You made your choice, vetted guy. I believe there's a road to redemption for everybody, though. You got to give your audience the rest of the story. And if you don't, then my assessment of you being a garbage peddling, hoax promoting, disinformation peddler is correct. You can correct the record. I don't think he will, right? And by the way, why are you deleting comments when people are commenting? Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I forgot to praise the cash. So we read every super chat. We thank everybody. Thanks, Rotary Motion, for your kindness, generosity, and support. And thanks, Taxenstein, for becoming a YouTube channel member. Thank you both for helping us to praise the cash. We read every super chat. Get them in, friends.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we're going to continue in our journey here. And I got more stuff to share with you. But before we do that, I do have some thoughts on the methods that people like this vetted guy use to sell fake information, false information, and more. And I'm going to share that with you. Okay, so 1 second here. And by the way, Vetted just recently is promoting the claims of Glenn Dennis. You remember him. He's the mortician that lived in the Roswell area that made a lot of claims that were proven completely and totally fake. I mean, I have to be fair in that I don't know this vetted guy well enough to know. Is he purposefully promoting hoaxes, or is he really this stupid? Those are the only two choices. The only two choices is that the vetted guy is purposefully platforming and promoting hoaxes because he's just that stupid and that dumb and that lacking in any critical thinking, or he's doing it intentionally for money. And both choices are very scary. You know, it's ethically and morally disgusting if he's doing this on purpose for money. And it's equally kind of gross and just sad if he's this stupid that he's doing this by accident because he's this dumb. Now we'll talk about a critical examination of the Vetted podcast, who platforms hoaxes and complete and total fake stories, misinformation and disinformation on an almost daily basis. In the age of digital media, podcasts have emerged as a powerful medium for storytelling and information dissemination. However, not all podcasts adhere to rigorous standards of truth and accuracy, or even any standards, to be honest. If we critically examine this Vetted podcast show host, we've realized that his show is notorious for platforming hoaxes, completely and totally provably fake stories, and dubious characters, many of which have been caught selling completely totally fake stories before. And isn't it interesting that every time this Vetted guy talks about a certain character that has been caught selling completely and totally fake stories, like Ross Coulthard or Jeremy Corbell, he forgets to tell his audience that this source of information is garbage and has been caught selling fake information before. He platforms dubious characters who are garbage peddlers. So he's essentially jumping into the dumpster with the misinformation and disinformation garbage peddlers. Next, by analyzing the methods that this Vetted show host uses to show, pardon me, by analyzing the methods used by the show to present these narratives, which are false narratives, we can expose him for a complete and total lack of thorough research, or any research at all, and the deliberate omission of counter evidence. That's the lie by omission, and the broader implications of promoting misinformation. Okay, moving on. So podcasts have become a significant source of entertainment and information for millions of listeners worldwide. Among these, the Vetted podcast has gained a following for its sensationalized clickbait stories and controversial topics. However, a closer look reveals a troubling pattern of Vetted promoting hoaxes and fabrications without any actual proper vetting, any research, fact-checking, or investigation whatsoever. We can delve briefly into the tactics that this show host uses at the Vetted podcast to perpetuate these falsehoods, examining how the show's approach undermines the credibility of legitimate research and fuels the spread of disinformation, misinformation, and false narratives. So there are some methods of misrepresentation that both the Vetted show host use and other people like Third Phase of Moon. All these garbage peddlers use these same tactics. First is selective storytelling. One of the primary methods employed by the Vetted podcast is selective storytelling. The show often presents only one side of the narrative, carefully curating information to support the most sensational and compelling version of events. By omitting crucial facts and evidence that contradict the story, the Vetted show host creates a misleading impression of credibility and truthfulness. This selective presentation is a form of intellectual dishonesty that deceives listeners and viewers into believing his completely fabricated or exaggerated tales. And let's be clear, we've covered this many times before. This is how the UFO scammers work. It's called the lie by omission. This guy talks about Jeremy Corbell's latest video, but he forgets to tell you that Jeremy Corbell also promoted a convicted pimp fake scientist to the tune of millions of dollars that never worked for the government. He forgets to tell you that Jeremy Corbell has been caught promoting completely and totally fake UFO videos over and over and over and over again. It's the lie by omission. Then Of course, there is what I believe is the purposeful lack of any fact-checking or vetting. The Vetted podcast frequently platforms guests who make bold, evidence-free claims. These guests, often self-proclaimed experts or witnesses, are given a platform to share their stories without any critical scrutiny whatsoever. The host's failure to challenge these claims or provide context leads to the dissemination of unverified and often completely fake and debunked stories. This lack of fact-checking not only misleads the audience, but also lends undue legitimacy to dubious figures. And then, of course, there is the vetted show host's role in promoting misinformation. Is there a deliberate ignorance? A significant factor in the vetted podcast promotion of hoaxes is the host's deliberate ignorance. By purposefully avoiding in-depth research or any research at all, or any fact-checking at all, any investigating at all, the host creates an environment where fantastical stories can flourish without any burden of proof. This approach allows the host to present tales as more credible than they are, exploiting the audience's trust and curiosity. Of course, there is the omission of contradictory evidence. In many cases, the host of the Vetted podcast actively omits or forgets to mention information that would debunk or discredit the stories being presented. This deliberate exclusion of counter evidence is a calculated move, in my opinion. It's used by all the clickbait, sensational garbage promoters like Vetted. It's used to maintain the allure of the narrative and prevent listeners or viewers from questioning its veracity. By controlling the flow of information that viewers get, the host ensures that the most sensational elements of the story are highlighted and amplified, while inconvenient facts that prove the stories are fake are conveniently ignored and left out of his broadcasts. Of course, there is an impact of his platforming hoaxes. And let's be clear, this guy promotes hoaxes constantly. He's promoting Ashton Forbes now. Before that, it was the Ron James toys. He showed pictures of toys, of models, claiming they were real UFO photos. And this idiot let him. Did no fact-checking, nothing. Then there is, there's the alien mummy hoaxes, the alien interview hoaxes, and how many other hoaxes. And we're going to show you some examples of that and why this person is trash. Sorry, not sorry. And by the way, a lot of people expect me to be more diplomatic, be more kind. I have no obligation to be kind to garbage peddling shit peddlers who lie to their audience on a daily basis for cash. I have no obligation to be kind to people like that. They're liars, grifters, and scammers. Would you be kind to somebody lying, grifting, or scamming your grandmom? Neither would I. I have no obligation to be diplomatic or kind to these people. The Vetted podcast promotion of hoaxes and false narratives constantly contributes to the erosion of public trust in media and information sources. When listeners repeatedly encounter fabricated stories presented as the truth, their ability to discern credible information from falsehoods diminishes. This erosion of trust is particularly damaging, I should say, in an era where misinformation can have significant real-world consequences. Then, of course, there's the exploitation of the audience. For sure, this Vetted guy is exploiting the audience. By presenting sensational but false stories, the Vetted podcast exploits its audience's fascination with the extraordinary. And this exploitation not only misleads listeners and viewers, but it also encourages a culture of cynicism and skepticism towards real, legitimate research and evidence. The show's prioritization of entertainment and sensationalism over truth undermines the integrity of real storytelling and information dissemination. So just to conclude and we're going to get to the video, I'm not sure how much of it we're going to go through. The Vetted podcast serves as a cautionary example of how podcast show hosts can be completely and totally unethical and immoral. And some would say even cross the line into consumer fraud by manipulating their audiences. And it's an example of how media producers can be manipulated to spread misinformation and promote hoaxes. through selective storytelling, a lack of fact-checking, and the deliberate omission of contradictory evidence, this vetted show creates a distorted reality that captivates but ultimately does nothing but deceive every audience member. It's imperative for listeners to approach such content with skepticism and demand higher standards from show hosts, especially full-time show hosts. They should demand higher standards from full-time show hosts when it comes to truth and accuracy in the media that they promote. All right. 1 second here. I don't know what that was about. I apologize. So now we're going to get into some of the video, but I have to take a moment to thank Rotary Motion, who just gifted a free membership. For those unaware, you should hit the subscribe button. People keep gifting free memberships. And by the way, I'm making one Patreon and members only video a week now because we have just hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of new members, thanks to people gifting all these memberships. But for those unaware, when people gift memberships, they get randomly distributed to people who are subscribers of our channel, but not yet YouTube channel members. So hit that subscribe button and you may get a free membership from Rotary Motion. Thank you, Rotary Motion.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Oh, I forgot. I have to get to the Twitter stuff first. I've retweeted a lot of things. And I was going to say earlier that since this vetted show host wants to attack me, and by the way, I never did anything to him, never said anything to him, didn't even know who he was. So all of this tonight is his fault. He put himself on my radar. Let me get to some of the things on Twitter. 1 second here. Another reason that I think it's important that no one should platform Ashton. He has repeatedly proven, oh, look at that. Pentaxin sign gifted 5 Truth Seekers memberships. So there you go. There are now 6 free memberships up for grabs. Be sure to hit that subscribe button so that you too are eligible. And thank you all for helping us to praise the cash.
Raise the cash, raise the cash, raise the cash.
Praise the cash, Pentaxenstein, who not only became a member themselves, but gifted 5 free memberships. Very generous of you. Thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Okay, so there's some things in my Twitter that I thought we should share. First of all, Ashton keeps getting suspended on Twitter. And why does he keep getting suspended on Twitter? Because he's threatening people. He is threatening people. Turd Ferguser says, going to be a significant headwind for the Magic Free Energy Machine commercial funnel. All those hot Twitter leads down the drain. Yeah. So Twitter found violations in his account. Those violations are him threatening people or threatening to dox people. And we're going to get into more proof of that. Mr. Vetted podcast host, why are you platforming somebody that keeps threatening people who say that free energy isn't real on Twitter? Why are you platforming somebody who correctly says that those Mh370 videos are fake? And, why are you platforming Ashton, who is threatening people who say those videos are fake? Embers to ashes. 1 second. And here is the research that Vetted didn't do before platforming Ashton. In spite of what Ashton Forbes is claiming, he has not shown a video of a real over Unity device. The device in question was open source, and all builds have proven not to work. So there's multiple researchers who are now coming forward, besides myself, and confirming that this magic device that Ashton Forbes is selling, it does not work, friends. It doesn't work. So isn't that interesting that I can find that information, but the vetted show host can't find out that the magic device that Ashton is trying to sell everybody, it does not work. Isn't that interesting? How come he cannot show, he can't do 5 minutes of research to find the same things I did? And by the way, here's those documents I shared earlier. Doesn't sound like the guys in the emails below had much success, does it? Shockingly enough, either did the fella in the following video, who also made his own. And to be clear, I say this with the utmost respect to Leon Hayden, who passed away a couple of years ago, and to the best of my knowledge, made no attempt to grift. No, the person who invented this device essentially open sourced it. And boy, isn't it interesting that we have a proven hoax promoter promoting yet another hoax. And, you know, listen, I just don't understand the vetted guy. Like, you know, Ashton promotes fake shit. Why would you bring him on your show unless, oh, I know what it was. You wanted to jump in and get your piece of the money, right? You wanted to get a couple of bucks out of this, out of Ashton's grift too, right? Is that what it is? It appears that that's what it is. And just bear with me 1 second, friends. So multiple people have looked into this device. Multiple people try to build it. Nobody's been able to successfully build it. But we're all supposed to believe that Ashton Forbes did. All the other people that built it weren't able to get it working, right? But Ashton Forbes, a man with no science training, no science degree, no, qualifications insofar as electronics engineering or anything like that. And by the way, maybe I'll build this device from plans just to show everybody it doesn't work. Let me know in the comments, should I build this device from plans? They're open source now, just so that we can prove once and for all that the device doesn't work. And let's be clear, that's the device that Ashton is claiming that he's going to be selling people for $50,000, a device that's been open sourced for many years and no one has been able to get working. I'm going to say that one more time. The device that Ashton Forbes is claiming he's going to sell for $50,000 is essentially a device that does not work. But Ashton is going to sell it to people for $50,000. Nobody else has been able to get it working. But Ashton Forbes, a man who spent the last year promoting fake hoaxes, he got it working, right? And we're just supposed to trust me, bro. I got it working, right? I don't think that Ashton Forbes can solder a single solder point on a circuit board. But somehow we're supposed to believe that he cracked free energy devices when everybody else trying to build that device failed miserably, right? Okay, and here's another thing. We're going to get to this. So what do y'all want to talk about? How about the fact that Dave Rossi is Ashton's partner in this. He's a self-purported ex-DOD contractor, appears to be the mysterious entity that Ashton has partnered with in his over Unity grift. And if we go Dave Rossi, we can see that on YouTube, Ashton Forbes has interviewed this Dave Rossi twice. He is a self-taught pseudoscientist. He's not a real scientist. 1 second. And I'm going to show you some interesting things about his partner. Now, in Ashton's videos, he claims that Dave Rossi is a Department of Defense contract engineer. Can you prove that? And he runs the Generation Z podcast. That's what I want to show you. I want to show you the Generation Z podcast. Now, remember, Ashton Forbes is claiming that him and his partner are going to sell everybody free energy devices for $50,000. Now, oh, this is going to be good. Let's share this tab. This is his partner from Generation Z podcast. And look who he's promoting. Linda Moulton Howe. Alternative Black Sun, Hollow Forms, the Sphinx, The Unseen Hand of Human History, a deep dive conversation. Human Vibration, Cult of the Black Cube. Look at this. Jay Widener, great. Oh, that person is promoting Ross Coulthart claims. The guy who's been caught selling at least, he's interviewing Coulthart. And in this interview, he doesn't mention to Ross Coulthart that Ross Coulthart's been caught selling at least 5 completely and totally fake stories. Nope. All he did was lick Ross Coulthart's asshole. He interviewed Lou Elizondo and never bothered to mention that Lou Elizondo is a fake program director, right? And where it gets interesting is here he is promoting secret space program whistleblowers. And this person, Dave Rossi, also has some interesting claims about blue aliens. This is the person that is Ashton's partner in his free energy grift. A guy who's promoting secret space program nonsense. A guy who's promoting Ross Coulthart and Linda Moulton Howe. This is his partner, a garbage peddler. So it's no wonder that Ashton went on a garbage peddle show like Vetted to promote this nonsense. It's no wonder. Listen, Ashton, do you want to talk about how your partner believes Corey Good's stories and secret space program nonsense? I'm the guy who busted Corey Good's stories as completely and totally fake with those depositions, right? But your partner is a guy who's promoting secret space grifters, storytellers, right? Talking about their battles on Mars or whatever bullshit. It's funny. His partner in this free energy grift is essentially a garbage peddler. So it's no surprise that one garbage peddler would get together with another garbage peddler in order to promote this nonsense. Yeah. One second. I thought we had some other information to share on him, but I think that's enough. Hey, Vetted show host, did you know that Ashton's partner in this free energy company is a garbage peddler like you who promotes fake grifters selling fake nonsense, disinformation, and misinformation? Did you know that? Well, now you do. So that's another nail in the coffin of this free energy thing. I don't believe Ashton will ever prove any of his claims. And here he is with Ashton on his show, right? And he believes those Mh370 videos are real. Ashton's partner does. So you know what that means? That means that Ashton's partner is dumb as rocks, just like Ashton, or just complicit and wants to help his buddy grift off those videos that he knows are fake. Those are the only two possibilities. But I think it's pretty funny. Ashton's partner is a wackadoo. So all you people who hoped maybe that Ashton would have a real or working device, sorry, I think you better think again, because his partner is a complete and total wackadoo that believes in Corey Good's secret space program tales and other secret space promoters, fake space tales, right? Incredible. So I have a few other things to share from Twitter, and then we're going to get into this video. Yes, this is something that's important too. The owner of the video that Ashton stole the screenshot from updated his video. Donald Conley, the owner of the 14-year-old over Unity device video, has updated his YouTube description to clarify that he has never been affiliated with anyone regarding this device. And shouldn't Ashton apologize for stealing a screenshot from a video that he doesn't own? No, Ashton said that they took the screenshot from a device that was created previously by his business partners. He lied straight on the stream. Did you know that, Vetted dummy? He lied to his audience, but you lie to your audience all the time, don't you, Vetted guy? So, you know, this is no big deal to you. Now people are harassing that guy because he had the balls to say, I don't know who Ashton Forbes is. And so there could be no backtracking later. There are some tweets confirming the entity's affiliation. So the person who made the video that Ashton is sharing a screenshot from says, I have no affiliation with him whatsoever. I don't know why he's taking stills from my video and making these claims. It's wonderful. A couple more things to share, and then we'll get to the video. Okay. Also, Vetted Podcast deleted comments with proof that Ashton's device doesn't work. Vetted Podcast deleted comments proving that Ashton is lying to Vetted's audience. So what's that about, Vetted Podcast hosts? Are you okay with people lying on your show to your audience and you have to delete comments? But this is how the garbage peddler channels work. We have a free speech zone. He has an echo chamber. He knows that he's promoting garbage, so he can't withstand debate or even let his audience see the contradictory information. It's the lie by omission. Some people's goal is to imagine and become, because anything is possible. Others' goal is to sabotage and destroy. Which category does Ashton fall into? And again, Vetted guy, why are you platforming a psychopath like this?
If you are somebody out there who's telling people not to talk to me, you are an absolute piece of shit, and you are one of the worst human beings on the face of the earth. And in the future, if people tell me your name, I'm going to blast you all over social media to my 100,000 followers and on live streams as well. And I'm going to tell people what a piece of shit that you are.
Oh, nice.
So don't do it. Last warning.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I never said that people shouldn't speak to him. And in fact, I have no problem with people platforming him as long as they're going to challenge his fake claims. But if they're going to sit there like Vetted dummy podcast show host, right, and pretend that Ashton isn't lying, that's garbage. That's absolute garbage.
If you're one of the people who's trying to debunk these videos, I am going to send the families after you to sue you for every single fucking penny that you have.
That's what you're platforming there, Mr. Vetted. That's who you're platforming. Somebody who's threatening to sue people who are using facts, evidence, and actual investigatory skills to prove those videos are fake.
This includes Mick West. It includes the Corridor Crew. It includes Jonas DeRoe and any other debunker that puts their real name next to any debunk attempts on these videos. You have been warned. That is what I'm going to do. It's not a threat. It's a promise. I will have them take everything that you have. I will make sure the media crucifies you and make sure that you are go down in the history books as an enemy of humanity.
This is who you're platforming, Vetted guy. Somebody that can't withstand debate, can't withstand scrutiny, can't withstand questions. Ashton Forbes is an intellectual weakling and a coward. He knows what he is promoting is fake. And somebody commented right on this thread, Ashton is asking his followers to sign an NDA and then put down a significant down payment on the $50,000 device before even seeing it. That's not a good move to gain people's trust. Why do you have to sign an NDA? The plans are publicly available, Ashton, you dumb clown. Do you know that the plans for your secret magic device are readily available on the internet? You can Google them and you can find them in a few minutes. But you're asking people to sign a non-disclosure agreement? Could that be because you don't want people talking about the fact that your device doesn't work? Why do they have to sign a non-disclosure agreement in order to buy a device from you? Wouldn't you be proud of it and want people to talk about how great it works? Oh, that's right. It doesn't work. It's fake. Just like those Mh370 videos are fake, right? And by the way, Vetted show host guy, were you aware that Ashton is paying people for people's personal information so that he can dox them and sue them? And what was that person's crime that he's doing that to? Saying those Mh370 videos aren't real. You are platforming a psychopath. and you are encouraging his psychopathic tactics and behavior. You're saying it's okay. You're co-signing. I think it's wonderful. I think it's wonderful that this vetted show host needs money so badly that he has to platform garbage peddlers like Ashton Forbes in order to eat. And you know what? I'm going to start a food bank for this vetted show host. We're going to start a canned good drive. We'll send him some, cans of beans or chili. We're not going to let you eat for free, like real good, but we'll send you some food so that you could stop being a garbage peddler. I'll send you a box of canned goods every week. I can go through my pantry. I'm sure my wife has some shit in there. She buys a lot of canned soup and stuff that I don't really eat, and a lot of things. And I think that my audience is very generous. Maybe we can get your address and everybody can start sending the vetted show host food so that he doesn't have to host scammers and grifters every day of his life to eat that day. I think that would be a good thing to do, right? And let's continue. Here is more psychopathic behavior from Ashton Forbes that the vetted show host is apparently co-signing. He's saying this is okay. I'll platform this guy.
It's not that he thinks he did. He 100% did more than just respond. He made a debunk video. So he's going to lose all his credibility for the rest of his life. It's not my fault.
Everybody who has made a debunk video about the Mh370 hoax has maintained their credibility. And meanwhile, Ashton Forbes' credibility is in the shitter, is in the dumpster. But here he is claiming that if you dare to make a debunk video, you're going to lose all your credibility.
We got more. Should we post the next one or should we save the next one? I don't want anyone to think that I'm trying to blackmail anyone. I'm just trying to put the information out there as soon as possible.
No, he's not trying to blackmail anybody. He's just doxing people, right? He's just doxing people and threatening people. Why would you dox people? Interesting. And Ashton says, "Oh, I'm not doxing. I didn't dox anybody." Yeah. Here he is. If anybody can get me T-Pal's real identity confirmed, I'll shoot you $50 in Cash App. Direct message me. I'm going to sue him for defamation. I don't even care if he has nothing to take. At least I'll make him spend all his money on lawyers. The reward is up to $150. Apparently, I'm not the only one who wants his information to sue him. We're already close to finding him. Thanks for the assistance. Send any info you have about him to narrow it down. I think we got him. Took under an hour. And here's one of his unhinged followers. Get him. That's the Orb up version of F around and find out. No. So congratulations, vetted show host. You are platforming scammers who are paying for people's personal information so that he can terrorize them with lawfare tactics and sue them for defamation, for having the audacity to say that those videos are fake. And let's be clear, vetted clown, they are fake. Those videos are fake. Just like Ashton's free energy device is fake, that you were too dumb to realize was fake before rushing in to get your couple of bucks so that you could eat today. What a loser. You know, what level of depravity, what lack of morality and ethics, what a disgusting, despicable scumbag you have to be to say to yourself, I could get a real job or I could just sell fake shit to stupid people every day. And then I don't need a real job. And then I could pretend I can't do any research because I have to put out a show every day so I can keep eating, right? No, if your full-time job is to run your show, you should have plenty of time to do this research and find all these things that I found. Why aren't you giving your audience the entire story, vetted clown? Why are you only sitting there like an idiot while Ashton grifts on your show? Could it be so you could get a piece of the grift, you loser? Ridiculous. That's what we're at, the point of ridiculousness. And let's be clear, Anybody who is platforming Ashton is encouraging his behavior. Anybody who platforms him is helping him to defraud people for a device that never worked 15 years ago, for a device that many people have built and proven doesn't work from publicly available plans, right? It's incredible. Incredible. I just don't even know what else to say. We're going to get to the video. I don't know how much of the video we're actually going to get through. I'm going to put my fair use banner up, and let's be clear. Sometimes these garbage peddlers really don't like when I use their own show to make them look like ass clowns to their own audience. So they falsely copyright claim me. We have won every single false copyright claim. I have excellent lawyer letters standing by. We're going to put our fair use banner up, and we're going to get to the video where the vetted show host left out all the information and let Ashton sit there and lie to his audience for an hour straight, a little over an hour. I think that, birds of a feather. Of course, this guy is helping Ashton promote a complete and total provable hoax. So this is fair use. This is a transformative work. We're educating the public. And by the way, I just want to be clear, Mr. Vetted, should you falsely copyright strike my channel, I will appeal on the basis of fair use, and I will win. We have won every single time somebody falsely copyright claimed us, we have won. And in several instances, including Jimmy Church's case, the copyright strike reverted to his channel. So if you want to strike on your channel, strike me for sharing this video. It's a publicly available video. And we are informing the public that you, sir, are a garbage peddler who does no vetting, does no fact checking, does no research, and just shows up to get paid while people promote garbage. And that is in the public's best interest. So this is educational work. We'll be critiquing and talking about this video that we are sharing. And by the way, maybe you should educate yourself on free energy before you actually promote free energy. I've done an excellent deep dive into free energy scams and claims of the past, and you would benefit from that. I know that I know you're a full-time show host, and you definitely have time to spend 5 hours watching a video. Like, for example, you should have done that the night before you hosted a new free energy guy. You should have looked at the history of all the free energy people that came before him and how many of them proved their claims, but you didn't.
Free energy, 0 point energy, vacuum energy. Today's episode, we're going to learn what those terms mean.
No, you're going to let Ashton tell you what those terms mean. A man who has no education in electronics or physics. But hey, congratulations, Vedic guy. You learned the buzzwords of free energy scams and the buzzwords that all free energy scammers use to sell their fake nonsense. So congratulations. He did take the time to learn the buzzwords before promoting fake garbage.
I brought on Ashton Forbes, who you may know from the Mh370 videos.
Yes, so you're knowingly bringing on somebody that promoted a hoax for over a year now. A 100% provable hoax.
To understand what this episode is going to be about, I thought I'd show a clip from a renowned expert talking about it.
Yes, and the renowned expert hasn't been able to prove that he has a device that works.
0 point energy. 0 point energy is a technology.
Oh yeah, this is the renowned expert, the guy from Limp Bizkit. And I get it. Maybe he makes a joke about that, but this is the dummies that they use. Oh, well, Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit said free energy is real, so let's put that in there.
Technology that's been around for a long time, that's been kind of dark shelved and buried, that you could take energy from the vacuum in space to power everything we need.
Okay.
Yes, sounds good. And you know that saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is.
Okay, that was Fred Durst from Limp Bizkit, but he makes a really good point, right?
He makes an uninformed point. a man that has no training in science saying that these things are real, when every physicist on Earth that actually investigates these comes away saying that it's all a scam, Patrick.
Check out these other clips.
The technology to create unlimited, clean, free energy has existed for over 100 years.
Your tea glass there, that mug.
Oh, and this is great. He cites Stephen Greer. Hey, vetted guy, did you do any research into Stephen Greer's free energy claims before you ran with them? Did you know that Stephen Greer years ago created something called the Orion Project, in which he defrauded the public, allegedly defrauded the public out of more than $500,000 to create a free energy device? And then he never created a device. What happened to all that money, vetted podcast host? Do you know? Do you know what happened to over $500,000 that Stephen Greer allegedly defrauded the public out of to create a free energy device with his Orion project? And then he never created it. Then Dr. Stephen Greer went on to grift another $500,000 to make a film about free energy that you talk about on your show like it's great. That means that you just promoted somebody who collected $1 million from the public for free energy and never proved shit. That's how dumb as rocks the vetted podcast host show host is. He's so dumb as rocks that he talks about Stephen Greer's energy film like it's great, and Ashton mentions Stephen Greer's energy claims, but they just forget to tell you that Stephen Greer collected a verifiable over $1 million for free energy, and he never showed a working device. He never open sourced and gave that device to the world like he promised when he was collecting the first $500,000. And by the way, I don't believe he spent $500,000 to make that free energy garbage film that he made. It's all stock images and a couple of interviews that could have been made for $10,000. What happened to the rest of the money? Do you know Grifted show host? Do you know Ashton Forbes? No, because none of you actually do any real research, but we do here, and we have detailed those things with all the evidence here on our previous shows covering Dr. Stephen Greer's free energy claims.
The amount of potential energy in the space in that mug is enough energy to boil off all the oceans of the earth.
And that is a long time free energy grifter. And that thing he said, oh, the energy in an empty teacup is enough to boil off all of the oceans of Earth. Nobody's ever proven that, but they all use that fake line. And here is Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden, who spent decades talking about promoting free energy, getting paid to speak about free energy. But he, after decades, could never prove that he had a working device. But let's quote a guy who made all this money and for years promoted this stuff, but has never proven anything. That's our proof. Another grifter.
Our engineers are taught to throw away about 10 trillion times for a typical average case as much energy as they pull out of the vacuum without even knowing it in a generator and a battery.
So, without further ado, let's welcome Ashton Forbes to Vetted.
Well, what great information sources. A free energy grifter, Fred Dersh, and another free energy grifter. That's his proof. That's this show host's proof that free energy is real. Some grifters said it, and Fred Dersh from Limp Bizkit said it's true. Now let's bring on twice proven hoax promoter Ashton Forbes to tell us about his magic free energy device. And his only proof was a still image that he stole from somebody else's 14-year-old YouTube video.
Joy. Got Ashton in the house. We're going to be talking free energy. What does that mean? I don't have to pay for energy anymore? I honestly don't know what that means. I probably will get it wrong if I try to describe it. So brought Ashton on. We could
probably, because you're dumb as rocks,
talk about what this means and how he's involved and what he's got coming up with it. I find it very fascinating, and I cannot wait for this conversation. So let's jump in. What's up, Ashton?
Hey, Pat. How's it going, man?
Awesome, man. So excited to talk about this, dude. Yeah. What do I like when I hear free energy? I think, oh, like just my electricity bill's gone. Like, what does that mean, free energy exactly?
Yeah, it's a great way to start because free energy is a bit of a misnomer, which is why I've been using the term over unity or 0 point energy. Because
yeah, he's using that term because most people with a brain know that there's no such thing as free energy. Now, some people can argue that solar or wind is free energy, but it's really just a transfer of one form of energy into another. There is no such thing as free energy. So what the free energy scammers do is invent new terms like 0 point energy or over unity device, which generally means in over unity, you're getting more energy out of the device than you're putting in. But Ashton Forbes says these things are possible. He just never proves that they're possible. He's literally, arranging contracts for people to sign non-disclosure agreements and pay him $50,000 for a device that he cannot prove exists or actually works. And in fact, his only proof is a still image video that he stole from somebody else's video, in which the creator of that device said, I built it from plans and it doesn't work. Just like everybody else who built that device from plans said it doesn't work. Patrick from Vetted. Great vetting. Great vetting.
A lot of people think free energy and they think, oh, well, you're just going to have energy for free. And that's kind of true,
Yes.
I guess, but it's more of like, the solar.
That's a great point. Glenn Fritz says he used one video or one clip from the Y files, and he pretty much proves it wrong too. He just didn't show that part. Selective editing. That's what garbage peddlers need to do in order to prove something's real. They selectively edit. He took a clip where they said, where the Y files was talking about the claims being made. He wasn't saying that that's true. Patrick from Vetted, you dumb as rock show host, full-time show host. You're selectively editing in order to sell a fake story. Great job. Great job vetting.
Panels also produce free energy, right? I mean, they produce energy, and
No, they don't
you don't have
produce
to do
free
anything.
energy. It's a
But
transfer
solar
of
panels
energy,
still
you
cost
dummy.
lots of money. I mean, they have, discounts and what have you, subsidies, but they
Sure.
still cost a bunch of money. The same is true.
And just to be clear, and I am somebody who's actually built solar panel devices, and I have built solar panel systems at my cabin. I have a backup solar power generator. Solar power is cheaper to power a home than the device that Ashton Forbes is selling. So why would anybody go with untested, unproven, pie-in-the-sky magic free energy devices if they could just buy a solar system for $50,000, for $40,000, for $30,000 that would power the average home just fine? The economics of this make absolutely no sense.
True of free energy. So when free energy, we're not talking about, here's energy for free, although it is similar to the idea of solar panels.
Could be.
It's more of the idea that we can extract energy from our environment all around us. And it's not like wind and
I
solar.
agree,
Where
Daisy B.
it's
We'll
like
never
we
have free
this wind
anything.
power and solar power. It's more of like extracting the latent energy that's all around us all the
Sorry,
time.
Plan B, don't speak
For
French.
example, dark energy is something that we don't really understand, but we know that the universe must have been able to expand faster than the speed of light.
He
I
always
personally
looks
believe that there's a
constipated,
connection
yeah.
between dark energy and 0 point energy. So 0 point energy would say at the lowest rest levels, at like absolute zero.
And just to be clear, from somebody who has actually studied the claims of free energy people, Ashton Forbes is simply repeating unproven false talking points of other promoters of free energy scams.
There's still stuff going on. And physics would say that you have these quantum fluctuations in the vacuum that are occurring.
Got to use the word
and that
quantum
we have
in
these
your grift.
virtual
It helps.
particles popping in and out of existence. Well, what is a virtual particle? Where does that come from? This is why I brought back the idea of the space-time ether, because space isn't an empty vacuum.
Ether,
There is
abandoned
this latent
science.
0 point energy. We know it's
Abandoned
there.
science.
It's been proven
After
experimentally
Einstein,
that it
everybody with a
exists.
brain abandoned
experiment that
ether.
I
proves
have
it.
heard that about space having, like you're saying, it's not just empty. There's something going on there. And that's, yeah, okay. That's
And
fascinating.
conventional
Sorry.
physics, going back many years. I mean, there's always been people that have promoted the idea of 0 point energy for decades, but conventional physics would look back and say that they negate it. They say that there's not enough there, so they just zero it out. But the universe is extremely big, so even if there's a very tiny amount,
Everybody
if you were to add
is
it up for the whole
Operation
universe,
Shutdown.
you're gonna have this huge amount of energy out there. Now, the experiment that proves
David
it
Adair
is
said
the
free
Casimir
energy.
effect.
Yeah, the Casimir effect
is
is
a
a
major
real
player that
thing.
people should.
It's a real thing. You got to inject some actual real science in your grift. Area 503, dude sounds like a drunk high school physics wannabe who bullshits people who have no physics training with theories and pseudoscience. Yes, he does. And Above the Clouds say, true that nothing in life is free, but at least legit discoveries could help ease all, but none of them even ever come even close to, totally scams. I get free energy from the sun at least every day. But it's not truly free energy. That is just a transfer of radiant energy that gets turned into electrical energy. Energy can neither be created nor destroyed. It can just change forms. And that's what things like solar power or wind power are.
Remember, because if you take two plates, I believe the semiconductive plates, put them close together to one another, very close together, there's this attractive force that causes them to suck together, which would be a negative energy density that occurs. And then the question is, well, where is that energy for that force coming from? And it's coming from the 0-point fluctuations. The explanation is that the wavelengths are too small to fit between the plates when they're very close together.
Salad, science, nonsense from a non-scientist.
Between them means they can't fit between. And so then you have this differential of the pressure on the outside versus
I agree, King Bull. Everybody should realize it'll be
just conceptually, like if you could tap into that, if you could create something that could utilize that,
could be,
then you could theoretically
one
get
part science for every 10 parts grift
from all around us. So that's the overall idea.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
If you suspend two uncharged metal plates,
and now we're going to explain some
you'd
real
expect both plates to stay completely
to go with
still.
the grift. It's
In
one
reality,
part science,
the plates would
10
slightly move
parts
towards
grift.
each other.
Just
This
so
is the
you're
Casimir
aware,
effect.
you got to have the
See,
right
behind the classical
ratio
view
of
of this
science to
example, there's the
grift.
quantum view. Here, the quantum fields of different fundamental particles are constantly interacting with each
Barry,
other.
thanks for being a member.
Although this
Says,
interplay of fields is
WTF,
complicated to
what is
fully
he even
understand,
talking
the
about?
resulting
Yes.
effect is that there are infinitesimally small reactions
facts,
occurring on a
bamboozle them with
subatomic
grifty
scale.
bullshit.
We
Yeah.
call these reactions
No
virtual
one knows
particles.
what he's saying.
These
Yes.
particle-like entities pop
Now
in
he's
and out of
talking Ken
existence,
Wheeler,
barely ever being
angry
a part of our
photographer
reality.
nonsense.
However, as they interact with
Yes.
each other, they produce extremely small forces. When
Physicists
taking
have
into
been
account
looking
that
for
there's
free
almost an
energy for
infinite
decades,
amount of
spending
these virtual
billions and not
particles,
finding it.
their
This guy
combined
thinks he could
force
use
becomes quite
50K to
substantial.
open it up. When does
And
the
since there's
movie
more space
start?
on either side of the metal plates than
Yes.
between them, the virtual particles exert a net force that pushes the plates towards each other. So even in a vacuum, the universe announces itself through the Casimir effect.
When did this, or historically, it may be hard to determine, but historically, like how long have people been you said decades, like
People have
when
been
did
grifting
someone
off of this
first
for
like
decades. Yes.
think of this idea? Do we know?
I think if you watched the best video I watched recently, I think you watched it as well, was the Y-Files episode on free energy. Great episode.
Yeah, so awesome, dude.
In that,
and in the episode, he says it's not real.
Had a little like in the middle.
We're
going
gonna
to
forget to tell you that Y-Files said free energy is not real at the end of his investigation.
I dug into him from the Mh370 videos and found out that this guy has been talking about scalar physics and free energy for 40 years ago. And he passed away a couple of years ago as well.
Yes, cure
but
male
he was
pattern
out there
baldness.
with Floyd Sweet
Hurry
looking
up
at this
before I go
device that
cold.
was running
Get
5
any older.
100-watt bulbs and a fan. And it was just
Except
this
I
little
like rather,
box
says
that
our
he had
leader.
over there.
Yeah.
Now, most people try to
This
debunk
is way
these
worse
types
than
of
Terrace
claims and
Howard.
say
Howard at
that,
least has an
well,
education.
there must be a battery
he's a
or
smart
hidden
guy,
wire,
even though he's
because
wrong about
people
a lot of
generally
things.
can't debunk
These two are dumb
the
as rock.
devices themselves.
They deserve to make content together.
And so I would argue
like,
that this has
who's
been
dumber?
around
We should put a
for
poll up.
maybe over 50
Who's
years,
dumber,
maybe as long as
Ashton
going
or
back
the
to
vetted
Tesla.
guy?
I mean, even Tesla could have figured it out.
Yeah, we're gonna
because
do that.
in that documentary, and also Patrick Bet David did a documentary as well, and they point out correctly that JP Morgan was the investor in Tesla, and that he didn't invest in this idea of free energy or over unity because you couldn't put a meter on it. You couldn't sell it.
This is
anywhere.
another
Because technically, if
often
you have a
used
device
talking
that's a
point.
free energy
This is
device,
another often used talking point. Oh, JP Morgan shut down Tesla's free energy research. Tesla did very little actual real science or research into free energy. His intention with the Wardenclyffe Tower, if you actually did some research, Ashton, was to transmit energy, not create free energy. and JP Morgan pulled his funding. But it wasn't that JP Morgan was pulling funding for free energy. It was that Tesla was going to broadcast energy through the stratosphere. You are completely and totally misinformed. But hey, don't let things like facts and evidence get in the way of a good grift.
Over unity device. And I just want to clarify, the definition of over unity is coefficient or performance greater than 1.
what
that means is that
Area
you're putting some energy in, but you're getting more energy out than what you're putting into your device.
Got it.
And that's possible because there's a third input, or the second input, an input from the energy all around us, from the ether, if you want to think of it, from the 0-point energy field, etc.
Dumb and Dumber.
And then the interesting part about that is it means that your device doesn't have to be 100% efficient, because you have this input coming in.
No, it has to be more than 100% efficient.
And even if it's 90% efficient, as long as these 2 times 90% is greater than 1, you're getting over unity. You're getting coefficient of performance greater than 1. So I don't know exactly what kind of device Floyd Sweet used, but if you look back, there's been...
He used one that doesn't work, Ashton, or he would have proven that it worked. He never proved that he had a working device. He's mentioning all these free energy grifters from the past. He's just forgetting to tell you that none of the free energy grifters in the history of free energy grifting have ever proven that they had a working device. None of them. Isn't that important when you're talking about a fake branch of science called free energy or over unity or 0-point energy? Isn't it important to know the history and know that everyone who ever made claims like Ashton Forbes, before Ashton Forbes, everyone who ever made claims like this never proved them or showed an actual, real, verifiable working device? Isn't that important, Mr. Vetted? Maybe you should have told your audience that nobody's ever proven they had a real working free energy device. And Ashton, I predict, will be no different, Mr. Vetted.
All kinds of different devices that have claimed to be able to produce over unity. In fact, cold fusion, I believe, is a form of over unity as well. These tokamak reactors, they say, oh,
that
for
is a
like 30 seconds or to a
stupid
minute, they were able to produce coefficient of performance of greater than 1, more energy out than what it took to put into it. I would argue that cold fusion is another form of extracting energy from the 0-point energy field. And I think there's multiple ways.
He has no idea what he's talking about.
I think that you might be able to use the Casimir effect, which is something that's probably like a device that doesn't have any moving parts.
Exactly. There's
so the
always
Holcomb
some
generator
power loss.
is
There's
one
no such
example
thing
that
as
Dr.
100%
Greer has
efficient
promoted.
device.
I checked out their website. It doesn't have like a ton of specifications, but it does talk about their.
So here Ashton is talking about a device that Stephen Greer, who grifted over $1 million out of the public on free energy device claims and a documentary. Stephen Greer grifted over $1 million and never proved that a device exists that works. But here Stephen Greer is, here Ashton is mentioning him as if that is a verifiable source of information, a guy who grifted over $1 million on free energy claims and never proved anything. That's your information source, Ashton Forbes? Hey, Patrick Vettit guy, did you even know that Stephen Greer grifted over $1 million for free energy and never proved anything? And here you are sitting like a dummy, like a deer in headlights dummy, letting Ashton talk about Stephen Greer's free energy claims that he grifted over $1 million from the public over and never proved anything. Great vetting skills, right? Great job, vetting
not
guy.
being any moving parts within it. So you can imagine.
Dr. Greer did a great documentary too, The Lost Century.
Oh, yeah, I did watch that recently too. Yeah, that's so there's 3 documentaries people should watch. If people want.
Yeah, what a great documentary. I love that documentary that Stephen Greer grifted $500,000 from the UFO community, mostly, allegedly, to make. Do you know anything about video production? Look at that video and show me where it cost $500,000 to make, Patrick from Vettit. Oh, great documentary. Did you know that he grifted $500,000 to create a free energy device? Then he wasn't able to show that he had any working device, so he waited a bunch of years and then grifted another $500,000 off of people. Patrick from Vettit, did you even know about the Orion project? You need to educate yourself. Do some goddamn research before you platform free energy scams and scammers. Ridiculous. This is your full-time job and you didn't know that? How come I know that? And this is a tiny, tiny part of my business, maybe 10% of my actual business is doing this show. But I was able to do that research, and I know the truth about Greer, and you don't. You're going to promote his garbage on your show like it's a good thing? What a garbage peddling clown.
I want to know about free energy because, like, it's making a research.
I'll put the links in the description for that for sure. Yeah.
So yeah, I've watched all three of those, and
the Patrick Bet David. I know which one you're talking about. I watched that too. You're right. That was
and
great.
he just interviewed Dr. Greer as well recently, and I watched.
Right.
I don't think I watched the whole thing, but I watched at least like the second half of it.
And let's be clear, no one who ever sold a free energy documentary proved that they had or found a working device. So here these two, Dumb and Dumber, are sitting here going, yeah, it's a great documentary. It's pseudoscience. It's fake. Nobody that produced a free energy device ever proved that there is a working free energy device anywhere on Earth. But here, Dumb and Dumber are telling you what great work that people making the documentaries are doing, promoting pseudoscience garbage.
Which was also really good because it talks about 0-point energy. I mean, people have been talking about it openly. And we'll talk here in a minute about the science behind it and how it's possible.
Yes, let's have a guy with no physics training and no science knowledge or education, just like his partner, a self-taught pseudoscientist. Let's have him explain science to us. Even though what he's saying is counter to what every other scientist, real trained and educated scientist on Earth says, let's let Ashton Forbes, twice proven hoax promoter, explain this mysterious science to us as he's trying to sell us a $50,000 device, but his only proof is a still image that he stole from somebody's 14-year-old YouTube video. Great vetting job, Patrick. Great job.
Just to rebunk any other notions that it's not possible. And generally what I would say is that when you've had these ideas that have been around for as long as these ideas have been, 40, 50, 100 years, like there's most likely something to it. It's not a situation probably where these people were all just coming up independently with this idea and they're all wrong. You know, it's kind of like in UFOlogy. They say that you only need it to be right one time. You know, if you're right one time, then it proves that it's all possible.
Then show us where somebody proved that it was possible once. Ashton, even if it's not your device, show us a working, verifiable free energy device. You can't and you won't because they don't exist. It's pseudoscience. It is snake oil. It is magic beans. That's what free energy or over unity or 0-point devices are.
And in my belief is that, you know, the sun could very well be proof that over unity is possible by itself.
No, the sun is explained through science. It is a nuclear fission device. It is a perfectly engineered energy device. And it is not a free energy device because it will burn out eventually. It will expend its fuel and burn out. And we have examples of that. So Ashton Forbes doesn't even understand how the sun works, but he's going to create free energy devices and sell them to you for $50,000. And Patrick, the goober here, Mr. Wackadoo promoter, is just going to sit there as Ashton Forbes spews completely factually inaccurate fake science and act like that's possible.
You know,
look, he's nodding his head. Yeah, the sun's a free energy device. Yeah, I'm an idiot. I'm a full-time show host and I don't know how the sun works. Do some goddamn research, you dummy.
Is, you know, producing more energy out than what's taking in, or you could argue that the reason why the sun can last as long as it is lasting is because it's somehow tapping into the 0-point energy field. We just don't know enough about the sun in general, but
yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, and I think because anything that's called fusion could theoretically be producing it. So I don't know for a fact that that's the case, but
sure.
I don't know that this is true, but I'm just going to say it anyway because I'm an idiot and I'm trying to grift off of fake free energy.
I would say that there's probably then at least 3 different ways just off the top of my head that over unity can be produced, which would be cold fusion would be one of them, which is...
Yeah, well, why can't anybody show us a working device then? Why can't you, Ashton? You claim that you have a working device. Show us the working device. Prove us all wrong. You can't and you won't.
You know, the power of the sun in the palm of your hand. The idea of abusing the Casimir force and Casimir effect. You know, maybe you make like a coil or something like that.
Yeah, and listen to this. Oh, well, maybe you just make a coil and then you get free energy out of it. Sounds real scientific there, Ashton Forbes.
That, like, you know, has some type of oscillation or something like that. Or
oscillation,
I'm not really
that's what
sure. Maybe
makes
there's
the
another
free
way to pull it
energy
off. Thomas Bearden had something called the
is
Meg,
so
and there's
stupid.
a 15-minute or 30-minute video where he talks about it. He even goes into detail about why it's not been able to be commercialized or brought public, and the difficulties and challenges.
And this is the excuses that people give. If you challenge a free energy grifter and say, well, why hasn't this been mass produced? Or why can't you show me a working device? What you get is excuses for why. Oh, the men in black, they shelve they make the devices secret. And
associated with it, which primarily, because a lot of people will say, like, if this is real, why have people not been able to produce them? And I would say, first of all, they have been able to produce them, but there's economic and business.
They have been able to reproduce them. Then show me proof of a working device. See, here is where the vetted podcast host is a dummy. Ashton Forbes just said people have been able to make free energy devices. The first thing that a show host should say when a grifting free energy guest says that is, great, show me some working examples of a free energy device. But the vetted show host is a garbage peddler like Ashton, so instead of challenging him on a completely and totally false statement, like people have created free energy devices, he just lets them talk. This is grifting 101. This is how the grift works. You gotta just continually let people make unverified, unproven pseudoscience claims.
Business limitations. First of all, if you patent it, you may get hit by the Invention Secrecy Act of, was it 1952?
Yes,
that is something to do with national security, and it has nothing to do with the suppression of free energy.
I wanted to bring that up because that was like, what? Like,
yeah, we just
hello?
have this, like, we have this law that's like, if you put out anything that like threatens national security, we can just steal your patent.
It's eminent domain of your ideas, right? Instead of land, it's like, well, we'll take your ideas, and it's a real thing.
Prove that it's a real thing, Patrick. Show me examples of a working free energy device that was withheld from the public due to this National Security Act. You can't, and you won't. That is a free energy grifter fake talking point that no one ever proves. But hey, don't let things like facts and evidence and real history get in the way of a good grift, right? How much money have you made promoting this? How much money have you made promoting this fake free energy with your tactics of selective editing, not including the rest of the story, right? How much have you made? We're going to let people know how much money you made sitting there like a dummy, pretending that Ashton Forbes has a free energy device. Remember, the truth does not require your participation, but a lie does. And Patrick from Vetted is participating in a lie for his own personal profit. That's what's happening here. He's participating in a lie for his own personal profit.
100%.
So, and that's scary.
Yeah. And so, they could just take your patent if you try to patent it. They could theoretically kill you or silence you in some other way. But then there's another big limitation. There's actually two other limitations. One is just, how do you make it economical? Like, okay, let's say I can make a Holcomb generator, but now it costs $500,000. Who's going to buy that? Like, maybe companies might buy that and they might be quiet about it, but individuals, you can't really afford that, And I think that a lot of these devices are, like, I just looked at like the whole.
Well, what's the point of getting that then? My bill for my life isn't going to be $500,000. My electric bill, that would be.
So that's the big rub,
so more
right?
excuse.
So that's the thing, is that there's this economic barrier to entry, which is, how do you make it make sense for something? Because if it's so expensive that you're not going to make your money back, then it's a problem. Like, even solar panels, I think some of them cost upwards of $30,000 or more.
And you can power an entire house from a $30,000 solar system. And I know that because I know how to do basic third grade math. Apparently, Ashton Forbes doesn't know that because he can't do third grade math. That's how smart Ashton Forbes is.
100%.
And the Vetted podcast host. He couldn't do the math.
It's a great example.
And they finance them, and then it's like, okay, well, you're going to save a bunch of money, but you have to do the math and figure it out. The same is true for free energy devices, over Unity devices, because it's not going to be free. And then the next barrier to entry, and Thomas Bearden talks about this as well, is that there's only so many people that know how to build them. And
yeah, like I said, if you ask a free energy grifter to show us a working device or why isn't everybody using this, what you get is excuses for why everybody's not using it. Oh, the men in black killed people who invented them. Oh, the government came in and scooped them up. Show me a working free energy device that the government suppressed. And by the way, I'm not a huge fan of the government, but there's no proof of this. These are free energy grifter talking points that Ashton Forbes stole from people like Stephen Greer and John Searle and other promoters of this fake pseudoscience nonsense.
And these people are generally extremely well compensated already. A lot of them are already working for private military contractors. And so if they're working for those PMCs, that's short for private military contractors.
Oh, I like that. It's a new term. Okay.
Yeah, PMC, I like it. I like it too. I'm not big on acronyms generally, but there we go.
Oh, I invented an acronym. I'm smart.
If you hear me using PMC, that's it.
I love it.
But they're very well compensated. There's only a few of them. Like from my research,
Well, there's very few people that know how to make these devices, and yet there's plans for them all over eBay. There's plans for free energy devices all over eBay. But Ashton Forbes just said that there's very few people that actually know how to make them. Free energy device plans. We'll just search for that on eBay. Free energy device plans. There's very few people that know how to make free energy devices. And yet there's free energy plans on Facebook. Here you can buy plans and build your own device, right? Free energy devices and systems, volume 2, 3-ring brighter, loose pages. Great. There's very few people that know how to make them, but there's plenty of scammers selling fake plans, none of which works. By the way, I own these. In my younger years, I built a lot of these. Do you know how many worked? None of them. None of them worked. And Ashton and his supporters can call me, stupid. You didn't build it right, whatever. There's always an excuse for why the devices don't work that people sell plans to. But here, Ashton Forbes is saying very few people know how to build them. And yet there's hundreds of people selling plans to build them. There's thousands of people experimenting with this. Look up free energy device on YouTube. You'll find tons of plans. Tons of people apparently or allegedly showing working energy devices, but they never prove it.
Until like the Mh370 stuff in science, like we're not even talking thousands of people. I don't even think we're talking hundreds. Like I think we're talking dozens. And so there's only a few dozen people that can even engineer these devices.
There's only a few dozen people that can even engineer these devices, but Ashton is one of them. Ashton's going to manufacture these devices. So talk about a bloated sense of self-importance. Ashton here is saying that he's one of the only dozens of people on Earth that know how to engineer these devices. And he's counting himself as one of them, even though he's never even seen a working device. He's never seen a working device. The closest he's come is a 14-year-old video on YouTube that he lied and said was an earlier device from the people that he was working with. He lied to his audience, Patrick from Vetted. He lied to your audience, and you let him. And when you find out how much money Patrick made to do this, you're going to laugh. This guy is a bottom-feeding parasite leech. You know how much money he made making this video with Ashton? About $100. Do you mean to tell me, Patrick from Vetted, your personal integrity, your personal ethics and morality can be bought for just $100? You have to sit there like a dummy while Ashton lies to your audience so that you can make $100? Awesome.
And they're all already well compensated. Thomas Bearden talks about, it's like, how are you going to entice one of these people to make devices for you?
Again, excuses for why you can't see a device.
And they don't want to risk other stuff as well. So these are the main reasons why it's very difficult to bring these types of things
so difficult.
Market. So,
but he's going to do it.
Just to rehash the 3 main ways that I know of that I believe are all viable are cold fusion.
That's not a free energy device.
Some type of manipulation of the Casimir force, which would be like probably no moving parts. And then the idea of a magnetic.
He's saying you can create a free energy device with the Casimir effect. Then show us. Show us you creating free energy with the Casimir effect. He can't. And the show host just sits there and lets him lie.
Motor. So there's been several different
Speculation.
versions of magnetic motors.
Oh,
that,
magnetic motors. Yeah, that's how we'll make free energy. Go look on YouTube. There's thousands of fake magnetic motor generators on YouTube. Thousands of videos of those. Magnetic motor generators are a scam. They don't work. If they did, everybody'd have one in their house, Ashton, and they don't. You know why? Because free energy is not real. Just like those Mh370 videos are fake. So is free energy. So no surprise that you jump from one fake hoax into another fake hoax.
That are out there. And I think that a lot of people naturally go, magnetism should have some kind of connection to this, right? Because we can see some pretty cool things with magnetism. And you'll see a lot of videos on social media where they like use magnets to make something, you know, spin or whatever like that.
Sure.
And I think that there's definitely something there on some of those, but I think that there's a little bit more to it than simply like, you know, getting your motor to spin, because generally if you do that, if you attach a load to it,
it stalls. If you attach a load to a magnetically driven motor, it stalls. It cannot produce any energy.
It's going to end up slowing down. So
No,
the biggest, just full disclosure, I started a company, EtherTech, which is technically an energy consulting company.
He started a company with a secret space program promoting grifter. That's not a real scientist. And Ashton's not a real scientist. So he started a science-based technology company with him and another fake scientist. Awesome. Awesome.
But we are selling over Unity devices that are magnetic motors. That's about as much detail as I can go into.
Why can't he go into more detail? Because the plans for the device he plans on selling that he claims work have been publicly available for years now. And everybody who built one of those wasn't able to get free energy out of it. So what's different? What's the secret sauce, Ashton? Why is your free energy device work when everybody else who built it from the plans that are publicly available can't get it to work, Ashton?
I did post a video of a magnetic motor that is, call it like a similar version to the version that
Oh, now it's a similar version. Before it was a previous version. Now it's a similar version. No, you posted a picture of a video that came from a guy who bought plans on eBay, then built it, and it didn't work. That's what you showed people. A similar model that doesn't work, Ashton. It doesn't work. What you showed doesn't work. And Patrick from Vetted is sitting there like a dummy. He doesn't know that Ashton showed a video of a device that doesn't work. A still image from a 14-year-old YouTube video. That's Ashton's proof that he has a working free energy device. And this guy, this show host is sitting there like a dummy going, yeah, sounds good.
That's out there. But
so you're going to be selling a free energy device.
Technically, I'm not going to call it free energy because it throws a lot of people off on that front.
Oh, okay.
He didn't even know. This is this guy's vetting skills. The vetted show host didn't know that Ashton Forbes will be selling a free energy device before he interviewed him. He didn't even know about any of the claims that Ashton has made. False claims. Hey, Patrick, completely, totally, provably false claims that Ashton has made about his magic secret device that has been open sourced with plans available on the internet for more than a decade. You didn't know any of this before interviewing him, and you call the name of your show is Vetted? Great vetting skills.
Okay.
Yeah, and the people that I'm working with have already sold many of these behind the scenes, and like they're only doing this.
The people that he's working with have sold many of these working devices behind the scenes. Great. So take us to a house and show us a house being powered by this free energy device that was sold by the people you're working with. Again, what a shitty show host this Patrick is. He just said, Patrick, that the people he's working with have sold many devices to people. And in fact, in previous broadcasts, he's claimed that they've sold 30 working free energy devices. So you as a show host, your first question should be, can we see a working device then, Ashton? But you didn't. Why is that? Could it be because you know that he doesn't have any real devices? Mr. Vetted, whose vetting skills are about as good as a crackhead. The Vetted show host's vetting skills are about as good as a crackhead, right? And this show host is about as credible as a crackhead holding up a gas can asking you for gas money to get home. That's how credible both of these people are. They're both as credible as crackheads. Sorry, not sorry.
Because like they've seen the attention that I've got from promoting the science that's out there. And then for B, it's like they want to help get this information out there as well.
Well, if they've already sold 30 working devices, couldn't that make videos of all 30 houses being powered by this mystery magic free energy device? And that should get people interested. Wouldn't that be enough? Show people the 30 working energy devices. Why do they need Ashton to grift? Why do they need Ashton to promote it if they've got 30 working free energy devices, Ashton? And when are you going to show us the 30 working free energy devices that your partners in this business of yours, or the people you claim to be getting these magic free energy devices from? When are you going to show us those 30 free energy devices? Or are you going to keep showing us screenshots from 15-year-old YouTube videos that have nothing to do with what you're selling, except maybe it's the same device that you're going to claim that you're going to be selling? And by the way, everybody who's tried to build one couldn't get it working. Did you know that, Patrick? That the device that Ashton Forbes claims he's going to be selling has been open sourced. It's patented in France, and anybody can look at the patent and build their own. And the plans are available from a scam free energy plan seller who is in my opinion, a proven con artist, the man who's selling the plans to the device that Ashton Forbes claims that he's going to be selling with his fake scientist partner. And you don't say anything about any of this? Awesome.
And get the devices out there to people so that people can realize that it's possible. And the benefit of this device is that it's probably not as expensive as like a Holcomb generator is, but I think it's probably still more expensive than like solar panels are. So I think that it's not going to be for everybody right away, but like my true hope is that if we can begin to commercialize it, then we can improve the design, get the cost down, and
it sounds like rockets, like you know what?
Yeah, now he's going to compare Ashton Forbes to Elon Musk. Oh, you gotta love it.
What Musk did with Tesla, right? Like he realized you got to bring the cost down of these rockets, right? So I get your point here. Like
also electric cars. I mean, he did with electric cars too, right? Like electric cars have been possible forever, but we only like when did Tesla even start? Like 10, 15 years ago. It's not even that old of a company. And everybody was, short selling Tesla and betting against Tesla and all this stuff as well. But that's a lot of people would say, well, you just open source it. But if you've been listening to this discussion so far, that's not really how it works, because
we can't. It is open sourced. The device that Ashton claims he's going to be selling, the plans are available all over the internet. It already is open sourced. He doesn't even know the definition of what open source means.
Anybody can just produce these devices out of nowhere. Like, you first of all have to have the right design, and then you have to be able to tune it correctly. Thomas Bearden talks about this a lot in the Meg video, where it's like you can make
Thomas Bearden, another free energy promoter that has never shown a working device. Ashton, were you aware that Thomas Bearden has been promoting free energy for decades and he's never shown a working device? Patrick from Vetted, were you aware that Thomas Bearden has promoted free energy for decades, but he's never shown a working device? But here, Ashton Forbes is going to cite as an information source a man who's grifted off of free energy for decades and never proven that the device that he has a working device, and you're letting him. Great vetting skills, vetted guy.
Make the right device with the right materials, and you will have this extra energy that's being extracted from the environment, but you have to capture it. You have to capture that energy so that it then can be used as coefficient of performance.
It's called a battery. You can use a battery. Let's take a moment to thank some kind and generous people. For those unaware, I actually vet things, and I actually investigate things, and I research things, and we give our audience true, real, and accurate, verifiable information. And this vetted guy, I'm sure I don't know how much money he makes selling his fake shit, but I'm sure he makes more money than us. Just want to put that out there. If you want to make money, promote garbage like this guy. He's a garbage. He ought to wear a sanitation outfit on every one of his shows. In fact, I'm going to find his address and send him a trash man outfit, because Patrick from Vetted is the trash man of the UFO world. There's many trash men of the UFO world, but he's one of them. Thank you, Nivik. Spill Coleman. I always have trouble saying your name. I apologize. For a kind and generous £2 super chat. Can't repeal the laws of nature. Ergo, there is no free energy. I agree 100%, Nivik, and thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. Dustin Hayden with a very kind and generous $9.99 super chat. Keep up the great work, Stephen. I love your show, and I am happy someone is willing to call out all these phonies. Well, that's what we do here, and we thank you for your kindness, generosity, and support. And we also thank Nivik. Thank both you guys for helping us to praise the cash. We read every single super chat. Sometimes it takes me a little while to get to them. And we thank every single person that becomes a member during our live broadcast. So click that join button or click that little money button down there, and we will give you a shout out and a thank you. Thank you, Dustin, and thank you, Nivik.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right. So we're going to continue. I don't know how much more of this I can take. These two are dumber than rocks, both of them.
Greater than one.
Is the idea that this machine would be like something you plug into your house, or like how does this
He
work?
doesn't even know how it works.
Great question. So the device that we are selling, like technically you need some input to get it going. And once it starts going, then it starts to produce coefficient performance greater than 1. So that could be that you plug it in for a second, and then once the magnetic motor starts going, you unplug it, and then it just runs forever. And then there's
Ashton hasn't been whacked. Strange indeed.
Yeah. So you can hook it up to your circuit breaker, or you can.
Here's where it gets interesting.
You can set it up to have build in a plug into it. So there's like an outlet, like AC energy, and then you can just plug right in. Now, of course, the limitation there would be how much energy it's producing, right? You can't, if you put too much load on it, then you're not gonna be able to power everything that you have. So. The neat thing is it can be scaled up or down. So right now, the reason why we've just started our alpha rollout stage, and we're only looking for a few people initially to get involved in it. We're not really interesting. We're not trying to be famous, and we're not trying to be like.
Well, we know that the Vetted show host is deleting comments that are critical of his guests because he's an intellectual weakling and a coward. And the fake information that he presents on his show is so piss poor and so easily proven to be false information, disinformation, and misinformation that he has to delete people's comments. But Genuine Argyle is saying Patrick has Stephen Cambion or Truth Seekers censored from his comments section for when someone should request actual vetted sources that expose the BS. I don't know if that's true, but it wouldn't surprise me.
Billionaires off this. We're just trying to get the devices and information out there to people, because
would this be the first time this has ever happened?
No, I think this has probably happened before, and I've been told as well, just through other sources that I have, that I already just mentioned the people that I work with have already sold like 30 of these devices behind the scenes. They're not the only ones who are doing this either.
Great. So not only has Ashton's partners sold working free energy devices, but other people have. Can you show us those other people so I can interview them about their world-changing technology, Ashton Forbes? Can we interview the 30 people who bought a device from your business partners so we can interview them about the world-changing technology that you are selling? Oh, that's right. They probably don't exist, and nobody is allowed to interview them or know who the people are that are buying the magic box free energy device from Ashton Forbes. We want to thank John Lies, who is also a member and gave a kind and generous $32 Canadian super chat. Says, if he puts on a lab coat, I might buy it. That's how you make it more credible. But thank you, John Lies, for two things: being a member and your kindness, generosity, and support of the show. Very generous of you. Thank you for helping us to. Yes. And by the way, there is no excuse for the vetted show host lying to people on a literal daily basis to make money, because my show is proof that you can still make money and have some ethics. Patrick. You could have some morality. You could not hate yourself when you look in the mirror every day and realize that you sell lies to stupid people to eat every day. I don't get it. I don't get the path that some people choose, but I know what it is. I think that the vetted guy doesn't have the gray matter. He is too dumb to do research. It's very clear that he's just too dumb to do actual research. He's just too dumb to do actual investigation into anything. So his only hope at making money is to be a garbage peddling scumbag. And that's where we're at. And sorry, not sorry.
Other people are selling them behind the scenes as well. And it's probably, I don't know this for a fact, but it's probably like those other private military contractor engineers that.
Oh, yeah. People are selling free energy devices, but Ashton can't show us a working one. His business partners have sold 30 working free energy devices, but he can't show us one of them. Why not? You don't have to give the identity of the people who purchased them. Just have a physicist, an electronics technician, and an electrical engineer go there, evaluate the device, and tell us if it works or not. It's very simple. You can hire an independent physicist, an independent electrical engineer, and an independent electronics engineer to certify that those 30 devices you claim your business partners have sold actually produce free energy, and you would be the most famous person on planet Earth. But instead of doing that, you know what's going to happen? Ashton Forbes is going to give us excuses for why he can't show us a working device. While he shows us screenshots from a 14-year-old non-working video that is 14 years old of a non-working device that he claims is a similar device to his. Yes, similar in that the device that he showed didn't work.
The people that know that it's possible, that are smart. And I think that everybody probably has their own designs. Like I imagine the one that we're selling is roughly around coefficient of performance 2, which is, people would say, just completely impossible.
The toaster isn't a free energy device, that all Ashton's
got. It wouldn't
got.
surprise me if people can make ones that are like coefficient of performance 5 or 10, which is
Oh,
just
he's already
insane
improving on the
amounts of
magic
energy.
device that doesn't work.
Because you know that's
Is that,
10
are you
times.
saying that's like 10 times the
Yeah,
amount
the
that's going
smart
in?
people
Oh, wow.
know that it
And this
works.
is what I would say to people
Yes.
is that the people that want to get it figured out, and I signed an NDA with the people that I've been working with because
The people you're building this with, you mean?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
yeah,
Got it.
yeah, the people that, and I mean, I'm mostly a salesperson, but I'm also somebody who's trying to learn the engineering side at the same time. I mean,
He's a salesperson of a magic free energy device. Why did you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement? The plans for the device, the HATEM device that you basically claim that you and your partners will be selling, are free and available on the internet. So why did you have to sign a non-disclosure agreement?
I mean, I think anybody who's a good businessman should be.
And if he has to sign a non-disclosure agreement, how's he supposed to sell the device if he can't talk about it? It's so stupid and childish and nonsensical. But don't let things like facts and logic get in the way of a good grift.
You're trying to learn how their products
Well, if you're a
work.
good salesman, you know your product too, right? Like, of course.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So what I would say is, like, I think that for people that want to figure out how to do it themselves, what I would say,
Angeli's
to
Aliens
kinda
bought
give
the
people
30
hints,
energy
or at
devices.
least, and this
Yes.
is just my opinion, not anything related to the NDA, is that I wouldn't try to make a device that has no power input at all. A lot of people, when they think of free energy and over Unity, they think, well,
Yeah, I love that he can't show us a working device, but he's going to tell us how to build one, right? Talk about putting the cart before the horse.
something that has no power input. And that's when they try to get with the magnets and they try to make it so the wheels spin.
I see what you mean. Okay, I get
Having
it.
power input's fine as long as you
It's
get
just something
more
to
power out.
jumpstart it. Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
I get it.
Ashton's ego
let's say-
is over
I'm just
Unity.
gonna make up
Admiral
some numbers here.
Rascals, thanks for
Sure.
being.
Let's say it takes 100 watts of
member.
power in, but it produces
Yeah.
200 watts of power out. Coefficient of performance 2.0. Then you take 100 of the watts that are going out and you feed it back in to the input. Now what's
That's
happening? You're
interesting.
getting 100 excess
400.
watts out. Well,
Or
no, it's
whatever.
not going to duplicate it like that, but
Oh, when double.
basically what
Okay.
it's doing is it's using the 200 out and it's powering itself, right? Because it only takes
Oh,
pseudoscience
I see.
garbage.
Okay,
that's how I would
see.
have people think about over Unity. And that's also how like cold fusion works as well. Is they say, well, cold fusion takes some power to get the
Angeli got the
fusion
30 devices
started,
to power
but
her
then it's
astral
producing
eighth
more out
density
than it's
dildo.
getting in
Yes.
as well.
Definitely
That's how
true,
I would try
David
to approach
Wilcock.
any free energy device at all. Is that I wouldn't try to make it just like zero input and then output coming out. That's where I think a lot of people get stuck. is try to make it where you have some input coming in, but you're getting more out than that. And then
so it's perpetual. It just recycles on it.
And just so everybody's aware, a free energy device is essentially a perpetual motion machine. You know, let's forget for a moment about proving you have a working free energy device or that these things are even possible, Ashton. Show us a working perpetual motion machine that has been certified by physicists to actually work. You can't. And therefore, your whole grift falls apart. We want to thank Trolley Troll for a kind and generous $5 super chat and for being a member. Says, hey, Stephen, I have some literature and stuff from the Roswell UFO Festival I think you may find interesting. I sent an email to your Gmail. Okay, I'll check it out. Thank you, Trolley Troll. And of course, thank you for helping us to praise the cash.
Praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash.
All right, we're going to continue for a little while longer. I don't know how much more I can take of these dummies.
Self and keeps going.
Exactly. And so then people would ask, well, how do you turn it off? It's actually really simple to turn it off. Is that
yes, the 30 devices were on the Mh370 airplane.
You just fucking
no, you just
and they're lost until
you
Ashton
cut
solves
off
the mystery.
The output
Yes.
that's going back into the input. If you
Got it.
put a switch in there, then it's going to slow down. If it's a motor, it's going to stop. And so you just have a switch like that,
Well,
and
yeah,
then
it's a good
it'll
way to be,
slow
Bob
down,
Marley.
and then it'll stop. And then if you need to start it back up again, you either just plug it back in again, or
You know, there's a saying, Bob Marley, and saying that I like. It is always forgive your enemies. Nothing annoys them more, or something like that. The best way to get at your enemies is to just forgive them. They hate that.
the magnetic motor situations usually do have a battery, but it's
Me, I
not
don't
a
forgive
battery
or forget.
that is like
We're here tonight
not
because this
cheating the
dummy
system. It's
attacked
that
me.
You want to have the
Right?
energy that you're
So you talked
creating
a lot of
stored
trash about
somewhere.
me, didn't you, Patrick? You
And I imagine in the
dumbass.
future, like over
Welcome
Unity
to
devices
your
in
new.
general, as they get
Oh,
better
by
and
the
better,
way,
they'll
that's
always
what I
be
was
paired
gonna
with
say.
something.
I have a message for Patrick from Vetted. I am the Vetted Podcast's new fact checker. I'm just going to put that out there. Every time Ashton platforms a grifter, I'm going to be here to fact check for Vetted Podcast. That's right. You heard it here first. Stephen Cambion, the Truth Seekers show host, is now the Vetted Podcast's official fact checker. And whether he likes it or not, good luck selling scams. Good luck selling hoaxes, Patrick, because every time you do, I'm going to do a show. And I don't care if I have to do 5 extra shows a week because you put out so much garbage. I'm going to start fact checking through your garbage. Oh, by the way, here, this will be interesting. Yeah, let's see here. We'll share this tab. Specific details about recovered alien bodies. And this is, he made a video about Glenn Dennis, who is a completely and totally discredited Roswell witness. And he left out all the information. And so I just want to put on the record that the Vetted Podcast show host purposefully or by accident put out completely and totally debunked false information from Glenn Dennis. Glenn Dennis, who worked at the Ballard Funeral Home in Roswell, New Mexico, claimed that in July 1947, he received a series of mysterious phone calls from the Roswell Army Airfield inquiring about child-sized coffins and the preservation of bodies that had been exposed to the elements. Dennis further alleged that he later encountered a nurse friend who confided in him about witnessing alien bodies at the base. The story added a new dramatic layer to the Roswell incident, suggesting a government cover-up of extraterrestrial life and bodies that had crashed during the famous Roswell event. But here's the information. Here's the information that, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't realize. It's this one, the Glenn Dennis. This is Vetted show host putting out garbage. And it's easily proven false information because of the inconsistencies and the fabrications that Glenn Dennis was caught in. And the vetted guy didn't do any vetting, didn't do any research, no investigation, no fact checking. You can go to Wikipedia and find out that Glenn Dennis was full of shit. But instead of doing that, the Vetted show host put out a video just essentially co-signing Glenn Dennis's false claims. The crux of Dennis's account rests on the testimony of an unnamed nurse whose identity he initially claimed to protect. But then over time, Glenn Dennis provided a name, Naomi Self. But when researchers attempted to verify her existence, no such records of any person working at the Roswell Army Airfield Base existed. Dennis then revised his story, claiming that the nurse had died in a plane crash shortly after the incident. But again, no documentation of that plane crash with the nurse dying in it. Remember, fatal plane crashes in the Army would have a mountain of paperwork. There was no paperwork from Glenn Dennis. There was no paperwork to support Glenn Dennis's claims. His claims are completely and totally false. This shifting narrative and his false claims, provable false claims, severely undermines Dennis' credibility in tales of alien bodies. There's a lack of corroborative evidence because extensive investigations by UFO researchers, journalists, and authors have failed to find any supporting evidence for Dennis' claims. The absence of records of the nurse, the lack of documentation regarding the phone calls, and the inability to verify the alleged plane crash all point to significant gaps in Dennis' story. Furthermore, other witnesses and personnel from the RAAF, the Roswell Army Airfield, at the time have not corroborated Dennis's account, further casting doubt on its authenticity. Then, even Roswell authors and researchers have absolutely rejected this Glenn Dennis testimony. Notably, many serious Roswell researchers, including prominent figures such as Kevin Randle, have completely and totally dismissed Glenn Dennis' testimony. In his detailed examination of the Roswell incident, Glenn Dennis's testimony was characterized as a fabrication, noting the numerous inconsistencies, lack of credible evidence, and verifiable false claims that Glenn Dennis had made. Randall, who is a respected UFO researcher, highlighted the flaws in Dennis' narrative, pointing out the constant changes and additions to the story over the years that render it completely and totally unreliable information. So Glenn Dennis's account of the Roswell incident, which was once a cornerstone of UFO lore, has been thoroughly discredited and debunked through rigorous real investigation and analysis, something that the vetted show host knows nothing about. Here he is promoting completely and totally false testimony of a fake Roswell witness that claims there was bodies at Roswell. That story is completely and totally fake. So, hey, remember I said that this vetted show host, he caused all this. He wasn't even on my radar. I didn't even know who the hell the guy was till he started attacking me viciously. And then, like the intellectual weakling and coward he was, he blocked me on Twitter and then proceeded to talk shit about me. Listen, you can say whatever you want about me, you clown. I'm not promoting fake Roswell testimony. You are. And this is what this guy's integrity and morality costs. He promoted specific details about recovered alien bodies from the Roswell UFO crash. That's a completely and totally false information, misinformation, disinformation. He promoted that to get 10,000 views, which translates to around, depending on your CPM rate on Twitter, or excuse me, on YouTube. He did that. He lied to everybody and left out all the facts of this story for $80. That's how much, that's what a cheap whore. He is a cheap whore. That's who the vetted podcast host is. He's a cheap whore who's willing to lie to everybody on YouTube, including his own audience, for $80. He sits there and just lets this fake guy tell his fake story for $80. So, but congratulations, Vetted. It's about time you had somebody vetting and fact-checking the information you put out. And you started all of this. You did. So now, every time you put out a fake story, I'm going to make a video proving that the stories that you put out are fake. Congratulations. You finally got a real investigator. You finally got somebody that's going to vet things, investigate things, research things, and vet things for you. I am the new vetted podcast show official fact checker. Well, unofficial fact checker. I'm going to do it as a public service. You've had a nice run selling fake shit, Patrick, but those days are over. You better start doing some research, because if you don't, I will. And how dare you delete comments? You better not delete anybody posting my video to your YouTube channel. But it is what it is. These garbage peddlers, they never get better. They get worse and worse. How many hoaxes has this vetted guy promoted now? Let's see. Mh370, Mexican aliens, the alien interview hoax, right? Hoaxes from Jeremy Corbell, this Glenn Dennis completely and totally fake story. It's amazing that this guy, that maybe his audience just wants to hear science fiction stories. And by the way, I have no problem with people promoting things as entertainment, but you got to label it. This is just entertainment. It's not real. Patrick sits there and pretends this shit is real as he puts out completely and totally provably false testimony from the Roswell crash. By the way, if you want to see real research into Roswell, considering it's the 77th anniversary of Roswell, was yesterday. This weekend, we're going to be presenting 24 hours of Roswell research, and that'll be a teachable moment. Patrick from Vetted can find out how real research works, how you have to give the audience all sides of the story. In our Roswell series, I let skeptics and debunkers come on and tell their version of what happened at Roswell. I let believers and Roswell expert authors come on and tell their version of events. We had virtually every recognized Roswell expert on Earth in our 24-hour deep dive coverage of Roswell. That'll be this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 9 p.m. Eastern. But I think it's great because Patrick started this shit with me, and now he's going to have me fact checking for his show. I know that he's full-time and too lazy to do it. And even though my show is, 10% of my business, it's not even part-time job for me. I'm going to make the time to be Patrick from Vetted's new vetter, fact checker, and investigator. Every time he puts out a fake story, I'll be here to let his audience know what a piss poor, terrible job he did selling fake shit to them. Congratulations, Patrick. Maybe you should have kept your mouth shut when I had a dispute with another show host that had nothing to do with you.
Something like the Tesla wall battery and other people have similar products, because you're not always using the exact amount of energy that it's producing. And in fact, there might be times where like you're sleeping and you're producing you're using no energy, and you just want the thing to be charging up the battery, right? And then in times of need, you can use the excess energy that you need.
Wow, he's telling us you can use a battery. Great.
So a lot of these devices do end up having a battery associated to them, but it's not the battery that they're it's not like it's cheating the battery that's running off of type situation.
Thank you.
Are you guys going to offer
Wade.
maintenance?
Thank you for your encouragement. I appreciate it.
I'm assuming the only thing would be the parts, right? Because the energy's kind of endless.
Yeah,
but
I agree. Aliens are sus.
And I asked a ton of questions.
Sounds like
before I
medbay.
got
I bet you
involved
did.
in it, and
I bet you did.
Yeah,
I couldn't find any.
He asked a ton of questions, except he didn't ask, can I see a working device and proof that this is actually real before I put my reputation on the line to sell this? Can I see a working device? Can I see a physicist, an electrical engineer, and an electronics engineer, trained scientists who have evaluated these devices and seen that they really do work? Can I talk to the 30 people who have already bought what you claim to be a working free energy device and interview them to make sure that all 30 of them say that this device produces free energy? Can I ask those people questions about their satisfaction level with the free energy device that you guys claim you sold 30 of them? Yeah, he asked a ton of questions. He just didn't ask any of the right ones. Why doesn't he have any evidence or proof of these magic devices? Could it be because they don't exist?
Any gaps in any of the logic in anything related to it? And I've also answered a lot of these questions on my live streams. There's
my bad.
basically no maintenance. No, it's fine. I'm happy to go through the main questions with you guys. But there's basically no maintenance associated to it. The things that people have brought up are, and so we're so confident that there's so little maintenance that we're willing to give a warranty on it. The amount of years is yet to be determined. It's probably,
who cares about a warranty? Why don't you show us that the device actually works? I think that would be a little more important than a warranty. But he's saying, oh, this is a maintenance-free device. And listen, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that Ashton has never manufactured a product. I have. Do you even know what the EMF readings are out of the device? Do you have shielding? Has it passed government inspection for a device that you can actually sell and market? Oh, that's right. You don't know shit about actually manufacturing anything. You don't know shit about electronics or the federal laws around EMF radiation for electronic devices. By the way, I do, because I once tried to market a computer. Bad idea. We were going to design and build a certain kind of computer, and the regulations to get through just for EMF shielding make it virtually impossible for a small business to manufacture an electronics device. But Ashton claims not only is he going to manufacture an electronics device and get through all the government regulations, but it's going to produce free energy and also be maintenance free. Friends, there's no such thing as a maintenance free device. All devices with any moving parts require maintenance. And he would know that if he knew anything about actual engineering. But instead, we have a pseudoscience guy who's speaking word salad, pseudoscience, quantum gibberish, claiming completely ridiculous things.
Especially in the alpha stage, it'll be like person to person, like, 5-10 years, something like that. I don't know.
Sure.
I think we're more concerned with people.
Yeah, the logistics of tooting around in hover
breaking
cars.
it and claiming that
Good point.
they did something to it. But some people ask, well, would the magnets lose their magnetic force? Magnets, especially powerful ones like neomagnets, they range for at least 41 years. And even after 41 years, like the worst case scenario, they may only lose like 30% of their magnetic field. So in 41 years, I mean, that's more than most people's like adult lifetimes. But it would have already produced so much excess energy.
Moody Mongo, you're right. He suffers
There'd
for
be
us.
no question in terms of its
Bro, any product that lasts 41 years, you're happy with. I mean, Jesus, the way things are built now, let's be real.
So let's get to the part of extraordinary claims. Not only has Ashton claimed that his partners in this business venture have sold 30 working devices, but it's maintenance free and it will produce free energy for 40 years. Can you show us a working free energy device, Ashton? Can you show us a working free energy device that has operated maintenance free for 40 years? Folks, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. And in this case, Ashton is making absolutely scientifically, not only scientifically implausible claims, scientifically impossible claims. And he's shown zero evidence or proof of his claims, except remember that he did go as far as showing us a still image from a 14-year-old video of a device that never worked. You gotta love it. 1 second. I'm trying to find that. I just want to make sure that we understand that Ashton Forbes' only proof that he has a working free energy device is from an image from a 14-year-old YouTube video, which was made from eBay plans and didn't work. That's Ashton's proof that he has working free energy technology. A still image that he stole from a 14-year-old YouTube video of a device that never worked. And remember, everybody who tried to build this device he plans to be selling that he just said works for 40 years, it's maintenance free, and produces free energy. He said that, not me. His only proof of this is a still image he stole from somebody else's YouTube video of a device that didn't work 14 years ago. But he claims it's a similar device to the one that he's going to sell. But I guess his work, and everybody that tried to build this device, by the way, have reported that it didn't work. Did you know that, Ashton? Every single person who bought the plans or got the plans on the internet and built this Hatem device, nobody was able to get it working. I think that history is important. And history is our greatest teacher. Apparently, Ashton is not a student of history. He'd rather just sell bullshit. Same for Patrick.
And if I'm being real as a business person, which is actually where my original major is and what my real educational background
he has
is.
no education.
Like, I would probably have it just be
science.
Like a 10-year
His education is
warranty
in
or
business.
lifetime. And yes, it might last for another 15, but like I would want to have some kind of real practical limitations on it, and then have the people do the math based on 10 years.
It
Now,
must be true. It's called
scenario, it could
vetted.
last for 41.
You're right, Pete.
It might
It
last
must
for
be true.
25, but I want
the
to
show must be
like
given
more
good,
definite,
accurate,
more
real
shorter
information.
time
It's
frame
called
on it or something
vetted.
like that.
Sure. And if they modify it, it voids the
Yeah,
warranty.
it creates 1.21
Yeah, and so they're
gigawatts.
definitely going to be like the contracts that we sign with people are going to have a thing that you can't tamper with the device. It'll void your warranty. Blah blah blah.
I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, and then one of the big benefits, I think I'm okay to say this part, is that
yeah, he has a NDA, but he can say
let's say that I'm giving my opinion here. I don't know if it's 100% correct, but let's say that a lot of these magnetic motors, they don't have any belts or anything like that. So one of the big benefits is there's very little stuff that can break down. So a lot of like motor type situations.
And by the way, Ashton has not, apparently or allegedly, Ashton has not seen vetted by the guy that looks about 12. Yes. Ashton's only education has been lying to people who believe him. Yes. V is for unvetted. Yeah, and let's be clear. Ashton hasn't even seen one of these devices in person. Prove me wrong, Ashton. Show us a video of you with a working device. Oh, that's right, you can't. Ashton ran to create a company to sell this shit before he ever saw proof of concept. And by the way, one of the reasons that I know that Ashton is full of shit is because I run a technology company. And I'm not going to speak much about that. I tend to keep my real world separated from conspiracy land here. But I know a lot about technology and technology startups. And one of the first things anybody would do is that you got to see proof of concept. You got to see that the device works. I've been through this process with a potential investor once, and I had to show that the device that I planned to market worked. What proof has Ashton showed us? He showed us a still image from a 14-year-old video that didn't work. That device didn't work, Ashton. Great job vetting everything here, Patrick. This is very good work from a full-time show host. There's no excuse from a full-time show host for having garbage peddling guests on and not knowing anything. He didn't even know that Ashton was going to be selling this device before interviewing him. He knew none of Ashton's false claims. He knew none of the history of the Hatem device and how many people have built it and it didn't work from plans. He didn't know that Ashton stole a still image from a 14-year-old video of a non-working device. But his show's called Vetted. You gotta love it.
Belt, even in your car.
I love it.
And the belt can break, right? It's going to wear down over time, especially if you have motors that are spinning. But or I don't know how to do it. But yeah, but the motors in this situation, because they don't.
This is a very good point. Area 503 brings up $50,000 for a free power device that only lasts 10 years. That's $5,000 a year. My current power bill is only $150 a month or $1,800 a year. What a crock. Yeah, good point. Why would you pay $50,000 for a device that only lasts 10 years? Is it going to generate twice the power that you need, or like you sell it back? I don't understand. The math doesn't work. And this guy who has an education in business, oh boy, we're going to screenshot that. That is our next Ashton Forbes thumbnail right there. Yeah, I love it. In fact, I'm going to screenshot it now before I forget. You gotta love it. All right, I screenshotted it. 1 second. So you gotta love, don't worry about the fact that the device is so expensive that you'd never even reach a point where you made your money back on the device if it only lasts 10 years. I mean, I guess if it lasts 40 years, you might, right? Who knows? 1 second. So I don't know how much more of this I can take. These guys are both dumb as rocks, and they're pushing verifiably completely fake information.
Don't have any like belts or anything potentially tied to them. There's very little very little friction that's happening there. You know, maybe the worst case scenario, and I'm just speculating, would be like maybe you have to put like a little drop of oil or something on it if it's.
He's just speculating. He claims he has a working free energy device, but he knows nothing about the maintenance of the device. So he has to speculate about what kind of maintenance his working free energy magic machine needs. You see the problems here? Awful lot of problems here.
You know, the wheel isn't as connected to the thing. And that's part of why Dr. Greer also, though, talks about like devices with no moving parts, because no moving parts means like, you know, it's going to have basically no maintenance.
And again, Ashton, for proof, is citing a person who grifted $1 million for free energy. You got to love the fact that Ashton is citing somebody who's already grifted over $1 million from the public and never proven that free energy is real. Grifts of a feather, grift together.
But minimal moving parts is also going to have very little maintenance. So from a maintenance perspective, I think there's very little issue with it. To me, the biggest issue is having it produce enough energy to run your whole house. Because you know, how big does the device have to be? How costly is it going to get? How much energy you're using? I think that a lot of people don't realize or they just don't know how much energy you're using. I don't know how much energy I'm using. And for those
would
people,
you hook it up at your house?
This man doesn't know how much energy he's using, yet he's claiming that this device can power your whole home. I'm going to say that one more time. This man is claiming he doesn't even know how much energy his own home uses, yet he's promising people a device that will power their entire home. And now Patrick just asked him, would you hook this up at your house? And now we're going to get excuses from Ashton Forbes. Hey, Ashton Forbes, you know what a great way to prove this isn't a scam would be? Is to get this working free energy device. Maybe you could borrow one of the 30 working free energy devices you claim your business partners already sold people and hook it up to your house, and then get an electronics technician, an electrical engineer, and a physicist to all come over with measuring devices and confirm that that free energy device is producing over unity or 0 point or free energy, whatever you want to call it, and powering your entire home for free. That would be a great way to prove that this isn't a scam. And if you can't do that, there's a reason he can't hook it up to his house. So Patrick from Vetted just finally asked one good question. Are you going to hook this up to your house? Let's see what excuses Ashton Forbes comes up with. Because if he hooked it up to his house, he'd have to prove it worked. Can't hook it up to my house.
Shouldn't that be the first test? You hook one up at your house, man.
Yeah, I don't want to go too much into my living situation, but let's just say it's not super practical for me based on my living situation to do it. But
Mommy,
what I will say is
let him hook
that
things up in the basement.
it is possible that I will have one handy here and sometime in the near future. And if I do, then I probably will talk about it a little bit. I've kind of avoided talking.
He's claiming that he'll have a working device in his possession soon. Shouldn't you have a working device in your possession before you start a company and start selling them to other people for $50,000? I don't know. Call me kooky. I'm just a business owner. And before I sold anybody a $50,000 technological device, I would want to know that it works. Not Ashton. Not Ashton. Shouldn't you have one that works, Ashton, before you start selling these for $50,000? He doesn't have a working device in his possession, but he's starting a company with a fake science guy and him selling these devices for $50,000. You got to love it.
Talking about some of the stuff with the business because
great job breaking in, Vetted.
You probably haven't noticed,
calling him on this bullshit.
All of the same haters that I had from MH370 have all now just shifted to hating on the free energy.
Oh yeah, everybody is a hater that says that you lie to people. No, we proved, everybody that proved those MH370 videos were fake proved that you are a liar and a grifter and a conspiracy theorist. By the way, Ashton's defense is, well, none of the family members ever complained. There are now multiple family members complaining, not specifically about Ashton, but about people grifting and scamming off of conspiracy theories around MH370. There are multiple family members complaining about that. Has he stopped grifting off of MH370? Of course not. Of course not, because he's a scumbag. And that's exactly what a scumbag would do, grift off the tragic death of 200 people. right? Who cares what their families think? I need to make money off this fake MH370 nonsense.
Bro, no matter what you do, they're gonna come after you.
Because it's
bro.
not. It was never about MH370, right? It was always about just coming after me, and that's just goes to show what it's about. Which there's probably some in the chat right now as well, but I just call them my fans.
Don't worry, Patrick will delete them. By the way, Patrick was deleting messages from the live chat that was challenging Ashton's fake claims. He was also deleting comments from the video that was challenging Ashton's fake claims. Hey, vetted guy, are you that much of an intellectual weakling and a coward that you can't withstand any debate whatsoever or any comments challenging your guests making completely and totally scientifically provably false statements?
In general. But I would ask people.
This is my chat, and they're probably talking about me right now. So, like,
your chat is actually pretty awesome, man. I do have to be honest. I've checked out some of your stuff, and a lot of you guys are really awesome. You've been doing, by the way, you've just been doing a great job, man.
Yeah, Ashton is saying that this hoax promoter is doing a great job. How many hoaxes has he promoted, Ashton? And you're saying he's doing a great job promoting hoaxes, Ashton. That's what he's doing. And he's very consistent in promoting fake stories, provably debunked fake Roswell testimonies, provably debunked fake alien mummies, provably debunked Jeremy Corbell videos, provably debunked alien interview. And by the way, I don't have any problem. For those unaware, that Jon Stewart guy came here and we ripped his fake alien interview to shreds with facts and evidence and science. And we proved that the guy interviewing Victor in the video is interviewing himself. Did you even know that, Patrick? When you take the voice disguiser off, it's the same voice asking the questions that is answering them as the Victor character. We proved that here. You didn't prove anything. You just took the money and ran. This Patrick guy has promoted multiple hoaxes from Jon Stewart, the alien interview hoax and that other one, right? How many hoaxes? Ashton is saying he's doing a great job. Yeah, he does a great job promoting fake shit. That's why you're there, Ashton, because you promote fake shit.
No, thanks, Ashton.
Have you even missed a day yet on these?
No, dude.
You've been consistency is amazing, man. Like that is, you are solid. And I'm glad you're doing this, talking about free energy, and I'm glad you had me on to talk about it because
Hank,
I do think that it's a thing where I just want the world to have it, because I think that like wind and solar are just a big scam. And I mean that just kind of tongue in.
He's saying that wind and solar are a big scam. I have a working solar generator, Ashton. It works. I can prove to you it works. I can hook up multimeters and show you that it produces 14 or 15 volts, several amps, and it works. I have a wind turbine, which I haven't ever hooked up at the cabin, but I can spin it and put a multimeter on it and show you that it produces energy. People who have solar generators or wind power generators can show you that their devices work. Ashton cannot show you that his device works. All he can show you is a screenshot he stole from a video of a non-working device from 14 years ago. But he's going to sit here with a straight face and say that solar power generators and wind power generators are a, quote, scam, unquote.
And chic. I mean, of course, if you live off the grid,
don't get me started. I think it's a scam too, dude.
Oh, Patrick thinks wind and solar is also a scam.
I could go off on that if
like Patrick thinks wind and solar is a scam. And again, Patrick, I can show you a working solar power generator. So can anybody who owns one. But your guest here, Ashton Forbes, can't show us that his device works. All he can show us is his fake evidence that he has a working device. He just admitted he doesn't even have a working device in his possession. You just let him talk. You didn't even stop him and say, shouldn't you have a working device before you start selling them to other people for $50,000? Ashton, shouldn't you hook it up to your house and prove it works by having a physicist, electrical engineer, electronics engineer come and certify that the device works? Of course not. Why would we want to vet things when our show is called Vetted? What a joke.
If I'm being real.
Wind power kills a bunch of birds. Solar power stuff. Like people don't realize.
Dude, the piping that they've got to lay the cables outside the city. It's killing animals. I'm with you, dude. I could go off. I'm with you. I'm not a fan of it.
If you looked at the lithium mines that they have,
Ashton has no idea how stuff really
solar
works.
Panels, it's like green toxic sludge. You're like,
Dude,
that's got to be the worst
crazy.
stuff for the environment. And people say,
Solar
oh,
is
the
a
solar
scam.
panels are technically recyclable. I don't think that they really are.
Come to
Generally,
see my
like
Blue
only like
Yeti
1 in 10
hooked up
solar
to
panels
solar,
being
and all the
recycled,
fans
and
are
it's
solar.
not cost
Good point.
benefit. There's no
Pete
cost
Berry.
benefit to
You
it.
can show your
Most
solar
of the stuff
device
with solar
works.
panels is like
He
they get
can't show
destroyed
his
and just get
fake
thrown in the
device,
dump.
magic
And
device
now
work.
we've got more
Yeah.
trash. So,
But he's calling out a
comparatively,
scam.
free energy device that can run for 10, 25, 41 years or more,
Yeah,
you
and
know,
just
that is
here,
far.
my new cabin is way off in the woods. It's miles from any pavement or paved road. So my new cabin will be solar powered, and I'll have all the power I need. All I want is enough power for lights and a laptop. That's all I need. I can do that from a very small 12-volt system, maybe 300-watt 12-volt system, and a marine deep cycle battery. And my device will work, Bobby Broadway. And it's not a scam because it works. Meanwhile, Ashton Forbes is talking about a magic free energy device that runs for 40 years with no maintenance, but he's never seen one in real life. He can't show us one that works. He can't show us the 30 working devices that he claims his partners have already sold. But hey, this isn't a scam, right?
Far less when it comes to damaging the environment. That's a way where we can like have real green power. And people say, well, where's the energy coming from? Well, the
Yeah,
energy is coming
I
from all
highly
around
encourage
us,
everybody
but,
to do it. Buy some
the
land,
best way to
start
think
building
about
it.
and
That's
I
what I
think,
did.
I think it was Richard Feynman first quoted this, but you'll hear Dr. Greer talk about it, Hal Puthoff talk about it.
TTI.
There's enough
Sorry.
energy. I'll just use.
I looked at them
bottle here.
out of my price league.
Although you don't even need a bottle this big, but there's enough energy in this entire bottle here.
And here is the grift. Here he is repeating 100% repeating the false claims of Dr. Stephen Greed. He's about to repeat them. You got to
Richard Feynman first quoted this, but you'll hear Dr. Greer talk about it. Hal Puthoff talk about it. Is that there's enough energy.
Right. He's quoting Hal Puthoff, who scammed the government out of $22 million and scammed the government out of money for the Project Stargate, in which he claimed that somebody using magic tricks had real psychic superpowers. He's quoting Stephen Greer, who grifted the public for over $1 million and repeated this false talking point. This is the false talking point. There's enough energy in this thing to boil off all the water in the oceans.
I'll just use this bottle here. Although you don't even need a bottle this big. But there's enough energy in this entire bottle here, if this was full of water, to vaporize all the Earth's oceans.
Great. Show us it. Show us the energy in that bottle, Ashton. Or are your magic fake pseudoscience talking points fake? You know how many free energy grifters have used this fake talking point? There's enough energy in this to boil off all the oceans of the earth. Nobody's ever proven it, but Ashton just repeats grifter talking points. He's not even original. All of his talking points were stolen from other free energy grifters like Dr. Stephen Greer.
And when you think about it like that, like E equals MC squared, like how much energy you can produce from a very small thing. Now imagine we only need a little bit of energy from
you need free energy to power
the
your Limp
environment
Bizkit,
to be able
course.
to power everything around us. And the truth is, even though we may have a lot of devices at home, that energy in relation to the size of the universe is infinitesimally small. So even with these types of over unity devices extracting energy from the environment, it's like taking a little teaspoon and pulling water out of the ocean.
How long till he gets
you're going to drain the ocean,
jacket?
right? It's just literally impossible. It's never going to happen.
Sure. So infinite. I see what you're saying. You're not going to pull all the power that's around here, right?
So I think we would have to be like a type 3 civilization before we get to the point where we have to start worrying about how much energy we're pulling from the environment to have any appreciable effect. Although that might be something we worry about in 1,000 years or whenever we achieve that. So for the power levels that we're using, like these types of devices, I think there's basically no risk. It's not going to give you cancer or anything like that. It's not going to lift off the ground and take off. Although there does seem to be some connection between this idea of free energy and anti-gravity, which I think is interesting. But the amount of energy the devices that we're talking about producing, it's too small to have any type of major effect like that.
How big is these machines? Like, what are we talking? Like refrigerator size or?
Qualcomm one is like refrigerator side. The one that we're selling is like, and it's motor, magnetic motor type situation and setup. So what we've been telling people is maybe like 3 by 3 feet. So it's like a square, like a generator type size.
Okay. Yeah.
There's, a couple pieces to it. So it's, and it can be boxed up or what have you as well. It can be EMP shielded. But generally, I would.
Isn't it great? He's never seen a device in person, but he knows exactly how big it is. I guess he got specifications from his grifty partners. Who knows?
And people have stored inside, out of the elements, like in their basement or in a closet somewhere where it's not going to be in the way. It makes a little bit of noise, but it's pretty damn quiet. I mean, just because imagine spinning wheels. So yeah, not too large in general. But I imagine too that they could be miniaturized. One business idea I have for it is if we could get very small magnets.
Yes, poor Ashton. He even screws up a simple point in physics.
Like some kind of portable charger that's like just a free energy charger. Because I saw people that had these when I was at the Cosmic Summit, but it's like solar.
Yeah,
so
those
you can, like,
actually
charge
work.
This battery from like a solar panel, and then you can plug your USB to plug your phone into it. Imagine having a little device like that, but that's just extracting energy from the environment all the time. So you just have a portable charger everywhere you go.
That's always charging. That's pretty cool.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah,
that's
very
cool.
He meant EMF.
Even if it was
exactly
only producing a little bit of excess energy, as long as there's like a little battery connected to it that is charging up all the time.
Chad is allowing it.
Like that could be awesome. So
get the magnets from Sarah Adams
cheap enough where like that's like a different type of product as opposed to one that's just powering your whole house.
Another device that didn't work.
That's a more mainstream one, right? To sell, right? It seems like. Have you talked about price of this publicly? I don't want to bring it up.
Yeah, and I kind of got attacked for it, but I've always tried to be transparent about it. So like the price range.
Yeah, I try to be transparent, but I can't show you any proof that I've ever even seen a working device, let alone have one in my possession. I've never seen the proof that 30 people bought a working device or talked to any of the purchasers of it to verify that the device that they purchased, all 30 of them worked.
Changes wildly. So it can be anywhere from like as low as potentially $5,000 to $10,000 all the way up over $100,000.
Do you know you can power probably a 3,500 square foot average house from a $50,000 solar system? But hey, why buy that when you can spend $100,000 for Ashton's magic device he can't prove works? He's never even seen. And he's stealing screenshots of 14-year-old YouTube videos as his proof of concept
for these devices because it can be scaled up or down. Now, if you have a device that's on the lower end, you're really talking about something that's just going to be able to charge
the potato battery
and stuff like
that's
that.
Real free energy.
If you're looking for something that's like going to power a house, then you're looking
Patrick's
at
whatever you say, Ashton. Sure,
but the way that we have it set right now is we don't have specific products. Like this is the model.
What's
that
the
we're
price?
selling
anywhere from $5,000 to $100,000.
Although
I don't
that's
know.
information
I don't even know what the price is.
Alpha rollout where we get
I
a
don't
few
know
people
what it
on board
costs.
with contracts related
It'll
to
be
it.
sold at
But
Lowe's.
for now, it's
Yes,
built
get your
custom
free
to
energy
spec,
device at
and they can be
Lowe's.
scaled up or down. And one of the main questions that we asked
that amount of energy
was
that amount
how
of
much
money
power are you trying to generate?
This is a good point. That amount of money would pay for more than a lifetime of energy for anyone, you dumbass. Ashton is a dummy. He doesn't even stop to think. I doubt. I mean, I'm very thrifty with electric usage. Do you know at the cabin we have on-grid power, but our bill there is like $35 a month because we only use it for lights and running power tools, really. And I do that sort of sporadically. But King Bull makes a very good point. For $100,000, you could just pay your electric bill for your whole life, probably, or most of it. So why invest in a magic free energy device that the seller of which has never seen in person, the seller of which won't hook it up to his house, and the seller of which can't prove that he has a working device? But I'm going to give him $100,000 instead of just paying my $100 electric bill every month for the rest of my life.
Because then we have to figure out exactly how big the device has to be.
Okay, I see.
So
like, hey, what are you going to use this for?
Yeah,
right,
there's a whole list of
I got
questions.
you.
Like it's probably on my Twitter page. It might not be pinned there anymore, but there was a big list of
Where
questions.
people can go find more information, right? Okay, cool.
Yeah, and they can find the email address. I mean, I'll just say it right now. The company.
Yeah, we're gonna stop it there because I don't want any potential victims of Ashton to email him and give him $50,000. So what did we learn tonight? We learned that Patrick from Vetted is a garbage peddling, bottom feeding scumbag who doesn't vet anything. He doesn't know anything about the guests that he platforms or what they're selling. He doesn't know anything about science. He doesn't know anything about physics. He doesn't know anything about the history of free energy scams and free energy scammers. He doesn't know anything about Dr. Stephen Greer and how he collected almost more than $1 million with grifting off of free energy claims and never produced any verifiable proof of his claims. He doesn't know that many of the people that Ashton is citing for proof or evidence are also free energy promoting grifters who have made a lot of money promoting their claims, but have proven zero of them. Free energy, my friends, is a scam. That old saying, if it sounds too good to be true, it probably is. There's also the problem of the economics here. Why would you pay $100,000 for a device when, let's say you're middle-aged? There's no way you're going to pay $100,000 in electric bills before you die, right? I mean, maybe if you're 10 years old, when you buy the $100,000 device, you'll get your $100,000 out of it instead of paying $100 or so electric bill every month, but maybe not. It's so stupid. And why would you buy a magic free energy device from a clown showing still images of a 14-year-old video of a non-working device as his proof that he has free energy technology? It's so childish and so stupid. We also learned that Patrick from Vetted is right there to get his little piece of the grift pie. He's a grifter. I'm sorry, not sorry. Patrick sells a false reality to people. He does no research, no investigation. He does no vetting. His show's called Vetted. Did he vet the claims that Ashton is making here? Did you even know that he showed a fake device that doesn't work as his proof on one of his live streams, Patrick? Are you going to apologize to your audience for promoting pseudoscience fake shit? Probably not. And, you know, what I'm left with is that grifters are going to grift, and grifts of a grifter grift together. The grifters come together like magnets. One of them comes up with a way to make money, like grifting off of free energy. And then the bottom-feeding scumbags like this Vetted host jump in to get their piece of the money. He sold out his audience and let a guy say completely and totally nonsensical pseudoscience fake shit for an hour so that he could make like $100. Patrick from Vetted, I'll send you $100 so you don't have to grift anymore, right? Maybe that's what we'll do. We'll start sponsoring Don't Grift Fund. We'll make a GoFundMe. Please stop grifting and please stop promoting hoaxes. And, you know, I get that this guy is a full-time grifter, but you don't have to lie to people every day of your life or promote pseudoscience garbage or proven hoaxers and hoaxes in order to make a living. Mr. Vetted, wouldn't that be a better way to go about doing what you do? What value does he offer the world? Is there any value in selling lies? Is there any value in selling fake pseudoscience proven grifter garbage like Ashton is selling? Is there any value in promoting Roswell hoaxes? Well, there is value because it puts money in this clown's pocket. And, you know, maybe he hasn't made a lot of money with the Ashton grift, but let's take, for example, the Ron James grift, where he let Ron James sell completely and totally fake pictures of the Roswell or some kind of UFO crash on his show. Got 44,000 views. So if we're conservative in our estimate, let's just say Patrick's CPM, that's how much he's paid per 1,000 views, is $8. That's very conservative. And we times that by 44, he made $352 promoting the Ron James hoax. That's good money for a grifter. Great job, Patrick. You're doing very good promoting fake shit. That's what Patrick from Vetted does. He promotes fake shit. And if you're going to reward him with clicks and views, just know that what he's selling you is fake. We can go through all of his videos and show you just how many fake stories and fake nonsense he has sold. That's what he does. He sells fake stories to stupid people. Don't be one of them. We live in an attention-based economy. And what Patrick is betting on is that you, the viewer, will not fact check just like him, will not vet anything just like him, will not do any research or investigation into any claims, will not fact check claims his guests are making. He's betting on you to be just as lazy of a slob as he is and just believe the garbage that he is putting out on a daily basis. Are you a stupid person? Only stupid person would watch somebody with a proven track record of promoting hoaxes constantly. Only a stupid person would reward a lazy slob full-time show host who can't do 5 minutes of research. Only a stupid person would think they're getting the truth from a show host who keeps getting caught lying to his audience or doing the lie by omission or selling provably fake people, selling provably fake stories. Only a stupid person would be his viewer. Don't be one of them. All right, I think we've done what we can. And by the way, you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. And the sad truth is that lazy slob full-time show hosts who, remember, he's got to keep selling fake shit in order to eat every day. So lazy slob show hosts who do no vetting, no fact-checking, and no research, those are the people that will be successful because people love fantasy. Reality is boring. People aren't going to tune in for you to say, you know, this whole story is fake. I mean, we do pretty well here. Yeah, we do pretty well. I just am shocked and amazed that there's so many stupid people in the world. That's all it could be. And Patrick from Vetted only has one out here. He either has to apologize to his audience for promoting all the fake shit and hoaxes he has in the past year. Remember, he's only been here for a year. How many hoaxes has he promoted in 1 year? All he does is promote fake stories, fake people, and hoaxes. We just showed you an example. He's pushing Glenn Dennis's testimony, which no serious researcher thinks is true. Every serious researcher in Roswell completely discounts Glenn Dennis as a fantasy-prone bullshitter. But he made his $80 selling that fake story. And, you know, those $80 add up. So the only play that this Patrick from Vetted has is the dunce hoax promoter defense. We talked about it earlier, but just to bookend things, I will, thanks to Fringe Quest, who copied just the text. So Patrick from Vetted is going to use the dunce hoax promoter defense. That is his only defense for promoting. How many hoaxes in 1 year have you promoted, Patrick from Vetted? How many hoaxes have you been caught pushing and profiting from? How much money did you put in your pocket promoting each of those hoaxes? And his only defense is this. 1, I am so dumb I didn't know it was a hoax. 2, I am so lazy I can't do 5 minutes of research before running with a fake story or hoax in order to put money in my pocket. Number 3, I am so dumb I cannot do any research at all. Number 4, I am so dumb and lazy I promote hoaxes by accident, of course. Number 5, I am so dishonest and unethical of a person that I have to pretend that I'm too dumb and lazy to do 5 minutes of research before promoting a hoax. So which one is it, Patrick from Vetted? Did you intentionally push fake stories, disinformation, misinformation, and hoaxes in order for you to personally profit? Did you do it on purpose? Or are you so goddamn dumb that you can't do any research? Those are your two choices. Admit that you were either an intentional hoax promoter or that you're so stupid you're the dumbest, laziest UFO show host on YouTube. Those are your choices. Either you are an intentional hoax promoting grifter or you are the dumbest and laziest show host on YouTube. And, you know, some people earn their spot as a full-time show host. I still haven't. I have to have a real job. And there's a reason for that. It's not for lack of time, energy, dedication, research, investigation, fact checking, interview skills. It's not for any of that. The reason that I can't be a full-time show host is because, unlike Jimmy Church, Goof On, Third Phase of Moon, Vetted, Christina Gomer, That UFO Podcast, and hundreds of other garbage peddling bullshit hucksters, I won't sell my audience fake stories. And I also won't sell my audience half a story and leave out the other half just so that I can personally profit. So, you know, it's like trying to compete with these grifters is like break both my legs and then expect me to run a marathon. I might finish the marathon, but man, have I got a handicap here. And it's called having integrity. Patrick from Vetted has the integrity of a crackhead holding a gas can, asking you for gas money to get home. Patrick from Vetted is about as credible as a crackhead holding up a gas can, asking you for money to get home. And anybody from a major city understands that analogy. If you live in a major city, you pull into a gas station, there's always a crackhead with a gas can claiming that he just needs $10 to get some gas to go home. You know what they do when you give them the money? They buy crack. That's what they do. And again, I don't wish any ill will on anybody, Ashton or this Vetted clown, but I will say that they should both look into the history of hoax promoters. Look at what happens to them. Most of them die penniless and alone, and a great many of them I have seen become horrific abusers of drugs and alcohol. Because I will say it once again, what Patrick from Vetted does is corrosive to the soul of anybody with a conscience. I mean, maybe he's a psychopath and doesn't have a conscience, or a sociopath. You know, there's some people that have a mental condition where they have no guilt scamming people. And by the way, I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not diagnosing him. We're just spitballing here. But I will say that Patrick from Vetted and Ashton should look into the history of hoax promoting grifters. A great many of them I have seen become horrific abusers of drugs and alcohol. And I think it's just my opinion, but my opinion is that lying to people every day and promoting fake shit that you know is fake in order to make money is corrosive to your soul. It's corrosive to your spirit. It is corrosive to your human condition. Imagine the hellish existence. I feel sorry for this guy, Patrick. Like I said, maybe we should start a GoFundMe so he can stop promoting hoaxes, or we can, you know, everybody send him some canned goods, maybe some canned soup, some ramen, whatever, so that he could eat every day without lying to people, without promoting fake nonsense, without promoting scams, grifters, fake stories, proven disinformation, proven fake information. You know, imagine the hellish existence that every day when you wake up, you have to say to yourself, you know what? I'm going to have to lie to people again. I'm going to have to sell fake stories today so that I can keep the money rolling in, so that I can eat. Like I said, I believe that's corrosive to the soul. And that's why you see so many grifters like these people. They're just getting started. They've both only been here a year. Imagine them 10 years from now, what they're going to be willing to do and say in order to keep the grift going. I have seen so many tragic stories of people like these two that become horrific drug addicts, horrific alcoholics, because they need to medicate themselves, self-medicate themselves, because it's so corrosive to the soul. It's so despicable what they do every day, lying to people, that they have to self-medicate. We've seen various examples of other people like them that have become horrific drug and alcohol abusers. You can't, as a human being with a conscience, do this every day and suffer no ill consequences. There will be a karmic debt. And hey, you know, I'm sure some people will say, oh, you're just jealous because his show's getting more views than you. No, I am never jealous of grifters. I'm not jealous of Third Phase of Moon or Goof On or Christina Gomer or Jimmy Church or any of the other That UFO podcasts, Matt Ford. I'm not jealous of them. They sell lies every day. There's nothing to be proud of. Like, oh, I did a great job today. I got 10,000 views selling a fake story. That's not something that you should be proud of, you dummy. But this is where we're at, and this is where we find ourselves. Now, I want to thank all of our kind and generous benefactors. Just checking in to make sure we don't have more to read out. For those unaware, we're a viewer-supported show. And by the way, somebody started sending me money on Buy Me a Coffee, which we haven't used, but I'm going to start using that, because for those unaware, the YouTube VIC is like 30%. So if you send $10, we only get 7 of it. And then I have to pay taxes on top of that. That's another third. So very quickly, a $10 super chat turns into a $4 or $5 actual income for our show. We'd like to encourage you, especially if you have any large pledges. If you're feeling generous, send a PayPal pledge. Just send a PayPal pledge through truthseekershow@gmail.com. You can always send a PayPal there. Add a note with your chat room user ID. We want to thank Maria for a kind and generous $100 PayPal pledge, who says, the shows lately have been great and I'm loving the replays. Please don't stop running the replays on the weekends when you were off. Yeah, I apologize. This weekend, for those unaware, I was at the cabin with a whole cabin full of family. My wife's got a huge family. She's got 8 brothers and sisters. We had a whole bunch of them staying at the cabin this weekend. I didn't really have time during the week or weekend to make the replays or classic episodes. So we kind of skipped this weekend. We will have Friday, Saturday, and Sunday this weekend covered with the Roswell material. It's a 24-hour deep dive into the Roswell event, the deepest dive that's ever been on the internet. So if you're interested in Roswell, don't listen to garbage peddlers like Patrick from Vetted pushing completely proven fake information about Roswell. Listen to good researchers. We've got alien scientists in that. We've got Kevin Randall. We've got every researcher that we could find that has written a book or authored a book. Besides Kevin Randall, we have, one second, let me just look it up because I don't want to, we have Walter Bosley in that series as well, and many, many more. In fact, we have virtually every world-renowned expert. And those are Roswell 75th anniversary deep dive. Well, it'll be 77th anniversary deep dive. Yeah, one second here. Stanton Friedman is included in that, a recording. We have Don Schmidt. We have alien scientists, Cal Korff, skeptical view from him. We have Tom Carey and others. Every world-renowned expert or author on research is part of this Roswell anniversary event. We're going to be replaying it this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at 9 p.m. Questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. Got a little bit more time to share. But somehow this turned into a 3.5-hour rant broadcast. Not that I'm complaining. Some people like these 3.5-hour rants. It takes a while to get all the points across, right? David Wilcox Forehead, do you accept crypto donations? No, generally I don't. I have a crypto wallet. Maybe we will start doing that. Stanton Friedman was Bob Lazar's arch nemesis. Yeah. Bob Marley says, evidence, put up or shut up, my friends. King Bull says, I will watch that. Yeah, I appreciate the attendance. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. Otherwise, we'll be bouncing out of here. I was always recon, so usually just hanging back. I wasn't aware of that. He just got interviewed by Vetted recently. Who got interviewed by Vetted recently? Archaic Revival is here. One second. So questions or comments for me, please put them in all capital letters. I don't know what else to say about these two. Like, what's Ashton going to do when he can't prove that he has a working device? Is he going to say that he got scammed? That's what I think his play is going to be. Oh, the people that I was working with scammed me and the device didn't work. He's going to blame other people. Mysteries of Ancient Archaeology pushers are in on it. Yeah, we've covered some of that, right? Archaic Revival. I understand because I use the money for it too. Hookers and drugs. Yeah, we need to start a fund for that. We need a fund for that. Genuine Argyle. The world is not fair. Nobody will ever convince me that Taylor Swift is not overrated as a singer, songwriter, musician, performer. I don't know anything about Taylor Swift, Genuine Argyle, but I do think she's talented from the little that I do know about her or that I've seen. Not everybody's cup of tea, a little too pop for me. What do you have lined up for this week? Well, tomorrow we have an interesting interview about demonic influence on UFOs, aliens, and the paranormal with Ursula Belinsky, who's written a new book that I couldn't put down, and that is tomorrow night at 9 p.m. We've also got a Wacky World of Wilcock. I guess we'll do that on Wednesday. I may try to jam in one more show for the week. For those unaware, if you're a Patreon supporter or a YouTube channel member, I just put a new video up last night late. I think it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, which is a preview of the next Murder in UFO Land series, the Sherry Shriner murder. And I'll be putting up one new YouTube member or Patreon video a month. For those unaware, our Patreon is $1 a month. So for $1 a month, you can support somebody who isn't doing this full time, but is blowing away some clown that has all day and all night. It's his full time. I just can't get over it. I'm sorry. I can't get over that it's his full time job to do that show, and he can't do 5 minutes of research. So our Patreon's $1 a month. YouTube channel membership is $5. You get the same extra goodies, but on the YouTube side, you get a channel member badge and a few extra YouTube goodies. Al Garay says, I'm already looking forward to the next Wacky World of Wilcock. I'm not. This last stream was pretty boring, honestly, Al Garay, but we'll turn it into some fun. Bobby Broadway is here. Imagine thinking the flight Mh370 video was real and showing it to your family. I feel bad for those people. Yeah. Where make-believe is real, says King Bull. Yes, it's the Wacky World of Wilcock where make-believe is real. How much money can he steal? He's still waiting on that big loan to come through. Talented, yes, but not the best looking, though. I think she's attractive. I mean, this is coming from a man who has a blonde hair, blue-eyed wife, though, so maybe I'm a little biased. And you know what's interesting? Before my wife, I dated almost no blonde women, maybe one or two, but they were very short-term, and maybe like a hookup or a one-night stand, not really dating. I never was partial to blondes, and then I met my wife, and she converted me. Every girlfriend, long-term girlfriend, or long-term relationship I had before my wife was with a very dark-haired woman. I always kind of preferred that, but somehow I met my wife. She's blonde hair, blue-eyed, beautiful. She converted me, right? Bob Marley says, Stephen, my friend, vampires and werewolves don't join NATO. If you say so, the actual crash site is miles away from Roswell. Yeah, actually it is. And we cover all that in our Roswell series. The families might try to sue him after they find out he's still promoting fake CGI Mh370 video. Could be. I mean, I don't wish any ill will, but if I was a family member, I would sue him for every dollar he made promoting that scam hoax with these fake videos and then some. I'd sue him for every dollar. I'd subpoena how much money. By the way, does anybody have any guesses? How much money has Ashton Forbes made on YouTube promoting completely and totally scientifically proven fake videos? How much money has he made promoting lies? And why is YouTube allowing that? I have no idea. Is it a gray area? I don't know. Forbes magnetic motor vividly reminds me of Searle effect generator. Yeah, we did a whole series on that. I'm sorry, I don't know how to say that name. 1 second here. I'm going to put in the live chat. I'm going to pin it. We did a free energy deep dive. And that free energy deep dive, what it proved through history is that nobody in the history of people making free energy claims, nobody has ever, no one has ever proven that a free energy device that works exists. No one. 1 second. I'm going to put into the live chat this. If you want more information on what a scam, we did a complete and total deep dive into free energy claims and what I would just consider free energy scams. 1 second. Live chat. Gotta love it when the ad covers up where you can put in. I'll just put our free energy deep dive. And by the way, people like Patrick from Vetted and Ashton Forbes should watch this entire video, because history teaches us that every person that's ever made free energy claims, all they did was collect a lot of money and never prove that they have a working device. It's always, well, we need a little more funding to get to the final stage where we can manufacture. Oh, we need a little more funding for research before we can mass manufacture. Oh, we need a little more funding. They never produce a working device. No person in the history of free energy claims, grifting, scams, whatever you want to call it, has ever proven that they have a working device. And you'd be surprised how many, there's hundreds of people that have made these claims. We've focused on the biggest ones, including John Searle, who had the Searle effect generator. He scammed people for decades. He's still scamming people. I think he's still alive, last I checked, and still scamming people looking for investment money to produce his free energy device that he's not been able to reproduce after decades of grifting. David Wilcox Forehead said, Stephen from Canada will conquer. Yeah, that's definitely what it is. Foreclose, foreshadowing, not quite done, says Martin R. Yeah. 0 energy efficient is 0 divided by 0 times 100%. If you say so. So listen, we've done our due diligence here today. We have set out to prove what we wanted to prove, which is Ashton's free energy claims are garbage. And he can prove me wrong. You know how he can prove me wrong? Get a physicist, an independent physicist, not a buddy of his. Get a electrical engineer and an electronics expert. Get those 3 people to evaluate your device and write a paper that supports that the device that you claim is producing over unity, free energy, or 0-point energy is actually doing what you said. Further, you're going to have to get them to agree with you that that device will work for 40 years. Then you'll prove me wrong, Ashton. But until that time, you are just the latest in a long line of people who scammed the public out of money, making free energy claims, but never providing proof that they have a working device. And I truly believe that history is our greatest teacher. And what history teaches us is that all these people that make these claims never prove they have a working device. Never. Do I believe that Ashton Forbes will be any different? No. I believe that this grift will fall apart in the next 6 months when he fails to provide sufficient evidence or proof. And when I say proof, I mean what I said. He can't just say it works. He can't just hook a multimeter to it and say, see, it's producing more than we're putting in. He needs independent verification. That's how real science works, peer review. He has to have qualified, educated scientists like a physicist, an electrical engineer, and an electronics expert. 3 of those people, if 3 of those people look at it and agree that Ashton is telling the truth, I will apologize. Do I think I'm going to be apologizing anytime soon? Hell no, because Ashton's a grifter. All right, so we've done our due diligence, friends. I'll be back tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, with a great interview with a great new author. Well, I don't know. She might have written some other books. I'm only aware of this one, which she sent me, which is incredible. You don't want to miss tomorrow night. We'll have a great interview and conversation. And that's all about the demonic influence on the paranormal, UFOs, and aliens. And it is great. Her book is called The Devil in Dreamland. I'm not sure if that's the finished title or a working title. I think that might be the finished title, The Devil in Dreamland. You'll be blown away by some of the things that she has to share. That's tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I'll be here, and I hope you will be too. So for tonight, that's all I got for you, friends. Until next time, my name is Stephen Cambian. Good night, and God bless all of you. And God bless Ashton, and God bless Patrick from Vetted. I will put them, I mean this thoroughly, and sincerely, I am putting those two on my daily prayer list, because the hellish existence that both of these guys live, selling people lies every day, I truly believe it's corrosive to the soul, and I wish a road to redemption for them. They should do something meaningful and something that has value. I truly am a believer in the fact that God, the great spirit, source, whatever you want to call it, has given each of us incredible gifts. And we are our best selves when we are using those gifts and sharing our God-given gifts with the world. And despite everything else I think about Patrick from Vetted or Ashton Forbes, I believe that they have God-given gifts and talents, and they should use those God-given gifts and talents to do something better with their lives than lie to people. So that's all I got for you, friends. Good night, and God bless all of you.